Flower-Stealing Master Chapter 313 to Chapter 370. Ada and Ah-Er were both shocked and angry. Although they were not brothers, they had been servants of the Ruyang Palace for many years, so their relationship was even deeper than that of ordinary brothers. Seeing that Ah-San was killed by Xianxia, their eyes immediately turned red and they rushed over to take revenge. Ada and Dongbai were famous for their fast swordplay. Although they only had one hand now, the speed of their swordplay did not decrease at all. They were the first to reach Xianxia. Xianxia was expressionless. His left hand turned into a claw and pointed at the tip of the sword. Ada was stunned. He thought that even if Xianxia had learned the Vajra finger, there was no way he could fight a sharp sword head-on. Therefore, although he felt that Xianxia's fingers were as white as jade with a faint layer of crystal flowing, he did not care too much. With a hideous smile, he circulated all the power in his body, thinking that he could cut off half of Xianxia's palm with this sword. The tip of the sword and the fingertip collided, but the imagined blood and flesh splattered did not appear. Ada felt a great force coming from the sword and could not move forward anymore. Ada furrowed his brows and pushed the sword forward with all his might. The blade of the sword soon curved in an exaggerated way. Xianxia shouted and pushed forward with his fingertip. The sword broke inch by inch like it was made of paper. Ada turned pale with fright, but he was still a first-rate master. He quickly took the opportunity to retreat several feet. Looking at the bare sword hilt in his hand, he suddenly thought of a legendary supreme skill of the Shaolin Temple. He could not help but cry out, "One-finger Zen!" The one-finger Zen of the Shaolin Temple was an extremely profound martial art. Ordinary monks would not be able to grasp it without decades of practice. Since the founding of the Shaolin Temple, the number of people who had mastered this skill could be counted on one's fingers. It was said that after mastering it, the finger would be invincible and could take acupoints from a distance. Its power was even greater than the Duan style of Dali's solitary yang finger. However, because too few people had mastered it, it was not as famous in Jianghu as the solitary yang finger. All of this happened in a flash. Ah-Er had already used the Vajra palm to attack Xianxia's right chest. Ah-Er, Ah-San, and Gang Tong were the masters of the Vajra sect in the western region. In the past, Zhao Min used a trick and had Gang Tong plot against Zhang Sanfeng. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's divine creation realm cultivation base, he was still hit by Gang Tong's Vajra Prajna palm and was severely injured. It almost caused the Wudong sect to be destroyed by Zhao Min and her party. Ah-Er had mastered the external Vajra sect to the peak, then from the outside to the inside. He had comprehended the superior internal energy that the Vajra sect did not have. Gang Xianxia and Gang. He did not believe that Er-Er's power was more powerful than Gang San and Gang Wuqing could not. And Er. Duh. Er did not have Er. He and Gang and Xiang were not. Gang. Xianxia had just forced Ada back. Sure enough, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only raise his palm to meet the attack. It was the Prajna palm that he had used against Song Qingshu. The two palms collided, but it was not the internal energy that he had imagined. Ah-Er only felt that the power of his palm was like a clay ox entering the sea, as if it had been turned into nothingness. Before he had time to be shocked, he felt a tremendous force coming from Xianxia's palm. Ah-Er screamed and staggered back in a sorry state. With every step he took, the limestone slabs were all shattered. When he finally stopped, he could not help but kneel on the ground, and with a wah sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. First turning the opponent's power into nothingness, then taking advantage of the opportunity to push forward. The Prajna palm is really mysterious. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought that even his 18 dragon subduing palms was trying his best to avoid a head-on collision with the opponent. Ah-Er's Vajra palm was strong and fierce. He wanted to go head-on with the Prajna palm. He was really overestimating himself. "Mr. Liu, Mr. Crane, go and help them." Zhao Min had just seen the battle between Xianxia and Song Qingshu. It seemed to be nothing special. She did not expect that her subordinate would be defeated so miserably in a fight with Xianxia. She complained in her heart. The two Xianming elders saw Xianxia wounding the divine arrow 8 heroes, killing San, forcing back at Da, and heavily injuring a heir with just a wave of his hand, they couldn't help but feel somewhat terrified. But since their master had spoken, the two of them looked at each other, and had no choice but to brace themselves and go forward. Learning from their previous mistakes, Xianming elders naturally did not dare to be as arrogant as before. They did not want to use the Xianming palm to defeat the opponent quickly. They both took out their own special weapons. The two of them were the world's top masters. They had been brothers for decades and were very good at joint attacks. In this way, Xianxia could not do anything to them in a short time. The three of them quickly fought. The wind within a radius of several feet was like a knife. Xianxia was barehanded, but he did not show any fear. On the contrary, Xianming elders' expression gradually became serious. Their figures also became somewhat obscure. I asked the imperial teacher to help us. Zhao Min saw that the Xianming elders were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Although their moves were going back and forth, she knew in her heart that the two were just struggling. She quickly looked at Jinlu and Fuwang for help. Princess, this. Jinlu and Fuwang showed hesitation. He was the dignified Mongolian imperial teacher. If he joined forces with others to fight the enemy, even if he won, he would lose face. What's more, with the skill shown by Xianxia, Jinlu and Fuwang was not sure if he could win alone, so he fell into a dilemma. According to Jinlu and Fuwang's original idea, although the Xianming elders could not defeat Xianxia, if Xianxia wanted to win against the two elders, he would have to pay a certain price. At that time, if he fought against the injured Xianxia, his chances of winning would greatly increase. In this way, he would be able to defeat the first person in the Shaolin Temple in 200 years. His reputation in the world would be unprecedented, and he could also faintly suppress the Nalanda Temple's Basiba. So why not? Imperial teacher, I know that you respect your identity, but our mission this time is very important. If anything happens, I'm afraid it will be hard to explain to the Great Khan. Princess Huajing also persuaded. She only thought that Jinlu and Fuwang was worried about his reputation, but she did not know that he had so many calculations in his heart. Even Princess Huajing also spoke up. Jinlu and Fuwang could no longer refuse, so he nodded his head and got up to say to Xianxia, "This old monk is the Mongolian imperial teacher, Jinlu and Fuwang. Today, I came to meet you. Be careful." As soon as his voice fell, 3 wheels flew out of his hands and spun rapidly towards Xianxia. Although Jinlu and Fuwang was good at scheming against others, he was after all a grandmaster. In a situation where there were many of them, he naturally would not sneak attack. So before he made a move, he first warned. "Imperial teacher, I'll leave this to you." Hearing the whizzing wheels, the Xianming elders temporarily forced Xianxia back and immediately jumped out of the battle circle. Seeing the two burn the bridge after crossing the river, Jinlu and Fuwang couldn't help but curse in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow, so he could only continue to attack with a gloomy face. With the 2 wheels in his hands, he coordinated with the 3 wheels in the sky and continued to attack. The 5 wheels were of different weights and sizes. Jinlu and Fuwang caught and threw them as he pleased. When the wheels came out, they were sometimes straight and sometimes crooked. The 5 wheels spun as if they were flying. Xianxia had never met such a strange weapon before. For a moment, he was forced into a fluster by the wheels that were attacking him from all directions. The scene of these 5 wheels flying together is quite similar to melee sword technique. Song Qingshu watched for a while. Because he was not involved in the battle, he could vaguely feel the pattern of the 5 wheels flying. The Li sword technique was a sword technique that Song Qingshu had researched before. Using qi to control the sword, he could control the wooden sword to appear and disappear unpredictably within 3 feet of his body, attacking the enemy from all directions. Later on, he combined it with the 18 dragons subduing palms. Even the Western poison Ouyang Feng was forced into a difficult situation. But because of Ouyang Feng's reminder, Song Qingshu realized the weakness in his character. Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. When he successfully completed his plan, his entire martial arts realm had a qualitative improvement. Now, he was more inclined to simplify the complex. A wooden sword was enough. Imperial teacher is indeed the #1 fighter in Mongolia. One-on-one, he has the upper hand. Huajing said happily as she looked at the situation. Zhao Min never lacked top fighters around her. So even though her martial arts were not that great, her knowledge was far greater than Hua Zheng's. She could see that Jinlu Fawang had caught Xianxia off guard and had the upper hand. But Xianxia was like a small boat in a raging sea. Even though it looked dangerous, he was able to avoid danger every time. If Jinlu Fawang could not quickly turn his advantage into a victory, things would not look good for Xianxia once he got used to it. Mr. Liu, Mr. Crane, go and help the royal advisor. Zhao Min was a pragmatist. She did not care about the rules of the martial arts world. She followed the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness on the Mongolian plains. Now that the Xianming elders and Jinlu Fawang were working together, Xianxia would not be able to escape. Your Highness, Imperial Teacher has the upper hand. If we get involved now, wouldn't we be looking down on Imperial Teacher? Lu Zhangke laughed dryly. They naturally knew what Jinlu Fawang was planning. Now that the tables had turned, it was their turn to watch the fire from the other side. Zhao Min's pretty face turned cold. She was about to use her status as a princess to give them orders when there was a change in the situation. After dozens of rounds, Xianxia already knew the power of the 5 flywheels. A confident smile appeared on his face and he no longer dodged. He took a deep breath and activated the indestructible body of diamond. The red and yellow monk's robe swelled up again. Bang, 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 following a few ear-piercing noises, the flywheels bounced off Xianxia's body. Jinlu Fawang turned pale with fright and quickly circulated his internal energy to gather the scattered flywheels in his hands. The 5 of them merged into one and stood in front of him to defend against Xianxia's next attack. Xianxia waved his hand and the staff stuck in the wall flew into his hand. He said the name of Buddha to Jinlu Fawang. Fawang, you are the Mongolian imperial teacher. I don't dare to fight you with my bare hands. I will use the staff of exorcism to test your tantric techniques. Master's martial arts are so high that it is rarely seen. I was going to use the dragon and elephant prajna kung fu to deal with. Guojing. I hope Master can evaluate it. Jinlu Fawang held the golden wheel in one hand and slowly waved the other. The light behind him slowly twisted and seemed to form the image of a dragon and elephant. Legend has it that every level of power is twice the power of the previous level. I wonder what level Fawang is at. Xianxia's expression became serious. I am not talented, I have only reached the 10th level. Jinlu Fawang looked humble but he could not hide the pride in his heart. When he saw that everyone in the inn had their attention on the 2 of them, Song Qingshu had an idea. He looked in the direction of Zhao Min and saw that under the sunlight, her face was flushed red and the skin on the back of her neck was as white as snow. Her figure was graceful and her waist was so thin and soft that it looked like it had no bones. He couldn't help but secretly praise her. She really is the most beautiful woman in Mongolia. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, kidnapping her is as easy as flipping my hand. Song Qingshu had this idea not because of his past entanglements with Zhang Wuji, but because of his own considerations. If Zhao Min went to the southern Song dynasty for peace talks, then the Mongols would most likely attack the Jin or Manchurian Qing. If it was the Jin, then it would be fine, but if it was the Manchurian Qing, then all his previous plans would have to be restarted. After all, according to his previous plan, he would use the Golden Snake Battalion to grow stronger and slowly digest the strength of the Manchurian Qing. If the Mongols attacked now, even if Song Qingshu overthrew the Manchurian Qing, he would only be inviting a wolf into the house and bringing an even stronger enemy. This was something that Song Qingshu did not want to see. Hijacking the Mongolian diplomatic mission seemed to be the best deal. As long as the Mongols could not make peace with the southern Song dynasty, they would not be able to attack the Manchurian Qing. This would give Song Qingshu plenty of time. However, Song Qingshu did not make a move immediately. He wanted to observe the fight between Jinlu Fawang and Xianxia. Jinlu Fawang was easy to deal with, after all, he could understand a thing or two from the original work. But as for Xianxia, there were only a few words in the original work. His strength was a mystery. He had just seen Xianxia use all kinds of Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques. The others were easy to deal with, no matter how exquisite they were, there would always be a way to break them. But that diamond indestructible body was a bit of a headache. Once Xianxia used his divine kung fu, he would be invulnerable to metal and stone, water and fire. Then how could he win? Song Qingshu patted his head. He thought of some of the martial arts movies in his previous life. There were many similar martial arts. Although this kind of martial arts was invulnerable, there was always a part of the body that could not be trained, and that was the so-called Achilles heel. This Achilles heel was extremely fragile. As long as it was hit accurately, it could completely break the opponent's defense. Where is this Achilles heel? Song Qingshu held his wine cup and stared at the two people fighting. His eyes narrowed and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. According to the rules in the movies, the Achilles heel was usually at a man's weakest point. But movies were after all fictitious, it was hard to predict whether it was reliable or not. What's more, it was said that Shaolin Temple had an iron blocking skill. If Xianxia also practiced it, wouldn't he only be able to watch? Zhao Min thoughtfully looked in the direction of Song Qingshu. Looking at his calm and relaxed appearance, her heart was filled with curiosity. In the past, Song Qingshu always gave her the impression of a golden jade on the outside, but a shabby embroidered pillow on the inside. Not long ago, his meridians were all broken, and he looked dispirited. What kind of fortuitous encounter made this man have such an earth-shattering change? Song Qingshu turned his head thoughtfully and happened to meet Zhao Min's gaze. He couldn't help but smile and nod, which made Zhao Min quickly turn her head away. Her heart was filled with hatred. No matter how he changed, he still looked annoying. At this time, Jinlu and Fuwang and Xianxia were fighting. Every time the golden wheel and the Buddhist staff came into contact, there was a sound of friction that made people's teeth ache. At the same time, there was a series of dazzling sparks. Xianxia's exorcism staff technique was incomparably powerful. With a wave of the staff, a formless Xianxia attacked from afar. Jinlu and Fuwang was not at a disadvantage either. His right hand waved out and with a crackling sound, Xianxia's formless Xianxia dissipated. But the world's kung fu originated from Shaolin and Xianxia was known as the Shaolin Temple's #1 expert in the last 200 years. His skills were unfathomable. Even though Jinlu and Fuwang had the tantric sex, dragon elephant prajna, he still found it difficult to deal with Xianxia. He had no choice but to occasionally use the golden wheel in his left hand to block the Xianxia. Seeing that after Xianxia wielded the Buddhist staff, Jinlu and Fuwang fell into a disadvantage, Zhao Min's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She glanced at the two elders of Xianming. Seeing the gloating look on their faces, she thought for a moment and understood what the two were thinking. She understood that it was impossible for the two to join hands with Jinlu and Fuwang at this time. Big Monk, no matter what grudges there are between me and the Shaolin Temple, my trip to the south this time is for the peace talks between Mongolia and the southern Song dynasty. It is for the sake of saving hundreds of millions of lives. If it is because of you that the world is plunged into misery and suffering, Big Monk, aren't you afraid of going to Avicii hell after you pass away? Hearing Zhao Min's words, Xianxia's heart moved. As expected, he had scruples in his actions. He was obviously weighing the pros and cons. Jinlu and Fuwang finally got a chance to breathe, and finally slowly recovered. Seeing this situation, Song Qingshu understood that it was no longer possible to watch the fire from the other side. His figure disappeared, and like an arrow, he rushed towards Zhao Min's direction. Although the two elders of Xianming watched Jinlu and Fuwang fall into a bitter battle, they did not dare to ignore the safety of the two. Seeing Song Qingshu rushing over, they quickly waved their weapons to meet him. The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth hung a trace of a sneer. It was unknown when, but there was already a wooden sword in his hand. He lightly waved it towards the two elders of Xianming. The two only felt an incomparably sharp and irresistible sword chi faintly penetrating their bodies. Under great shock, they hurriedly dodged to the side. Seeing that Song Qingshu had arrived in front of her in an instant, Zhao Min was slightly startled and raised her palm to attack. Who knew that her white wrist would be easily grabbed by Song Qingshu's hand? Immediately after, she felt numbness in her waist. Song Qingshu had already sealed her acupuncture point and twisted her arm behind her back. Lightly smelling the fragrance of the beauty in his arms, Song Qingshu revealed a trace of an expression of appreciation. He said to the two people who were fighting fiercely in the field, "Big Monk, I'll leave here to you, I'll leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qingshu hugged Zhao Min and jumped out of the window. After this big change, the two people who were fighting fiercely in the field had already stopped. Jinlu and Fuwang was both shocked and angry. From afar, he smashed the golden wheel in his hand towards Song Qingshu's back. Song Qingshu lightly laughed and waved his sword, sending the golden wheel whistling towards him back. Who knew that Xianxia would also send a palm towards him from afar? Feeling the biting cold wind from the palm, Song Qingshu's eyebrows furrowed. With the tip of his foot, he kicked a copper wine jug towards the wind from the palm. The smooth and round copper jug seemed to have received a heavy blow and was quickly compressed into a thin layer of copper. Before Song Qingshu could react, Zhao Min had already let out a delicate groan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and her delicate and beautiful face quickly became incomparably white. Song Qingshu's eyes focused. Holding onto Zhao Min's slender waist, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and disappeared out of the window like a wisp of smoke. Just as Jinlu and Fuwang was about to chase after them, Xianxia had already blocked his way. It's said that the fastest person in Wulin is treading on the sands without a trace. If you can catch up to me, then you won't be able to live up to your many years of fame. Let me down. As Song Qingshu was running at high speed, he suddenly heard a voice that was weak but determined. Estimating that he had completely shaken off his pursuers, Song Qingshu stopped and gently placed Zhao Min under a tree. I didn't expect Xianxia to use the Great King Kong Palm, which is the best at transferring strength through objects. I'm really sorry for causing you to be seriously injured. Looking at the bloodless face in front of him, Song Qingshu said apologetically. Zhao Min slightly furrowed her eyebrows and pushed away Song Qingshu's hands that were supporting her. She struggled to sit up and slightly leaned against the tree. She weakly said, "Leave me here. When my subordinates catch up, they'll naturally be able to save me." Song Qingshu hesitated for a while and shook his head. With that monk's skills, I'm afraid your subordinates won't have the ability to save you. If they don't have the ability, then do you have the ability? Zhao Min said in a bad mood. Even though she had seen that Song Qingshu's martial arts were not the same as before, she was still used to looking at Song Qingshu the same way she used to. I can naturally save you, but it'll be a bit of a loss for me. You might not be willing. Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. Zhao Min's martial arts were far inferior to his. If he used this method to save her, his power would probably be reduced by half. Zhao Min didn't care about Song Qingshu's method of saving her. Instead, she said with a sigh, ever since we parted on Mount Xiaoshi, I didn't expect you to be able to learn such powerful martial arts. On Mount Xiaoshi, the princess snuggled up to the side of the Ming dynasty's Zhang Jiaozhu. What a happy and loving appearance. Isn't she back in Mongolia now and running around for the Ruyang prince? Song Qingshu also sat down on the grass and said with a faint smile. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhao Min's face. She carefully looked at Song Qingshu and said curiously, at that time, when your meridians were all broken, I thought you were dead for sure. Who knew that not long after, you would rise to fame in the Manchurian Qing dynasty and quickly become the #1 expert in the Manchurian Qing imperial court? What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have to have such an earth-shattering change? 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui. All of this can only mean that I'm not fated to die. Song Qingshu curled up one of his legs and put his hand on his knee. He said freely, on the other hand, the princess, you are clearly seriously injured, but you have so many questions. Aren't you afraid of dying? Zhao Min's pretty face blushed and she snorted. Didn't you just say that you have a way to save me? Why should I worry? How do you know that I will definitely save you? Song Qingshu asked curiously. It doesn't matter whether it's the grudge between you and Zhang Wuji, or my identity as the Mongolian Junju, I'm more valuable alive than dead. Zhao Min's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She had barely finished speaking when she coughed up another mouthful of blood. You're quite open-minded. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. His tone was full of admiration. However, I'm very curious. What is going on between you and Zhang Wuji? According to what I know, didn't you elope with him? Why did you run back to Mongolia? As if he had touched upon something sad, Zhao Min's already pale face became even paler. She said coldly, it's none of your business. Song Qingshu did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. I'm very curious about the reason why the quick-witted princess lost her composure. Zhao Min snorted coldly. Her face was as cold as frost, but she did not answer. Could it be that on the night of your wedding, the princess found out that Zhang Wuji was actually Zhang Wuji? Song Qingshu speculated with some evil interest. Your Excellency is so shameless. No wonder your sect leader Zhou likes brother Wuji more. Zhao Men looked at him disdainfully and said indifferently. Song Qingshu was no longer the same as before. He was not angered by Zhao Men's sharp and unkind words. Instead, he teased, since your brother Wuji likes my Jirua, why don't we get together and piss off those two people? What do you think? You. Zhao Min's eyes widened and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She gasped and said with hatred, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I did. I think I'm a little more handsome than Zhang Wuji. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Zhao Min snorted coldly and turned her head away. She let Song Qingshu tease her in every way, she pursed her lips and ignored him. Seeing that Zhao Min didn't respond, Song Qingshu felt bored and said, aren't you curious about how I can save you? Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Zhao Min was still indifferent, but her trembling eyelashes showed that she wasn't as calm as she looked. In fact, it's not difficult to save you, but it's not easy either. In the end, it's still very difficult. Song Qingshu sighed. What are you talking about? Zhao Min was amused by Song Qingshu's explanation and said impatiently. Because if I want to save you in my way, I have to take off your clothes first. Song Qingshu didn't mention the Mankasvara Diana, but used ambiguous words to refer to Zhao Min. After all, he and Zhao Min were enemies, and Song Qingshu didn't want her to know too much about it. Otherwise, with her intelligence, she would have to bear the name of a pervert for the rest of her life. Bah! Zhao Min scolded angrily, I'd rather die than let you save me. Song Qingshu shrugged helplessly as if he had expected it. I told you that you wouldn't want to. Besides, it would take a lot of energy to save you. I'm not related to you at all. Even if you really take off your clothes and beg me to save you, I may not be willing to do it. Zhao Min was so angry that she laughed, will I take off my clothes and beg you? Nothing is absolute in this world. It's really hard to say. Song Qingshu said calmly as usual. Dream on. Cough, cough. Zhao Min was so angry that she coughed violently. Her vision darkened, and she almost fell to the ground. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported her shoulders. Seeing that her usually white and rosy skin was frighteningly pale, he quickly pulled her hands up. He did not even have the time to savor the smooth touch as he continuously infused his innate qi into her body. In a daze, Zhao Min felt that her whole body was bathed in a warm atmosphere. She slowly woke up and found that she was half lying in Song Qingshu's arms. She hurriedly used her remaining strength to push him away. Don't move, Xianxia's skill is no small matter, I don't hesitate to use my true essence to prolong your life. Princess, you're a heroine of the prairie. Why are you acting like those frail girls of the Han people? Why do you care about some superfluous formalities? Song Qingshu pressed Zhao Min's shoulder gently and said in a deep voice. Zhao Min's first reaction was that she would rather die than let him save her. However, she was not an ordinary woman after all. In addition, she had too many concerns in her heart. It would be a pity if she died suddenly. After weighing the pros and cons, she acquiesced to Song Qingshu's help. However, lying in his arms like this was absolutely out of the question. You, help me sit down against the tree. Don't be like this. Zhao Min was seriously injured. Her voice was delicate and weak, with a trace of poignant temptation. Even a stone-hearted person would not be able to refuse. Song Qingshu did not want to take advantage of her. He firmly held her palm with one hand and continuously transferred his internal strength to her. With the other hand, he carefully helped her sit down against the tree trunk. Just like that, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Zhao Min gradually regained her spirit. She could feel the pure and gentle true qi that Song Qingshu had transferred into her body. She couldn't help but look at him in surprise. I didn't expect your internal energy to be so strong. I'm afraid it's not inferior to Wuji's. She suddenly thought of something and frowned. She forcefully swallowed the word brother back down. No less than that of Zhang Wuji? Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, his 9-yang divine skill has been practiced to the advanced realm. His internal strength is endless. In terms of internal strength, I'm afraid few people in the world can beat him. However, 9-yang divine skill is a mortal martial art after all. It has its limit. Hearing this, Zhao Min could not help but pout and said angrily, you're talking as if you've learned immortal martial arts. Song Qingshu moved his gaze away from Zhao Min's thin and moist lips without leaving a trace. He only shook his head and did not explain himself. Although no one had successfully practiced the joy dhyana of Tantra since ancient times, it was still possible to become an immortal. Although Song Qingshu was more obsessed with the mortal world and had no interest in becoming an immortal, he subconsciously felt that the joy dhyana should be better than 9-yang divine skill. After all, after returning from Tufan, his cultivation speed of internal qi could be described as magical. How long are you going to hold my hand? Zhao Min was also a martial artist. Naturally, she knew that her internal injury had temporarily stabilized. Her little hand was being held by Song Qingshu, which made her restless. You should thank your savior first. Although Song Qingshu said so, he had already let go of Zhao Min's hand. As soon as she was free, Zhao Min quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She hid it behind her and secretly wiped it. Hearing Song Qingshu's teasing words, she said indignantly, if you hadn't suddenly taken me hostage, I wouldn't have been so seriously injured. I didn't know that the monk Xianxia would be so cruel and merciless as to destroy a flower. He even used the Buddha's Vajra fist, a hidden martial art that can hit a cow from a mountain. Song Qingshu also felt very depressed. He had wanted to kidnap Zhao Min. On the one hand, he could temporarily destroy the Mongolian strategic plan of making friends from afar and attacking from afar. On the other hand, he could also get enough benefits from Prince Ruyang. But now he only had a half-dead princess. If something really happened to Zhao Min, he would not be able to explain himself. None of those stinky monks from Shaolin Temple are good people. Speaking of this, Zhao Min and Song Qingshu agreed with each other for the first time. When the Mongolians unify the world in the future, I will definitely destroy Shaolin Temple. I know that your highness is very powerful, but don't be too happy too early, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. I'm only temporarily using my vital energy to keep you alive. You have to get treatment as soon as possible. Zhao Min's face turned red, and her chest rose and fell rapidly again. Don't mention that disgusting method of yours. Don't always look at me with such a disdainful gaze. Song Qingshu stood up and patted the dirt off his body. If I really wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. With the difference in our martial arts, and the fact that we're a man and a woman, do you think you can stop me if I come to take off your clothes right now? Zhao Min was shocked. She gripped her collar tightly with both hands. If you dare to do that, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. Just wait for the endless pursuit of the Mongolians. Even in such a panicked situation, her heart was like a mirror. She knew that the only thing that could make Song Qingshu worry about right now was the power of the Mongolians. I'm just making an example. You don't have to be so agitated. You might get injured. Song Qingshu raised his hands and slowly took a few steps back to show that he did not mean any harm. Seeing that Zhao Min had finally calmed down, Song Qingshu could not help but want to play a prank. He smiled and said, actually, Your Highness, it won't affect you even if you bite your tongue and commit suicide. Haven't you heard of the saying, while the heat is hot? While the heat is hot. Zhao Min was stunned, but she was famous for being clever. She understood Song Qingshu's meaning after thinking for a while. She was so angry that her body trembled. She pointed at Song Qingshu and scolded, how can you be so shameless? Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to completely dispel the idea of suicide. If you still think that it's not enough, I have a lot of ways. Song Qingshu paced back and forth as he said, if your highness really dares to commit suicide, I'll strip you naked and hang you in front of the Shaolin Temple's gate on Mount Song. After all, Xuanqing was the one who injured you, so the monks won't be wronged. TSK, when the people in Jianghu talk about this wonder, will they guess that your highness was abandoned by an eminent monk of the Shaolin Temple and committed suicide because you couldn't get over it? While Song Qingshu was talking excitedly, he inadvertently saw Zhao Min's tearful and somewhat frightened eyes. He suddenly felt that this scene was familiar and recalled that he had once scared Zhou Jirua like this. For a moment, he could not help but sigh and could not continue the rest of his words. Although Zhao Min was resourceful, she had never met a person like Song Qingshu who did not play by common sense. The scene described by Song Qingshu involuntarily appeared in her mind, and her pretty face became pale. She was really scared. Stop talking. I won't commit suicide. If I had been so cooperative, I wouldn't have said these disgusting words. At this time, Song Qingshu felt a little embarrassed. Zhao Min's thin lips were tightly closed, and she looked as if she still had a lingering fear. She didn't want to talk to him. Your injury is too serious. There are no more than 3 people in the world who can save you, and I'm one of them. Are you sure you don't want me to save you? Song Qingshu asked for the last time. Of course, he knew her choice. Humph. Zhao Min's face was cold. As expected, she refused without hesitation. Tell me about the other 2. One of them is Reverend Eating, one of the 5 masters of the Central Plains. His one yang finger specializes in treating internal injuries and can bring the dead back to life. But once he uses it, he can't use Kung Fu for several years, so he won't use it easily. Moreover, Reverend Eating is in Dali. Even if he is willing to save you, he is far away. Song Qingshu sighed. That's not necessarily true. Zhao Min thought to herself. The Mongolian leaders once discussed an expedition to Dali from Guizhou, Hunan, and Hubei to surround Xianxia city in the southern Song dynasty. As long as they used this plan cleverly, it wouldn't be difficult to lure Reverend Eating to save them. Unfortunately, the problem now was that they were too far away. What about the other one? There are actually 4 of them. They are the 4 miraculous doctors in the world. Song Qingshu remembered that his meridians were all broken and he had pinned his last hope on them. Although they couldn't cure him, it shouldn't be a problem for them to cure Zhao Min's injury. If he remembered correctly, in the original novel, when Azu went to the Shaolin temple to steal the I Ching Jing, she was also injured by the Buddha's King Kong palm. Qiaofeng took her to Dr. Shui, and soon Azu recovered. One of the 4 miraculous doctors in the world, Zhang Wuji, replaced Hu Qingyou. You can go to him. Song Qingshu said teasingly, but in his mind, he was guessing what had happened between the 2. Someone else. As expected, Zhao Min refused expressionlessly. Tut, it seems that something really happened between you 2. Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Min curiously, unable to hide the curiosity in his heart. It's none of your business. Zhao Min coldly rolled her eyes. As the saying goes, there's still a long way to go. Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't figure out the reason in a short time, so he continued, apart from Zhang Wuji, there are only 3 of the 4 great divine doctors left. Although I have a good relationship with the Poison Hand King of Medicine, he lives in Dongting Lake, which is too far away. Miracle Dr. Shui, the enemy of Yama from Songzhou, and Ping Yizhi, the famous killer doctor from Kaifeng, are both in Henan. Comparatively speaking, Kaifeng is closer to here, Song Qingshu said as hesitation appeared on his face. Both Songzhou and Kaifeng are under the influence of the Jin Kingdom. Zhao Min looked worried. It doesn't matter. The Central Plains has been fighting for years, and the Revolutionary Army is everywhere. Whether it is the Jin Kingdom or the Qing Kingdom, they have limited control over these places. Otherwise, your delegation would not have swaggered into the territory of the Qing Kingdom so easily. When the time comes, we just need to disguise ourselves. Song Qingshu thought for a while and realized that Zhao Min and her team went south through their ally Liao, which was why they bumped into him. As for why they did not enter the territory of Song from Xiangyang, Song Qingshu did not understand at the moment. Then why are you hesitating? Zhao Min looked at him in surprise. That's not what I'm hesitating about, Song Qingshu said, because I have something important to do, and you and I are not related. I'm considering whether to waste time and energy on you. You don't have to worry about whether I live or die. Zhao Min felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when she heard this. Just leave me here. When my subordinates find me, they will naturally save me. This is not the era when the South China tiger is extinct. If I leave you here, maybe before your men find you, the tigers and wolves have already found you. TSK, although the princess is as beautiful as a flower, in the eyes of these animals, she may not be as beautiful as a tigress or a wolf. She is just a delicious meal with delicate skin and tender flesh. Song Qingshu said maliciously. Stop it. Zhao Min's complexion paled. She had always prided herself on her incomparable resourcefulness, so she always had a way to deal with even the most ferocious of people. However, in the face of a group of animals, no matter how glib her tongue was, it was useless. Even if your men can find you in time, your injuries can't withstand the bumpy journey. You can only ride slowly in the carriage with a thick mattress. Unfortunately, this place is still several hundred miles away from Feng City. I'm afraid that before you can send her to Feng City, she'll already be dead. Song Qingshu had a look of pity on his face. Zhao Min quickly realized the problem and asked doubtfully, if that's the case, how will you send me to Kaifeng as soon as possible? And your men, whether it is Jinluan Fuwang or the Xianming elders, are not good at Qinggong. My apologies, my apologies. So you are a horse that can travel thousands of miles in a day. A smile appeared on Zhao Min's pale face. Thank you for the compliment. Song Qingshu accepted it calmly. He suddenly realized that Zhao Min's expression was strange. So you are calling me a beast? Thank you for the compliment, Song Qingshu calmly accepted it. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhao Min's expression was strange, and he came to his senses. So you're using this method to call me an animal? Isn't that so? Zhao Min sneered. Although I looked down on you before, I admired your infatuation with Miss Zhou. Who would have thought that not long after, you would have another beautiful woman by your side? Thinking of the intimate look between the two in the inn, Zhao Min knew that the two had already had sex. It's not like Zhirua hasn't seen her before. She didn't say anything. Why are you so jealous? Song Qingshu laughed. Bah, shameless. Who would be jealous of you? Zhao Min sat there sulking with a straight face. Alright, back to business. Song Qingshu stretched and looked at the sky. It's getting late. As for the question of whether or not to save you, I have already thought it through. The answer is, no. Although it would not take much time to go to Kaifeng, it would still delay important business. Song Qingshu did not want all the meticulous planning to go to waste. As if to compliment Song Qingshu's words, a vague howl of a wolf came from the distant jungle. Zhao Min could not help but turn pale. She had a noble status and was also known as the #1 beauty in Mongolia. Since she was young, the number of men who tried to please her was so many that she was numb to it. Usually, she only felt annoyed. But when men really ignored her beauty and status and did not care about her that much, she felt a great sense of loss in her heart. However, Zhao Min was Zhao Min after all. She quickly recovered from the negative emotions and said, You used a good move to advance by retreating. Considering the potential value I can bring, I don't believe that you will really leave me to die. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. Princess is really smart. But I am not joking. I really don't plan to save you, unless, what conditions do you have? Just say it, Zhao Min said lightly. Unless Princess agrees to 3 conditions. Song Qingshu smiled. There was a mischievous look on his face. What 3 conditions? Zhao Min seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. I haven't thought about it yet. I will tell you when I think about it, Song Qingshu said. Song Qingshu, is it interesting to play with these old things? Zhao Min's expression showed that she had expected it. She could not help but show a hint of mockery on her face. I have always admired Princess's intelligence and wisdom. The things that Princess has played with in the past must have been very effective. As for whether it is vulgar or not, it is not within the scope of my consideration. Song Qingshu said frankly. Impossible, I will not agree to it. Zhao Min shook her head firmly. Princess, you have a distinguished background and an indescribably beautiful appearance. You are something that countless women yearn for even in their dreams. Princess, you are so young. Are you willing to die like this? Song Qingshu said patiently. I don't care about these things. What's there to be reluctant about? Zhao Min suddenly tilted her head and looked at Song Qingshu with a faint smile. You said so much. I'm afraid you're reluctant to part with them. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Princess, you're overestimating yourself. There are so many beauties in the world. Over the years, I've seen many women who are as beautiful as you. What does it matter if there's one less princess? As Song Qingshu spoke, the figures of the women appeared in his mind. Zhou Zhirua, Huang Rong, Icy Snow, Mu Wanqing, Wang Yuyan, Zhu Mingxi, Qin Yuan Yuan, Ah Ku, Dongfang Muxue, Ren Yingying, Su Quan, Yelu Nanxian. There were more than 10 of them. However, he knew very well that the attractiveness of a woman was not purely based on her appearance. It also depended on her status, personality, temperament, and so on. Once all these factors were combined, beauties of the same level in appearance would eventually be differentiated. But of course, Song Qingshu would not be so stupid as to say these things out loud. Zhao Min fell into his trap. No matter how smart she was still a woman. She was choked by Song Qingshu's words and felt extremely depressed. Song Qingshu did not continue to provoke her. Instead, he changed the topic and said with a smile, "Princess, if you don't care about these things, I wonder if you care about your father and brothers, as well as the glory and safety of the Ruyang mansion." Nowadays, the Mongol kings are fighting for the throne, and the conflict between them is getting more and more intense. The Ruyang mansion can remain neutral and only need to be loyal to the Khan. But once Temujin passes away, where will you go? Zhao Min's expression changed. She had been worrying about what Song Qingshu had said for a long time. The Ruyang mansion seemed to be glorious, but in reality, it was full of danger. Oh, I almost forgot that princess is an extraordinary woman who could abandon her family for love. Song Qingshu slapped his forehead as if he had suddenly realized something. Zhao Min saw this and felt that his expression was as detestable as it could get. Even if princess doesn't care about these things, you should care about that person, right? Although I don't know what happened between you, I can be sure that you don't want to die just like that. Enough. Say no more. Zhao Min's full chest heaved up and down. She bit her lip and said, "I can agree to some of your conditions, but 3 is definitely out of the question. At most, I can only agree to 1, and you can't force me to do that kind of thing." Zhao Min looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Her pale and weak face was flushed. "What kind of thing?" Song Qingshu asked, amused. "It's that kind of strange thing." Zhao Min stomped her little boots in anger and shame. "Don't worry, I don't have that kind of bad taste." Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. "In comparison, I'm more worried that you will go back on your word. Words don't mean anything. You have to leave behind something as a token." Seeing Song Qingshu's bright eyes looking at her up and down, Zhao Min hurriedly leaned to the side and said with some caution, "What do you want?" "Want?" Seeing that Zhao Min couldn't understand his cold joke, Song Qingshu didn't care. He reached out his hand and brushed Zhao Min's ear. When he took back his hand, there was an earring pendant lying quietly in his palm. "I'll take this as a token. If you keep your promise in the future, I will return this thing to you intact." In fact, Song Qingshu felt that this thing was not important enough. He originally wanted her underwear. However, he knew that this request was too shocking. Zhao Min would definitely fall out with him. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up this erotic idea. Zhao Min only felt that her ear was cold. She subconsciously reached out to touch it, but her earlobe had long been empty. Seeing that her beloved earring had fallen into Song Qingshu's hands, she had a complicated expression for a moment. She didn't know why, but she felt that her ear gradually became hot. "Humph, you said that I was a demon before. Then I'll show you what a demon I am. After my injury is healed, I'll immediately send someone to tear this stinking brat into pieces. Let's see if he still has a chance to make any requests." Zhao Min said hatefully in her heart. "Hey, how are you going to send me to Kaifeng?" Zhao Min suddenly discovered a key problem. Song Qingshu stretched out his hands and said with a smile, "Of course I'll fly with you in my arms." "No." Zhao Min raised her eyebrows and firmly refused. "It's separated by clothes." Song Qingshu said with a headache, "Besides, it's not like I'm going to touch you." Seeing that Zhao Min was still sitting there in silence, Song Qingshu teased, "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, this matter is known only to you and me. I won't tell Zhang Wuji." Zhao Min was so angry that she laughed. Speechlessly, she looked up at him and said, "Of course it's not because of this. Men and women are not allowed to touch?" Song Qingshu asked. Hmm. After a long time, Zhao Min let out an almost inaudible snort. "Didn't I just carry you out of the inn? Anyway, it's not allowed to touch. Why are you still so conflicted?" Song Qingshu didn't care about Zhao Min's protest. He put one hand behind her neck and the other under her legs and carried her horizontally. Surrounded by the masculine scent, Zhao Min only felt that all the hairs on her body stood up. She struggled with all her might, but it was to no avail. Instead, the contact and friction with Song Qingshu's body made her blush, and she quickly calmed down. Song Qingshu only felt that the beauty in his arms was soft as if there were no bones. He couldn't help but wonder, "Princess was born in the grasslands, and your body is graceful and graceful. I didn't expect your body to be as light as the women of Jiangnan. Have you hugged many women of Jiangnan?" As soon as he said this, Zhao Min secretly regretted it. This kind of conversation was too much like that between lovers. No matter how thick-skinned Song Qingshu was, he couldn't brag about his relationship with other women in front of a woman. He could only smile awkwardly. The two fell into silence. Zhao Min inadvertently saw that Song Qingshu's toes touched the ground, and the two of them moved dozens of feet. She couldn't help but turn pale and said, "You're Qinggong, why, it's not bad, right?" Song Qingshu looked down at her and smiled, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. Zhao Min evaded his gaze with a rather complicated expression. She muttered, "It's more than not bad, I have seen a lot of martial art masters. In terms of Qinggong, the most brilliant are the green wing bat King Wei Yixiao and Zhang Wuji. Although Wei Yixiao's speed is fast enough, his lack of internal energy has doomed him to be unable to last long. Zhang's Qinggong is also very good, but his advantage lies in the endless internal energy provided by the Jiuyang Shengong. Not only is you fast, but your breathing is long and your internal energy is strong. Zhang's Qinggong is also very good. But he." After Zhao Min finished speaking, she sighed with emotion in her heart. As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Song Qingshu had perfectly illustrated this saying. To be able to beat Zhang Wuji once in the princess's mouth, my hard work in the past has not been in vain. Song Qingshu had a proud expression. He thought that in the past, he was an existence that could talk and laugh with Dongfang Bubi, a master of Qinggong. How hard could it be to shock a little girl? Zhao Min's expression darkened. She was not in the mood to reply. Coupled with her weak body after being seriously injured, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Night gradually fell. Feeling the sleeping Zhao Min's body tremble in his arms, Song Qingshu quickly realized that he ran too fast and was hit by the cold wind. He quickly transferred a stream of internal energy into Zhao Min's body. In a daze, she felt a warm current enter her body. Zhao Min felt so comfortable that she let out a sweet moan. When Zhao Min woke up and realized that she was sleeping next to a fire, her first reaction was to lower her head and check her clothes. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she confirmed that they were intact. Looking at Song Qingshu's coat on the ground, Zhao Min was stunned. She did not expect him to be so considerate. "You don't have to be touched. If you were to die from the cold, no one would be able to fulfill the conditions you promised me. Wouldn't I have suffered a great loss?" Sitting nearby, Song Qingshu had his eyes closed, but he could sense everything. "You think too highly of yourself." Zhao Min snorted, but she didn't say anything else. She used her hands to support herself and struggled to sit up, but she accidentally affected the injury on her back. She frowned and couldn't help but let out a groan. "How are you?" Song Qingshu opened his eyes and was about to get up to take a look. But he immediately realized that she might not appreciate his kindness, so he did not get up. "Where are we now?" Zhao Min looked around. The two of them were in a forest. It was pitch black everywhere. Thinking that they were alone, she subconsciously felt a little scared. "We are only 20 to 30 li away from Feng City. I saw that it was late and the city gates were probably closed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we did not continue on our way," Song Qingshu said. Zhao Min clutched her chest and looked at him in confusion. "A mere city wall can stop you?" Of course I have no problem, but I'm afraid that your injuries will not be able to withstand the ups and downs, Song Qingshu explained after a moment of hesitation. Zhao Min's lips parted slightly, but she did not say anything in the end. However, she still felt a warmth in her heart. We'll enter the city at dawn tomorrow, but your appearance is a problem. Even a fool can tell that you're a woman disguised as a man, and you're so handsome. I'm worried that the soldiers guarding the gate will have evil thoughts about you, Song Qingshu said with a hint of schadenfreude. If anyone dares to be rude to me, you will help me kill him. Zhao Min's pretty face turned cold. She did not care about the lives of these ordinary people at all. Song Qingshu shook his head. I will not kill unless it is necessary. Then what did Wudong Zemochisha say? Zhao Min said sarcastically. She hated Song Qingshu so much because Song Qingshu had killed Mo Xinggu, causing her and Zhang Wuji to be misunderstood by Song Yuanqiao and the others. Song Qingshu was silent for a while before he said, It's precisely because I committed a grave mistake in the past that I reflected on the painful experience and swore not to casually kill people. Can't you see that the sword I use is a wooden sword? Hearing his words, Zhao Min's bad impression of him disappeared by a large margin. Instead, a trace of admiration rose in her heart. It's the greatest virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. I'm very curious now. What kind of encounter could make you undergo nirvana rebirth and be reborn, as if you've become a completely different person? When all the meridians in your body are broken, all the loved ones in the world have left you, and there is no hope for the future, it is difficult for you to not change. Thinking of the despair on Mount Xiaosher when he had just transmigrated to this world, Song Qingshu's voice was incomparably cold. Although Song Qingshu did not go into details, Zhao Min could still imagine the hardships he had encountered in Jianghu. She could not help but sigh. It is a pity that Brother Wuji could not save you. Otherwise, you would not have to suffer so much later. Zhang Wuji? Song Qingshu sneered. I know you have always hated him because of what happened to Zhou Zhirua. But at that time, he did not care about the grudge between the two of you and still wanted to save you. It is fine that you are not grateful to him, but why are you still angry at him? Feeling Song Qingshu's strong hostility, although Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji had temporarily fallen out, she was still somewhat unhappy. He saved you? Song Qingshu snorted, but he did not want to speak ill of Zhang Wuji in front of Zhao Min, so he did not tell her the truth. I really do not want to say more about the rights and wrongs. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. Zhao Min still wanted to say something, but she suddenly remembered something and suddenly became silent. She was originally an extremely intelligent person, and it did not take long for her to feel upset. When she touched upon some key issues, she subconsciously shifted her attention and did not want to think about it further. Thinking of the wooden sword Song Qingshu mentioned just now, she recalled the magnificence of Song Qingshu's sword in the inn. She could not help but look at him curiously. Can your wooden sword really hurt people? Whether or not it can hurt the enemy depends on the person holding the sword, not the sword itself. Song Qingshu said lightly. Can I see your wooden sword? Zhao Min could not hide the curiosity in her heart and asked softly. Then can I see your dudu? Song Qingshu asked back. You. Zhao Min's face suddenly turned red, and her almond-shaped eyes widened. She glared at Song Qingshu. What do you mean? Nothing. It's just that in Jianghu, the unique weapon is related to one's life. How can it be easily shown to others? It is just like the dudu of you girls, which is usually not shown to others. Song Qingshu explained. You are twisting words and forcing logic. Zhao Min snorted in annoyance. I'm afraid you hired a blacksmith to forge a sword, and then painted a layer of wooden paint on the door. Then, you announced to the public that you were using a wooden sword. How shameless of you. Even though Zhao Min's cheeks were pale due to her serious injury, she still had a lively expression on her face. Under the illumination of the firelight, she appeared incomparably tender and beautiful. Song Qingshu sighed and said, Junju only wanted to see my sword, why did you deliberately provoke me? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A wooden sword flew out of his sleeve and accurately stuck in the ground in front of Zhao Min. Zhao Min secretly praised his exquisite control of strength. She hastily stretched out her hand and cautiously touched the edge of the wooden sword. Under the reflection of the firelight, her slender fingers looked as if they were snow white and translucent, as if they were transparent. Seeing Zhao Min's delicate and naive look as if she was facing a formidable enemy, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry. I said it is a wooden sword. Even if you take it and cut your neck, it won't cut a layer of skin." Zhao Min's face turned red. She grabbed the wooden sword and said, "I am not that stupid." Her fingertips gently touched the sword, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. "It really is a wooden sword." Song Qingshu spread his hands. "Now you believe me. Give it back to me." "No." Zhao Min subconsciously put the wooden sword behind her back and wrinkled her nose. "Tell me first, how can an ordinary wooden sword hurt people?" Zhao Min could not hide the longing in her voice. She had grown up among experts, so she had seen all kinds of martial arts. But Song Qingshu's wooden sword was like a breath of fresh air to her. "When you plan to massacre the Wutang Mountain, it's not like you haven't seen. Zhang Wuji use a wooden sword." Song Qingshu was speechless. "He is just taking advantage of the deep internal energy of the Nine-Yang divine skill. In my opinion, Zhang Somfeng's Taiji sword is only SOSO." Zhao Min had just finished cursing when she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was also a member of the Wutang sect. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue guiltily. "It doesn't matter. I have been expelled from Wutang anyway." Seeing her suddenly revealing a delicate expression, Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. "Why don't you tell me why you think the Taiji sword is only SOSO?" Zhao Min was about to speak when she suddenly noticed that Song Qingshu's expression changed. He was staring at the road not far away. He said in a deep voice, "There are people coming in this direction, and there are a lot of them." Zhao Min's face was filled with joy. She thought that her subordinates had chased them all the way here, but she quickly realized that after witnessing Song Qingshu's unpredictable Qinggong, Jinlu and Fuwang and the others would not be able to catch up so quickly. Even though she knew that it was not possible, she still held on to that hope. Zhao Min became anxious and looked nervously at the direction they came from. Not long after, Zhao Min's face showed a hint of disappointment. A luxurious carriage appeared in front of her, with more than 10 knights guarding it. Their eyes were bright and their faces were ferocious. One look and one could tell that they were masters. "Stop. Who's there?" The person at the front pulled the reins and stopped, looking at the two of them warily. Zhao Min's expression suddenly changed. She realized that these people were all dressed in the Jin Kingdom's attire. The hatred between the Jin Kingdom and the Mongols was as deep as the ocean. If they found out who she was, the consequences would be terrible. If that was the case, she might as well continue to be in Song Qingshu's hands. With this thought in mind, Zhao Min found that Song Qingshu, whom she had always hated, was much more pleasing to the eye. "What happened?" Before Song Qingshu could answer, a lazy and sweet female voice came from the carriage. It had a faint charm that could move one's soul. It turned out that the noble in the carriage was curious as to why they had stopped and asked. Song Qingshu was startled. There was actually such a seductive voice in this world. Without seeing the person, just hearing the voice, he could tell that the woman in the carriage was a stunning beauty. The moment this woman opens her mouth, she's definitely not a decent woman. Zhao Min had already quietly moved to Song Qingshu's side, as if this was the only way to give her a sense of security. She just happened to notice Song Qingshu's expression and couldn't help but blush. Men really are bad. It seems that beautiful women are naturally hostile to other beautiful women, Song Qingshu laughed. Hearing him praise her beauty, Zhao Min's heart was very happy, and she couldn't help but snort coldly. "You haven't seen her face, how do you know she is beautiful?" However, even she knew how uncertain her tone was. How could a woman with such a voice not be beautiful? "Master, there are 2 young men in the middle of the road." The leading knight rode to the side of the carriage and said respectfully. Replying to Madame's question, "I originally brought my younger brother into Kaifeng City to find a doctor, but who knew that it was already late and the city gates were closed. I had no choice but to rest here for the night. I didn't mean to block your way, I hope Madame can forgive me." Song Qingshu could tell that the person in the carriage should be a very powerful figure of the Jin Kingdom. Now that it was more important to cure Zhao Min as soon as possible, he did not want to cause trouble, so he spoke in a very polite tone. "You haven't even seen my face. How do you know that I'm a madam and not a young miss? A chuckle came from the carriage. Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment, thinking that he could not tell her what he really thought. If there was a girl in the boudoir who was as flirtatious as her parents would be very angry. Madam, when you speak, you have a graceful and luxurious aura. That kind of calmness is not something that an ordinary young miss can have, so my brother dared to make a bold guess. Seeing that Song Qingshu was hesitating, Zhao Min quickly said. She had not recovered from her serious injury, so her tone was very weak, but her voice was clear and sweet, making people feel very comfortable. Oh? A white and delicate hand lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, and the person in the carriage seemed to be quietly looking at the two people. Sir, your younger brother is very seriously injured. If you wait until the city gates open tomorrow to find a doctor, it may delay the treatment. Come to the carriage, I will take you into the city. Song Qingshu was stunned. In this world, there was no reason for a woman to take the initiative to invite two strange men to ride in the same carriage. Seeing that the guards around him were not surprised, he felt even more strange and said embarrassedly, I'm afraid it's not very convenient. A trace of slyness flashed in Zhao Min's eyes. She pulled Song Qingshu's arm and walked to the carriage. Brother, it's rare for this madam to be so kind. You don't have to refuse so much. Zhao Min's coquettish brother almost made Song Qingshu's body melt. Moreover, he was skilled and bold, so he was quite curious about the appearance of the woman in the carriage. He smiled bitterly and cupped his hands to the carriage, saying, Thank you, madam. Then I will have to trouble you. Wait. When the two walked to the carriage, the leader stopped them and said, For the master's safety, please let us search you. Zhao Min secretly complained. She wanted to take the opportunity to find out who was in the carriage, but she did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn, putting herself in an awkward situation. As soon as he saw Zhao Min's expression, Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking. He took pleasure in her misfortune and said, All right, let's start with me. After saying that, he raised his hands, looking as if he didn't care at all. Zhao Min stared at him fiercely, thinking that if someone really came to search her, she would drag the culprit down with her even if she had to risk her life. Seeing that Song Qingshu was so cooperative, the knight was also very surprised. He hurriedly signaled his subordinate, and the other soldier nodded and jumped off his horse. He walked up to Song Qingshu and carefully searched his body. Commander, we found a wooden sword. The soldier held the wooden sword in front of the knight. Looking at the thin wooden sword in front of him, the knight laughed and looked at Song Qingshu with disdain. You call this a sword? Country bumpkin, I polished it to play with children when I was bored. Song Qingshu was not angry and said calmly. The knight frowned and raised his hand to throw the wooden sword back. He signaled his subordinate and said, Go search his brother. Song Qingshu had just put the wooden sword back into his sleeve when he saw Zhao Min's excited expression. He hastily embraced her shoulder and giggled as he looked at the knight. Darren, he said, my younger brother is seriously injured, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand officer's strength. How about this, I will search him for you. Your eyes are like torches and will definitely be able to see the smallest detail. After saying that, he did not wait for the others to refuse and quickly patted Zhao Min's body with his hands. Feeling Song Qingshu's palms roaming all over her body and brushing past some sensitive spots from time to time, Zhao Min's face flushed red. Fortunately, Song Qingshu did not deliberately linger on certain parts of her body. Zhao Min forced a smile and suppressed her urge to kill. See, there is nothing, right? Song Qingshu imitated the soldier's method and patted Zhao Min's body all over. When there were no traces of hard objects, the knight nodded and waved his hand to allow them to enter the carriage. Song Qingshu carefully helped Zhao Min into the carriage. When he lifted the curtain, Zhao Min's small hands unconsciously wrapped around his waist and pinched a piece of thin flesh. She gritted her teeth and whispered, You are really a bastard. Song Qingshu's face was as usual and whispered in her ear, Thank you for the compliment. After entering the carriage, they smelled a sweet fragrance. It was not good for the two to secretly play around. They were both serious and were about to greet the owner of this place. When they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but be stunned on the spot. The carriage was luxuriously decorated and the interior was extremely spacious. The four walls were covered with soft cushions. A beautiful woman dressed in a palace dress was lying on her side. Her body was covered with a layer of translucent gauze, which could not hide her plump and graceful curves. Her pink face was full of lust. She looked at the two with a faint smile and said in a lazy voice, "What a pair of handsome brothers." Zhao Min only felt that the other party's peach blossom eyes could steal her soul. She frowned slightly and subconsciously disliked this woman. However, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up and he praised, "A peach blossom face cannot hide tears, and long willow leaf eyebrows make one feel sad. I did not expect there to be such a graceful person like Madame among the Jin people." The beautiful woman in the palace dress slightly pursed her lips and her eyes were full of smiles. "You have a sweet mouth. From what you said, you are not from the Jin people?" Zhao Min's heart almost jumped to her throat. She was afraid that Song Qingshu would be charmed by this vixen and carelessly reveal his identity as a Mongolian. She quickly secretly pinched his thigh. However, the genuine qi in Song Qingshu's body automatically rebounded, and it made her fingers faintly hurt. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Several countries have been at war for years, and the various places have changed hands. I also do not know which country I belong to." The beautiful woman in the palace dress obviously only asked casually and did not dare to be interested in this. She softly said, "Won't the two of you first introduce yourselves?" Song Qingshu bowed and said, "We have been rude. Our surnames are Song. I am Sunset, and he is Autumn Grass. We are from the Song Prefecture. Autumn grass grows on the road every year, and the sun sets in the house. Your names are quite unique." The beautiful woman in the palace dress slightly frowned. "Unfortunately, your surnames are not good." The Jin and Song kingdoms were enemies. When she heard the word Song, she naturally subconsciously felt displeased. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that a Jinren like her would be so familiar with Han poetry. These two pseudonyms were just something he casually came up with the intention of teasing Zhao Min. He didn't expect that she would be able to see through him. "To be honest, madam, I also hate the surname Song." Seeing that Song Qingshu had been defeated, Zhao Min secretly laughed. "I wonder if madam can tell me your name?" She was more curious about this woman's identity. She hoped to take this opportunity to understand more about the Jin kingdom and plan for the future. "Young master, it's rare for you Han people to be so daring. Aren't you Han girls supposed to only tell your future husbands about your beautiful names?" The beautiful woman in the palace dress saw that Zhao Min was handsome and charming and already had a good impression of him. Although she said this, her tone did not have a reproachful tone. Instead, there was a hint of provocation. Seeing that the beautiful woman in the palace dress seemed to have taken a liking to Zhao Min, Song Qingshu was stunned. "No way. She can't even tell when she is disguised as a man?" Naturally, Song Qingshu did not know that the beautiful woman in the palace dress was a noble person of the Jin kingdom. Normally, he would not see the tricks of Jianghu. In addition, Song Qingshu had previously taken off one of Zhao Min's earrings, so Zhao Min simply took off the other one. In this way, other than being too handsome and snow-white, there were no obvious flaws on her body. It was not surprising that the beautiful woman could not see through her disguise. "This coquettish fox." Zhao Min cursed in her heart, but she forced a smile on her face. "Xianxia has never seen a woman as beautiful as madam, that's why I momentarily forgot myself and blurted out the desire in my heart. I hope madam can forgive me. My name is not as beautiful as yours. Don't mention it. You can call me Madam Tang." Hearing Zhao Min's praise, the beautiful woman in the palace dress looked happy. She patted the cushion beside her and asked Zhao Min to sit beside her. "You are such a romantic and handsome person. Who could be so cruel to hurt you? When it comes to being romantic and handsome, how can I compare with you?" Zhao Min hesitated for a moment and finally sat down next to her. But as soon as she sat down, she moved her buttocks to the side without a trace. She was wondering if there was a high-ranking official with the surname Tang in the Jin kingdom. The Jin kingdom was originally a country established by nomads, and there were few Han Chinese in the noble class. Zhao Min thought about it and couldn't think of any person with the surname Tang. Ahem, it was too exhausting. Zhao Min accidentally affected her injury and couldn't help coughing a few times. "Gongzi is injured. Lie down quickly," Mrs. Tang said with concern. "Lie down?" Zhao Min looked around. There was no place to lie down. Seeing that Mrs. Tang meant for her to lie on her thighs, she couldn't help but feel a chill. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Madam, now that the gate is closed, will it be inconvenient to take us into the city?" "What's inconvenient about it?" Mrs. Tang smiled. "Not to mention 2 people, even if there are 200 people, it won't be difficult." Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. Now that the heroes were rising, all the cities were extremely heavily guarded for fear of spies sneaking into the city. But this woman could easily take hundreds of people into the city. It was too exaggerated. If the enemy controlled this woman, wouldn't Kaifeng City be easy to get? It was just that he didn't know who she was and why she had such great power. While Song Qingshu and Zhao Min were pondering, a string of silver bell-like laughter rang in their ears. Mrs. Tang looked at Zhao Min and said, "I helped you so much this time. How are you going to thank me?" Zhao Min and Song Qingshu looked at each other. What did she mean? Before the 2 of them could respond, Mrs. Tang had already slowly sat up and lazily stretched out her arms. At that moment, her towering breasts and slender waist were unreservedly displayed in front of the 2 of them. After a long journey, I feel sore all over. It would be good if someone could massage me. It's a pity that I didn't bring a considerate maid with me this time, and those people outside are rough." Although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning behind his words couldn't be any clearer. Zhao Min and Song Qingshu looked at each other. As if they were telepathically connected, one's eyes flashed with the word slut while the other's eyes flashed with the word slut. When Mrs. Tang invited the 2 men to ride in the carriage, Song Qingshu thought it was a little strange, but he just thought that the people of the grassland were open-minded and didn't have many plans. He didn't expect this result. "Big brother, I'm heavily injured and weak. I'll have to trouble you to massage madam." Zhao Min looked at Song Qingshu with a pair of innocent big eyes. She earnestly looked at Song Qingshu. She thought that although this was a little too easy for the other party, she would never do it if he asked her to massage this madam's back. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said to Mrs. Tang, "If you don't mind my clumsiness, please allow me to massage you." "How can I do that? You are my guests." Although Mrs. Tang said this, she had no intention of refusing. She even deliberately turned her body to make it easier for Song Qingshu to walk behind her. Although Song Qingshu didn't refuse this kind of erotic task, it was another thing to be forced by another woman. When he sat down behind Mrs. Tang, he couldn't help but glare at Zhao Min. Zhao Min wrinkled her nose, her face glowing. When Song Qingshu's hands kneaded Mrs. Tang's shoulders, Mrs. Tang let out an extremely comfortable nasal sound. Feeling the other's soft and boneless body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Those who practiced martial arts were familiar with every acupuncture point in the human body. Coupled with the zhenqi that was attached to Song Qingshu's fingertips, Mrs. Tang closed her eyes shortly after it started. Her expression was happy and sweet, and her throat would let out a burst of sweet gasps from time to time. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was not the same as before, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to control himself. On the other hand, Zhao Min lowered her head with a flushed face and tightly clamped her legs together. Sometimes she moved a few times unnaturally. Her expression alternated between confusion and pain. "Prince Song, am I beautiful?" Mrs. Tang suddenly opened a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist. She quietly looked at Zhao Min. "Beautiful," Zhao Min murmured sleepily in response. At the same time, Song Qingshu found a pair of white and smooth hands gently placed on his own, slowly moving him into her clothes. "Is there such a good thing?" Song Qingshu's eyes widened as he noticed Zhao Min's abnormality. He couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he saw the incense burner in the corner and remembered that when he first entered the carriage, he smelled a sweet fragrance. Could it be that there was something wrong with the incense? As for why it didn't work on him, it was probably because he practiced the mandala. The fragrance emitted when he operated the mandala genuine qi was the most fatal temptation in the world. How could ordinary medicine in the world affect him? Just as he was hesitating whether to take his hand back, his expression suddenly changed. He pressed Mrs. Tang to the ground and used the green dragon's absorption of water to suck Zhao Min into his arms. Zhao Min suddenly woke up. Just as she was about to get angry, a sharp sound came through the air. As a Mongolian princess, Zhao Min naturally knew that this was the sound of the most powerful armor-piercing arrow in the army. It destroyed everything in its path. Before she had time to shout "Be careful," dozens of sharp arrows had been shot in from outside the curtain. Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. He had already grasped the wooden sword in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the wooden sword began to spin rapidly. Like a fan, it blocked all the arrows that shot at him. At the same time, there were bursts of screams outside the carriage. Obviously, Mrs. Tang's guards had suffered heavy losses. "Who are you? How dare you attack the convoy of the Chongyi military governor's wife?" Soon came the angry and shocked voice of the leader of the knights. "I want to kill this bitch." The response was a sneer. Hearing the conversation outside, the two finally understood the identity of Mrs. Tang. However, Zhao Min was very puzzled. Although the Chongyi military governor was a powerful military town in the Jin kingdom, it seemed that it was not worthy of the kind of power that Mrs. Tang had shown just now. "Master, how are you?" The leader of the knights gathered the remaining guards around the carriage. Because they had to guard against the surrounding enemies, they did not dare to look back at the situation in the carriage. However, he had seen with his own eyes that more than a dozen armor-piercing arrows had been shot into the carriage. Now the 3 people inside had probably been shot into hedgehogs. "I'm fine." Mrs. Tang's weak voice came out. Obviously, she still had a lingering fear. Song Qingshu knew that staying in the carriage was just waiting for death. It was better to go out. With more space, it would be more convenient for him to fight or escape. So he helped the 2 women out. When looking at the dense circle of black-clothed people outside, Song Qingshu secretly complained. He wanted to hitch a ride, but he did not expect that the fire at the city gate would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. "If I say that we just met this lady by chance and don't know her, will you let us go?" As soon as Song Qingshu said this, even Zhao Min blushed. She had just received the hospitality of others, but now they were in danger. It was too unkind. Sure enough, the leader of the knights showed a contemptuous expression. "Bah, the gigolo is really shameless." Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Mrs. Tang felt weak all over and almost fainted. However, she had just witnessed Song Qingshu's magical martial arts. She knew that whether she could escape today or not, she could only rely on the man in front of her. "Prince Song, as long as you can save me, within the territory of the Jin kingdom, I can meet any conditions you ask for." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, almost inaudible. Seeing Mrs. Tang's bashful look, Song Qingshu secretly cursed her. "Just now, you clearly looked like you could do whatever you wanted, but now I have to risk my life to save you so I can get intimate with you. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhao Min's focus was completely different from Song Qingshu's. Song Qingshu thought that Mrs. Tang was using her body as a condition, but Zhao Min noticed that Mrs. Tang said within the territory of the Jin kingdom, any conditions. She couldn't help but be surprised. She was only the wife of a military governor, how could she be so arrogant? "Prince Song?" Suddenly there was a slight sound of surprise from the crowd in black. A slim woman in green with a veil and a bamboo hat on her head came out of the crowd and said in a clear and angry voice, "I hate people with the surname Song the most. Kill him." Zhao Min glared at Song Qingshu and thought, what a loser. Why do the 2 women I met tonight hate people with the surname Song? "It's you." When the woman in green saw Song Qingshu's appearance, she couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "You really have a lot of romantic debts." Zhao Min, who was at the side, was very happy when she saw this. She didn't care that she was also in danger and said gloatingly, "Has Song Mao ever offended you?" Song Qingshu was also baffled. The veil on this woman's bamboo hat covered her face, but looking at her lithe, delicate appearance, she must be an extremely beautiful woman. Could it be that I've been unlucky these days? Song Qingshu cursed. In the past 2 days, first it was Zhao Min, then it was Mrs. Tang, and now it was this woman. What the hell? Slow down, I can't digest it in such a short time. It's more than that. If I don't tear you into pieces today, it'll be hard to repay the crime of being frivolous and humiliated that day. Speaking of frivolous and humiliated, the woman in green couldn't help but blush when she thought of the scene that day. She was angry and ashamed. But this anger only lasted for a moment. She slightly focused, and her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She waved her hand, and a group of black-robed people rushed out from behind her, holding a black bamboo tube aimed at the people in the carriage. Is it a gun? Looking at the row of bamboo tubes in front of him, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little out of character. This bamboo tube is filled with poisonous water that will corrode anything it touches. Just a drop of it will make your body rot to the bones. No matter how high your martial arts are, you won't be able to escape today. The woman in green coldly snorted, "If you are willing to cut off your arms and dig out your eyes, I may consider letting you go." Although Zhao Min was also a cruel and merciless person, when she heard the woman's words, her whole body was cold. She quietly said to Song Qingshu, "What did you do to her to make her hate you so much?" "How would I know?" Song Qingshu bitterly smiled, cupped his fists, and said to the woman in green, "Miss, I don't even know who you are. You have to let me die knowing." Thinking of the embarrassing scene that day, the green-clothed woman thought, how could she say this in public? Just as she was hesitating whether or not to have her subordinates shoot the poison, a laughing voice came from behind her. "What kind of man can make little sister so angry? Big sister wants to see." A tall and beautiful woman walked out from the crowd. However, what left the deepest impression was not her appearance, but the pear blossom spear on her back that was even longer than her body. She exuded a heroic spirit from head to toe. The beautiful woman looked up and down at Song Qingshu, and her eyes brightened. What an imposing man! She knew that with the green-clothed woman's status in Jianghu, an ordinary man who offended her would not be able to live until now. This man was so handsome, and the green-clothed woman's face was flushed. She thought that perhaps they were a couple quarreling, so she didn't kill him. However, the green-clothed woman was famous for being thin-skinned. She had already said that she wanted to kill a man, so there was no reason for her to take it back. If she really let her subordinates shoot the poison, even if this man didn't die, he would be crippled. It would be better to capture the man alive and hand him over to her, secretly doing her a favor. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The beautiful woman understood everything and smiled to the green-clothed woman. "He offended our young Miss Ren, so it would be too easy to kill him. Let big sister capture him, and little sister, you can torture him." Her words were beautiful, not only giving the green-clothed woman face, but also giving her a way out, so she didn't have to worry about the green-clothed woman's objection. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Song Qingshu finally came to his senses. He looked at the green-clothed woman and involuntarily said, "So it was you." Thinking of the time when he sneaked up to Blackwood Cliff and hid in the bathtub with her, his heart couldn't help but sway. Noticing that Song Qingshu's gaze was intentionally or unintentionally glancing at her legs, Ren Yingying felt a burning sensation rising from the places where his gaze had swept past. Thinking back to the time when he had held and caressed her legs wantonly in his hands, Ren Yingying felt both embarrassed and angry. Coincidentally, she heard her companion's suggestion and thought that it was indeed too easy to kill him just like that. However, she knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were extraordinary, so she said worriedly, "But his martial arts are very high." She didn't finish her words because of her companion's face, but her meaning was clear. However, the beautiful woman raised her chin with a proud expression. "Don't worry, have you forgotten your big sister's nickname?" Not too long ago, Ren Yingying had seen the other party in action. That mysterious spear art was not any weaker than Brother Cheng's 9 strategies beyond the swords. Ren Yingying immediately smiled and said, "Sister, with your pear blossom spear, you are invincible." "I am indeed overthinking." Hearing Ren Yingying's words, the captain of Mrs. Tang's guards laughed out loud. "How dare a delicate woman like you claim to be invincible?" In this father's opinion, no matter what kind of pear blossom spear or osmanthus blossom spear, they are no match for the long spear under my crotch in bed. Originally, with his status, he wouldn't have dared to be so vulgar in front of Madame Tang. But looking at the densely packed black-clothed people around him, he knew that it would be difficult for him to escape death today. In his despair, he didn't care so much. Since he was the leader of Madame Tang's guard, he was not weak. Seeing her attack from so far away, he couldn't help but despise her. However, in the blink of an eye, the woman's spear was already a few feet away from him. Madame Tang's guard captain, the knight, was definitely not weak. Seeing her attack from so far away, he couldn't help but despise her. However, in the blink of an eye, the woman's spear was already a few feet away from him. Shocked, he slashed at the spearhead with his saber. Although the knight's saber was not a peerless saber, it was more than enough to cut a hair. The beautiful woman's spear was made of wood. If he slashed at the spearhead would definitely be broken and the crisis would be resolved. The beautiful woman sneered, and the spearhead suddenly became like a snake, twisting in the air. The knight's saber slashed at the empty air. Before he could change his move, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. He quickly dropped his weapon and covered his throat with both hands. He looked at the beautiful woman who had already returned to her original position in horror. You. The beautiful woman was angry at his vulgar words, so she deliberately pierced his trachea and avoided the main artery, so that he could only die slowly in pain. Song Qingshu was just hesitating whether to save him or not. He didn't expect that everything would be settled in an instant. He stared blankly at the spear behind the beautiful woman and blurted out, "You are the fourth lady of Shandong, Yang Miaozhen?" The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. People in Jianghu often called her the fourth lady. Over time, no one knew her real name except for the few closest people. She couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu strangely. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Seeing that Yang Miaozhen didn't refute, Zhao Men also looked at Song Qingshu strangely. With the Mongolian intelligence, he only knew that she was called the fourth lady. She couldn't help but say with a faint smile, "Is there any girl in the world that you don't know her name?" Song Qingshu couldn't explain that he saw her real name in the history books in the future. At that time, when he saw her life story, he subconsciously admired her, so he had a very deep impression. He hesitated for a moment and wanted to give a fake name, but with Ren Yingying present, he had no choice but to say, "I am Song Qingshu, greeting the fourth lady." Thinking of the fact that she could leave the evaluation of Pear Blossom Spear, invincible in the world in the official history books, Song Qingshu thought that this woman might not be inferior to the five masters. Moreover, with that amazing spear of hers just now, if he was careless, he might also suffer a disaster. He quickly raised his guard to 120%. Hearing Song Qingshu introduce himself, Yang Miaozhen was even more surprised. "Are you the former #1 master of the Manchurian Qing, the Song Qingshu who later abandoned his glory and wealth to assassinate Kangxi?" Although Song Qingshu was notorious in the past, it was said that he failed to assassinate Kangxi and was instead burned to ashes. Such a miserable ending made the heroes of the world sigh endlessly. In addition, Sang Feihong was grateful for Song Qingshu's kindness in the past. Although she couldn't avenge him, she could use the power of the Five Lakes sect to the best of her ability. She made the sisters in the sect write his story into an opera and sing it on the streets. Of course, there were many kinds of beautification in the opera. Song Qingshu was described as a hero who endured humiliation and did not hesitate to sacrifice his own honor in order to gain Kangxi's trust. In the end, he failed to kill Kangxi with a single blow. 1 to 10, 10 to 100, this made Song Qingshu's image shine brighter and more majestic. "Fourth lady, ask Miss Ren next to you. You'll know once you ask." Of course, Song Qingshu didn't know all this. Seeing Yang Miaozhen's strange expression, he only thought that she was curious about why he didn't die. Seeing Ren Yingying nod hesitantly, Yang Miaozhen hurriedly put away her spear and said enthusiastically, "So it's Hero Song. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. It's just that Kangxi announced to the world that young master has." At this moment, Zhao Min was also staring at Song Qingshu without blinking. In her opinion, there were many suspicious points about the assassination, but she didn't have the time to ask him. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly and said, "It's a long story." He looked like he didn't want to talk about it in detail. It must have been the Tatar emperor who was angry and cursed young master. Yang Miaozhen nodded in understanding. Very quickly, she frowned and pointed at Madame Tang and the others. "Oh yes, why is Prince Song with these golden men?" Madame Tang was afraid when she was pointed at. She nervously tugged at Song Qingshu's clothes. Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Min aside and explained, "This companion of mine is seriously injured. I took her to Kaifeng City to find a famous doctor, Ping Yizhi, to treat her injury." Who would have thought that Kaifeng City's gate was closed? Madame Tang happened to pass by and heard of our difficulties, so she offered to take us into the city. It was obviously this vixen who wanted to hook up with a man. Zhao Min cursed in her heart. Hearing Song Qingshu say this, she was so angry that she fiercely grabbed him. However, the situation was tense and she didn't dare to undermine him at this time. Yang Miaozhen's eyesight was very powerful. Although Zhao Min's movements were deliberately concealed, it didn't escape her eyes. Unlike Madame Tang, with her rich experience in Jianghu, she could tell at a glance that Zhao Min was a woman disguised as a man. Although she was seriously injured and pale, her features were picturesque. She also had a graceful and luxurious air about her. In terms of beauty, it was truly rare. With such a great beauty by her lover's side, Yang Miaozhen really thought that it was no wonder that Miss Ren was so angry. I see. Then please, Prince Song and your companion go to the side and have a rest. Yang Miaozhen turned to her subordinates and asked, although we are in Jianghu, we also recognize heroes and value heroes. Do you think we should embarrass Prince Song? Soon, the men in black responded, no. I like listening to Prince Song's stories the most. Prince Song, give me an autograph. My wife admires you the most. Song Qingshu was frightened by their enthusiasm, wondering when he had become so famous. Hearing their shouts, Ren Yingying was anxious and hesitated whether to order her subordinates to spray the poisonous water. However, she also knew that if she did so, she would definitely fall out with the fourth lady. Thinking of her father's great undertaking, Ren Yingying stamped her feet and finally put down her hands. Noticing Ren Yingying's expression, Yang Miaozhen felt strange. I saved your lover. Why don't you look happy at all? Yang Miaozhen couldn't be blamed for being ignorant. The world was so big. Except for people related to the Sun Moon sect and the Five Mountain Sword sect, it was normal that no one knew about the love between Ren Yingying and Ling Huchong of Mount Hua. Thank you very much, fourth lady. It's just that this Madame Tang helped me earlier, and I really can't abandon her when she's in danger. Madame Tang gratefully looked at his back, but Zhao Min's expression changed. Just as she was about to speak, Song Qingshu grabbed her belt and gently pushed it towards Yang Miaozhen. If I, Song, have the misfortune of dying, I hope fourth Nyangzi will send my companion to Kaifeng to seek treatment from Pingyi. Song Qingshu was worried about the poisonous water of the Sun Moon sect. He wasn't sure that he could protect Zhao Min, so he simply handed her over to Yang Miaozhen. Zhao Min was pushed by a gentle force and lightly landed at Yang Miaozhen's side. Just as she stood still, she couldn't help but curse, Song Qingshu, so many women who love you deeply are waiting for you. Be it in appearance or anything else, none of them are inferior to this vixen. Is it worth risking your life for her? As soon as she said this, she found that Yang Miaozhen and the others were staring at her strangely. Zhao Min then realized that her words were ambiguous, as if she was one of those women who loved him deeply. She couldn't help but blush, but she was too embarrassed to defend herself at this time. I thought you wanted me to die. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise and smiled faintly. Humph, of course I want you to die, but I want you to die in my hands instead of ending your life with such a ridiculous reason. Zhao Min was smart and knew that Song Qingshu had always been confident, but this time he sent her away in advance. He must not have the confidence to deal with these people. After getting along with Song Qingshu for a period of time, her impression of him had changed a lot. Although they didn't develop feelings for each other, she didn't want to see him fall into a dangerous situation for a Jin Kingdom woman that he had never met. At this time, Madame Tang also spoke. She slightly bowed to Song Qingshu and softly said, "This mistress is very grateful that young Master Song has such thoughts. But they outnumber you. Even if you stay, you will only die in vain. You should take your brother to get treatment as soon as possible." Zhao Min, who was standing to the side, curled her lips disdainfully, a vixen who advances by retreating. The reason why I want to save Mrs. Tang is not because of your beauty, but because of the Tao in my heart. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. How could he not see through Mrs. Tang's thoughts? However, although he was not a good person, he had his own persistence. No matter what her motive was, he owed Mrs. Tang a favor. If he just stood by and watched, it would really go against his conscience. And when martial arts reached a certain level, it was often more important to cultivate one's mind than martial arts. Receiving a drop of water from others, one must repay it with a spring. Prince Song really has the style of the Qin dynasty. Yang Miaozhen praised in her heart and showed a trace of admiration on her face. Then she straightened her face and said, if it was someone else, I would let them go for your sake. But I was entrusted by someone to kill this woman. I hope you can forgive me. Fourth lady, you don't have to take it to heart. Please. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand. Yang Miaozhen frowned. If they really fought, no matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, it would be difficult for him to escape death. She admired the man in front of her and didn't want him to die in the chaos, so she didn't feel awkward. Zhao Men was equally anxious. Although Song Qingshu had taken advantage of her from time to time, she knew that Song Qingshu would never really hurt her. On the other hand, the people around her were the evil sect's holy nun and the Revolutionary Army's leader. No matter how she looked at them, they did not seem to be easy to get along with. Moreover, her identity was sensitive and her future would be uncertain if she fell into their hands. Noticing Yang Miaozhen's hesitation, Zhao Men quickly guessed what she was thinking and quickly came up with an idea. I have a way that satisfies both sides, why don't you listen to it? Oh? Song Qingshu looked at her curiously, thinking that he had to be careful about her idea. Otherwise, he would be sold by her and still be counting the money for her. If Song Qingshu's current thoughts were known by Zhao Men, she would probably be so angry that she would immediately leave him alone. I don't care whether you die or not. Yang Miaozhen also looked at her in surprise and said with a smile, let's hear it. The injuries on her body were faintly painful. Zhao Men slightly frowned and said softly, everyone must have heard that this Song. Brother Song's martial arts are excellent and his name is well known throughout the world. When we fight with our lives, Song. Brother Song will naturally die, but I'm afraid that the fourth lady's subordinates will also suffer heavy casualties, and the fourth lady may also be seriously injured. The fourth lady and Brother Song are both generous and righteous people. It's really a pity that one will die and the other will be injured for a mere golden man. Although Zhao Men's voice was weak, there was a faint sense of persuasion in her tone. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, she pursed her lips and smiled, continuing, since the fourth lady is known as the Pear Blossom Spear, in my opinion, why don't the two of you have a fair competition? If Brother Song wins, the fourth lady will let us go. If Brother Song loses, Madame Tang will be handed over to you to deal with. You can kill or torture her as you wish. What do you think? Zhao Men's plan was very clear. She had seen Song Qingshu fight with her own eyes. He was able to kidnap her under the watchful eyes of so many top masters in the inn. She didn't believe that the fourth lady's martial arts were better than the Shaolin Temple's #1 in the last 200 years, Xianxia, or the Mongolian nation's master Jinluan Fuwang. Yang Miaozhen's eyes lit up. She asked her subordinates with a smile, what do you think? The Jianghu people had always respected the fourth lady's martial arts as if she was a goddess. In addition, the reputation of Song Qingshu was only limited to the Qing kingdom. No one thought that Yang Miaozhen would lose. They all applauded and cheered. Yang Miaozhen looked at Zhao Men with a faint smile and said softly, you have a thorough plan for your lover. No matter whether he wins or loses, he won't lose anything. Zhao Men blushed and was about to explain, but Yang Miaozhen had already turned around and shouted to Song Qingshu, Prince Song, I have no problem with it. Do you agree? Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Men in surprise. He also didn't expect that Zhao Men would try her best to help him. He nodded and said, of course, Song Mao can't wait to see the fourth lady's invincible pear blossom spear. What if it's a tie? Ren Yingying suddenly said. Seeing that Zhao Men was about to say something, Song Qingshu raised his hand to stop her. The fourth lady has the upper hand. She is willing to risk herself to give Song Mao a chance to fight alone. She is already at a great disadvantage. If it's a tie, Song Mao will lose. Prince Song is really a modest gentleman. Yang Miaozhen nodded approvingly. Please. Hearing Yang Miaozhen praise Song Qingshu, Ren Yingying was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She thought of the way Song Qingshu wantonly molested her in the bathtub on the Blackwood Cliff. How could he be a modest gentleman? But how could she explain the reason to others? She could only stand there alone and sulk. After seeing Yang Miaozhen's amazing spear, Song Qingshu naturally didn't dare to be careless. He held the wooden sword in his hand and stood there with a solemn expression. Seeing the weapon in Song Qingshu's hand, the crowd of black-clothed people couldn't help but burst into laughter. A sword made of wood? Song Yingxiong should change to a sword. Our fourth lady's spear art is very sharp. I'm afraid this thin piece of wood will break with one touch. It seems that the fourth lady will win this time. Zhao Min naturally knew that there was no difference between an iron sword and a wooden sword for Song Qingshu. Hearing the noise and the crowd of black-cloaked people, she rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. She said to Ren Yingying, "Brother Song's weapon is at a disadvantage. In order to prevent Miss Ren's companion from winning, I hope Miss Ren can lend the sword on your waist to Brother Song. After using it, I will return it with both hands." It turned out that although Zhao Min was confident in Song Qingshu's martial arts, she thought that Yang Miaozhen must be an expert among experts since she was known as the Pear Blossom Spear, invincible in the world. She seemed to be asking Ren Yingying, but in fact, she deliberately said it for Yang Miaozhen to hear. If Yang Miaozhen was really misled by her and underestimated Song Qingshu's wooden sword, she would inevitably suffer a great loss in the battle. Ren Yingying heard this and said angrily, "Why should I lend it to him?" She held a short sword in her hand, and the scabbard was inlaid with a few precious gems. This sword was called Lightning Shift, and it was a famous treasure of the Sun Moon sect. Although it was shorter than an ordinary long sword, it could cut through metal and iron effortlessly. If he accidentally dies under the fourth lady's spear, who will you take revenge on? Zhao Min said with a faint smile. Sister Yang can stab him to death with your spear. Ren Yingying said hatefully, but she hesitated in her heart. If Song Qingshu died like this, it would be too easy on him. However, if she lent her beloved sword to him for the battle, what would the others think? Ren Yingying's expression could be vaguely seen through the light gauze, and it was obvious that she was in a dilemma. Zhao Min smiled slyly and ignored her. She turned her attention to the battle in the field. Yang Miaozhen was quite knowledgeable, and she didn't look down on the wooden sword in Song Qingshu's hand like the others did. She saw that Song Qingshu was holding the wooden sword and standing in the same place, but he gave off a feeling of a mountain and deep abyss. She hurriedly pulled herself together. He is a guest from afar. Prince Song, please go first. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't have any flaws, Yang Miaozhen didn't want to make the first move. Ladies first, fourth lady, please go first. Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. If that's the case, I will accept your invitation. Prince Song, please be careful. Yang Miaozhen didn't decline anymore. Her pear blossom spear art wasn't only good at attacking flaws, but it was also good at creating flaws through a torrential rain of pear blossom attacks. As soon as she said the word yes. At this time, two women cried out at the same time. The cry belonged to Zhao Min. Yang Miaozhen had just used this move to take the life of Madame Tang's guard leader in the blink of an eye. The other cry belonged to Ren Yingying. She glared at Zhao Min and said, "Why did you pinch me?" It turned out that Zhao Min was nervous and subconsciously grabbed to the side. Ren Yingying was also focused on the battle in the field, so she was caught off guard by the seriously injured Zhao Min. Zhao Min's long nails pierced into her, and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Very few people in the field paid attention to this little episode. They all stared at how Song Qingshu would deal with it. Song Qingshu was famous, so Yang Miaozhen naturally wouldn't be as casual as when she dealt with the Golden Knight. Although it was the same move, there were hundreds of variations. Everyone saw the body of Yang Miaozhen's pear blossom spear suddenly tremble, and the spearhead instantly bloomed with a dazzling silver light. There was only one spearhead, but in that instant, it transformed into hundreds of spearheads. It was like pear blossom blooming all over the sky, covering Song Qingshu's whole body. Song Qingshu faced this dazzling spear and felt it more clearly. He clearly saw that there were a total of 108 spearheads, each aimed at 108 vital acupoints on his body. He knew that Yang Miaozhen had used her internal energy to bend the body of the spear and make the spearhead flicker, creating the illusion of 108 spear stabs in an instant. The key question now was which of these 108 spear stabs was the real one. After thinking so much, it was just a matter of a moment. Song Qingshu was about to attack, but his expression suddenly changed. This was because the force coming from the spearhead told him that every spear was real. Ah! Zhao Min's face was drained of blood. She could see that Song Qingshu had been blocked by Yang Miaozhen's spear because of his misjudgment. He could only take it head-on. If he couldn't block one of these 108 spear stabs, he would be seriously injured, or even killed on the spot. Ren Yingying also had a complicated look on her face. Seeing this frivolous pervert about to be stabbed to death, she thought she would be very happy, but the joy she imagined did not appear as expected. Instead, it was replaced by a burst of disappointment and frustration. She didn't understand why she had this kind of reaction. She could only blame it on the fact that she didn't want this hateful guy to die in the hands of other people. Song Qingshu also fell into a dilemma. He didn't expect Yang Miaozhen's pear blossom spear to be so unpredictable. It must be known that in Xingjing City's Bao Prince Mansion, he could calmly shoot down the rain of arrows one by one, but facing Yang Miaozhen's dazzling spear, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Although the rain of arrows was dense, the strength attached to each arrow could be predicted. Moreover, the strength attached to each arrow was almost the same. As long as he distributed the strength of each sword strike, he would naturally be able to easily shoot down the arrows that were shot at him. Although Yang Miaozhen's 108 spear strikes were dazzling, Song Qingshu could clearly see the trajectory of each spear strike, so it wasn't difficult to stop them. The real difficulty was that Yang Miaozhen's pear blossom spear was a living thing. The strength of each spear strike was fake and real. Moreover, it could be seen that it could be switched between real and fake at will. If Song Qingshu still used the method of shooting down the rain of arrows, how to distribute the strength of each sword strike would be the biggest problem. If the distribution of strength was insufficient, when it met with Yang Miaozhen's spear strike with all her strength, it would collapse as soon as it touched the opponent. If the distribution of strength was too much, when it met with Yang Miaozhen's spear strike, it would create an uncomfortable feeling of punching the air with all his strength. Even if he didn't suffer internal injuries, it would still affect the rhythm of his sword strike. His swordsmanship paid particular attention to one smooth movement. If his sword strike was messed up, he absolutely wouldn't be able to stop Yang Miaozhen's remaining spear strikes. Originally, with Song Qingshu's current attainments in swordsmanship, he could imitate her 108 spear strikes. Using the same fake and real, combining hard and soft swordsmanship, it wasn't impossible to deal with her unpredictable 108 spear strikes. He had already lost the initiative. Even if he could block her 108 spear strikes, he would be greeted by another 108 spear strikes. He could only passively deal with his opponent's continuous attacks, and Yang Miaozhen would forever be in an invincible position. Song Qingshu secretly regretted that he had been too careless and allowed his opponent to make the first move. However, he quickly discarded these negative emotions and began to think about what to do next. Actually, if he used the 10,000 swords returning to origin that he had previously comprehended, he would only be able to unleash 108 spears in an instant. The sword chi hidden in the 10,000 swords returning to origin was more than 10 million. However, once this move was used, there would only be two results. The pear blossom spear would destroy the sword chi and he would die while Yang Miaozhen would be heavily injured. The pear blossom spear would not be able to withstand the sword chi and Yang Miaozhen would die while he would be heavily injured. One move to decide life and death, thinking of Yang Miaozhen's intention to let him go, Song Qingshu was not willing to take her life. He quickly made a decision. He protected his chest with true chi and used his body to take Yang Miaozhen's first attack. Although Song Qingshu's internal energy was extremely vigorous, he was not an invincible Vajra body. Yang Miaozhen's spear pierced into his body like a hot knife through butter, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Big brother Song!" Jiao Min cried out involuntarily. Previously, she had called Song Qingshu big brother because there were outsiders present, so she used it to hide her identity. However, this time, she called him big brother with sincerity. She was indeed very concerned about whether Song Qingshu would live or die. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. That bastard won't die so easily. Seeing Zhao Min's appearance, Reninging frowned. She thought to herself, that bastard actually has a woman who likes him. I wonder if she will still care about Song Qingshu so much when she knows his true colors. I have to think of a way to expose his true colors. Reninging was vexed as she pondered. It was obvious that she couldn't think of any good ideas. It turned out that it was absolutely impossible to make the extremely prideful Miss Ren speak about what happened in the bathtub that day. Yang Miaozhen discovered that Song Qingshu didn't make a move to resist. She was also extremely shocked. Just when she was hesitating whether or not she should continue to make a move, she discovered that Song Qingshu had already used the force of her spear to rapidly retreat. Good Qinggong. Yang Miaozhen saw Song Qingshu's figure that was like a green smoke, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yang Miaozhen naturally knew that Song Qingshu's injuries weren't as serious as it looked. Her spear had been dissipated by his protective Zhenqi layer by layer. It had only pierced through his skin and flesh, and hadn't injured his meridians. Understanding that Song Qingshu was using his injuries to escape from her attack range, Yang Miaozhen didn't dare to be negligent. Her pear blossom spear was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, chasing after Song Qingshu's figure. Traceless treading sand was the world's top qigong. With the growth of his skills, Song Qingshu had practiced it to the pinnacle. In terms of qigong alone, even if Song Qingshu wasn't the world's #1, he was at least in the top 3. Song Qingshu risked his injuries to exchange for this opportunity. How could he let it go to waste so easily? Yang Miaozhen clearly saw that Song Qingshu had only moved a split second before her. By the time she chased after him with her spear in hand, Song Qingshu had already arrived in front of a big tree several zhang away. His feet stepped on the ground, and his whole body was like a cannonball as he counterattacked. Before he arrived, the biting cold sword qi had already pierced her skin until she felt a dull pain. Good move. Although Yang Miaozhen was very shocked, she didn't panic in the slightest. The pear blossom spears had exploded with a silvery white light, and her whole body went up to meet the attack. Song Qingshu was clearly using a wooden sword, but when the spear and sword clashed, there was a sound of metal clashing. The sword qi and spear energy scattered in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked to find that their skin was actually covered in blood, and they hurriedly retreated several zhang away. Thank you, young Miss Ren, for saving me. Zhao Min was seriously injured and didn't have the strength to dodge. Who would have thought that Ren Yingying would suddenly appear by her side, hold her slender waist, and float several zhang away? Say, if I didn't save you, would your snow-white and flawless face be left with a few hideous scars? Would your big brother Song still like you? Ren Yingying turned back to look at her and asked. Seeing that Ren Yingying had clearly helped her, but still had to pretend like this, Zhao Min secretly laughed in her heart. What a tsundere. Whether Big Brother Song likes me or not is another matter, but I know that Big Brother Song will not like you. Zhao Min pursed her lips and smiled. Why would I want him to like me? Ren Yingying was stunned. I'm sure Miss Ren knows this very well. Zhao Min put her hands behind her back and stared at the competition in the field. She said casually, a woman's jealousy is one of the 7 deadly sins. If Miss Ren chooses to stand by and let another sister suffer, how would Brother Song dare to marry such a woman? Zhao Min didn't know what kind of grievances there was between Ren Yingying and Song Qingshu, so she wanted to probe. She was born in Mongolia, so she didn't have many scruples like Han women, and didn't care about joking with her reputation. Listening to Zhao Min's words, she actually thought that she was also Song Qingshu's lover, and even called her sister. Ren Yingying's pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and she said with some anger, that bastard, why would I like him? Seeing that Ren Yingying didn't look like she was lying, Zhao Min couldn't help but ask curiously, then why do you hate him so much? In Zhao Min's view, when a woman would hate a man, it was mostly because of love, or it was because of love and hate. No matter what, it couldn't escape from the entanglement of love. Ren Yingying just opened her mouth, but suddenly came to her senses. How could she say this kind of thing? Seeing that Ren Yingying wanted to say something but stopped, Zhao Min smiled slyly, since you don't want to say it, then I'll guess. Well, Big Brother Song should have done something very sorry to you, right? More than sorry. Ren Yingying hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly. Thinking of the 4 words frivolous and humiliating that Ren Yingying said before, Zhao Min suddenly froze, lowered her voice and asked, didn't he defile your body, did he? In the bathtub, she was naked and was played by Song Qingshu all over. Naturally, she was defiled by him. Ren Yingying nodded subconsciously. Noticing Zhao Min's strange look, she just realized that there was another more serious meaning of defiling. She hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. Because of the first impression, Zhao Min thought that Ren Yingying was just upset that she accidentally revealed the truth, so she quickly comforted her. Ren Yingying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that no matter how she explained, Zhao Min still looked at her with sympathy, she couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu in the field, it's all this bastard's fault. Zhao Min nodded in agreement and sneered, "He is indeed a bastard." At this time, the situation of the battle had already changed. At the beginning, Yang Miaozhen was caught unprepared, but halfway through, she found a flaw in Song Qingshu and slowly fought evenly. However, after 100 moves, Song Qingshu's figure gradually turned into nothingness, successfully trapping her in the center. He attacked from all directions, leaving after one attack without stopping. Yang Miaozhen's exquisite spear art couldn't be used, so she could only bitterly hold on. She knew that the area she could dodge was getting smaller and smaller. When she couldn't dodge anymore, it would be time for her to lose. However, the onlookers saw a different scene. At the beginning, the light of the pear blossom spear was suppressed by the sword's shadow, but not long after, the pear blossom spear suddenly shone with a silver light, forcing the sword's shadow to dodge everywhere. Later, only the bright silver light could be seen, and no sword shadow could be seen. Most of the people present thought that Yang Miaozhen had already won. Ren Yingying was secretly alarmed as she watched, thinking, "This fourth lady really lives up to her name, her spear art is unfathomable. It looks like even father may not be her opponent. This time, we're discussing the alliance with the Red Coat Army, we can't let them turn the tables on us." Zhao Min also frowned, thinking, that was just an exaggeration. Looking at it now, it looks like it's going to be extremely difficult to get the Red Coat Army to work for the Mongolians. Song Qingshu, that bastard, he was so impressive at the inn, but now he can't even win against a woman. Doesn't that mean that Jinluan Fuwang and the others are far from being this woman's opponent? As it turned out, Zhao Min's trip to the Song was only a cover. Her real goal was to contact the rebel armies in the Shandong and Hunan regions. In the past few years, the Mongols had fallen into a quagmire of war with other countries. Temujin was very dissatisfied with this. Thus, he decided to adjust the entire strategy. According to Temujin's plan, the Mongols would make friends with distant countries and attack close ones. They would first stop fighting with some countries and free up their forces to destroy others. But when deciding which country to stop fighting with, an unexpected problem occurred. Temujin was getting old and was about to return to Timri in a few years. All the Mongol kings were eagerly waiting for the Khan's position. But the choice of the next Khan was not something that Temujin could casually decide alone. According to Mongolian tradition, only the one with the most military achievements and the highest prestige could become the Khan. If Temujin appointed someone who could not be trusted by the masses, it would be fine while he was still alive. With Temujin's prestige, no one would dare to make a move against him. But once Temujin returned to the everlasting sky, none of the other kings who held military power would obey the Khan in name. The Mongolians were destined to be torn apart. How could Temujin not know this? That was why he appointed the kings early on and let them fight for their own country. This way, it would be clear who had the most military achievements and who had the highest prestige. The kings also did their best to attack their target countries, afraid that they would fall behind their competitors. At this critical moment in the fight for the throne, which king would be willing to ally with their target country? For example, if the Mongols allied with the southern Song dynasty, then Kublai, who was in charge of attacking the southern Song dynasty, would have no military achievements to fight for. If they allied with the Manchus, then Ali Buj, who was in charge of attacking the Manchus, would also not agree. If they allied with the countries of the western regions, then of course Su Liegu would not agree either. The kings were already fully fledged. Using the power of the nobles and ministers, they all wanted to ally with the target countries of their competitors. But because everyone's strength was about the same, no one could get what they wanted. Thus, the strategy of making friends with distant countries and attacking close ones could not be carried out. Temujin had no choice but to come up with other ideas. Among the most powerful princes, apart from Zhao Min's father, Cha Han, the prince of Ruyang, the rest were all Temujin's grandsons. No matter how they fought, the throne would always be in the hands of his own people. However, the prince of Ruyang, Cha Han, was the son of Temujin's sworn brother, Muwali. His influence was simply too great. Although he was currently acting as if he was detached from the struggle for the throne, Temujin was deeply afraid that his grandsons would fight amongst themselves, and in the end, Cha Han, the fisherman, would reap the benefits. Therefore, Temujin quickly turned his attention to Cha Han. However, the prince of Ruyang's military exploits were illustrious, and he was also the elder of Kublai and Ali Bug. Among all the kings, his position was superior, so it would not be easy to touch him. No one knew what sin the Prince of Ruyang had committed in his previous life to have given birth to a girl like Xiaomin, who was always focused on the Ming dynasty's Zhang Wuji. From then on, this caused the Prince of Ruyang to lose many battles in the western region. Seeing that the power of the Ming dynasty and the Hui tribes of the Great and Small Heshua was growing, Temujin finally had a reason to make a move against the Ruyang palace. Of course, it would not work if he did it directly, so he could only weaken the Ruyang palace step by step. The first step was to move the Ruyang palace out of their deeply rooted headquarters in the western region. It just so happened that Ali Bug could not gain any advantage over the Manchurian Qing, so Temujin planned to use the reason that the war was not going well to have Chahan and Ali Bug exchange fiefs. Ali Bug would go to the western region to deal with the Ming dynasty and the Hui tribes, while Chahan would deal with the Manchurian Qing and the Jin kingdom. Of course, this was not officially announced, but the news had been deliberately leaked from the royal court. As soon as the Ruyang palace found out, it immediately exploded. The people led by Crown Prince Wang Baobao believed that the Khan was deliberately siding with Ali Bug. Ali Bug controlled the most elite cavalry of the Mongolian headquarters, but he was sending the Ruyang palace to deal with the Manchurian Qing and the Jin kingdom, which were the most powerful forces. It was obvious that he wanted Ali Bug to come to the western region to earn military merits and help him fight for the throne in the future. Although Zhao Min faintly felt that something was wrong, she did not dare to think in that direction. It was the Prince of Ruyang who sighed deeply. After staying alone in his study for a day, he began to make arrangements to take over Ali Bug's mess in the future. As a veteran general in the army, the Prince of Ruyang was much more experienced than Ali Bug. Learning from the previous lesson that Ali Bug only knew how to fight the Jin kingdom and the Manchurian Qing head-on, he sent Zhao Min ahead of time to the hinterlands of the Jin kingdom and the Manchurian Qing kingdom to contact the various volunteer armies in the country, intending to drag down the two powerful countries from within. In the past, the Jin kingdom destroyed the huge northern Song dynasty in a short time, but they could not digest the territory of the northern Song dynasty. In the Yellow River Valley, the people in the Central Plains missed the northern Song dynasty. There were many local separatist armed forces. In addition, the Jin kingdom had been fighting with the Mongolians in recent years, so their finances were extremely tight and they had to increase the taxes of the people. As a result, more volunteer armies were formed. The Red Coat Army, which was active at the junction of Hunan and Shandong, was the largest of them. The Manchurian Qing kingdom was not much better. Calls to fight against the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty came one after another. The Heaven and Earth Association, the Red Flower Society, the Divine Dragon Island, the Jing family of Taiwan, and the Golden Snake Camp of Shandong. Because of Kangxi, the situation was not as bad as the Jin kingdom. Among them, the Golden Snake Camp of Shandong, which was the most powerful force, was also destroyed by him. But Zhao Min was keenly aware that the Golden Snake Camp still had great value. On the one hand, she was going to contact the Red Coat Army, and on the other hand, she was going to support a spokesperson in the divided Golden Snake Camp. She was going to reunite the Golden Snake Camp, which involved the energy of the Manchurian Qing dynasty. Of course, they could not let the Manchurian Qing and the Jin kingdom know about this in advance, so they used the pretense of going to the southern Song dynasty. This was also the reason why Zhao Min and the others did not go through Shenyang and had to pass through the Jin and Qing kingdoms. Zhao Min saw that Yang Miaozhen's martial arts were so strong, she was happy and worried at the same time. She was happy that the Jin kingdom had such a big problem and would not be able to eat and sleep well. She was worried that with Yang Miaozhen's strength, she might not accept the Mongolian offer. She originally wanted to use Jinluan Fuang and the Xianming elders to threaten her. Looking at Yang Miaozhen, who had the upper hand, and thinking of how calm Song Qingshu was in front of Jinluan Fuang and the Xianming elders, Zhao Min disappointedly gave up on this idea. Ding, with a crisp sound, the two figures in the field separated. Yang Miaozhen's face was pale. She smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." As soon as she said this, her subordinates all looked at her in disbelief. There was an uproar in the forest. How can this be? Didn't the fourth lady have the upper hand just now? Yang Miaozhen's face turned cold and she said angrily, "What do you know? A loss is a loss. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Seeing Yang Miaozhen's female power, the heroes of the forest kept quiet out of fear. Song Qingshu felt that it was quite interesting. He quickly pointed to the wound on his chest and explained, if it wasn't for the fourth lady showing mercy, Song Mao would have died from his injuries. Looking at it this way, it was at most a draw. From the onlooker's point of view, Yang Miaozhen's spear had indeed pierced into Song Qingshu's chest. However, Song Qingshu acted as if nothing had happened. Hearing his words, the onlookers suddenly realized that Yang Miaozhen had been merciful. Yang Miaozhen blushed. She knew very well that Song Qingshu had planned to block her spear with his body and then used the force to retreat. Even if she hadn't been merciful, it would have been difficult for her spear to really hurt him. Since he said so, he must have been trying to save her face. Yang Miaozhen looked at him gratefully. As the leader of the Greenwood Bandits, invincible prestige was very important to Yang Miaozhen. She didn't reveal the truth coyly, but acquiesced and secretly felt grateful. Seeing Zhao Min from the corner of her eye, Yang Miaozhen had an idea and decided to help the couple. When the sword aura was overflowing, if Prince Song hadn't been distracted by your companion's safety, I wouldn't have been able to turn the tide so quickly and fight with you for so long. Zhao Min was shocked. Yes, it was because Song Qingshu was distracted by looking at me. She thought that they were enemies, but Song Qingshu still cared about her at such a critical moment. Zhao Min stood there in a daze. For a moment, her expression was rather complicated. Fourth Lady's spear art is divine. Song Mao has never seen such a brilliant spear art. I really admire you. Song Qingshu praised sincerely. Prince Song's sword art has reached the peak, and he's the first person I've met in so many years. Yang Miaozhen actually wanted to praise his body art more, but to prevent him from thinking that she was unconvinced of her defeat, she could only praise his sword art. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. In fact, her spear art was not inferior to his sword art. It was just that under his ghostly body art, she fell into a situation where she couldn't use her strength. No wonder there was a hint of unwillingness in her voice. These two people flatter each other. It's really a little shameless. Zhao Min, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but criticize. Ren Yingying was obviously a little impatient. She said, Song, it's easy as long as you admit that it's a tie. I said earlier that if it's a draw, it'll be your loss. Now you have nothing to say, right? Although her words were impolite, her voice was clear and melodious. It tickled the hearts of the men of the underworld who had never seen her before. They didn't expect that the awe-inspiring holy nun of the Sun Moon Divine Sect was actually such a delicate little girl. This? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be speechless. He said it was a draw just now out of politeness. In order to give Yang Miaozhen a way out, he had forgotten the previous agreement. Now that he was being pushed around by Ren Yingying, it was hard for him to back down. Yang Miaozhen also frowned, thinking that he was not giving her any face at all. However, due to Ren Yingying's status, it was not convenient for him to flare up. Remembering that Zhao Min had always been resourceful, Song Qingshu hurriedly looked at her for help. For some reason, Zhao Min had always disliked the vixen Madame Tang. Noticing the awkwardness on Song Qingshu's face, she couldn't help but smile. Pretending not to understand what he meant, she lightly leaned against the tree trunk behind her, looking like she was watching a good show. Noticing the smug smile on Zhao Min's lips, Song Qingshu gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, when he saw her pale face and timidly leaning against the tree trunk, his anger immediately disappeared without a trace. Seeing the pitiful expression on Song Qingshu's face, Zhao Min's cheeks heated up. Worried that Song Qingshu would be rash and do something unmanageable, she had no choice but to open her mouth slightly and silently say, "Wait. Wait." Noticing the movement of Zhao Min's mouth, Song Qingshu was stunned, not understanding what she meant. At this moment, 3 fireworks suddenly shot up in the distance. Yang Miaozhen's subordinates' expressions changed, and they hurriedly said, "Fourth Lady, a group of Jin Kingdom cavalry is coming this way. Since we can't do anything, we should retreat quickly, or else it will be too late." Although the Red Coat Army was powerful, they had always been used for ambushes. If they were to face the elite cavalry of the Jin Kingdom head-on, they would definitely end up miserable. Yang Miaozhen had originally intended to let Song Qingshu go, so she took the opportunity to say to Ren Yingying, "Good sister, the Jin Kingdom cavalry comes and goes like the wind, we should retreat quickly. You lead the Blackwood Cliff brothers and leave first, my brothers and I will cover you from behind. Ren Yingying looked at Song Qingshu reluctantly, but she also understood that they were forced to do so today. There was no way for her to avenge her previous humiliation, so she could only grit her teeth and lead the Sun Moon sect members to retreat in a hurry. Seeing that most of the Sun Moon sect members had left, Yang Miaozhen mounted her horse and revealed her proud figure. She cupped her hands at Song Qingshu and said, Prince Song, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. We will meet again someday. We will meet again someday. Song Qingshu returned the salute. Looking at Yang Miaozhen's gradually fading voice, Song Qingshu praised, what a good fourth lady, a woman who is not inferior to men, valiant and heroic. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Men had already come to his side and slapped his shoulder, she's already gone, no matter how much you praise her, she won't hear it. His Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air, a pained expression on his face. Only then did Zhao Men notice that a large pool of blood had immediately seeped out of his chest. She panicked and said with a sobbing voice, I didn't use any force, are you all right? Now that the enemies were gone, Zhao Men could no longer lower her face to call him Brother Song, but the anxiety in her voice was real. It's not your fault, Song Qingshu waved his hand, it's Yang Miaozhen's spear just now. Although I was prepared, it was impossible to completely avoid it. At this moment, the Jin Kingdom's cavalry had already arrived. The leading general saw the mess near the carriage and noticed that Song Qingshu and Zhao Men were obviously not Madame Tang's guards, so he hurriedly called out to his men, take down these two assassins for me. Bastard! Madame Tang scolded, if it weren't for these two young masters, I would have died in the hands of the Sun Moon sect and the Red Coat army. It's fine that you're late, but as soon as you come, you want to kill my two benefactors. What are your intentions? The Jin general hurriedly rolled down from his horse and knelt in front of Madame Tang with a face full of cold sweat, I have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me, madam. Song Qingshu and Zhao Men looked at each other, feeling strange. Judging from the Jin general's attire, he was probably at the level of the Kaifeng garrison. Although the Chongyi army's military governor was of a higher status than him, he should not be so reverent as to curry favor with his wife. Madame Tang snorted coldly, let's go back to Kaifeng first. Do you have any good medicine for wounds? Bring it all to me. Yes, yes. The Jin general hurriedly nodded and turned to call out to his men. Send it to the carriage in a moment. Madame Tang ignored him and turned to Song Qingshu's side. A gentle smile immediately appeared on her face, and she said with concern, Prince Song, quickly go to the carriage and rest. Some men had already tidied up the mess in the carriage. Zhao Men was also seriously injured and couldn't move much, so Madame Tang personally took Song Qingshu's hand and helped him to the carriage. He didn't know if Mrs. Tang did it on purpose or not, but she pressed Song Qingshu's arm tightly against the outside of her chest. The soft touch made Song Qingshu stunned. His injuries weren't serious enough to require support, but at this time, he swallowed the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. Although Song Qingshu might not have any feelings for Madame Tang, since Madame Tang didn't care, why should he cherish her for her? I deceived you with an alias just now. Please forgive me, madam. Song Qingshu apologized to Madame Tang after getting into the carriage. It's always good to be careful when you're outside. What's more, Madame Tang's beautiful eyes wandered, and she smiled charmingly, it's you again, Prince Song. Seeing that Song Qingshu wanted to say something, Madame Tang made a shushing gesture. It turned out that the Jin general had just brought the wound medicine. After sending him away, Madame Tang whispered to Song Qingshu, the Jin kingdom and the Qin kingdom are brotherly countries. The world knows that Prince Song tried to assassinate Kangxi. I can guarantee that my men won't speak, but I can't restrain others. If people know your identity, it's hard to guarantee that they won't have evil thoughts and capture you to take credit. Our emperor will definitely be happy to give you as a gift to Kangxi. Originally, with young master's martial arts, you wouldn't need to care about these small fries. However, young master is currently injured, so you must not reveal your identity. Madame Tang's voice was usually soft and charming, but at this moment, there was a trace of seriousness. I didn't expect this vixen to be so good to you. Zhao Men whispered in Song Qingshu's ear. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Even if he was really captured and sent to Kangxi, it was no big deal. The emperor of the Forbidden City was one of them. However, if he was defeated by a group of cats and dogs, Dongfeng Muxue would probably laugh at him. He couldn't afford to lose that face. Thank you for your kindness, madam. As a noble of the Jin Kingdom, it must be very difficult for you to help me like this. I am really sorry. Song Qingshu thanked her. Young master, you don't have to worry. I don't care about national affairs. I usually respect heroes like young master the most. Madame Tang's cheeks flushed. What's more, young master saved my life. Even if young master wants it, I will satisfy young master. Shameless. Zhao Min curled her lips. She was slightly angry in her heart, and the favorable impression she had towards Mo Tiange disappeared completely. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Although Madame Tang said it ambiguously, she didn't say anything when it came to it. So, Song Qingshu didn't even know how to refuse. I will help you undress. Madame Tang's face showed a trace of a gorgeous color. She said this as if she was very shy. Now it was Zhao Min's turn to be dumbfounded. She never expected that this woman would be so impatient. In front of an outsider, she was actually going to do that kind of disgusting thing with Song Qingshu. Seeing that Song Qingshu had no intention to refuse, Zhao Min was even more disdainful. She felt a burst of irritation and couldn't help saying, "You go ahead. I will go outside to get some air." "Hey, sister, don't go." Seeing Zhao Min's figure move, Mrs. Tang quickly grabbed her hand. Although she had misunderstood that Zhao Min was a man, after the quarrel between Yang Miaozhen and Ren Yingying, even a blind person could see that Zhao Min was a woman disguised as a man. Moreover, her relationship with Song Qingshu was not ordinary. She was about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. Huh? Sister, how do you take care of yourself? Your skin is so tender and smooth. I'm so envious. Her hand was constantly touched by Mrs. Tang, and Zhao Min felt disgusted. She quickly withdrew her hand and asked angrily, "What?" In Mrs. Tang's eyes, Zhao Min was now like a jealous little girl. She smiled slightly and did not get angry. Instead, she said softly, "If sister doesn't mind, you can serve Prince Song with me." Hearing her words, Song Qingshu almost couldn't breathe and coughed violently. Mrs. Tang quickly patted his back and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Shameless, too shameless. Zhao Min cursed in her heart. She couldn't sit there, nor could she leave. Her face alternated between green and red. This vixen thought that she and Song Qingshu were a pair of lovers. She actually made such a shocking request. Even if I really am Song Qingshu's woman, how can I be willing to share my man with other women? Zhao Min cursed in her heart. No need. Madam alone is enough. Zhao Min stood up and said coldly. She turned around and was about to lift the curtain to leave. But I'm afraid I can't handle it alone, Mrs. Tang said in a sweet voice. I'm not Song Qingshu. Why are you using such a coquettish voice to show off to me? Zhao Min cursed in her heart. She hesitantly looked at Song Qingshu's body and sneered. He's not very strong. What's more, he's injured. It's unknown whether he can handle madam. What is little sister talking about? Mrs. Tang looked confused. I want to bandage Prince Song's wound, but I've never done it before. I'm worried that I might hurt Prince Song, so I want my sister to help. Zhao Min was stunned, and then her pretty face turned red. Seeing Song Qingshu looking at her with a faint smile, she couldn't help but stomp her feet. This bastard, he must have been watching me make a fool of myself. Although Zhao Min was angry, she was very clear in her heart. In the territory of the Jin Kingdom, Song Qingshu's identity was sensitive, and so was Meng Qi. Song Qingshu still had this vixen to protect him, but now that he was seriously injured, there was no other way but to rely on Song Qingshu to protect him. With a cold snort, he sat back down. Little sister, help Prince Song take off his clothes. I'll prepare some medicine. Mrs. Tang opened the medicine and smelled it as she spoke. She didn't mind helping Song Qingshu take off his clothes, but she thought that Zhao Min was Song Qingshu's woman. She thought that as an outsider, helping her man take off his clothes might offend her and cause unnecessary trouble. Zhao Min was stunned. She had never looked at a man in the eye, let alone helped a man take off his clothes. Feeling shy and anxious, she saw Song Qingshu looking at her with embarrassment. "Thank you, Your Grace." Song Qingshu's faint voice came into her ears. Seeing his lips move slightly, Zhao Min knew that it was Song Qingshu who sent the secret voice sending to her. Looking at the blood on Song Qingshu's chest, she hesitated for a while and finally reached out her trembling hand. Seeing that Zhao Min's hand was like white jade, crystal clear, Mrs. Tang praised in her heart, "What a beautiful pair of hands." When Zhao Min's slender fingers touched the skin of Song Qingshu's neck, she felt as if she had been electrocuted, and the heat that came back made her heart tremble. "Why are your hands so cold? Is it because of your injury?" Song Qingshu frowned and looked at her with concern, worried that her injury would cause a lack of qi and blood. "No." Zhao Min could not help but be stunned when she saw that Song Qingshu's chest was still bleeding, but the first thing he cared about was her injury. Her surging emotions finally calmed down, and her hands became steady as she took off Song Qingshu's blood-stained outer clothes layer by layer. She quickly turned her head to look at Mrs. Tang. "Is the medicine ready?" Mrs. Tang asked. "The golden sore medicine is an excellent top-grade medicine, but..." Mrs. Tang hesitated. "But what?" Zhao Min was shocked. "But the bandages they handed over have a sweaty smell. These soldiers must have kept them close to their bodies for a long time." Mrs. Tang smelled the bandages in her hand, and with a look of disgust, she threw them out of the window. "Hey, you threw the bandages away. How are you going to bandage him?" Zhao Min was anxious and quickly stuck her head out of the window, but it was already dark, and there was no trace of the bandages. "What do we do now?" Back in the carriage, Zhao Min looked coldly at Mrs. Tang. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Tang was not in a hurry. Instead, she said to Song Qingshu in a soft voice, "Young master, lie down first. I will help you apply the medicine." Seeing Mrs. Tang close her legs and slightly tilt in his direction, he knew that she meant for him to lie down. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He had always been someone who went with the flow, so he did not refuse and very naturally lay down. "Is it hurting, young master?" Mrs. Tang's face was slightly red, and she asked softly as she applied the medicine for Song Qingshu. "Of course not, Mrs. Tang's thighs are very soft." Song Qingshu adjusted his position to a more comfortable one. Zhao Min turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, she couldn't help but turn back and point at Song Qingshu's still bleeding wound and said, "You can't just apply medicine like this. You have to tie it with bandages to stop the bleeding." Mrs. Tang was a lady, so it was normal that she didn't know this. As a man of Jianghu, how could Song Qingshu not know this? Seeing him lying on Mrs. Tang's lap with a face of enjoyment, even ignoring his own injury, Zhao Min couldn't help but feel angry. "Ah?" Mrs. Tang exclaimed and said apologetically, "It's all my fault. I was impulsive and threw away all the bandages." "It doesn't matter," Song Qingshu said with a smile. He thought that he had taken enough advantage of her, and it was time to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if he was seriously injured. "I have an idea." Mrs. Tang's eyes suddenly lit up, and she began to take off her dress. Song Qingshu frowned. Although he didn't mind taking advantage of her, this Mrs. Tang was too much. Zhao Min was also dumbfounded. This woman was too exaggerated. Mrs. Tang smiled sweetly. Her dress was half undone, and a pair of round and tight thighs were faintly discernible. Zhao Min was stunned. She found that the other party suddenly pulled out a shining dagger from the inside of her thigh. Her expression changed dramatically. "What are you doing?" It was too late for Zhao Min to stop her. Her agitation affected her injuries and she subconsciously cried out in pain. Noticing Zhao Min's agitated expression, Mrs. Tang realized that she had misunderstood. She smiled and explained, "Sister, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to hurt Prince Song." Then she waved the dagger in her hand. "Then why did you draw the dagger?" Zhao Min covered her aching chest and said with dissatisfaction. "Because I was going to get some bandages." As Mrs. Tang spoke, she carefully put the dagger into her clothes. The crisp sound of silk ripping came, and soon Mrs. Tang took out a long brocade with a red face. "Young Master Song, you won't dislike this, right?" Zhao Min could tell that it was cut from her underwear. She couldn't help but curse, "What a vixen." Song Qingshu stared blankly at the brocade in front of him. A faint fragrance wafted over, and it was as if he could still feel the residual warmth on it. He reacted quickly and hurriedly smiled. "Compared to those stinky men's bandages, why would I dislike Madame's fragrant dress? It's just that I'm a little ashamed to accept your kindness." Seeing that he didn't mind at all, Mrs. Tang was happy and said with a sweet smile, "You saved my life. It's never too much for me to repay you." Zhao Min felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. She shivered all over and quickly turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. When Mrs. Tang bent down to bandage his wound, the 2 snow-white mounds on her chest were faintly discernible through the collar. In order to prevent his heart from running wild, Song Qingshu quickly picked up the dagger that Mrs. Tang had placed on the side and played with it. The scabbard was studded with precious gems. Song Qingshu originally did not think much of it, but when he pulled it out to take a look, he saw that the blade was as cold as water, and a gust of cold air pressed against him. He could not help but exclaim, "Good blade." Madame Tang glanced at him and said with a smile, "Young master, you are not from the prairie, so you may not know this. In the prairie, it is either you kill me or I kill you. There is a deep hatred between the tribes, so there will be attacks from time to time. Once a tribe is defeated, the women in the tribe will become the enemy spoils of war. The rules of the grasslands are different from Yuhan people. They don't value chastity much. Many women, in order to survive, will give themselves to the enemy. For example, when the Mongol Khan Temujin was still weak, his wife was captured by an enemy tribe. Temujin only managed to take her back after a year of accumulating his strength. In the end, not only was she already pregnant with the flesh and blood of the enemy. Hearing her mention her sweat, Zhao Min snorted coldly to show her dissatisfaction, but she knew that what she said was the truth, so she couldn't act up for the time being. Mrs. Tang looked at her in surprise and continued, "Temujin is very generous. He didn't blame his wife for anything and treated that bastard like his own son. Unfortunately, not all men in the world are as open-minded as Temujin." At this point, a strange expression appeared on Mrs. Tang's face, and she fell silent for a moment. Song Qingshu thought it was strange. He was just praising her dagger, so why did she change the topic so much? Mrs. Tang quickly regained her composure and smiled faintly. Also, not all women in the prairie are like Temujin's wife, willing to give themselves to the enemy of their husband. These women often value their chastity very highly. If they are captured by the enemy, then the dagger hidden in the inner thigh is their last line of defense. They will either kill the enemy when they are unprepared to avenge their husband, or they will commit suicide in advance to prevent their chastity from being sullied by the enemy. Therefore, this type of dagger has another name, guard of chastity. Zhao Min suppressed her laughter and looked at the flirtatious Mrs. Tang playfully. "Don't you think it's ironic that you have a guard of chastity on you?" Of course, worried that Mrs. Tang would fly into a rage out of humiliation, Zhao Min did not say it out loud. Song Qingshu came from a later generation, so he was much more open-minded in this regard. When he heard about the origin of the guard of chastity, his face showed a trace of disapproval. Because of the husband's incompetence, the wife is humiliated, and the wife has to bear the terrible consequences. For women, this guard of chastity is really not fair. A trace of surprise flashed across Zhao Min's face, as if she was getting to know Song Qingshu all over again. She looked him up and down. Mrs. Tang paused for a moment, obviously deep in thought. After a while, she said, "Then what if a husband and wife who have nothing to do with the world and are living a loving life is suddenly attacked by bandits who kill the husband and then take turns to sully the wife? The wife is powerless to resist, and without the guard of chastity, she can't even commit suicide. Wouldn't that be even more tragic?" This. Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. He had not thought of this. What Mrs. Tang said is very true, but I always feel that this guard of chastity is really an unlucky thing. Mrs. Tang smiled and looked at the dagger in his hand. She asked, "What does young master think of this dagger?" "It's cold, and it can cut a hair." "It is really a rare treasure dagger," Song Qingshu answered truthfully. "A treasure dagger should be given to a hero. Since young master likes it, then I will give this dagger to young master," Mrs. Tang said. "How can I do that?" "This dagger is Madame's, such an important thing. How can I take it away?" Song Qingshu had never thought that Mrs. Tang would propose to give him her guard of chastity. For a moment, he was flustered. Didn't young master just say that this is an unlucky thing? Mrs. Tang said. I am unlucky, and I am afraid I can't block the bad luck that this dagger brings. I can only rely on someone as lucky as young master to help me resolve them one by one. I hope young master will not refuse this. Song Qingshu was extremely embarrassed. Since she had already said so, he didn't know whether to accept or decline. Besides, Mrs. Tang suddenly lowered her eyelashes and said bashfully with a slightly red face, in front of young master, I don't need this guard of chastity. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became ambiguous. Mrs. Tang's words had two meanings. One was that Song Qingshu's martial arts were strong, and with his protection, she naturally didn't need this guard of chastity. The other meaning seemed to be hinting that if Song Qingshu wanted to do something to her, she would be completely willing and wouldn't use this guard of chastity. Song Qingshu had thought that Mrs. Tang was an extremely loose woman, but seeing that she actually had a guard of chastity, he was suddenly in awe, and his impression of her changed greatly. He didn't know what Mrs. Tang meant by this. He thought that if he had misunderstood her, wouldn't it embarrass her? At this time, Zhao Min also had a faint smile on her face. Mrs. Tang gave such an important thing to you, which means that she believes in you. Why do you refuse and be rude to such a beauty? Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but thinking that the Golden Snake Camp would probably have dealings with the Jin Kingdom in the future, it would not be bad to make friends with this noble of the Jin Kingdom, so he nodded and said, in that case, I will respectfully accept. Mrs. Tang smiled with satisfaction and dexterously tied a knot on the cloth. It's done. Young master, please don't do any strenuous activities in order to prevent the wound from reopening. At this time, the carriage suddenly stopped. It turned out that they had arrived at Mrs. Tang's mansion. It's late now. I heard that the famous killer doctor has a strange temper. If I disturb him so late at night and make him unhappy, I'm afraid that my sister's condition will be delayed. How about you two rest in my mansion for the night and go to find Ping Yiji tomorrow morning? Mrs. Tang invited them politely. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, thinking that it was indeed inconvenient to find an inn at this time, so he nodded and said, then I will trouble you. When they returned to the mansion, a group of servants came out to greet them. Mrs. Tang ordered Song Qingshu and others to tidy up the room and prepare snacks and so on. Zhao Min looked around and couldn't help but ask curiously, why don't I see the provincial governor? It turned out that when she heard that Mrs. Tang was the wife of the provincial governor of the Chongyi army, she wanted to see what kind of person this provincial governor was. How could he have such a big face and have such an attitude from the defending general of Kaifeng City? Sister, you don't know, Mrs. Tang said with a smile, he is fighting outside all year round and rarely lives here. I see. Zhao Min suddenly understood. No wonder you looked so coquettish and didn't have any scruples about staying a strange man for the night. I will have to trouble the two of you to rest here tonight. If you need anything, just tell the servants to prepare it. I will not disturb the two of you. Mrs. Tang stayed in the room for a while, then stood up and said goodbye. Seeing that Mrs. Tang arranged for her to be next to Song Qingshu, Zhao Min finally let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Mrs. Tang would take it upon herself to let the two of them stay in the same room. Looking at her coquettish and enchanting appearance again, she actually wasn't as unsightly as before. After sending off Mrs. Tang, Zhao Min leaned against the door and looked at Song Qingshu with a smile that wasn't a smile. I didn't expect you to be so popular with women. How long have you known each other? She even gave you her most private chastity guard. Is she hinting that you will go to her boudoir to find her later? She definitely won't refuse. Isn't it because you encouraged me to accept? Song Qingshu said snappily. If you weren't moved, no matter how I encouraged you, it would be useless. Zhao Min snorted contemptuously. Song Qingshu understood that it was the most unwise to reason with a woman. With an idea in his mind, he decided to lead the fight to her, so he moved his eyes down and stared at her thighs ambiguously. What do you want to do? Noticing his gaze, Zhao Min was a little flustered. According to Mrs. Tang, some women on the grassland will tie a chastity guard on the inside of their thighs. Song Qingshu paused and showed a harmless smile. Then can I see your chastity guard? He didn't stupidly ask whether Zhao Min had it or not. He didn't give her a chance to deny it. As expected, Zhao Min fell into his trap. Her face turned red and she said angrily, "Don't even think about it." The chastity guard was hidden in the most intimate part of her body. How could she take it out for him to play with? Wouldn't that be the same as touching her thighs? It seems that Commandery Princess does have a guard of chastity. Song Qingshu revealed a sly smile. But with your status, I'm afraid you won't need this. It's none of your business. Zhao Min realized that she had been tricked by him. She blushed and said, "Anyway, even if she doesn't need it, she won't give it to you like that woman." "I don't know why she gave it to me," Song Qingshu said helplessly. "She's interested in you." Zhao Min snorted. Song Qingshu quickly changed the topic. "Commandery Princess, you know the Jin Kingdom better. Tell me what kind of person Mrs. Tang is. She's so ostentatious." "I've also been wondering," Zhao Min's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. It was obvious that she also had no clue. Logically speaking, how could a mere Chongyi army's military commander's wife make Kaifeng city guard so fearful? Could it be because her family is powerful? Song Qingshu asked. "I've filtered through all the influential people in the Jin Kingdom, but I can't find anyone who has anything to do with Mrs. Tang." Zhao Min shook her head slightly. "She's called Mrs. Tang, but her surname is not necessarily Tang. Maybe it's her husband's surname," Song Qingshu said. "Impossible." Zhao Min thought for a moment and said, "Although there are many Han generals in the Jin Kingdom, they are not of high status. It's impossible for the Jurchen nobles to marry the Han. Mrs. Tang looks like a real Jurchen Jinren. Her husband can't be a Han. How could his surname be Tang?" "Your surname is Zhao," Song Qingshu murmured. "Humph, I'm an alien on the grassland. I prefer Han culture. Besides, I often deal with people in Jianghu. It's more convenient for me to have a Han name." Zhao Min glared at him. The Jin Kingdom easily conquered the northern Song dynasty. They don't respect the Han people. How could they have a Han name? Then how do you explain Mrs. Tang? Song Qingshu said with a headache. "She probably used this to get closer to us." "No," Zhao Min spat. "She used this alias to get closer to you. She was clearly more interested in you in the beginning, okay?" Song Qingshu said gloomily. Recalling the way Mrs. Tang looked at her at the beginning, Zhao Min felt a chill run down her spine and quickly said, "In any case, she knows that I'm a woman now, so she'll only be interested in you. Just sacrifice yourself a little and secretly get some information out of her to find out what her real female name is." "Do I look like that kind of person?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "I think so." A smile appeared on Zhao Min's lips. "Didn't the holy nun just now have her body ruined by you? Then, she chased after you for thousands of miles." Song Qingshu was shocked and quickly denied, "Who told you that I ravaged her body? There's no such thing." "Really?" With her hands behind her back, Zhao Min slowly walked to the table and sat down. But she admitted it herself. "How is that possible?" Song Qingshu was confused. "Could it be that Ren Yingying was so pure that she thought her chastity was ruined when I touched her calf?" Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't look like he was lying, Zhao Min somehow relaxed. She thought that it was good that he wasn't a perverted pervert. Otherwise, she might really have to use the chastity guard in the following days. After a while, seeing that Song Qingshu's face was still gloomy, Zhao Min chuckled. "Alright, so what if you ravaged her body? It's not a big deal." Seeing that Song Qingshu opened his mouth to explain, Zhao Min impatiently interrupted, "That Yang Miaoshen's spear skills are really that amazing? Unfathomable." Song Qingshu nodded and gave his evaluation. "Didn't she still lose in your hands?" Zhao Min's expression was strange. "The way you boast about yourself is really fresh and refined." Song Qingshu's face heated up. He said, "You misunderstood. The reason why I could beat her was because I had the advantage of Qinggong. My speed was too fast, and she couldn't display the subtlety of her spear skills at all. But in this world, there are only a handful of people who have a movement skill like mine. So it's not a big deal for her to say that she's invincible with her pear blossom spear. Aren't you ashamed to put gold on your face?" Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him and asked doubtfully, "You've seen the martial arts of my subordinates at the inn. In your opinion, are they not as good as Yang Miaozhen? There are only a few of your subordinates who can be considered real masters. Air, and Asan's cultivation base has been mostly destroyed by that Wuji Gij of yours. There's no need to talk about it." Song Qingshu found that whenever Zhang Wuji was mentioned, his heart was completely calm. He was no longer filled with resentment like before. It seemed like his state of mind was indeed much better than before. Listening to Song Qingshu imitating her tone of voice and calling out Wuji Gij in a strange voice, Zhao Min felt goosebumps all over her body. She glared at him fiercely, urging him to continue. The Xianming elders, whether it's Lu Zhangke or He Biwing, if they were to fight Yang Miaozhen alone, they would die within 100 moves. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "But these two old fools have always been inseparable. I don't think they will have the chance to fight alone. The two of them have been brothers for decades and have long understood each other. When they work together, their power will more than double. This way, they will have the capital to contend with Yang Miaozhen. But unfortunately, as the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The Xianming elders' ultimate skill, the Xianming divine palm, cannot be used in front of Yang Miaozhen's pear blossom spear. So when the two of them work together, they can only barely protect themselves. Are they that weak?" Zhao Min's expression was as dark as water. The Xianming elders were already the top masters of the Ruyang mansion. For so many years, as long as they fought, there had never been a master they could not defeat. Even Zhang Wuji, who had mastered the 9 Yang divine skill and the heaven and earth great shift, had been so powerful at the light peak. But in the end, he had been seriously injured when he fought the Xianming elders for the first time. Zhao Min really did not want to believe that a girl in her 20s could be stronger than Zhang Wuji. It's not that they are weak. The Xianming elders can definitely challenge any top master in Jianghu if they work together. Song Qingshu acknowledged the strength of the two. It's just that the fourth lady's pear blossom spear is too powerful. The world is so big, there are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Then what about Jinlu and Fuwang? Zhao Min said unconvinced. Jinlu and Fuwang is our Mongolian nation preceptor. In the entire grasslands, I'm afraid only the imperial preceptor, Ba Siba, can compete with him. I don't believe he will lose to a little girl. Jinlu and Fuwang's cultivation is definitely higher than Yang Miaozhen's. But from what I know, Jinlu and Fuwang's combat ability is really not good. He is also not good at dealing with complicated and exquisite moves. Song Qingshu simulated the fight between the two in his mind and thought that Jinlu and Fuwang might be at a disadvantage. Nation Preceptor is not good at combat. Who did you hear this from? Zhao Min said with a frown. Song Qingshu then remembered that he was only speculating from the original work. When Jinlu and Fuwang fought against Guojing, it was reasonable for him to be at a disadvantage. But when he fought against Yanggua, Xiaolong knew, and even Li Macho in the early stages, even though his martial arts were clearly much higher than his opponents, he was still at a disadvantage. The late 10th stage of the Dragon Elephant Prajna was supposed to be able to sweep the world. But in the end, he died under Yanggua's sad palm. He suddenly thought that the reason why Jinlu and Fuwang performed so poorly in the original work, could it be because of the main character aura of Yanggua and the others? If he used the logic of the novel to apply it to reality, he might not even know how he died in the future. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you in a daze? Zhao Min saw that Song Qingshu was in a daze. His face alternated between green and red. She couldn't help but say angrily. It's nothing, Song Qingshu said. My previous judgment of Jinlu and Fuwang was biased. Now that I think about it, if the two of them really fought to the death, the result would have been 50-50. That's as good as not saying anything. Zhao Min looked at him unhappily. Then you easily defeated Yang Miaozhen. Isn't that much better than Jinlu and Fuwang? I didn't have it easy. Can't you see that my chest is still bleeding? Song Qingshu pointed at the thick bandage on his chest. His face was full of injustice. He said with lingering fear, if I didn't rely on my lightness kung fu, I might have died under her spear in the first move. That spear strike was really scary. Thinking of Yang Miaozhen's stunning spear strike, Zhao Min agreed with him, but you keep emphasizing your lightness kung fu. From what I see, your swordsmanship is clearly more powerful. Really? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. If you praise me like that, I'll feel embarrassed. Humph, do I look like someone who talks nonsense? Didn't I tell you before that the Taiji sword was just SOSO? Zhao Min snorted and suddenly recalled that time on Mount Wudong, that old bastard Zhang Sanfeng gave the Taiji sword to Zhang Wuji at the last minute. Zhang Wuji also used a wooden sword to defeat Ada with the Yiqian sword. He even cut off one of Ada's arms. Thinking of what happened that day, Zhao Min's expression did not look good. After we returned, we gathered the experts of the Ruyang Palace and studied the Taiji sword. Although the Taiji sword is exquisite, in the end, it's just using one's own bluntness to block the enemy's sharpness. It's fine to bully an enemy who is weaker than you, but if you meet an expert of the same level, haha, although it's not easy to lose, it's not likely that you'll win. Later on Spirit Snake Island, when Zhang Wuji faced the Persian three emissaries of wind and cloud, and when he faced Sandu's Vajra demon subduing ring on Mount Shaoshur, he was at his wit's end. Hearing Zhao Min's words, Song Qingshu had a pensive look and said, although I was once a disciple of Wudong, I have never learned the Taiji sword, so I'm not too sure if what you said is correct. However, as far as I know, the Taiji sword does not focus on sword moves, but on sword intent. When you meet an opponent who is weaker than you can often toy with your opponent in the palm of your hand. But when you meet an opponent of the same level or a higher level, you seem to be somewhat powerless. Thinking of how he and Ling Huchong could easily break Taoist priest Chong Su's Taiji sword technique, Song Qingshu did not arrogantly think that the Taiji sword was nothing special. He only thought that it was because Taoist priest Chong Su's cultivation was not high enough that his sword technique revealed a flaw. If Zhang Sanfeng were to personally use the Taiji sword, even if he knew that the center of the dazzling sword light was a flaw, how would he dare to directly attack and risk having his arm broken? However, if the sword devil Duga seeking a loss were to come back to life and fight against Zhang Sanfeng, he might really be able to break the Taiji sword with a single sword attack. So in the end, it still depended on the cultivation of the person using the sword. Seeing that Song Qingshu agreed with her view, Zhao Min could not help but feel somewhat excited. It's the same wooden sword, but your sword technique gives me a completely different feeling. What feeling? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Just as Zhao Min was about to speak, Madame Tang's incomparably charming voice came from outside the door. Has Prince Song rested? The two people in the room couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing Song Qingshu staring at her, Zhao Min said grumpily, what are you looking at? She's looking for you, not me. It's so late. Song Qingshu frowned. Obviously, he didn't know what Mrs. Tang's intention was. She's clearly offering herself to sleep with you. Zhao Min sneered. Don't tell me you're not tempted by such a beautiful woman. It's one thing to be moved, but it's another thing whether you'll do it or not. Mrs. Tang's identity is mysterious. I really don't know what her purpose is. Song Qingshu deliberately lowered his voice. I don't care if you're tempted or not. Is there a place in your room for me to hide? Zhao Min looked around, obviously not wanting Mrs. Tang to come in and see her. You're hiding here? Song Qingshu was stunned. Suddenly, he smiled maliciously and whispered in her ear, don't tell me you have a hobby of peeping. Zhao Min was a little tickled by his breath. She subconsciously shrank back and said angrily, I just don't want her to misunderstand our relationship. Then I won't let her in. As soon as her voice fell, Song Qingshu looked up and was about to tell Mrs. Tang that he was already asleep. Hey! Zhao Min anxiously covered his mouth and whispered quickly, didn't you say that Mrs. Tang's identity is mysterious? How can I miss such a good opportunity? The fingers on his lips were cold and very comfortable. Song Qingshu glanced at them and was reluctant to speak. Only then did Zhao Min wake up. Her little hand retracted as if it was scalded. Her expression was quite unnatural. So you want me to sacrifice myself to get information? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Zhao Min blushed. It's not as bad as you said. Hurry up and greet her. She should be impatient. But there's nowhere to hide in this house, except under the bed. If you want to eat the dust, I'll let you. Song Qingshu shrugged helplessly. Zhao Min looked around. It was indeed as Song Qingshu had said. She couldn't help but ask in distress, where should I hide it? hide on the bed and put down the curtain. She won't be able to see you. Song Qingshu pointed to the bed not far away. Zhao Min said angrily, you want to take advantage of me? You're heavily injured. How can you withstand the torment? I don't have such a heavy taste. What's more, I'm also injured. Can your thoughts be more pure? Song Qingshu was speechless. Zhao Min was at a loss for words. She looked at the bottom of the bed and then at the top of the bed, hesitating. Song Qingshu smiled. He looked at the door and said in a clear voice, I have already gone to bed. May I know why Madam has come to visit so late at night? Hearing his refusal, Zhao Min glared at him fiercely. Her eyes were full of warning. Song Qingshu smiled and said softly, she came so late. Do you think she would just leave like this? Sure enough, Madame Tang smiled and continued, I just remembered that I could only use clothes to bandage young master's wound in a hurry, so this time I specially brought clean bandages to change young master's dressing. What an honorable reason. Zhao Min gave a thumbs up in admiration. She quickly ran to the bed. When Song Qingshu opened the door, she had just put down the bed curtain. It's so late, but I still have to trouble Madam to come in person. I'm really sorry. I won't go. Song Qingshu saw Madame Tang's appearance and couldn't help but be stunned. Madame Tang had clearly just finished bathing. Her face was still bright red from the steam. She was wearing a gauzy dress that wrapped her graceful figure. Her chest was high, her waist was thin, and her buttocks were full of the most lacking femininity of a young girl. Song Qingshu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had to admit that Madame Tang was simply a woman among women. I didn't expect to see through clothes in this dynasty. Song Qingshu was speechless. Madame Tang's dress was really too thin. He could vaguely see her underwear. Aren't you going to invite me in? Madame Tang pursed her lips and smiled. A shallow dimple appeared on her oval face. Madam, please come in. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and quickly welcomed Mrs. Tang in. Sir, please close the door. Madame Tang entered the room and looked around without leaving a trace. She didn't see Zhao Min. She was quite satisfied and casually reminded Song Qingshu. What? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He deliberately opened the door to show that he was open and aboveboard. He didn't have any improper thoughts. He didn't expect Madame Tang to take the initiative. Noticing Song Qingshu's expression, Madame Tang's eyelashes drooped and she said in a low voice, Young master, you may not know, but although we are as clear as the sun and moon between us, your concubine's husband is not in the fu. If servants see us in the same room, it will be hard to avoid rumors spreading. If your concubine's husband finds out, your concubine. Zhao Min, who was hiding in the bed, secretly cursed. This vixen came to seduce a man in the middle of the night and said she was afraid of rumors. It was ridiculous. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, Madam, don't cry. I will close the door. Looking at Song Qingshu's back as he closed the door, Madame Tang faintly sighed, Sir, you must think that I am a shameless woman. Song Qingshu smiled, Madam, you think too much. My companion is seriously injured. Song Mao is very grateful that Madam took him in. How could I think of Madam that way? Madame Tang's face showed a trace of worry, my face is too charming. In addition, I don't pay much attention to my behavior. It is inevitable that there will be rumors. Even my husband is beginning to suspect that I am unfaithful to him. If it weren't for young master saving this concubine's life, this concubine wouldn't have allowed you to stay in the rear courtyard. Hearing her sincere words, Song Qingshu was confused for a moment. Could it be that he really misunderstood this woman? Since she carried a chastity guard with her, it was obvious. But it was hard not to misunderstand her actions. Especially so late at night, and wearing such revealing clothes to a strange man's room. If this wasn't seduction, then what was? Song Qingshu thought about it and realized that everyone loved beauty. Those city beauties who wore miniskirts in his previous life might not all be like that. Maybe Mrs. Tang's style was just because she had a different taste and hobbies. Your husband is always fighting outside, and you live in two different places. It is inevitable that there will be misunderstandings. Madam, you don't need to take it to heart. Of course, if your husband can return to Madam's side, then all these misunderstandings will naturally melt away. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to change the topic to the military governor of the Chongyi army. He wanted to see if he could find out anything. Right now, the front lines are in a tight situation. How could he return so easily? Madame Tang clearly didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. She looked disinterested. Song Qingshu's heart moved. Why did he have to beat around the bush? He could just ask her directly. Anyone who saw Madame Tang display power that didn't match her status would feel strange. Moreover, with Madame Tang's display of intimacy, pretending to ask casually shouldn't raise her guard. Madam, there is one thing I don't understand. I don't know if I should ask. Song Qingshu said lightly. He couldn't use a woman's feelings to deceive her, so he gave up on discussing with Zhao Min. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Zhao Min was shocked. She secretly complained that Song Qingshu was taking too much risk. She quickly pricked up her ears to listen. Young master's great kindness is something I can't repay. Why would I hide it from you? Young master, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Madame Tang replied. This? Madam, you are too serious. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't hide his curiosity. I was just wondering why the commander of the Kaifeng army is so respectful to you. Is it because of your husband? Him? Although she tried to hide it, Song Qingshu still heard the disdain in her voice. He doesn't have the ability. Then why? Song Qingshu thought it was as he expected. Madame Tang suddenly blushed. After a long silence, she said, Young master, do you know who is the most powerful person in the Jin kingdom? Isn't the most powerful person your emperor? Song Qingshu used to be the leader of the Manchurian Qing. He naturally knew that the current emperor of the Jin kingdom was Shizong Wanyanji. Young master, after the death of the founding emperor of the Jin kingdom, Aguda, the throne was passed on to his younger brother, Wanyan Wukamai, who was Taizong. After Taizong's death, the throne fell into the hands of Taizong's grandson, who is the current emperor Shizong. But because Shizong was young, the court was controlled by a few founding ministers. These people are very famous in the hearts of the Han people. Madame Tang explained. Oh? Who are they? Song Qingshu secretly sighed at his carelessness. He had spent most of his energy on Jianghu and neglected the power structure of the countries. Prince Jin, Wanyan Zonghan, Prince Song, Wanyan Zonggan, and Wanyan Zongbi, who was called Wushu by the soldiers of the southern Song dynasty. Madame Tang said. Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Zonggan, the two who destroyed the northern Song dynasty and brought shame to Jingkong? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. Madame Tang nodded and continued, these princes have a lot of troops and high prestige. They quickly took over the emperor and made most of the decisions in the court. Over time, they developed the weak character of the emperor. Speaking of this, Madame Tang could not help but sigh softly. And then? But they were clearly no longer in this world. As time passed, the three princes died one after another, but the psychological shadow left on the emperor still existed. In addition, the emperor was weak and unwilling to manage things. The power of the court soon fell into the hands of the empress, Pei Man, Madame Tang answered. Pei Man, your empress is a Han? Song Qingshu frowned and asked curiously. Of course not. Madame Tang shook her head slightly. The empress is a member of the Palu fire tribe of the Jurchen race. She gave herself a Han name, Pei Man I see. Song Qingshu said curiously, is Madame related to this Pei Man? If that kind of relationship could be called a relationship. Thinking of some absurd things, Madame Tang's face turned red and she said vaguely, something like that. Young master, let me change your dressing first. Madame Tang obviously did not want to say more and quickly changed the topic. Come, let's sit on the bed. It's convenient to change the dressing. Why did he have to change the dressing on the bed? Song Qingshu was not stupid enough to ask this question. In addition, he wanted to tease Zhao Min, so he nodded with a smile and said, thank you, madam. Zhao Min was praying that Song Qingshu would find a reason to refuse. She didn't expect that he would agree so easily. She was so angry. But now was not the time to be angry. If Mrs. Tang saw her in Song Qingshu's bed, she would not be able to clear her name. Looking around, Zhao Min helplessly found that there was no place to hide. Feeling that the two people outside had walked to the bed, Zhao Min gritted her teeth and got under the quilt. Lifting the curtain and seeing the messy quilt, Mrs. Tang was finally relieved. It turned out that Song Qingshu did not open the door after waiting outside for so long. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Seeing that Song Qingshu's quilt was messy, it was obvious that he had just gotten out of bed and was delayed because he wanted to put on his clothes. Really, I won't eat you. Why are you dressed so tightly? Mrs. Tang laughed in her heart. Song Qingshu glanced around and guessed that Zhao Min was hiding in the quilt. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Gongzi, bear with the pain. I will help you change the dressing. Mrs. Tang took off her shoes, sat on the bed, and said softly. Madam, feel free to do as you please. Although I dare not compare myself to Guangong, I can still endure this bit of pain. Song Qingshu thought of the first time he met Yang Miaozhen and she stabbed him. It was not a good beginning. Mrs. Tang grunted and gently helped him take off his coat. Gradually exposed to the air, his body felt a little cold. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He didn't know whether this woman did it intentionally or not. She changed the dressing in such an ambiguous way. One moment she was seductive, the next moment she was firm and strong. He didn't know which side was the real her. Gongzi, your skin is as smooth as that of your companion. Her fingertips gently slid over his shoulder and Mrs. Tang was amazed. Song Qingshu's internal energy had reached perfection. Under the bone and marrow cleansing, the impurities in his body were gradually discharged. His skin was indeed much better than that of ordinary people. However, as a man, it was still difficult for him to accept such praise. Hearing Mrs. Tang mention him, a small hand reached out from under the blanket and quietly pinched Song Qingshu. He didn't know if it was to protest or something. "Ayo," Madame Tang exclaimed. She looked at Song Qingshu's back and her pretty face quickly turned red. She bit her lower lip and said faintly, I thought young Master Song was really an enlightened monk. I didn't expect you to be so bad. It turned out that Zhao Min was hiding under the quilt and couldn't see clearly. She could only judge the location of the two based on the direction of the sound. However, when Mrs. Tang was changing Song Qingshu's dressing, they happened to change positions. As a result, Zhao Min's hand pinched Mrs. Tang's buttocks. Mrs. Tang didn't know that there was another person on the bed. She subconsciously thought that Song Qingshu had secretly taken advantage of her. The situation within a radius of several feet was under Song Qingshu's perception. How could Zhao Min's small movements be hidden from him? Seeing Mrs. Tang looking at him with slight anger, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and could only acquiesce to this. Even if it's an eminent monk who's able to sit still, I'm afraid he'll have the thought of renouncing asceticism when he meets a peerless beauty like Madame. Song Qingshu smiled stiffly as he reached under the blanket and pinched Zhao Min in retaliation. Ah! A low cry came from under the quilt. Fortunately, Mrs. Tang's attention was on Song Qingshu, so Zhao Min didn't expose herself. He didn't know what he had just touched, but it seemed that every part of her body was as soft and bouncy as this. Song Qingshu calmly withdrew his evil hand. What is young master's greatest worry now? Mrs. Tang adjusted her mood and continued to change his dressing as she asked softly. My greatest worry? Song Qingshu was startled. He had a lot of worries, but he couldn't tell the woman in front of him most of them. Moreover, there was also Princess Xiao Min who was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Song Mao has too many worries. Most of them are mundane matters of the world. If I say them, I'm afraid it will dirty Madame's ears. Young master must be joking. Young master is such a handsome young hero with unparalleled martial arts. What in the world can stop you? Madame Tang passed under his ribs and seriously tied the last knot for him. Zhao Min quietly poked her head out from under the quilt and silently mouthed to Song Qingshu, business. Song Qingshu smiled and stretched out his foot to press Zhao Min's head back. Ba ba ba. Under the quilt, Zhao Min retched and was extremely angry. This bastard, one day I will torture you. This one has many worries. Mrs. Tang's cheek was very close to his chest, so close that Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a faint ripple in his heart. He quickly reached out to support her back to prevent her from falling. For example, what I am worried about now is that I still don't know Madame's name after so long. After changing the dressing, Mrs. Tang was not in a hurry to get up. She quietly lay in Song Qingshu's arms and quietly looked at him. According to the customs of Yuhan people, a woman's name can only be known by her parents and her future husband. Being stared at by those long and charming peach blossom eyes, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He lightly said, "But madam is a Jurchenjinren, not a Han." "As far as I know, you Jurchenjinren don't have this rule, do you? I'm really afraid of you. My real name is Tang Quoting. Is it very unpleasant to hear?" Mrs. Tang looked at Song Qingshu uneasily, afraid that he would show disgust. "I think it's pretty good." Song Qingshu smiled. "It's much better than the name of the number one beauty of Mongolia, Min Min Te Er. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Min was so angry that she kicked him through the quilt to show her protest. Mrs. Tang was half lying in Song Qingshu's arms. Her line of sight was blocked by his body, so she naturally couldn't see all this. "Really?" Mrs. Tang cried out in surprise. "I was worried that you, as a Han, wouldn't like my name." Song Qingshu was startled. He said, "Even the general in charge of Kaifeng is respectful to madam. You must have a high status in the court of the Jin kingdom. Why do you care about what I, a Han, think?" Not knowing what to think, Madame Tang suddenly sighed faintly. "That is only the surface. Who knows the misery in my heart? If madam doesn't mind, Song Mao can be a loyal listener." Song Qingshu didn't understand why Mrs. Tang's mood suddenly fluctuated, but he knew that he had missed the opportunity today. Can I trust you?" Mrs. Tang's eyes were shining. She stared at Song Qingshu without blinking. Song Qingshu was shocked. He quickly stretched out his hand and swore, "If what madam said to Song Mao today, and Song Mao tells others, I will teach Song Mao a lesson." Mrs. Tang quickly put her finger on his lips. "Child, don't make this kind of oath. I trust you." Originally, Song Qingshu thought that Zhao Min had heard it from the side, so it didn't count as him breaking the oath, so it didn't matter how vicious the oath was. However, seeing Mrs. Tang's trust, he suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. "Do you know why the governor of Kaifeng City is so polite to me?" Mrs. Tang didn't notice his abnormality. Instead, she was lost in thought. Her voice was very faint. "Is it because of your relationship with the Empress?" Thinking of what she had just said, Song Qingshu asked tentatively. "What relationship can I have with the Empress?" Mrs. Tang sneered and then fell into silence. Zhao Min was waiting anxiously. She kept kicking Song Qingshu's back through the quilt, signaling him to continue asking. But Song Qingshu didn't move. He didn't want to disturb Mrs. Tang at this time. Fortunately, Mrs. Tang didn't let Zhao Min wait for long. She continued, "It's not accurate to say that we have no relationship. To be precise, we have both slept with the same man." Although Mrs. Tang's voice was calm, Song Qingshu was startled. He hesitated and asked, "Madam, the Jin Kingdom Emperor?" His first reaction was to rule out that the Empress had slept with Mrs. Tang's husband. After all, as the military governor of Chongyi Army, he was far from qualified to have skin contact with the Empress. "No." Mrs. Tang shook her head gently, but it was like a heavy bomb exploding in the hearts of Song Qingshu and Zhao Min. She shook her head. Didn't it mean that the Empress of the Jin Kingdom had cheated on the current emperor? There was such a man. He was not only noble and powerful, but also had a good reputation in everyone's mind. In addition, he was handsome. In fact, he was the most ideal husband in many women's hearts. Until one day, his wife invited me to their house as a guest. I wasn't prepared at all, so I just went. Who knew that not long after the banquet, I would fall unconscious? When I woke up, this man was lying on top of me and doing beastly things. As she spoke, Mrs. Tang was sobbing uncontrollably. Even Zhao Min, who was beside her, was shocked. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "Who is this man?" Mrs. Tang shook her head lightly. "He threatened me with the safety of my whole family, so I wouldn't reveal his name." Song Qingshu frowned. When he was about to say something, Mrs. Tang continued, "After that, I planned to expose his true colors. Unfortunately, by chance, I found that even the Empress was with him. As I said before, the current emperor is weak. The power in the court is in the hands of the Empress. Even she is that man's lover. I was desperate at last. In addition, he threatened me with the safety of my family, so I couldn't help but become his plaything. Does your husband know about this? Song Qingshu suddenly asked in a low voice. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Even the governor of Kaifeng City is fawning on me. Do you think my husband knows? Mrs. Tang's face showed a trace of sadness. Is he going to let you be bullied like this? Song Qingshu said angrily. What else could he do? Mrs. Tang smiled sadly. He has his own family to think about. It's not good for anyone if it's exposed. If he pretends not to know, at least he can keep everything in front of him. He's such a jerk. Song Qingshu said angrily. Haha, he's a jerk. Not long after, he hid in the front line and rarely went home. I'm afraid that seeing me at home would hurt his fragile self-esteem. Mrs. Tang's voice was full of resentment. Song Qingshu frowned and said, maybe he's suffering for revenge in the future. Mrs. Tang was stunned but quickly shook her head. Even if he's suffering for revenge, it's only for his dignity as a man, not for me. When I was most helpless, he chose to leave in silence. I'll never forget that feeling for the rest of my life. Song Qingshu was silent and didn't know how to comfort her. In fact, although I was angry at his cowardice and incompetence, I could understand his helplessness until today. Mrs. Tang said coldly. What happened today? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Who do you think hired those people to kill me today? Mrs. Tang closed her eyes and 2 drops of tears slowly fell down. Well, since Mrs. Tang was the secret lover of that big shot, no one in the Jin kingdom would be stupid enough to offend her. From Yang Miaozhen's tone, it was clear that someone hired them to kill Mrs. Tang. Combined with Mrs. Tang's words, the murderer was obvious. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and said, it may not be him. Maybe the big shot's wife saw her husband infatuated with you. She was so jealous that she sent someone to kill you to win back her husband's favor. You're kind-hearted and always put in a good word for him. Mrs. Tang opened her eyes and reached out to gently touch Song Qingshu's cheek. Song Qingshu shrank back without a trace and said, I'm just stating the facts. I hope so too. Mrs. Tang's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Unfortunately, young master has forgotten that it was his wife who helped me get married. At her age and status, all she thinks about is benefits and status. How could she be jealous of a woman like me who can't see the light? You can tell me who that man is. Song Mao is not talented and thinks his kung fu is just SOSO. I'll kill him to avenge you. Song Qingshu couldn't bear to see a woman's tears. Moreover, in the near future, he would inevitably become an enemy of the Jin kingdom. It was good to kill a big shot in advance. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Mrs. Tang's eyes were full of surprise and she looked at Song Qingshu blankly. Why are you so good to me? Zhao Min, who was under the blanket, kicked him to show her dissatisfaction. I can't let you lose confidence in all the men in the world. Song Qingshu replied lightly. Mrs. Tang's heart seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. She looked at Song Qingshu blankly and asked, can you hug me? Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and finally reached out to hug Mrs. Tang. Mrs. Tang saw that her face was pressed against Song Qingshu's chest and she quietly listened to his heartbeat. Her mood slowly calmed down. Thank you, but I won't put you in danger. You don't have to worry about me. With my lightness skills, even if the assassination fails, they can't keep me. Song Qingshu actually regretted making this promise on impulse. But in life, there were always a few irrational actions. Otherwise, what was the point of living? Gongzi's martial arts are unparalleled. Naturally, I don't have to worry. Mrs. Tang hugged Song Qingshu tightly. But I've already gotten over it. We women on the grassland don't have a strong concept of chastity. Isn't it just being someone else's secret lover? It's not a big deal. This can also ensure the safety of the family and the prosperity of the husband. If that person dies, one of his political enemies will definitely think of using my relationship with him to completely eradicate his power. Without a backer, whether it's me or my family, they won't have a good end. Mrs. Tang was born in a Jurchen noble family and had long been accustomed to the blood in the palace. That was why she could see it so clearly. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't think of this. Only now did he understand that he came from the modern world. Gongzi, do you think I'm a bad woman? Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't speak, Mrs. Tang raised her head worriedly. No, it was Madame's words that made Song Mao look at you in a different light. I admire Madame's courage. Song Qingshu sighed, since Madame has already seen through everything, there is no need to tell me these secrets. I don't know. Mrs. Tang shook her head blankly and smiled bitterly. I just wanted to stop and arouse Gongzi's pity. I didn't know that Gongzi had a natural reassuring aura. Unknowingly, I told you everything. Madam visiting late at night, you really have bad intentions. Song Qingshu teased. Mrs. Tang blushed and said embarrassedly, I'm just worried that Gongzi won't rest well. This reason is quite unique. Song Qingshu smiled. May I ask Madam, how can I rest well? Gongzi knows the answer. Mrs. Tang said in a sweet voice. Her prolonged voice gradually became lower, and the bed was suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Yes. Zhao Min, who was under the quilt, was furious and secretly regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have gone back to her room when Mrs. Tang came in just now. That way, she wouldn't ruin their plans and add to her anger. Gongzi, do you know what I'm most afraid of? Mrs. Tang said faintly. This, forgive my stupidity, but I really can't guess. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I'm most afraid of loneliness. Mrs. Tang sighed deeply. What? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. That person only sees me when he misses my body. He calls me and leaves me at will. My husband also dislikes me and leaves me. In such a big family, whenever it's quiet at night, I feel the coldness deep in my bones, Mrs. Tang said bitterly. Mrs. Tang said bitterly, sometimes I think that those two men ruined my life. Why should I feel wronged? Although I can't take revenge directly, I can take revenge on them in a woman's way. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. His throat was dry as he said, how do you plan to take revenge on them? Mrs. Tang's skin flashed a bright red. She didn't answer. She pulled Song Qingshu's hand into her clothes and opened her red lips slightly. That's this kind of revenge. The mature woman's body was so soft and attractive. Song Qingshu's body trembled and he subconsciously wanted to take his hand back. However, Mrs. Tang firmly held his hand, her eyes full of pleading, please, don't refuse me. Hearing Mrs. Tang's slightly choked voice, Song Qingshu's heart softened. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't pull his hand out. Young Master Song, you are injured and it is not suitable for you to move. Let me serve you today. Madame Tang moved her lips close to his ear and said softly. Then, she began to kiss his neck. Oh my God! Zhao Min, who was under the quilt, sighed in her heart. That bastard didn't refuse. Did he forget that I am still next to him? With a warm and soft body in his arms, that mature and soft touch, and her fragrance filling his nose, Song Qingshu sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had something to do, he might not have been able to control himself today. Song Qingshu, you bastard! Hearing the sweet moans coming from Mrs. Tang's nose, Zhao Min couldn't help it anymore. She lifted the quilt and was about to rush out. However, she didn't know that her waist was numb. Song Qingshu had already hit her acupuncture point. Her whole body was lying on the bed. She is? When Mrs. Tang saw Zhao Min suddenly jump out, she was also shocked. Before she had time to ask, Song Qingshu also hit her sleeping acupuncture point and she fainted. Seeing that Mrs. Tang had fallen beside her and Song Qingshu was staring at her with evil intentions, Zhao Min panicked and said, What do you want? Princess, you suddenly jumped out and ruined my romantic encounter. Shouldn't you compensate me with something? Song Qingshu's eyes were full of smiles. You're right. Compensate, compensate, compensate. When we return to the Ruyang mansion, I will definitely give you 10, oh no, 100 outstanding beauties. Noticing that Song Qingshu's expression was very different from before, Zhao Min said in a panic. Speaking of outstanding beauties, who in the whole prairie can compare to you, princess? Song Qingshu said with an evil smile. Who said so? The Hui tribe's princess Xianxia, the Jin kingdom's #1 beauty, Pucha Elihu, and her daughter Wanyan Zhongjia, the Liao kingdom's empress Xiao Guanyin, and the princess Yelu Nancian. They are all famous beauties of the grassland. I promise you, I will give them to you in the future. Zhao Min was flustered. She named a dozen or so of the most famous beauties of the prairie in order to escape. Princess, you talk big. These women are either from the Jin Kingdom, Liao, or the Hui tribe of the western region. They are either empresses or princesses. None of them are lower than you, princess. What ability do you have to decide their fate? Song Qingshu's tone was full of sarcasm. In the future, when the Mongols unify the world, these women will be slaves of a conquered country. I can make arrangements for them. Zhao Min's breathing was rapid, and the rapid rise and fall of her chest showed how nervous she was at the moment. If the Mongols want to unify the world, it will take at least 50 years if not 30 years. By that time, all these so-called beauties will turn into dust. Are you deliberately making fun of me? Song Qingshu pretended to untie her clothes. Ah! Zhao Min screamed and said quickly, I can give you Princess Xianxia first. Princess Xianxia? Song Qingshu was stunned when he heard this. She is in your hands? Noticing Song Qingshu's strange expression, Zhao Min finally recovered a trace of calmness. Hearing this, she turned her head to the side and deliberately did not answer. No matter whether she is a princess or an empress, they are illusory things after all. How can they be as real as you? Tonight is a long night and I really don't have the mood to sleep. How about this, if Princess can immediately get one of those princesses and empresses you mentioned just now onto this bed, I will replace you with her and let you go. What do you think? Song Qingshu looked down at Zhao Min who was lying on the bed. Who do you want me to look for at this time? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Zhao Min sounded like she was about to cry. Oh? Song Qingshu looked regretful. Then there's nothing I can do. As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers had already started fiddling with her clothes. Song Qingshu, you don't lack beauties around you. Why do you have to make such a big enemy of the Mongolians just for a moment of pleasure? Zhao Min's voice gradually calmed down. She did not give up. As long as you let me go today, I promise to let bygones be bygones. I can also do my best to fulfill any request you have. Seeing that Song Qingshu's expression changed, Zhao Min continued, I don't deny that I'm very beautiful, but compared to my beauty, I'm afraid that my identity as the princess is more valuable. You're a smart person. Why do you have to neglect the essentials? Song Qingshu moved his head closer to her and looked at her delicate skin. He smiled faintly. But in my eyes, you're much more important than your identity. He was not lying. In his past life, when he read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he had a good impression of this strange woman who was full of wisdom and would not hesitate to give up everything for her lover. Now that he was lucky enough to see her in person, that feeling was even stronger. If the princess is willing to tell me what happened between you and Zhang Wuji, I might let you go. Song Qingshu's face was full of persuasion. Zhao Min's expression changed. In the end, she snorted coldly and turned her head away. She responded with silence. Then there's no other way. Song Qingshu rubbed his hands and reached out to her chest. Song Qingshu, if you dare to touch me, I'll definitely tear you into pieces in the future. I'll also kill all of the Wu-Tang clan. At this time, Zhao Min finally lost hope. She understood that she might not be able to keep her innocence today. Tsk tisk, Song Qingshu straightened up and frowned at her. Actually, I didn't want to hurt the princess, but if I stop now, won't it seem like I'm afraid of your threat? Really? Zhao Min heard his words and was overjoyed. Nonsense, I'm not that despicable. Song Qingshu flicked his finger and Zhao Min's acupoints were unsealed. As soon as Zhao Min broke free, she bit her lower lip and raised her hand to slap Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu tilted his head back and easily dodged the attack. He said gloomily, Princess, you're really insatiable. Who asked you to bully me? Zhao Min pouted. She was really scared just now, and there were still tears in her eyes. I was just joking with you. Song Qingshu smiled. How can you joke like that? Zhao Min said angrily. I'm just curious about how Princess Xiao Min, who has always been wise, would react in that situation just now. Song Qingshu laughed complacently. Are you satisfied now? Thinking of her embarrassing appearance just now, Zhao Min was both embarrassed and angry. My bad taste has been satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. Song Qingshu seemed to have thought of something and sighed faintly. Princess, it's fortunate that you met me now. If it was earlier, it would have been very difficult for me to control myself in such a situation. Zhao Min blushed and subconsciously tightened her collar. She looked at him strangely. Earlier? Yes. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh, full of regret. Zhao Min was quick-witted and quickly thought of something. She asked tentatively, after the lion-slaying gathering, you clearly returned to Umayame with Zhou Zhirua, but then I heard that you roamed Jianghu alone. Could it be that you couldn't control yourself and did something to Zhou Zhirua? Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't think that he would only reveal a hint of emotion. He said calmly, of course the princess hopes that I did something to Zhou Zhirua. That way, she won't be able to compete with you for Big Brother Wuji. Nonsense. Zhao Min's face heated up when he saw through her thoughts. She snorted. Alright, I don't have time to chat with you. I have something to do and have to go out for a while. Song Qingshu stood up. Where are you going? Zhao Min was startled. It has nothing to do with you, Song Qingshu answered. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. I'm afraid I'm going to look for the lady in the inn. Princess, has anyone ever told you that it's difficult for a woman to marry if she's too smart? Song Qingshu said. There are many people who want to be the princess consort of the Ruyang mansion. It's none of your business. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. Leave this kind of thing to Zhang Wuji. Song Qingshu smiled. I only have one thing to worry about. What is it? Zhao Min asked in a daze. What if you run away after I leave? Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Min quietly. Zhao Min forced a smile and said, how could that be? I'm seriously injured and this is the territory of the Jin Kingdom. If I walk out of this house, I'll most likely die. I'm not that stupid. Song Qingshu shook his head. Princess, you don't have to run away yourself. You just have to secretly spread the news after I leave. Jinlu and Fawang and the Xianming elders will naturally find you. Has anyone ever told you that it's difficult for a woman to like a man who's too smart? Zhao Min crossed her arms in front of her chest and sat there sulking. He can always attract some silly girls, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Then what do you think I should do? Zhao Min didn't like the smug look on his face and glared at him. Song Qingshu raised his hand and a gust of wind hit Zhao Min's waist. She showed a look of disbelief and fell back onto the bed. That's foolproof. I'll unseal your acupoint when I come back. Song Qingshu held her shoulders and slowly put her down. Who said it's foolproof? Seeing Song Qingshu turn to leave, Zhao Min said anxiously, you sealed my acupoint. What if? She couldn't think of a reason at the moment. What if what? Song Qingshu stopped in his tracks. What if some bad people come and my acupoint is sealed by you and I can't resist? What should I do? In a flash, Zhao Min finally thought of a reason that wasn't a reason. But she also knew that with Mrs. Tang's status, how could there be any danger in her house? Who knew that when Song Qingshu heard what she said, his expression actually became serious. It turned out that Zhao Min's words reminded Song Qingshu of the scene in The Return of the Condor Heroes where Xiao Longnu was humiliated by Yin Jiping. Xiao Longnu's acupoint was also sealed by Ouyang Feng. He had only left for a short while, and Yin Jiping came out to take advantage of the situation. Once he left, he was afraid that it would take at least one night. If there really was a Yin Jiping or Xing Jiping, then it would be a disaster. Zhao Min saw Song Qingshu's face turn red and then white. She didn't understand what was wrong with him and didn't dare to say anything to alarm him. She didn't know that her words just now had brought back the shadow of Song Qingshu's childhood. His eyes moved to the unconscious Mrs. Tang. Song Qingshu's heart moved and he had a plan. I have an idea. What? Zhao Min looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. She saw him press a few of Mrs. Tang's acupoints with his fingers. With a moan, Mrs. Tang slowly woke up. What if she wakes up and sees me? Zhao Min was shocked. She thought about how she had just listened to such a big secret while hiding under the covers. It was hard to guarantee that after she wakes up, she wouldn't be so bold that she would kill her. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't say anything. When he saw Mrs. Tang slightly open her eyes, he said in a strange tone, "Look at me, look at me." His voice was ethereal and ethereal. Zhao Min curiously looked into his eyes and saw that his eyeballs seemed to be completely black. It was like a huge whirlpool sucking her in. Zhao Min was shocked and quickly looked away. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Zhao Min only glanced from the side, and Song Qingshu's target wasn't her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break free. Yes. Mrs. Tang's eyes gradually became blurred, and she replied sluggishly. Mrs. Tang, this person is Song Qingshu. Tonight, you stay by her side and don't leave her side. Protect her well and don't let anyone disturb her. Song Qingshu pointed at Zhao Min and said in a commanding tone. Prince Song. Mrs. Tang glanced at Zhao Min. Her eyes were blank at first, but soon a strange look bloomed in them. Okay, there's no problem now. Song Qingshu put away his magic and looked at Zhao Min with a smile. Seeing that Mrs. Tang really thought that she was Song Qingshu, Zhao Min was shocked. What kind of sorcery is this? Your Highness, you should know that I don't have that kind of feelings for you now. Otherwise, if I just said a few words, you would take off all your clothes and take the initiative to get into my bed to seduce me, Song Qingshu said lightly. Hearing Song Qingshu's nonsense, Zhao Min's face turned red. Don't even think about it. Oh? Song Qingshu smiled. It seems that your Highness doesn't believe it. Do you want to try? Ah. No. Zhao Min closed her eyes in a panic, wondering what she should do if he really had evil intentions. She imagined that after being bewitched by him, she would willingly use her body to please him. She had goosebumps all over her body. After a while, seeing that there was no movement outside, Zhao Min quietly opened her eyes and looked outside. She was worried that Song Qingshu was deliberately luring her to open her eyes, so at first, she only opened her eyes a little. When she saw that the room was empty and Song Qingshu had already disappeared, Zhao Min let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sense of loss rose in her heart. Young master is injured and can't move freely. Let me serve you. Young master just needs to enjoy my gentleness. While Zhao Min was in a daze, Mrs. Tang's sweet voice came into her ears. Hey, I'm not Song Qingshu. Zhao Min panicked. She thought that when Mrs. Tang was about to offer herself to sleep in his bed, Song Qingshu hit her acupoint to make her sleep. Now that she woke up and was bewitched by Song Qingshu, she naturally thought that she was Song Qingshu and continued what she had just done. Young master, you must be joking. This eyebrow, this nose, this lips. How could it not be Prince Song? Mrs. Tang's fingertips slowly slid over Zhao Min's delicate face and smiled foolishly. Being touched by Mrs. Tang's fingertips, Zhao Min only felt a strange feeling in her body. Before she could react, she only felt that her collar was cold, and her clothes had been unbuttoned by Mrs. Tang. No. As soon as Zhao Min opened her mouth, she felt Mrs. Tang's soft and moist lips kissing her snow-white slender neck. She felt as if an electric current had flowed through her body, and the rest of her words all turned into a snort. After leaving Mrs. Tang's house, Song Qingshu used traceless treading on sand and rushed all the way to Shandong. He had left Xia Qingqing in a hurry in the inn and hadn't met her for a long time. She must be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Given Xia Qingqing's personality, Song Qingshu was worried that she would do something stupid in a moment of desperation. That was why he had traveled thousands of miles to rush back tonight. In his previous life, Song Qingshu couldn't figure out why qigong existed in Jianghu, but horses were still indispensable. When he learned kung fu, he realized that a master's qigong was indeed much faster than a horse in a short sprint. But a master's physical strength and internal force were limited. It was no problem to run dozens of miles in one breath, but what about hundreds of miles or thousands of miles? Traceless treading on sand that Song Qingshu learned was one of the top qigong in Wulin. Greenwing Bat King Wei Yixiao of the Ming dynasty relied on this qigong to be the top qigong master in Jianghu. However, his internal force was limited. He could leave anyone behind in a short time, but he couldn't get rid of the top masters in a long run. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was different. He practiced the happy dhyana of Tantric Buddhism, which emphasized the balance of yin and yang. Coincidentally, he possessed the 9 genuine qi, which was the softest genuine qi in the world, and the godly illuminating genuine qi, which was the strongest yang genuine qi in the world. Originally, the two genuine qi were incompatible, but in the process of practicing the happy dhyana, the newly born happy genuine qi perfectly fused the two genuine qi, one yin genuine qi and the other yang genuine qi. However, although happy Zen was a Buddhist kung fu, it was extremely treacherous. Song Qingshu's genuine qi already had the demonic nature. He could become a slave at any time and be completely controlled by kung fu. He would lose his nature and become a Buddha or a devil. Last time in the Forbidden City, he lost control once and almost indulged in the harem of 3,000 beauties. Fortunately, the three most important women in his life appeared at the same time, and he woke up in time. After that, Song Qingshu was very careful and never lost control again. Therefore, with the support of his strong inner energy, he did not feel the slightest hint of exhaustion even though he had been using traceless sand treading at full speed. After traveling for several hundred miles, they finally arrived at the inn where they had agreed to meet up with Xia Qingqing. When he pushed open the door, he saw Xia Qingqing sitting at the table in a green dress. She rested her chin on her hand, and her eyes were half closed. She was dozing off. The faint candlelight at the side shone on her face. Her tightly knitted brows showed that her heart was full of worry and anxiety. Song Qingshu took a look at the situation in the room and knew that she had not gone to bed. Instead, she had been sitting here waiting for him for the whole night. He could not help but feel guilty. He had been hugging women on his left and right, but left her alone here in fear. He was really a bastard. He walked over, supported Xia Qingqing's back with one hand, and wrapped the other around her legs. He gently picked her up, wanting to put her on the bed so she could rest. Xia Qingqing was a light sleeper, so when Song Qingshu moved, she immediately woke up. Her first reaction was to grab the golden snake sword on the side of the table, but she heard a familiar voice. You, it's me. Brother Song. Xia Qingqing finally saw Song Qingshu's appearance clearly. She was surprised and happy. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her whole face against his chest. I waited for a long time, but you didn't come back. I thought you. I was so scared. We went through so many hardships and finally got together. If something happened to you, I don't want to live anymore. Hearing Xia Qingqing's murmurs that were almost like she was talking in her sleep, Song Qingshu's heart ached. He gently patted her body and softly said, "It's my fault. I was delayed on the road, so I came so late." Was that group of masters difficult to deal with? Xia Qingqing asked with lingering fear when she thought of the masters in the inn. Each of them was no weaker than Yuan Qingji at his peak, and some were even stronger. Although their martial arts were high, in terms of lightness skill, they were far inferior to me. It wasn't difficult for me to escape. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. However, I kidnapped someone and a series of problems occurred. It must be a girl. Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. It was hard to tell whether she was angry or happy. How did you know? Song Qingshu was stunned. Do you even need to guess? With your personality, how could you kidnap a stinky man? Furthermore, Xia Qingqing's nose twitched, and she sniffed Song Qingshu's body. You had the scent of another woman on you. Song Qingshu was speechless. He didn't think that women in this era would have such a sensitive nose and be so sensitive to smells that were not their own. It's the princess of the Ruyang Palace of Mongolia. Song Qingshu put Xia Qingqing on the bed and was about to cover her with the quilt. Who knew that? Xia Qingqing grabbed his hand and shook her head slightly. Just hold me like this. Song Qingshu was stunned, but he didn't foolishly refuse. He just held her in his arms, leaned against the headboard, and told her in detail what happened after. Hearing that Zhao Min was injured by Xianxia's palm energy, Xia Qingqing cried out in surprise. Ah, that monk's martial arts are very powerful. Is Miss Zhao okay? Her life was hanging by a thread. I could only temporarily use my true qi to save her life. That was why I took her to Kaifeng to find the famous killer doctor, Ping Yizhi. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. Has Miss Zhao's injury stabilized? Xia Qingqing asked. No, I plan to take her to visit Ping Yizhi tomorrow morning. Song Qingshu hurriedly told her what happened after that. So brother Song is going to leave later. Xia Qingqing's expression darkened. I'm sorry. Song Qingshu felt that any explanation at that moment would be useless. A person's life is at stake. How could I blame brother Song? Xia Qingqing stroked Song Qingshu's weathered face and said with distress, this place is hundreds of miles away from Henan. Brother Song, why did you have to specially come back? I'll be waiting for you here anyway. I won't leave. I'm worried that you'll let your imagination run wild and do something stupid. Thinking about how Xia Qingqing had disregarded everything to avenge Yuan Qingji after his death, Song Qingshu still felt a lingering fear. If he caused her to repeat the same mistakes because of a princess he didn't want to be with, then no matter what, Song Qingshu would not be able to forgive himself. Hearing Song Qingshu's answer, Xia Qingqing was stunned. Her eyes were watery and she said shyly, in brother Song's eyes, am I that kind of reckless and stupid woman? I have to learn from my past mistakes. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Knowing that he was referring to her previous crazy behavior, Xia Qingqing's pretty face blushed. She buried her head in his chest and gently hit his chest with her small hand. Brother Song, you're so bad. You only know how to make fun of me. Hiss, when her hand touched his wound, Song Qingshu sucked in a cold breath. Brother Song, what's wrong? Noticing that Song Qingshu was acting strangely, Xia Qingqing hurriedly pulled off his clothes. Seeing the thick bandages, tears immediately flowed down her face. Are my injuries serious? Who would be so cruel? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Not everyone treats me like you do. I still have many enemies. He then told her about his duel with Yang Miaozhen. The fourth lady of the Red Coat Army? Xia Qingqing came to a realization. Is this woman really as powerful as the rumors say? Her spear technique is indeed unparalleled. Thinking back to that brilliant spear technique, Song Qingshu's expression became serious. Didn't she still lose to brother Song? Could it be that brother Song saw that she was beautiful and couldn't bear to be too harsh on her? That's why you clearly won but got injured. Xia Qingqing looked at him suspiciously. Are you jealous? Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. Of course not. Xia Qingqing blushed. I just wanted to remind brother Song to take care of yourself. You have to know that there are so many people who care about you. For example, brother's wife, sect leader Zhou of the Amei faction, and that soulmate lady Dongfeng in the Imperial Palace. What about you? Song Qingshu smiled. I naturally care about you, Xia Qingqing said softly. You keep saying wife and confidant, then what are you in your heart? Song Qingshu asked curiously as he gently stroked her silky black hair. Me? Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. I'll be brother Song's lover. Why? No matter how nice the word lover sounded, it always had a hidden meaning. Song Qingshu was worried that she had a knot in her heart and hurriedly asked. Brother Song, you know that I am someone else's wife. Although brother Yuan has passed away, I am still his wife. Xia Qingqing faintly sighed. Her original plan was to avenge Yuan Qingji and then repay Song Qingshu. Then she would commit suicide and go to the underworld to search for her late husband. But later, when Song Qingshu was burned to ashes by Kangxi, she realized her own heart and understood that she had fallen deeply in love with Song Qingshu. Although she had finally untied the knot in her heart and decided to be with Song Qingshu, she did not want the people of Jianghu to laugh at Yuan Qingji because of her. Song Qingshu was silent for a moment and said emotionally, I know you have an even more important reason that you did not say. I want to subdue the power of the Golden Snake Battalion, so I must use you to borrow Yuan Qingji's power. If they knew about the relationship between you and me, they would never surrender to me, would they? Xia Qingqing's fingers caressed the wounds on his body and she said softly, Brother Song, why do you care about this? I don't care about any status. I am already satisfied to be with you. But this is too unfair to you, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. I am willing. Xia Qingqing was like a kitten, obediently curled up in his arms and answered softly. If people who knew Xia Qingqing in her early years saw this, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. When she was young, Xia Qingqing was famous for being jealous and unreasonable. But these years, she had experienced so many changes that her personality had changed. She was no longer the insensible little girl of the past. Hearing Xia Qingqing's answer, Song Qingshu was so touched that he hugged her tightly and did not want to let go for a moment. After all, ever since his rebirth, he had met many women and obtained many women as well. However, there were only 3 people who treated her sincerely. One was Icy Snow, one was Shuang and the last one was Xia Qingqing. Not to mention Zhou Jirua, women like Dongfeng Muxue and Su Quan were more of a strategic alliance with him. They were like enemies but also friends. There was always a faint sense of estrangement. Although Chu Fian and Zhong Ling were very obedient, their relationship was not pure. It was more because they were forced by the situation. Mu Wanqing and Ajiu, although they liked each other, there was still a long way to go before they had feelings for each other. As for Nanlan and Luo Bing, they were purely playthings. Xia Qingqing suddenly remembered and said, "Right, after coming out of the inn, the beautiful Taoist priestly parted ways with me." Taoist priestly is Taoist priestly. Why add beautiful? Song Qingshu asked curiously. If she wasn't beautiful, would you take such a big risk? Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I've long heard of this person. I've even asked my subordinates to find out about her and wanted to rope her into the organization. Oh? Is that so? Xia Qingqing smiled noncommittally. But she might not appreciate it. She didn't even thank you and just left like that. Are you disappointed? To be honest, a little. Song Qingshu nodded. But she's been in Jianghu for many years. She doesn't know our goal. It's understandable to be careful. Do you think of all beautiful women with the greatest kindness? Xia Qingqing sighed. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive people. I know this. Xia Qingqing's hand fiddled with his chest, making him feel a little itchy. He reached out to hold her hand. I won't lie to you. Does that mean I'm not beautiful? Xia Qingqing said gloomily. Who said you don't know how to lie to me? I was fooled by you before. When he thought about how Xia Qingqing ran away and sought refuge with Prince Bao, but in reality, she was secretly collaborating with Kangxi in order to assassinate him, Song Qingshu felt extremely gloomy. I'm sorry for making you give up your previous plan for me and risk your life to assassinate Kangxi, Xia Qingqing said apologetically. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. Actually, the assassination of Kangxi was not entirely for you. Xia Qingqing pressed down on his lips and said softly, even if it's just 1/10 for me, I'm still satisfied. Then how are you going to repay me? Song Qingshu tenderly hugged her and teased. I will use the rest of my life to repay you. Xia Qingqing leaned against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. At this moment, it was as if their hearts were tightly connected. Qingqing Song Qingshu looked at her, touched. Call me Yuyu. Qingqing still belongs to that person, but Yuyu completely belongs to brother Song, Xia Qingqing said. No, Qingqing and Yuyu both belong to me. Song Qingshu pretended to be angry. How domineering. Xia Qingqing was silent for a moment and smiled sweetly. All right, they both belong to you. Song Qingshu finally smiled in satisfaction. He quietly hugged her for a while and looked at the sky outside the window. He hesitated and said, It's getting late. You should rest. I have to go. Xia Qingqing grabbed his sleeve tightly and shook her head. No, you'll go find another woman when you leave. Song Qingshu explained with a headache, I'm going to save someone. You can't save someone either. Xia Qingqing snorted. I feel terrible when I think about you being in the gentle home of another woman soon. Don't be so dirty. There's really nothing between us. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Then what's with the lip mark on the bandage? Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and pointed at a certain place on the bandage. Song Qingshu immediately sweated when he saw it. Sure enough, he found a bright red lipstick mark. It must have been left by Mrs. Tang when she was seducing him. He had no choice but to say innocently, in all honesty, there is indeed a beauty who has been seducing me. It's that Mrs. Tang I mentioned before. But I was as calm as Lu Xiaohui, and I even hit her sleeping acupoint, just to come all the way to see you. Seeing that Song Qingshu was so anxious that he was sweating, Xiaoqingqing smiled sweetly. Brother Song, don't worry. I believe you. I don't really blame you. Really? In his previous life, Song Qingshu had heard about Xiaoqingqing's jealousy in the original novel. However, the Xiaoqingqing he knew was like a completely different person. No wonder he felt strange. Of course it's true. Besides, it's not my place to worry. This is something that sect leader Zhou should worry about. I'm just a little lover. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. Xiaoqingqing smiled foolishly. You still say you don't blame me? You sound like a resentful woman. Song Qingshu laughed. Of course not. Xiaoqingqing blushed. She lowered her head shyly. Song Qingshu was stunned. For a moment, he was reluctant to leave. The Jin Kingdom is full of danger. I'm worried that your injury will affect your safety. Xiaoqingqing suddenly frowned and said worriedly. It's just a superficial injury. Don't forget, even if I can't win, I can still run. Even if I'm injured, I'm afraid there are only a few people in the world who can catch up to me, Song Qingshu said. When you weren't injured, no one could catch up to you. Hearing his words of comfort, Xiaoqingqing didn't feel relieved. Instead, she became even more worried. She looked like she was about to cry. Song Qingshu was speechless. Suddenly, Xiaoqingqing's eyes lit up. I have an idea. What idea? Song Qingshu was stunned. Xiaoqingqing's skin suddenly flushed red. She moved closer and whispered in his ear, I heard from Miss Dongfeng that the gathering yin to replenish yang internal technique you practice is quite effective in treating injuries. What yin harvesting yang? She's slandering me. Song Qingshu blushed and said awkwardly, it's obviously a proper Buddhist martial art. His voice became softer and softer. He didn't seem very confident. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't mind. I don't mind you harvesting it, Xiaoqingqing said bashfully. Huh? Song Qingshu couldn't believe his ears. It's fine if you didn't hear clearly. Seeing Song Qingshu widen his eyes and look at her, Xiaoqingqing was both embarrassed and angry. However, she was still worried about Song Qingshu traveling with injuries. She gathered her remaining courage and said, I can help you treat your injuries. How do I treat it? Song Qingshu looked at her calmly, a smile on his lips. Knowing that Song Qingshu was deliberately teasing her, Xiaoqingqing snorted and stopped being bashful. She pressed her red lips against his and exhaled. That's how. Hearing her usually clear and crisp voice become soft and charming, Song Qingshu recalled the first time he met her in Yangzhou's lovely spring brothel. His throat went dry. This time, you won't give up halfway like in Yangzhou, right? That time, you took all the advantages. Are you still not satisfied? Xiaoqingqing rolled her eyes at him. Her face was full of embarrassment. Her eyes were clear and crystal, flowing with charm and blurriness. Of course not. At least there's one thing I haven't taken. Song Qingshu lifted her smooth jade-like chin and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Then this time, I'll let you take all the advantages. This time, Xiaoqingqing didn't retreat. Her eyes were full of passion. Song Qingshu couldn't resist anymore. He lowered his head and kissed her. Xiaoqingqing moaned and fell into his arms. You're not in a hurry to travel at this time? Xiaoqingqing's lips were full of a proud smile. Only an idiot would choose to travel at this time, Song Qingshu answered reflexively. Xiaoqingqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. She allowed him to untie her belt and peel off her layers. She said shyly, Brother Song, will you dislike me? Song Qingshu was stunned. Why would I dislike you? Because I was someone else's wife. Xiaoqingqing had always been brooding. On one hand, she felt that she had wronged Yuan Qingji. On the other hand, she felt that she wasn't good enough for Song Qingshu. I don't care about that at all. Song Qingshu looked into her eyes, his eyes full of sincerity. I finally believe Miss Dongfeng's words. Xiaoqingqing sighed faintly. What did she say? Song Qingshu was stunned. Didn't the two of them dislike each other? Why were they whispering so much? She said. Xia Qingqing bit his ear and let out a soft breath. She imitated Dongfang Mushua's tone. Mrs. Yuan, you don't have to worry too much. Not only is your identity not stained, but, nonsense. Song Qingshu finally couldn't keep his old face. She's maliciously slandering me. I'm definitely not. Really? Xia Qingqing bit her lip and smiled foolishly. Actually, from my point of view, I hope you are. Seeing that Xia Qingqing's brows had the innocence of a young girl mixed with a charming, delicate, and mature charm, how could Song Qingshu hold back? Like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, he pressed down on her body. That's what you get for making fun of me. Watch how I deal with you. Xia Qingqing smiled and repeatedly begged for mercy. Brother Song, I was wrong. Finally, it was time for the sword to touch the ground. Xia Qingqing's heart trembled. She whispered, I haven't, in a long time. I hope Brother Song will take pity on me. Your body is clearly ready to accept me. Song Qingshu probed a few times, then slowly pushed his way in. Xia Qingqing let out a muffled groan and sighed with a complicated expression. In the end, you still took advantage of me. Do you regret it? I did it willingly. Yes, the beautiful woman's happy and sweet expression was the greatest encouragement for Song Qingshu. He only felt his body heat up. Soon, the two of them were stuck together like glue. Don't just play around. It's more important to treat your wounds. Oh, okay. Such a shameful posture. I don't believe it's a Buddhist kung fu. Oh, I forgot to tell you, it doesn't seem to work on external wounds. So your gunshot wound? Yes, it doesn't work. Then why did you ask me to cooperate with you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so shy. Brother Song, you're such a jerk. When Song Qingshu rushed all the way back to Kaifeng, he was actually 2 hours faster than before. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the servants in the Tang mansion had already started working, but the masters were still asleep. Song Qingshu sneaked into the Tang mansion silently. With his lightness skill, the guards in the mansion couldn't detect him at all. He gently opened the door and saw the curtain hanging down. He heard the steady breathing of the two women, who were probably still asleep. Fortunately, I came back in time. After being delayed by Xia Qingqing's gentle embrace, Song Qingshu almost couldn't bear to leave. However, he knew that now that Zhao Min was in his hands, it could be said that she was a rare commodity. If anything happened, good things would immediately become bad things, and he didn't want to see that happen. Therefore, he made an agreement with Xia Qingqing to let her return to the Golden Snake Revenue Office first, and he would meet her after he finished his business here. He had spent an extra 4 hours at Xia Qingqing's place for no reason. When he returned, Song Qingshu had practically pushed himself to his limits to run. Right now, he was as tired as a dog. However, his heart was at ease, and he did not feel tired. Princess, it's time to get up. When Song Qingshu opened the curtain, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Zhao Min's hair was messy, and her clothes were gone. Only a thin layer of quilt covered some private parts. Her round and slender thighs were faintly visible, and her dazzling snow-white skin made Song Qingshu feel a little dizzy. Noticing that there were a lot of red marks around her neck and collarbone, Song Qingshu, who was experienced, knew that they were hickeys. There were also tear stains at the corners of her eyes, which had not completely dried yet. All of them showed how terrible she had been through last night. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He had been careful, but his prediction had come true. He had caused Zhao Min to suffer the same fate as Xiaolong knew. Whether it was his love for this character in his previous life or the many schemes he had planned for her in this life, he couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't help but tremble. As if hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Min slowly woke up. When she saw the man in front of her, her eyes were filled with deep-rooted hatred. I wonder which bastard took advantage of me last night. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he had to find a way to solve it. Seeing that Mrs. Tang also showed signs of waking up, he hit her sleeping acupoint again. I know that your grace must be very sad now. It's all my carelessness that caused your grace to suffer such a disaster. Your grace can rest assured that I will definitely keep my mouth shut about this matter. I think it will not affect your flawless image in Zhang Wuji's heart. At this time, Song Qingshu was extremely depressed. He had caused an innocent woman to suffer the most terrible thing in the world. He had already felt so guilty that he didn't have the mood to plot against her. All his mind was thinking about how to help her overcome this shadow. He casually released Zhao Min's acupoint. Before he had time to ask, Zhao Min raised her hand and slapped him in the face. It was easy for Song Qingshu to dodge, but now he felt guilty, so he didn't dodge and took her slap. Why didn't you dodge? Zhao Min didn't expect that she would hit this terrible master with a casual wave of her hand. If hitting me can appease your grace, then I won't dodge even if you hit me a few more times. Song Qingshu sighed. He thought that last night he was carefree and happy, but Zhao Min experienced the most painful thing in her life. It was really unpredictable. Thinking of what happened last night, Zhao Min's face was so red that water was about to ooze out. She snorted coldly and said, "What's the use of hitting you? I know it's useless for you to hit me. You just want your grace to feel better." Song Qingshu looked at her and said in a deep voice, "Who was it last night? As long as your grace says the word, I will help you kill him no matter how good his kung fu is." Zhao Min had just woken up, and the feeling of shame last night had not completely faded. Now her mind was still in a daze, so she didn't realize that Song Qingshu's words were inappropriate. She subconsciously pointed to Mrs. Tang beside her and said, "How good can her kung fu be?" "Humph, in that case, you can help me kill her." "Mrs. Tang?" Song Qingshu suddenly froze. Last night, Mrs. Tang, who else could it be? Zhao Min was ashamed and angry at the same time. Last night, Mrs. Tang licked and touched her body. That disgusting yet exciting feeling was still fresh in her memory. "Speaking of which, it's all your fault. If you didn't confuse her, she wouldn't have mistaken me for you, and then. She couldn't continue talking about the embarrassing scene after that. Song Qingshu finally came to his senses and said with ecstasy, "Was she the one who bullied you last night? What are you laughing at? Is it so funny?" Zhao Min glared at him fiercely and said with grievance, "I'm happy. No, I want to say that fortunately it was her." Song Qingshu said incoherently. Zhao Min was extremely smart. She connected the dots to his expression when he saw her and the words he said. Now that she had calmed down and thought about it, she finally understood that Song Qingshu thought she had been humiliated by a man last night. Subconsciously, she regretted beating him at his own game and making use of his guilt to plot more benefits. However, Zhao Min quickly threw this thought to the back of her mind. Although she was unscrupulous in her schemes, she couldn't use her clean reputation. She couldn't do it. When it came to her innocence, Zhao Min remembered the scene of her lying powerlessly on the bed last night and being molested by Mrs. Tang. Her eyes turned cold. She reached inside her thigh and pulled out a cold dagger. She wanted to cut Mrs. Tang's neck. Song Qingshu was shocked and quickly stopped Zhao Min's hand. His fingers brushed her wrist. Zhao Min only felt that her arm was numb and she could no longer hold the dagger in her hand. "Your Highness, Mrs. Tang didn't know what happened last night. It's unjust to be killed like this." Song Qingshu's words were full of laughter. He couldn't hide his schadenfreude. "I knew that you couldn't bear to let go of this vixen," Zhao Min said bitterly. Her eyelashes trembled and she almost shed tears. "Do you know that last night? She couldn't say the rest of the words. A fake phoenix can't be the real one. Your Highness, you don't have to care too much." Song Qingshu comforted her. "It didn't happen to you. Of course, it's easy for you to say that." Zhao Min bit her lower lip. "If I tie you up and let Xianming elders play with you, will you think it's no big deal?" Song Qingshu almost vomited at the thought of that terrifying scene. He shuddered and said, Stop. How can they be mentioned in the same breath?" "Why not?" Zhao Min looked at him funny. "Mrs. Tang didn't have the tools to commit the crime," Song Qingshu said with a black face. He didn't want to continue this disgusting topic. He quickly said, "Your Highness, if you don't mind exposing your body in front of me, we can continue talking." Oh. Only then did Zhao Min realize that her clothes were stripped by Mrs. Tang last night. She was covered with a thin blanket before. However, in order to kill Mrs. Tang just now, when she fought with Song Qingshu, the thin blanket slipped unconsciously. You're still looking. Seeing Song Qingshu staring at her with eyes full of admiration, Zhao Min said angrily. Okay, I won't look. Song Qingshu smiled and turned his back to her. Your Highness, you don't have to mind it too much. In my hometown, many beautiful women would dress like you when they go on vacation at the seaside. No one would think it's a big deal. Zhao Min trembled with anger. It's such a dirty place that can give birth to such a dirty person like you. I just want to make you feel better. Don't take my kindness for granted. Song Qingshu sighed and shook his head. Zhao Min hid in the quilt and put on the clothes scattered on the bed. Suddenly, she saw the dagger in Song Qingshu's hand. She couldn't help but be stunned. She bit her lip and said, "Give it to me." What is it? Song Qingshu was stunned and naturally turned around. Who told you to turn around? Zhao Min said angrily. You're hiding in the quilt. I don't have X-ray vision. What are you afraid of? Song Qingshu didn't care and sat down on the bed. Zhao Min was speechless for a moment. She pointed to the thing in his hand and said, "This." Song Qingshu looked at the dagger in his hand, which looked like a small machete, and remembered that she seemed to have pulled it out from the inside of her thigh. He suddenly laughed and said, "Is this the princess's chastity guard?" It's none of your business. Zhao Min blushed and said grumpily. Since it's such a valuable thing, I naturally can't return it. Song Qingshu laughed and put the dagger in his arms. How can you be so shameless? Zhao Min didn't know what to do with him. Your Highness, ask yourself. If I was really shameless, what could your broken dagger do? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Zhao Min was stunned, but she also understood that he was speaking the truth. Although he often took advantage of her, he was still courteous to her overall and had never really violated her. Although she had already acknowledged it in her heart, she couldn't admit it. Zhao Min snorted and quietly put on her clothes. She raised her chin and looked at Mrs. Tang. What are you going to do with this woman? You can't let her sleep all the time. If you don't mind, I'll unseal her acupoints. Song Qingshu said and raised his finger. Don't. Zhao Min panicked and quickly stopped him. If Mrs. Tang woke up and saw her, she would remember what happened last night. Don't worry. She won't remember what happened last night. She will only think that something happened between us. Seeing her panic, Song Qingshu laughed. Really? Zhao Min looked suspicious, but she was finally relieved. She suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, what kind of kung fu did you use to confuse her? Are you afraid? Song Qingshu looked proud. Don't worry, I won't use it on you. Although they were enemies, Zhao Min subconsciously believed the sincerity in his words. She pondered for a moment and said, ? You're so knowledgeable, Your Highness. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. I'm afraid Zhou Zhirua taught you, right? Zhao Min asked. How did you know? Song Qingshu asked curiously. I almost lost my life because of her in Haozhou City. Naturally, I have a deep impression of her martial arts. Zhao Min patted her chest with lingering fear. Your Highness, you kidnapped me in front of all the heroes in the world. I really admire you, Your Highness, Song Qingshu praised. Of course you should thank me. Zhao Min snorted. If it weren't for me, Zhou Zhirua would have married someone else. You wouldn't have had a chance. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. It's my luck to get her. If I don't, it's my fate. That's all. Zhao Min looked at him strangely. I feel that you seem to have become more sage-like after not seeing you for a while. Is that so? Song Qingshu chuckled. Have you ever considered falling in love with someone else, Your Highness? Zhao Min's pretty face turned cold. Humph, you're back to your annoying self. Song Qingshu didn't care and yawned tiredly. What did you do last night? Why are you so tired? Zhao Min frowned slightly. You ran thousands of miles in one night. You'll be tired too, Song Qingshu said impatiently. Was it just for traveling? Zhao Min had a suspicious look on her face. You took me with you from Shandong to Kaifeng, but you didn't seem tired at all. Thinking of Xia Qingqing's gentleness, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly put on a straight face. If it wasn't for traveling, what else could it be? For example, spending some time with that girl. Zhao Min's lips curled into a faint smile. Let me calculate. With your lightness skill, it would take you 6 hours to travel back and forth. Including some delays, 8 hours would be more than enough. But from the time you left last night until now, you've spent a total of 10 hours. What did you do in those extra 2 hours to make you so tired? Hearing her clearly calculate the time, Song Qingshu was stunned and looked at her with a complicated expression. Whoever marries you in the future will have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. This is also something my future husband needs to consider. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Min smiled indifferently. With such a smart wife at home, how could he have the chance to go out and have fun? Song Qingshu's expression was one of mourning for her husband. Isn't it enough for him to have fun after marrying me? Zhao Min's face was bright and she looked particularly confident. I find that your highness seems to have intentionally or unintentionally avoided mentioning Zhang Wuji. It seems that what happened between you is not a small quarrel between ordinary lovers. Song Qingshu showed a sly smile. Zhao Min was shocked. If she was a little careless, she would be tricked by him. She quickly calmed down and smiled. Alas, my good intentions are taken as bad. Intentions. I thought you didn't like to hear the name of someone who has an ambiguous relationship with your wife. It seems that I worried too much. Zhou Jirua? She had an ambiguous relationship with your husband before, but now she is still worthy of my trust. If it was before, this matter could be said to be a sore spot for Song Qingshu. But for him now, it was just a trivial matter. It was difficult for Song Qingshu to understand this change. He could only attribute it to the change of his state of mind. On the other hand, Your Highness, is he still worthy of your trust? It was unknown whether she was affected by Song Qingshu's words or something else. Zhao Min's face suddenly became gloomy and she became silent. Song Qingshu knew that it was better to stop while he was ahead. He did not intend to continue to provoke her. He said, Your Highness, we should go. Where to? Zhao Min did not respond for a moment. Of course, to find Ping Yizhi. Could it be that Your Highness is reluctant to leave this woman who has a physical relationship with you? Song Qingshu looked between the two women strangely. A dog's mouth can't spit ivory. Zhao Min spat and hesitated. Don't you want to tell her? She knew that with Mrs. Tang's influence in the Jin Kingdom, if she accidentally offended her, it would be really inconvenient for them in Kaifeng. Say what? Say that she was with a woman last night? Song Qingshu said impatiently. Just leave a letter to thank her for her hospitality. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and quickly smiled. So someone can't stand Mrs. Tang's excessive enthusiasm. Song Qingshu's face became hot. He deliberately said fiercely, if you continue to gloat like this, then I will let her serve you every day. Thinking of the humiliation last night, Zhao Min's face turned pale. She smiled embarrassedly and said, forget it. Let's go. If you want to go, then help me write the letter. Song Qingshu snorted and pointed to the writing table in the distance. Why don't you write it yourself? Zhao Min pulled up her sleeve and dipped it in ink. She suddenly realized something. Under the reflection of the ink, Zhao Min's wrist was as white as jade. Song Qingshu secretly praised her and then answered, my handwriting is too ugly. Besides, with the commandery princess, a female Zhuge who is full of wisdom, why would I need to do it myself? After coming to this world, Song Qingshu was most unaccustomed to writing calligraphy. His handwriting could be said to be unbearable to look at. In the Forbidden City, in order not to reveal any flaws, he tried hard to imitate Kangxi's notes. He was worried that Zhao Min would see through him, so he didn't plan to write it himself. You are honest. Hearing him admit that his handwriting was ugly, Zhao Min smiled slightly. She wrote quickly and quickly left a letter. Song Qingshu stepped forward and saw that the strokes were vertical and horizontal. At the same time, it was quite charming. He couldn't help but blurt out, good handwriting. Zhao Min disdainfully smiled and said, even your praise is so uncultured. I really believe that you can't write any good handwriting. Song Qingshu smiled warmly and didn't refute, let's go. When Madame Tang wakes up, just take it as a dream. I think she won't deliberately send people to embarrass us. To be honest, I do admire you a bit. This Madame Tang is the cream of the crop in terms of appearance and figure. I'm afraid there aren't many men in the world who wouldn't be tempted by such a charming beauty throwing herself at you. Yet, you actually rejected her without any hesitation. Zhao Min suddenly sighed. That's because I have the more beautiful and refined commandery princess by my side. It's natural to see other women. If it weren't for the fact that Xia Qingqing was still waiting for him, Song Qingshu might have had sex with her. Anyway, consensual sex was normal in his previous life. Of course, he naturally wouldn't explain all this to Zhao Min. Instead, he teased her playfully. Nonsense again. Zhao Min blushed, but when she heard his praise, she still couldn't hide her happiness. Why did you bring me here? Looking at the high wall in front of her, Zhao Min's smile froze. If we don't go over the wall, do you want to go through the gate? We left a letter and left without saying goodbye. If we go through the gate, it would be bad if the servants of the Tang mansion ran to report to Madame Tang. Song Qingshu explained. Zhao Min's thoughts were as fast as lightning. She snorted and said, I think you want to take advantage of me openly. You know that I'm seriously injured and can't cross this high wall, so I can only rely on your help. How is it taking advantage of me to hold your waist and hand? Song Qingshu looked at her strangely. You know, I carried you all the way here from Shandong. Zhao Min blushed and subconsciously explained, that's because I fell asleep. Oh? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. It turns out that you don't mind being taken advantage of when you're asleep. That's not what I meant. Zhao Min hurriedly said. Don't be so dirty. Song Qingshu's face became serious, and he stretched out his hand in front of her. Don't talk nonsense. Either let me carry you out, or stay here to serve Madame Tang. Compared with the absurd things with Madame Tang, Zhao Min found that being hugged by him seemed to be no big deal. Although she had made a decision, she couldn't put down her pride and stood there bashfully. Song Qingshu didn't want to talk nonsense with her. As she screamed, he held her slender waist, and the two of them jumped out of the Tang mansion together. Until they walked on the street, Zhao Min still looked a little embarrassed. In order to dispel her embarrassment, she said casually, I heard that Ping Yizhi wants a patient to kill someone for him before he's willing to treat him? He's not called the famous doctor who kills people for nothing. Song Qingshu nodded. Then. Zhao Min hesitated, if he asks you to kill someone close to you, will you do it? Song Qingshu turned his head and looked her up and down. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Min felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and she evaded his eyes. I'm wondering why a smart person like you would ask such a stupid question. Song Qingshu sneered. Zhao Min was dumbfounded. Song Qingshu said indifferently, Ping Yizhi saved you, not me. If he wants to kill someone, of course, you'll do it for him. Besides, your Ruyang mansion has countless experts, so you won't dirty your hands. To save someone, you have to kill someone. Why would Ping Yizhi set such a strange rule? Zhao Min frowned, and a thought flashed through her mind. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. According to the rumors, Ping Yizhi believed that God and King Yama would know how many people there were in the world. If he cured more people, fewer people would die, and there would be too many people alive and too few dead, which would be unfair to King Yama. In the future, after he died, even if King Yama didn't care, the little judge would make things difficult for him. I'm afraid that his life in the underworld would be difficult. That's why he kills one person to maintain balance. Song Qingshu didn't expect that there would be people in this era who understood the principle of ecological balance. Zhao Min couldn't help but laugh. It sounds like this Ping Yizhi is a strange person. The two of them asked about Ping Yizhi's residence along the way. Although most people didn't know, the famous doctor who killed people had a reputation, so there were always a few people in Jianghu who knew. Following their directions, the two of them gradually left Kaifeng City. If I knew that Ping Yizhi's residence wasn't in the city, I wouldn't have entered last night. Song Qingshu sighed gloomily. That Madame Tang looks sweet on the surface. But she's very evil in secret. She knew that we were looking for Ping Yizhi, but she tricked us into entering the city. Zhao Min was indignant. That's not necessarily true. She's used to living like a princess, so she might not know the whereabouts of people in Jianghu like Ping Yizhi. It's not impossible that she subconsciously thought that the famous doctor lived in the city. She was kind enough to send us into the city, so it's not good to talk about her behind her back. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Humph, she obviously likes you, but she's just using the opportunity to bring you back to the mansion. Zhao Min didn't like Madame Tang to begin with, so her impression of her worsened. Very quickly, she rejoiced in other people's misfortune. She didn't expect you to be so calm and indifferent to her seduction. She was clearly interested in you in the beginning. Song Qingshu said angrily, if the Sun Moon sect and the Red Coat Army hadn't interrupted her, she probably wouldn't have known that you were a woman. But even so, she still got what she wanted. Seeing the gloating expression on Song Qingshu's face, Zhao Min knew that he was referring to her being bullied by Madame Tang last night. She couldn't help but say angrily, it's all your fault. The two of them quarreled along the way. They turned from a small path into a call, passed by a dozen large willow trees, and saw a few tile-roofed houses by a small stream. Zhao Min was delighted, we're finally here. However, Song Qingshu blocked her with one hand and looked at the tile-roofed house with a solemn expression. I wonder which hero is waiting for Song Mao here. Mr. Song's internal energy is indeed profound. You knew that we were hiding in the house from so far away. A crisp and gentle voice came from the tile-roofed house. A group of black-clothed people quickly came out and surrounded the two of them. Noticing the sun and moon embroidered on the black-clothed people's clothes and the unique bamboo tube shape, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Sage Nun, you really can't forget me. You actually mobilized so many people to wait here. Humph, I haven't seen you for a day, but your mouth still stinks. With a soft snort, Ren Yingying slowly walked out of the house with her hands behind her back. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and her delicate and timid body looked like it would be blown away by the wind. Stinks? Really? The first sentence was directed at Ren Yingying, but the second sentence was directed at Zhao Min's face. So disgusting. Zhao Min had a look of disgust on her face as she returned a punch. Song Qingshu laughed and looked at Ren Yingying. How does Sage Nun know that Song Mao's mouth stinks? Have you smelled it before? How dare you speak to Sage Nun like this? Seeing his frivolous words, the Sun Moon sect's members angrily rebuked. Ren Yingying's face darkened. I'm not here to argue with you today. Last time, Fourth Lady protected you. Let's see where you can run to today. It turned out that she had no choice but to retreat last night. Ren Yingying recalled the scene on the Blackwood Cliff. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She decided to kill Song Qingshu. She could tell that Zhao Min was seriously injured and guessed that Song Qingshu had come to Kaifeng to seek treatment from Ping Yizhi. Thus, he had long since set up an ambush here, and sure enough, he was caught red-handed. Song Qingshu smiled calmly. Why should I run? Even if Cult Master Ren came personally, Song Mao wouldn't care. Do you think you can stop me with just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? The Sun Moon sect's members were all famous experts in Jianghu. They were elites that Ren Wuxing had secretly recruited. Even though they weren't as strong as the sect elders, they weren't too far off. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, they were all enraged. Ren Yingying raised her hand to stop her subordinates from cursing. She said softly, Mr. Song's martial arts are naturally not bad. However, no matter how good a person is, he's still just an ordinary person. The bamboo tubes in their hands are filled with poisonous ink. Even a little bit of it will kill you. Mr. Song can give it a try. Is it really that poisonous? Song Qingshu shrugged with a face full of disbelief. You're still joking at a time like this. Zhao Min said in a low voice. In fact, she couldn't understand why Song Qingshu didn't take the opportunity to escape when this group of people rushed out. Instead, he let them surround them and put them in such a desperate situation. Zhao Min had seen the power of the Sun Moon sect's poison last night. Ren Yingying saw that he didn't move, so she wasn't in a hurry to give an order. She smiled faintly and said, since you've come to seek medical treatment from Mr. Ping, you've naturally heard of his reputation as a divine doctor. This poison was meticulously developed by Mr. Ping. I'm afraid that even the other 3 divine doctors in the world can't cure it. Song Mao almost forgot that Ping Yizhi is a member of your Sun Moon sect. Song Qingshu sighed. He looked at the short and fat old man beside Reninging and asked, "Is this Dr. Ping who is known as the famous killer doctor?" Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, a strange look flashed through the short and fat old man's eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and laughed, "Yes, it's me." According to Song Mao's knowledge, Dr. Ping used to be Dongfang Bubi's confidant. Now that Ren Wuxing and his daughter have rebelled, have you changed sides so quickly? He recalled that Dongfang Mushiwei had once told him that she had used Ping Yizhi to deceive Dongfang Bubi into thinking that he could perform a brain transplant. That was how Dongfang Mushiwei was able to seize the opportunity to become the real Dongfang Bubi. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Dongfang Bubi has gone against the grain and has long fallen into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, the position of sect leader originally belonged to sect leader Ren. Recalling that Dongfang Mushiwei had burned the bridge after crossing the river and did not pass the sunflower treasure book to him, Ping Yizhi gnashed his teeth in hatred. Dongfang Bubi has fallen into a bottomless abyss? Song Qingshu looked at Reninging with a smile. Is this what sect leader Ren and the holy nun told their subordinates? Without waiting for the other party to reply, Song Qingshu said to Ping Yizhi, "I wonder if they told Dr. Ping that I fell off the cliff with Dongfang Bubi that day. Am I not standing here in one piece?" Hearing his words, Ping Yizhi's expression changed. The members of the Sun Moon sect couldn't help but look at each other. Dongfang Bubi's prestige was still there, and they had sworn loyalty to Ren Wuxing because they thought that Dongfang Bubi was dead. Ren Yingying's face was ashen. A sect couldn't have two leaders. In order to appease the people as soon as possible, Ren Wuxing naturally announced that Dongfang Bubi was dead. Who knew that Song Qingshu would expose him at this time? Song Qingshu was waiting for this opportunity. Seeing that the people's attention wasn't on him, he suddenly pounced on Ren Yingying. When the people reacted, Song Qingshu had already returned to his original position. He had Ren Yingying by the neck and was standing in front of the two people. Dongfang Bubi. Ping Yizhi muttered to himself. Song Qingshu's ghost-like movements reminded him of Dongfang Bubi in the past. A trace of fear appeared on his face. "You guys can shoot as much as you want. If you hurt this beautiful holy nun, I'm afraid your sect leader Ren won't let you off." Song Qingshu calmly looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the members of the Sun Moon sect put down their bamboo tubes involuntarily. "You guys can shoot as much as you want. Don't worry about me." Ren Yingying was angry and anxious. She didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would cause the tables to turn, turning her from the hunter to the prey. Thinking about what Song Qingshu had done to her in the bathtub at Blackwood Cliff, and now that she was in his hands, she didn't know what kind of humiliation she would have to endure. Ren Yingying made up her mind and simply ordered her subordinates to shoot the poisonous water arrows. She wanted to perish together with Song Qingshu. The members of the Sun Moon sect looked at each other. Who would dare to make a move on the dignified holy nun? Not only would they not get any merit, but they would also get into trouble. Therefore, although they heard Ren Yingying's order, they all chose to put down their bamboo tubes at the same time. "How many times have you fallen into my hands?" Song Qingshu laughed and said in her ear as Ren Yingying kept twisting in his arms. "Bah!" Ren Yingying's response was a spit of spit from Ren Yingying. Song Qingshu leaned to the side and dodged. Ren Yingying's spit instantly landed on Zhao Min's face. Zhao Min's willowy brow straightened and she raised her hand to slap Ren Yingying. "Hey, you should give her some face in front of her subordinates." Song Qingshu hurriedly blocked Zhao Min's hand. "Humph!" Zhao Min angrily retracted her hand. "In the end, it's all your fault. Flirting in broad daylight. Don't you have any shame?" Ren Yingying spat. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Min glared at her angrily. "Holy nun, don't be so quick with your tongue." Song Qingshu hurriedly separated the two women and smiled at Ren Yingying. "I treat you well, right? You've fallen into my hands so many times, but I've never touched a hair on you. I'm still protecting you even now. Instead, you're the one who wants to kill me every time you see me. Pooey, shameless." Ren Yingying gritted her teeth as she thought about how he would take advantage of her every time she fell into his hands. "Prince Song, how about we make a deal?" Ping Yizhi couldn't stand it any longer. He coughed lightly and interrupted the seemingly intimate conversation between the two. "That depends on the bargaining chip. Song Qingshu raised his head and smiled. Young Master Song, your companion's footsteps are unsteady, and his breathing is rapid. His face is pale, and I'm afraid he's severely injured. You're here to seek medical attention, right? Ping Yizhi said confidently. Mr. Ping's eyes aren't bad. Alright, as long as you treat my companion, I'll let your holy nun go. How about that? Song Qingshu felt that this was a very fair deal. Unexpectedly, Ping Yizhi shook his head. No. What do you mean? Song Qingshu was shocked. You should know my rules. Treat one person, kill one person. It's not impossible for me to save your companion, but you have to help me kill someone first. Ping Yizhi said indifferently. What? Song Qingshu sneered. You're so daring. You don't even care about your holy nun's life? The holy nun is the holy nun, and rules are rules. Ping Yizhi's voice was hoarse. If I'm not wrong, the holy nun is such a charming beauty. Young master can't bear to hurt her. Ping Yizhi, don't talk nonsense. Ren Yingying was the thinnest-skinned person. She valued her face the most in her life. When she heard Ping Yizhi's words, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. Zhao Men looked playfully at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu couldn't help but blush. He said in a low voice, what if I don't agree? It doesn't matter. Then let's just continue like this. Ping Yizhi's face was calm. We can afford to waste time, but young master's companion can't. This old man can see that you've been using your internal energy to prolong her life. However, looking at her complexion, she seems to have experienced some great joy and sorrow last night. Her injuries have worsened. If she doesn't receive treatment in 2 hours, even if you transfer all your energy to her, it will be useless. Song Qingshu was shocked. As expected, he noticed that Zhao Min's face was growing paler. He thought that last night, Tang Foreign must have. At that time, she was so angry that her injuries worsened. Zhao Min clearly had the same thought. When she met his gaze, she couldn't help but glare at him. Who do you want me to kill? Song Qingshu sighed. Earlier, he had joked with Zhao Min about having the experts of the Ruyang household make a move. Ping Yizhi obviously wouldn't accept it. So, he could only agree and let Ping Yizhi save Zhao Min first. He would think of another way to kill her. This person is very famous in the martial arts world. You may not dare to kill him. Ping Yizhi deliberately paused and chuckled. Famous in the martial arts world? Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't know who Ping Yizhi was referring to. He thought to himself, if you want me to kill Zhang Wuji, I would be more than happy to do so. What, are you afraid? Ping Yizhi curled his lips in disdain. Don't try to provoke me. In this world, there aren't many people that I, Song Qingshu, can't kill. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. His tone was full of disdain. Those who want to discuss the plot are welcome to add 337294925. Is that so? Then I wonder if you can kill the famous Gusu Murongfu? Ping Yizhi laughed coldly. Murongfu? Song Qingshu was startled. Speaking of which, when his meridians were all broken, it was thanks to Murongfu's help that he was able to learn about the godly radiating scripture from Wang Yuyan. At that time, he swore in his heart that one day, he would return the favor. Although not long after, because Jiumaji kidnapped Wang Yuyan, a series of coincidences led to the two of them fighting each other, but Song Qingshu still did not forget the favor between him and Wang Yuyan. You were bragging so loudly just now, and now you're backing down? Ping Yizhi said impatiently when he saw Song Qingshu standing there in a daze. I wonder how Prince Murong offended Mr. Ping to the point that Mr. Ping wants to kill him. Song Qingshu thought that if there were any misunderstandings between the two, it would be best if he could solve it himself, so there was no need to make a move against Murongfu. You don't have to worry about that. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you continue to make excuses, I'm afraid your companion will not be able to be saved. Ping Yizhi did not give in. He was certain that Song Qingshu would agree to his conditions. But Prince Murong is far away in Gusu, thousands of miles away from here. There's no time to go back and forth. Mr. Ping Yizhi should save my companion first, then I'll help you kill Murongfu. What do you think? Seeing that Ping Yizhi was not going to give in, Song Qingshu could only think of a way to avoid it. After he saved Zhao Min, he would think of a way to deal with him. Hee. Ping Yizhi seemed to see through his thoughts. What a coincidence. Morongfu is currently in a broken temple 30 miles away from here. If you rush there immediately, you should still be able to make it. What a coincidence. Song Qingshu was shocked, and hesitation appeared on his face. Zhao Min frowned. She was hesitant as to whether she should reveal her identity. The other party was wary of the Mongolian forces, so he would not leave her in the lurch. However, in that case, she would inevitably become a hostage for them to threaten the Mongolians. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to reveal her identity. The person you want to save is me. If you want to kill someone, naturally, it should be me. It's just Gusu's Morongfu. As long as you heal my injuries, I promise to deliver Morongfu's head to you within a month, Zhao Min said coldly as she looked at Ping Yizhi with her hands behind her back. With Ping Yizhi's eyesight, he could naturally see that Zhao Min was a woman disguised as a man. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but sneer, "Little girl, you have such a big tone." North Chaofeng, South Morong is equally famous in the present age. The Morong family's Big Dipper technique is superb. Although Morongfu hasn't practiced it to perfection, he isn't someone that a little girl like you can kill. If I say I can kill him, then I can naturally kill him. As for how to kill him, that's my problem. You don't need to worry about it, Dr. Ping. Zhao Min had been in a high position for a long time. Her words naturally had a convincing tone. Of course, Song Qingshu believed that Zhao Min could do it. There were many masters in the Ruyang imperial residence. Although Morongfu's martial arts were high, if Zhao Min really wanted to kill him, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Ping Yizhi was not clear about Zhao Min's identity. Thus, although he was slightly moved, in the end, he still shook his head. In recent years, this Prince Song has been in the limelight. His martial arts are rumored to be superb by the people of Jianghu. With him taking action to kill Morongfu, I'm sure it'll be a cinch. Why should I give up what's close at hand and seek help from a little girl like you? Zhao Min was enraged. She still wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu pulled her hand and shook his head slightly. It's better if I go. With him taking action, Morongfu might have a chance to survive. If he really let the group of masters from the Ruyang imperial residence take action, Morongfu would most likely have a hard time escaping. Considering the kindness they had shown each other in the past, Song Qingshu naturally did not want to see Morongfu fall into a dead end. Seeing that Song Qingshu was determined, Zhao Min hesitated for a moment and said, "If I remember correctly, you once said that you can also heal the injuries on my body. If it really doesn't work, then I'll use your method to heal it." "If you know what my method is, Princess will definitely not be willing," Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. Zhao Min stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Her dimples were stained with a layer of red clouds. She said in a low voice, "Isn't it just to take off your clothes? It's an urgent matter. As long as you cover your eyes, I don't mind." Because she had been rubbed like tofu by Madame Tang last night, her clothes had long been in a mess. When she woke up in the morning, she had been exposed a lot in front of Song Qingshu. Thinking of this, Zhao Min did not feel that it was difficult to accept that Song Qingshu had treated her injuries. That's just the first step. Song Qingshu was speechless. When he teased her, he had used the spring and autumn period to describe how he had treated a woman's internal injuries. Who knew that Zhao Min would misunderstand that he only needed to take off her clothes? What else is there? Zhao Min looked at him in confusion. She already had a bad guess in her heart. Song Qingshu's face turned red. Even though he was thick-skinned, he was too embarrassed to show off his unique skill in front of so many people. Moreover, he was holding a devil sect holy nun in his arms. He could only move closer to Zhao Min's ear and whisper. Not long after, Zhao Min's ears suddenly turned red. She leaned back and glared at him with an ashen face. "Go to hell. I told you that you would never agree." Song Qingshu spread his hands and sighed. "If it weren't for the fact that the method is too difficult, I wouldn't have brought the princess from thousands of miles away to Kaifeng to seek medical treatment." Zhao Min's chest heaved up and down. Obviously, her heart was extremely uncalm. On one hand, she was angry at Song Qingshu's frivolous words. On the other hand, she felt that although he had a glib tongue and looked cynical, he was not a lewd person. On one hand, she rejected Tang Foran's embrace last night. On the other hand, he did not use that method to save her. Of course, even if she was not really angry at Song Qingshu, Zhao Min would never agree to that method. Hearing that Song Qingshu had a way to treat Zhao Min, Ren Yingying was shocked. When Song Qingshu moved closer to Zhao Min's ear, she quickly pricked up her ears to find out what method it was. Who knew that Song Qingshu was worried that the secret would be leaked? Although he was next to Zhao Min's ear, he still chose to use the method of telepathy. How could Ren Yingying hear it? Seeing Zhao Min's big reaction, she became even more curious. What are you guys whispering about? Do you want to kill Morongfu? Quickly decide. Otherwise, after he leaves the broken temple, it won't be easy to find his traces. Ping Yizhi impatiently interrupted the strange silence between the three people. Okay, I'll go kill him. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, but when I go, you must treat my companion. Her injuries can't be delayed. I don't want to kill Morongfu and come back only to find her dead. No problem, as long as she enters this old man's thatched cottage, I will be able to save her from the gates of hell. However, Ping Yizhi stroked his goatee, a sharp glint flashing in his small eyes. If you play any tricks with this old man, this old man can save her, and naturally, I can also easily take back her life. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable. Song Qingshu understood that with Ping Yizhi's ability, while treating Zhao Min, he could also plant a poison in her body just in case. It was not a difficult task. But now, he could not care so much. He could only save Zhao Min's life first. Okay. Song Qingshu's face was as calm as still water. His palm gently pushed Zhao Min's waist. With a light cry, she flew lightly to Ping Yizhi's side. Song Qingshu's movements were as light as a feather, as well as his exquisite control of his strength, caused all the experts present to be endlessly shocked. Ping Yizhi stroked his goatee, his eyes wandering, no one knew what he was thinking. I'll leave her here. If anything happens to her when I return, not only will I kill you, but I'll also annihilate the entire Sun Moon Divine Sect, Song Qingshu said in a menacing tone. The people present looked at each other in dismay. After witnessing his qigong and the technique just now, they knew that his martial arts surpassed theirs by too much. Their faces were full of bewilderment. Only Ping Yizhi was expressionless as he calmly said, "You're going to kill someone. Morongfu is not an easy person to deal with. Bringing the Saintess with you will restrict your movements and become a burden to you. Furthermore, if you accidentally hurt her precious body, I'm afraid your companion won't be able to survive. Prince Song, why don't you leave the Saintess here? I guarantee with my many years of reputation in Jianghu that as long as you bring back Morongfu's head, I'll definitely return this young lady to you. Song Qingshu, if you really listen to him, then we'll really be at the mercy of others." Before Song Qingshu could reply, Zhao Min spoke first. Although she was in danger, she knew that as long as Song Qingshu held the Saintess's life in his hands, her safety would be guaranteed. She was worried that Song Qingshu would be muddle-headed and really return Ren Yingying to them. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Song Qingshu smiled faintly as he continued to hold Ren Yingying tightly. Physician Ping, my companion is the same as me. We both have suspicious personalities. The Saintess can't be returned to you for now. Ping Yizhi had an expression as if he had expected this. He calmly nodded his head, then young master must be careful on this trip. If the Saintess's body is injured in any way, I will add 10 times the damage to your companion. Ping Yizhi, if I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll definitely raise this broken place of yours to the ground in the future. Zhao Min said. Coldly. Ping Yizhi didn't mind Zhao Min's threat at all. He sneered, young lady, you look so smart and capable, but you're just a fool. Threatening the physician who's treating you like this, aren't you afraid that my hand will shake and I'll leave a scar on your face? Zhao Min's willowy eyebrows furrowed. She suddenly calmed down and looked at Song Qingshu. If things don't work out, come back quickly and use the method you mentioned to save me. Song Qingshu was stunned. A strange smile appeared on his face. Aren't you afraid that I won't do my best on purpose just to use that method? Even though you're very annoying, there's someone even more annoying than you right now. Zhao Min said indifferently, moreover, I know you're not that kind of person. AI, don't give me the good guy card. Song Qingshu rubbed his nose, I don't even have that much confidence in myself, but you. Alright, in order not to betray your trust, I'll come back as soon as possible. Finishing, he grabbed Ren Yingying's shoulder and quickly disappeared, rushing towards the broken temple that was 30 li away. Little girl, with your current injury, there aren't more than 3 people in this world that can save you. What virtue or ability does Song Qingshu have? What method does he have to treat your injury? Seeing Song Qingshu leave, Ping Yizhi couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. He stared at Zhao Min with a burning gaze. Don't you claim to be the world's divine doctor? How come you don't even know this? Zhao Min said sarcastically. If it was an ordinary method, it would not be a big deal to tell him. However, Song Qingshu's method was too shameful to say. How could Zhao Min tell an outsider? This? Ping Yizhi pondered and muttered to himself, Tian Shan Snow Lotus and 1,000-year-old ginseng can only temporarily prolong her life. It is absolutely impossible to cure this girl. Hu Qingniu is already dead. Shui Muhua and the Poison Hand King of Medicine should be able to save her. However, what virtue or ability does Song Qingshu have to actually be able to save her? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Huh? Could it be that he also learned the Dali Duan style one young finger and didn't hesitate to waste several years of his skills to save this girl? Zhao Min did not care about what he was saying. Instead, she looked in the direction Song Qingshu disappeared in with a worried expression. She had just said that it did not matter even if Song Qingshu could not kill Morong Fu. Her agreeing to use his method to treat her was just an excuse. On one hand, it would reduce the pressure on Song Qingshu. On the other hand, it would make Ping Yizhi suspicious and unavoidably hold back from taking action for fear of harming the innocent. Song Qingshu sighed faintly on his way to the dilapidated temple 30 li away. How could he not understand that what Zhao Min said just now was only an expedient measure? With her staunch character, she would probably rather die than let him use that method to save her. However, killing Morong Fu for Zhao Min was also absolutely out of the question. If it was not Zhao Min, but Xia Qingqing, Shuang'er, and the others who were forced into a corner, Song Qingshu might really ignore his conscience and kill Morong Fu. After all, although the promise was heavy, it was not as heavy as his own family. Although he had a good impression of Zhao Min in his previous life, the current Zhao Min was just a woman of his enemy. There was no need for him to do so much for her. As for Morong Fu, not to mention the status of the Morong family in Jianghu and the Southern Song dynasty, just based on the fact that he was able to learn the God-reflecting scripture with Morong Fu's help, he was unwilling to kill him. On the surface, he had agreed to Ping Yizhi's request to save Zhao Min first. Song Qingshu was actually very curious. Ping Yizhi and Morong Fu were completely unrelated, so why would he want him to kill him? It was impossible to ask Ping Yizhi, but he could find some clues from Morong Fu. After a sleepless night and a long journey, Song Qingshu could not help but feel tired. However, this was a matter of great importance, so he had to force himself to stay awake. Fortunately, with Morong Fu's martial arts skills, he should not be a threat to him. Thinking of Morong Fu's shifting stars, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then took out a mask from his bosom and put it on. According to the original work, Morong Fu was narrow-minded. If he told him the truth, he might not cooperate with him to save Zhao Min. To avoid wasting time, it would be better to subdue him first and bring him to Ping Yizhi. Of course, Song Qingshu also wanted to use this opportunity to test out the marvelous shifting stars, which was famous in the martial arts world, to be on par with Whitehead Supreme Mystery Scripture and Sunflower Treasure Book in the words of the Poison Hand King of Medicine. There is no need to hide the head but show the tail when a master is visiting. As Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, Morong Fu's clear voice came from the ruined temple. As expected of North Chao Feng, South Morong, Prince Morong sensed me when I stopped for a moment. Song Qingshu smiled and walked towards the dilapidated temple with large strides. In his heart, he was extremely shocked. This Morong Fu's martial arts were much higher than he had imagined. In his previous life, Song Qingshu could not understand why Morong Fu could be on par with Chao Feng in the early stage of demigods and semi-devils. Who knew that in the middle stage, Xiao Feng, Jiumaji, and the others could bully him like vegetables? In the later stage, even with the four great generals, they were no match for Duan Yanqing. It was not that Duan Yanqing's martial arts skills were higher than Xiao Feng and Jiumaji's, but Morongfu himself had changed. The level of a person's martial arts skills did not only depend on his theoretical skills, but also on his heart. If a person's heart was high, he could defeat several opponents of the same level, such as Blood Knife Ancestor against the Four Wonders of the South, or Xiaofeng against Morongfu, Ding Chuanqiu, and Yutanji. If a person's heart was taken away, he could not defeat those who were weaker than him, such as Li Qinzhou, the world's #1 expert in Wenruyan's novels. Morongfu belonged to the latter. In the early stages of the game, Morongfu of the South had been in high spirits, which was why he did not fear Xiao Feng of the North in the slightest. He could even fight to a standstill, but it was a pity that he was soon pulled back to reality by Jiumaji, who continuously gave him blows. Then, on Mount Shaoshi, he was beaten until his face turned pale by Duan Yu, a rich playboy who usually looked down on him. For Morongfu, who was so proud that he was almost eccentric, this was absolutely unacceptable. However, the power of the Six Pulses magical sword made him doubt the martial arts of Gusu's Morong clan. Even when his father, Morongbo, showed him the mysteries of the joined finger, it did not completely dispel the shadow in his heart. If a person even doubted his own martial arts skills, it would be difficult for his strength not to decline. Because of this, Morongfu's martial arts skills did not improve, but deteriorated. In the end, even when he joined hands with his family warriors, they were still no match for Duan Yanqing. However, at this moment, Morongfu's confidence did not seem to have suffered much of a blow. He was still the high-spirited southern Morong, so it was no wonder that he noticed the slight flaw Song Qingshu showed. "Who are you, sir?" When he saw that Song Qingshu was wearing a mask, Morongfu was shocked. He quietly grabbed the sword beside him and asked with rapt attention on his guard. As far as the eye could see, Morongfu's elegance was still the same, and he was still that distinguished and handsome young master from an aristocratic family. However, unlike before, he did not have the outstanding beauty Wang Yuyan by his side. Without Wang Yuyan, there was naturally no Duan Yu, who followed him around. "Why isn't Prince Morong's cousin, who knows all the martial arts in the world, by your side?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. When Morongfu heard him ask about his cousin, a hint of anger flashed across his face. What he hated the most in his life was having his cousin point fingers at him while he was competing in martial arts. It made people only praise his cousin and ignore him, the southern Morong. "You don't have to worry, sir. My cousin is doing very well. What business do you have with me?" Hearing the enmity in Morongfu's tone, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "It's nothing much. I just want to borrow young master's head." Morongfu was both shocked and enraged. "Haha, just you, and you want to take my, Morongfu's, life? Prince Morong, I have a word of advice for you. In the martial arts world, Gusu Morong is naturally very famous. However, there are many capable people in the martial arts world, and there are many who are stronger than young master. Young master, it's better for you to be cautious," Song Qingshu said calmly. Morongfu laughed coldly. Naturally, Morongfu does not dare to say that he is unrivaled in the world. However, with just you, sir, you dare to boast shamelessly about taking my life? Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, won't you know after you try? Just as the word dare fell, Song Qingshu had already attacked in front of Morongfu. Morongfu was shocked and hurriedly swung his sword. Who knew that he would only hit an afterimage? He was greatly shocked and immediately felt a pressure coming from his shoulder. Fortunately, Nan Morong's reputation was not undeserved. He lowered his shoulder and used revolving star passage technique to disperse Song Qingshu's force. Huh? Song Qingshu looked at his hand and recalled the gentle force that came from Morongfu's shoulder. It guided his force as if he had struck into a deep pool, instantly dispelling his capture. Revolving star passage technique truly lives up to its reputation. Sir's movement technique is also very brilliant. Hearing Song Qingshu's exaggeration, Morongfu did not feel happy at all. From Song Qingshu's ghostly movement technique just now, he was probably the most dangerous enemy he had encountered in his life. He held his sword horizontally in front of him and calmly looked at Song Qingshu, not daring to be careless in the slightest. However, Song Qingshu was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he said, "I've always had a doubt in my heart. I hope that Prince Murong can explain it to me." Without waiting for Murong Fu's reply, he continued, "I've heard that Gusu's Murong family's revolving star passage technique is incomparably marvelous, and is most proficient in using your opponent's method to deal with you. However, there are so many martial arts in the world. Could it be that your Murong family is truly proficient in all the martial arts in the world, and at the same time, is it more brilliant than an enemy who has cultivated a certain martial art for decades?" Song Qingshu's question was the Murong family's greatest secret, so there was no way Murong Fu would tell him the truth. He only let out a cold snort. The shifting stars are vast and profound. It's not something a small fry like you can pry into. It's fine if young master is unwilling to say it. I will test it myself. It was no wonder that Song Qingshu did not care about proper business and wanted to delay his match with Murong Fu. The revolving star passage technique was simply too famous in Jianghu. Now that Song Qingshu's martial arts had reached such a high level, there were very few martial arts in the world that could catch his eye. And the revolving star passage technique just so happened to be one of them. Usually, due to his scruples, it was very difficult to test Murong Fu's true abilities. This time, he could use the flat finger as an excuse to properly investigate. "Sir, please try." Murong Fu had misgivings about his lightness skill that had reached the pinnacle of perfection. He did not dare to let him attack, and hurriedly attacked first. "This is the Murong family's famous willow catkin sword technique?" Song Qingshu moved his feet lightly. Every time, it looked as if he had just barely dodged Murong Fu's sword technique. In reality, he had a calm expression on his face. Only when he had no way to dodge would he use his finger to flick away the opponent's sword. Divine flicking finger? "Sir, could it be that you are from Peach Blossom Island?" The vibrations from the sword almost caused him to lose his grip. Murong Fu could not help but be shocked and angry. Prince Murong is indeed knowledgeable about the origins of all the martial arts in the world. However, this time, young master has misjudged. I am only using the ordinary divine flicking finger. It is not the martial arts of Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu said with a faint smile as he dodged. How is this possible? Seeing his wrist go numb with just a divine flicking finger, Murong Fu had long been shocked. He subconsciously thought that this was the mystery of the divine flicking finger. All the martial arts in the world lead to the same goal. My divine flicking finger might be similar to the divine flicking finger of Peach Blossom Island's Master Huang. It is not impossible. Prince Murong does not need to be restricted by this. Song Qingshu's words made Murong Fu's face turn red and white. Seeing Murong Fu's lips tightly shut and his sword flashing in the temple, Song Qingshu secretly praised him. Unfortunately, after the baptism of the five-mountain godly sword and Feng Qingyang in the Repent Cliff, coupled with his understanding of the Duga seeking Allah sword will, his attainments in sword techniques could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Song Qingshu saw a flaw and pinched Murong Fu's sword with 2 fingers, stopping Murong Fu's sword in the slightest. If Murong Fu had used other weapons, Song Qingshu might not have been able to deal with it so easily. Unfortunately, he was using a sword. Although the Murong family's willow catkin sword technique was exquisite, in the eyes of Song Qingshu today, it was naturally full of flaws. "Withdraw your sword," Song Qingshu shouted in a deep voice. Murong Fu felt a huge force coming from the sword, and he could no longer hold on to it. He hurriedly retreated in shock. The sword was caught in Song Qingshu's hand, and a dragon's roar sounded. Song Qingshu casually swung the sword and stabbed it into a pillar in the temple. "Prince Murong, I want to see your Big Dipper sword technique, not your willow catkin sword technique." Murong Fu saw him easily snatch away the sword in his hand, and his heart had already turned cold. He smiled sadly and said, "If that's the case, I will respectfully accept." Seeing Murong Fu make a strange move, Song Qingshu was delighted. Finally, he was going to see the legendary Big Dipper sword technique. Suddenly, he heard a delicate shout coming from behind him. He frowned and moved 10 feet away. Looking back, he saw that the green bricks where he was standing had already been smashed by the whip. Song Qingshu's expression changed. When he looked back, he saw a crystal-clear beauty holding a long whip, standing not far away and looking at him vigilantly. Icy snow? Song Qingshu was delighted when he saw the woman's face. Back then, his meridians were severed and he wandered the underworld in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Icy Snow took care of him all the way. Not only did she help him avoid the dangers in the underworld, but she also helped him successfully recover his meridians by obtaining the Spirit Illuminating Sutra. Song Qingshu's attitude toward Icy Snow was very complicated. On the one hand, she was his sworn brother's wife. On the other hand, when he was in a desperate situation, a fairy-like sister suddenly appeared and helped him gently. That unforgettable feeling was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Prince Morong, are you all right? Icy Snow didn't recognize Song Qingshu because he was wearing a mask. Instead, she looked at Morong Fu worriedly. I'm fine. Be careful, Lady Hu. This masked man's martial arts are really incredible. Don't be careless. Morong Fu was relieved when he saw Lady Hu and quickly reminded her. Who exactly are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Lady Hu nodded slightly and immediately looked at Song Qingshu vigilantly. Song Qingshu suddenly felt that the situation was a little awkward. What would Morong Fu think if he were to take off his mask now? After all, he looked like he was going to take Morong Fu's life just now. Before he could react, Morong Fu had already attacked. Although he had lost his sword, Gusu's Morong Badong wasn't a joke. His punches and kicks still had the demeanor of a master. In order to cooperate with Morong Fu, Icy Snow waved her whip and attacked Song Qingshu at the same time. Song Qingshu had countless questions in his mind at the moment, such as why Icy Snow was with Morong Fu and why Ping Yizhi wanted to kill Morong Fu. The situation was beyond his consideration and he could only brace himself to deal with it. 18 dragons subduing palms? Not long after, Morong Fu recognized Song Qingshu's moves. He was shocked and angry. What is your relationship with Guojing of Xianxia? There were only 3 people in the world who were good at using the 18 dragons subduing palms. Morong Fu was very familiar with Qiao Feng's figure, so he naturally knew that the person in front of him was not Qiao Feng. Hong Qigong was getting on in years, so he was even less suitable. The only other possibility was Guojing of Xianxia. However, Guojing was supposed to be guarding Xianxia, and with Guojing's reputation as a hero, it was unlikely that he would hide his tracks. Therefore, it could only be his disciple. The 18 dragon subduing palms isn't a rare martial art skill, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Then I'd like to invite Prince Morong to evaluate what kind of martial art this is. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qingshu changed the simple and fierce moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms and used the most ordinary punches and kicks to attack. Morong Fu clearly recognized every move and every style, and he also had a way to counter them, but his palms were always a hair's breadth away, and his opponent was always one step ahead and struck him. Taizu's long fist? Morong Fu was shocked and angry at the same time. That's right. I heard that Qiao Feng used the most ordinary Taizu's long fist to defeat the heroes of the world in the Battle of the Virtuous Manor. I'm very impressed, so I boldly gave it a try. I hope Prince Morong won't mind, answered Song Qingshu. Morong Fu's handsome face swelled until it turned green. He, the dignified southern Morong, was beaten by the most ordinary Taizu's long fist to the point where he could not retaliate. If this spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Prince Morong, calm down. He's just deliberately disturbing your mind, Icy Snow hurriedly reminded. Only then did Morong Fu realize what was going on, but it was already too late. Song Qingshu took advantage of his confusion to sneak in and seal his acupoint. Song Qingshu secretly felt lucky. It was not difficult for him to defeat Morong Fu, but it was impossible for him to restrain him in such a short time. Thinking that Zhao Min's life was still uncertain at Ping Zhi's place, he did not have that much time to slowly exchange blows with Morong Fu. He could only take advantage of Morong Fu's weakness to restrain him as soon as possible. The long whip tore through the air and Song Qingshu quickly dodged to the side. Icy Snow knitted her brows and brandished the long whip like a silver snake. The tip of the whip appeared and disappeared mysteriously, forcing Song Qingshu to be flustered. I didn't expect her to practice the white python whip technique so skillfully. I'm afraid she's even better than Zhou Zhirua, Song Qingshu pondered while dodging. It turned out that as the ancient tomb sect's successor, Icy Snow was most proficient in soft and slender weapons like the silver bell and golden lock. After receiving the white python whip technique from Song Qingshu, her mastery of the whip technique improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of whip technique alone, perhaps even Song Qingshu was no match for her. This involved the issue of martial arts compatibility. For example, the 18 subduing dragon palms was most compatible with Xiaofeng's martial arts, the 19 white bone claw was most compatible with Zhou Jirua's martial arts, and the white python whip technique was most compatible with Icy Snow. However, Song Qingshu was very familiar with the white python whip technique, so he could defuse his opponent's sharp attacks skillfully every time. Relying on his profound skills, he carried Icy Snow and gradually ran out of the dilapidated temple. When Icy Snow saw that her attacks were defused skillfully by Song Qingshu, the strange look in her beautiful eyes became more intense. When she saw Song Qingshu's palm attack, she suddenly changed her attitude and gave up all resistance, looking at him quietly. Song Qingshu was shocked. He quickly deflected his palm force and hit a rock at the side, causing dust to fly. Icy Snow was excited and asked with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Song Qingshu took off his mask and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect that I couldn't hide from sister-in-law even with a mask." "It's really you?" Icy Snow was pleasantly surprised when she saw Song Qingshu's appearance. "Am I not dreaming?" "You're not mistaken. It's indeed me." Song Qingshu walked forward and looked at her quietly. Icy Snow shakily stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. "Not long ago, I heard Morong Jingyue's announcement to the world. I thought you." It turned out that Icy Snow had been searching for Morong Jingyue's traces all over the world and didn't immediately know that something had happened to Song Qingshu. When she heard the news recently and was planning to investigate in Yanjing City, she happened to run into Morong Fu, who claimed to have found Morong Jingyue's traces, so the two of them appeared in Kaifeng City together. Song Qingshu held the smooth and soft hand on his face and felt a cold sensation on his skin. He was amazed. The skin is so cold, could it be that this is the innate skill of the ancient tomb sect's successor? "Sister-in-law, I'm not dead." That's just an excuse Kangxi used to deceive the world. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in the future. Although the matter of replacing Kangxi was of great importance, Song Qingshu didn't mind telling Icy Snow about it. In his heart, Icy Snow was a special existence. The two of them met during their childhood and went through trials and tribulations together. Song Qingshu believed that even if everyone in the world became his enemy, Icy Snow wouldn't hurt him. The reason why he didn't tell her now was that time was tight and he couldn't explain it in a short time. He could only explain it in detail after this crisis was over. After the initial surprise, Icy Snow found that her hand was pinched by Song Qingshu. Her snow-white skin blushed and she said softly, "Uncle, when are you going to stop pinching me?" Song Qingshu loved it when she called him uncle. The elongated sound almost melted his heart. He was so excited that he hugged her in his arms. "After we parted last time, I was worried that we would never meet again in this life. Later, I passed by the King of Medicine village at Dongting Lake and wanted to see you. But fear said that you weren't here. Do you know how disappointed I was at that time?" Being hugged by him, Icy Snow hurriedly tried to break free, but she couldn't move him at all. When she heard his sincere murmur and thought of all the experiences they had gone through, she was filled with emotions. For a moment, she couldn't help letting him hug her. "I'm sorry to have offended you, sister-in-law." Although Icy Snow's body was soft, cold, and comfortable to hug, Song Qingshu couldn't keep hugging her like this. He looked at her awkwardly and let go of her. Icy Snow smiled and took a step back. She wasn't angry. Instead, she deliberately changed the topic and asked, "Uncle, why are you here all of a sudden?" "I also want to ask you this question, sister-in-law." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Why are you going the same way as Prince Morong? When we visited Swallow Dock, we got Prince Morong's promise to help us find the whereabouts of his collateral descendant, Morong Jingyue. Although the Morong family doesn't have many people now, it's an aristocratic family with hundreds of years of history after all. They always have their special means. Not long ago, I happened to find out that Morong Jingyue has recently appeared in Kaifeng City, so Prince Morong informed me to come together." Icy Snow narrated unhurriedly. There was a special gentleness in her faint voice. Initially, I wanted to inquire about Uncle's whereabouts in Yinjing City, but Prince Murong spent so much energy on Big Brother who's matter, so I couldn't refuse his kindness. So, I decided to come to Kaifeng City to take a look first. Of course, a kind person like sister-in-law can't refuse other people's kindness, Song Qingshu said with a laugh. Fortunately, sister-in-law came to Kaifeng City. If you came to Yanjing City, I'm afraid we would have missed each other. Icy Snow smiled gently. You're quite open-minded. I thought Uncle would blame me. Why would I blame you? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Icy Snow suddenly looked a little bashful and said softly, I came to find Murong Jingyue first instead of Uncle. Seeing Icy Snow's rare female shyness, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said, I naturally understand sister-in-law's mind. You must know that entering the Forbidden City is a narrow escape. Before that, you must avenge Big Brother who first so that you can avenge me without any worries. Icy Snow blushed and rebuked, what nonsense are you talking about? Knowing that Icy Snow was shy, Song Qingshu didn't dare to repeat the same mistake, so he quickly explained the purpose of this trip to her. Eh? Icy Snow's attention was indeed diverted by him. Her expression quickly returned to normal, but she was also puzzled. Why would Ping Yizhi ask you to kill Prince Murong? I can't figure it out either. These two people are completely unrelated, Song Qingshu said gloomily. Prince Murong's acupoint was sealed by you and he's still in the broken temple. Icy Snow suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. The two of them hurriedly rushed into the temple. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. His hand was too cheap and he insisted on trying the stellar transposition technique. Who knew that Icy Snow would suddenly appear? Not only did he not get to experience the stellar transposition technique, he might even offend Murong Fu. Song Qingshu's thoughts moved like lightning, and he quickly came up with a plan. In any case, he had to repay Murong Fu's kindness in the past, so he might as well do this. At that time, Murong Fu would only be grateful and would not blame him. Prince Murong, Song Mao, I am truly sorry for my rudeness just now. Song Qingshu apologized with a bitter smile after he unsealed Murong Fu's acupoints. When Murong Fu saw Song Qingshu's face clearly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, when Song Qingshu first came to Swallow Dock, he looked like he was half dead. He did not expect that after not seeing him for a few days, his martial arts would have already reached such a high level. When he thought about how he had lost to Song Qingshu so easily with his reputation in the world of martial arts, even though he had received a sincere apology, Murong Fu's face still turned livid. His rationality told him that he should just laugh it off to avoid offending a powerful enemy, but unfortunately, Murong Fu's cheeks twitched, and he still could not squeeze out the warm smile he wanted. Song Qingshu did not continue to explain. Instead, he brought out a book from his bosom and handed it to Murong Fu. Prince Murong, I was only able to repair my meridians because of your guidance in Swallow Dock. Song Mao will always remember this kindness. I heard that you and Xiaofeng do not get along well. Song Mao was lucky enough to find the manual for 18 dragons subduing palm to repay your kindness. Song Qingshu was just being tactful. Murong Fu and Xiaofeng did not just have bad relations. He had lost to Xiaofeng several times, and it had almost formed a psychological scar in his heart. As for the manual for 18 dragons subduing palm, while it was precious, it was not worth it to resolve a knot in Song Qingshu's heart. It had to be known that at Song Qingshu's current realm, training the mind was more important than training the martial arts. If he kept thinking about the kindness he had shown in the past, it would be very difficult for him to improve his cultivation. As for Murong Fu obtaining 18 dragons subduing palm, it did not affect him much. Song Qingshu himself had practiced the 18 dragons subduing palms before, and he understood that this palm technique was most suitable for people like Xiaofeng, who was open-minded and innately heroic. Murong Fu was narrow-minded, so even if he also practiced the 18 dragons subduing palms, the power he could display would be far inferior to Xiaofeng, Guojing, and the others. The 18 subduing dragon palms might seem like a top-notch secret manual, but it would probably have a limited effect on Murong Fu's strength. Of course, with Murong Fu's current level of cultivation, he was naturally unaware of all this. Looking at the booklet in front of him, Murong Fu's heart beat wildly. He really wanted to say something like I didn't do anything to deserve a reward, but he didn't say it in the end. He was afraid that if he said it, Song Qingshu would really take back the secret manual. This Prince Song is too polite. His hands trembled as he took over the booklet. Morong Fu's heart was filled with great emotions. With the 18 dragons subduing palms and the shifting stars, I, Morong Fu, am not afraid of a mere Qiao Feng. The day when I restore Great Yen to glory is just around the corner. When he thought of this, he looked at Song Qingshu with his eyes filled with gratitude and excitement. How could he still take his rude behavior to heart? He cupped his fist and said, "From now on, Prince Song will be the most honorable friend of Gusumurong family." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. He believed that Morong Fu was being sincere at this moment. But with his character, if he were to encounter any conflict of interest in the future, what Morong Fu said would not be of much use. Initially, Song Qingshu thought that he could use the 18 dragons subduing palms to exchange for something interesting from Morong Fu. As the shifting stars was a secret technique of Morong family, there was no way he could exchange for it. But if it was Wang Yuyan, it might not be impossible. After all, in order to restore the kingdom, Morong Fu had thought of using Wang Yuyan to bribe Duan Yu. Of course, as Song Qingshu's state of mind had been improved, he would not do such a thing. So, it was not a big deal to give him the 18 dragons subduing palms. Suddenly, Morong Fu's face fell. "Prince Song," he said awkwardly, "that day in Yangzhou City, I have offended you." Song Qingshu raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. He smiled and said, "Don't take it to heart, Prince Morong. That day, you were just trying to save Miss Wang. Speaking of which, there are many misunderstandings. Song Mao just happened to be traveling the same way as Jiao Maji." Both men looked at each other and laughed. Soon, they had forgotten about the past. "That's right, has young Master Morong ever offended Feng Ping's finger?" Song Qingshu thought of the urgent matter at hand and quickly asked. "Pingji?" Morong Fu was stunned. Being well informed, he reacted quickly. "Is it the famous killer doctor who kills every person he treats?" "Yes." Song Qingshu stared at him, trying to see if there was anything unusual on his face. Unexpectedly, Morong Fu was puzzled. "No, we have never met before. How could we offend him?" "That's strange," Icy Snow exclaimed. Song Qingshu's face was also solemn. Morong Fu was confused. He looked at the two men who were deep in thought. "What happened?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and briefly told him about Pingji's condition. Seeing Morong Fu's face change, he quickly explained, "Prince Morong, please don't think too much. Just now, I just wanted to experience Morong clan's Big Dipper. I didn't mean to harm you." "What are you talking about, Prince Song? I naturally trust you, brother Song." Morong Fu thought about it and knew that Song Qingshu was telling the truth. After all, Song Qingshu didn't show any killing intent just now. However, he still felt uncomfortable that his life was in someone else's hands. Icy Snow looked at him worriedly and said softly, "Prince Morong, think about it again and see if you missed anything. Otherwise, why would Pingji want to kill you? Forgive me for being slow-witted, but I really don't remember when I offended this miracle doctor." Morong Fu smiled bitterly. "What was Uncle's initial plan?" Icy Snow looked at Song Qingshu and asked. She naturally didn't believe that Song Qingshu would use his benefactor's head to save someone. Therefore, she wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain. She also wanted to take this opportunity to resolve the knot in Morong Fu's heart. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "I plan to let Prince Morong cooperate with me and put on a show. Then, we'll know what Pingji is up to." He then explained the entire plan. "That's a great plan. I'm also very curious about the grudge between that famous doctor and the Morong family." Morong Fu nodded as he listened. The three of them gathered together to perfect the details of the entire plan. When the three of them came out of the dilapidated temple and saw Reninging whose acupoints were sealed, Icy Snow and Morong Fu were dumbfounded. "Uncle, who is this lady?" When Icy Snow saw Reninging's beautiful appearance, she looked even more pitiful because she was under someone's control. For a moment, she felt complicated in her heart. When Morong Fu saw Reninging, he was also shocked by her beauty. Her beauty was not inferior to his cousin in the slightest. However, his heart was set on restoring his country, and he did not care much about women. Even Wang Yuyan, who was so beautiful and had her heart set on him, had not been touched by him for many years. Ren Yingying was also shocked by Icy Snow's pure and flawless temperament. When she heard Icy Snow address Song Qingshu as uncle, she was puzzled. According to the information, Song Qingshu was the only son of Wudong sect's Song Yuanqiao. She had never heard of him having an elder brother. Her? Song Qingshu smiled. She's my hostage. Ren Yingying's almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at him. Ping Ji went into the thatched cottage. Young lady, you better pray that your lover succeeds in killing Murong Fu. Otherwise, since I can save your life, I can naturally kill you too. Putting the silver needles back into the toolbox, Ping Ji looked at Zhao Min, whose face was gradually turning red, and sneered. Zhao Min's pretty face was covered with a thin layer of frost. She said coldly, I'll remember today's humiliation. I'll return it to you tenfold in the future. Yo, young lady, you have quite a temper. Ping Ji laughed and said, do you think I'm afraid of you? Where did you come from? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Zhao Min snorted coldly. She was not stupid enough to reveal her identity and take unknown risks because of a slip of the tongue. Seeing that she didn't speak, Ping Ji said, Song Qingshu has different women by his side every time. Moreover, each of them is a national beauty. He's quite lucky with women. Have you seen him before? Zhao Min keenly picked up a piece of information from his words and asked doubtfully. Ping Ji knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He quickly put on a straight face and said, instead of worrying about this, it's better to worry about the poison in your body. You poisoned me? Zhao Min's voice trembled. Otherwise, how could I feel at ease making a deal with Song Qingshu later? Ping Yiji's face was filled with pride as he stroked his goatee. Although Song Qingshu is from an upright sect, his ruthlessness isn't inferior to the people of the devil cult. It's inevitable that he'll turn hostile later. His martial arts skills are high, so I have to be on guard. What poison did you put in my body? Zhao Min was shocked and angry. The 3-corpse brain pill. Have you heard of it? Ping Yiji smiled. Zhao Min was terrified. She was in charge of the Jianghu in the Ruyang Palace, so she naturally knew about the famous 3-corpse brain pill of the Sun Moon sect. It was specially used by the hierarch to control the upper echelons of the sect. Only by taking the antidote on time every year could the toxicity be temporarily suppressed. Otherwise, the corpse worm in the brain would break free. Once it entered the brain, the person who took the pill would move like a ghost or a demon, and would even bite and eat his parents and wife. Thinking of the disgusting worms lurking in her body, Zhao Min trembled with anger. How dare you use such an insidious thing on me? Looks like you've heard of it. Ping Yiji chuckled. This 3-corpse brain pill is my masterpiece. Whether it's Dongfang Bubi in the past or Ren Wuxing now, they all treat it like a treasure. Also, let me remind you that the antidote is different according to the recipe of the poison. Dongfang Bubi's antidote can't cure Ren Wuxing's 3-corpse brain pill. Ren Wuxing's antidote can't cure Dongfang Bubi's either. Of course, their antidotes can't cure my 3-corpse brain pill either. Ping Yiji's face was full of pride. In this world, I'm the only one who can cure your poison. So, you have to pray that Song Qingshu doesn't play any tricks later. Even with Zhao Min's unparalleled intelligence, her mind instantly went blank when she thought of the poison in her body. She was extremely vexed. Rather than dying in such a disgusting way, it would have been better to let Song Qingshu have it easy from the start. Suddenly, noises came from outside the door. It seemed to be the greetings of the Sun Moon cult's disciples. Ping Yiji smiled faintly. Song Qingshu is back. Let's go see if he brought back Murong Fu's head. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and brushed Zhao Min's shoulder. Zhao Min felt her whole body go numb. She was immediately restrained by him and walked out. She was extremely shocked. What kind of acupoint sealing technique is this? How can it be so brilliant? Those who read the book, please join the group 337294925. I want to know how many people are reading this book. She watched as Song Qingshu escorted a young man over. Although the man's hair was messy and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, his starry eyes and dashing eyebrows could still be seen. Zhao Min frowned slightly. Is this the famous Nan Moro? Why did Song Qingshu really capture him? Song Qingshu, what is the meaning of this? This old man wants you to bring back Morongfu's head, not a living person. Seeing the scene, Ping Yizhi snorted and tightened his fingers. Zhao Min felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, if I kill Morongfu and come back, but you didn't treat my companion according to the agreement, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? In any case, Morongfu is heavily injured and all his acupuncture points have been sealed by me. I can kill him at any time. With this old man's help, your companion naturally won't die. Look at her and you will know that I didn't lie to you. Now, can you release the sage nun and kill Morongfu as well? Ping Yizhi pushed Zhao Min in front of him so that Song Qingshu could see her more clearly. How can you see clearly like this? Song Qingshu deliberately lowered his voice. When Ping Yizhi was listening attentively, he suddenly shouted, let her go. Song Qingshu's two palms pulled at Zhao Min from afar, using the azure dragon's absorption of water. Ping Yizhi felt a huge force coming from Zhao Min's body and couldn't hold on any longer. He could only watch helplessly as Zhao Min was sucked in by Song Qingshu. He couldn't help but be alarmed and angry. He hastily spread his wings and followed closely behind Zhao Min. Song Qingshu held Zhao Min in his arms with one hand and struck out with his right palm. Ping Yizhi, who was in midair, felt a heavy wave of qi coming at him. He quickly put his palms in front of him and with a bang, he retreated even faster than when he came. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back before he could steady himself. Prince Song is indeed worthy of his reputation as the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing. Ping Yizhi coughed a few times, his face as gloomy as water. Physician Ping's words are wrong. Song Mao has already broken off relations with the Manchurian Qing court. How can he be called the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing? Song Qingshu was also incomparably shocked. He had never heard of Ping Yizhi's martial arts being so amazing. Although he had held back his strength in that palm, normal people would either vomit blood or have their blood and qi churning. They wouldn't be able to speak at all. However, Ping Yizhi seemed to be completely fine. Prince Song, this old man has already returned your companion to you. I hope that young noble will keep your promise and release the sage nun. At the same time, you will also kill Morongfu. Ping Yizhi's expression was normal as he spoke. It was as if he had really sent Zhao Min back. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and didn't mind. He just held Zhao Min's pulse and carefully checked it. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief. Although Zhao Min's pulse was weak, it didn't show any signs of exhaustion like before. It's not impossible to release the sage nun. However, Physician Ping, can you first tell this one what enmity there is between you and Prince Moro? Why must you kill him? Song Qingshu was filled with admiration for Ping Yizhi's medical skills. Thus, his tone also became warmer. I hate that he is more handsome than this old man. Is there a problem? Ping Yizhi understood that it was different from before. Previously, he had the confidence to not talk nonsense with him. Now that Zhao Min had been taken back, he rolled his eyes and began to pester him endlessly. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. This is also a reason. Seeing that Song Qingshu had no intention of making a move, Ping Yizhi's expression turned cold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Song Qingshu and immediately revealed his true intentions. Surnamed Song, don't be too happy too early. Do you think that everything will be fine after you take that lady back? What do you mean? Song Qingshu was startled. Only now did he realize that Zhao Min had not spoken since the beginning. Her mute acupoint must have been sealed. Song Qingshu quickly unsealed her acupoint. With a soft moan, Zhao Min finally regained her freedom. Her pretty face was expressionless as she said, I've been poisoned by his 3-corpse brain pill. As soon as she said this, Icy Snow and Morongfu didn't have much of a reaction. However, those who knew about the toxicity of the 3-corpse brain pill, such as Song Qingshu and Reningying, exclaimed in shock. The faces of the Sun Moon sect members were also ashen. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of that thing. Give me the antidote. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand in front of Ping Yizhi and said coldly. Ping Yizhi stroked the beard on his chin and chuckled, "Young master, why do you pretend not to know? As long as you kill Murong Fu, I'll naturally hand over the antidote. If you want to kill me, do it yourself." Song Qingshu patted Murong Fu's waist and gently threw him in front of Ping Yizhi. Ping Yizhi was both shocked and furious. It would be easy for him to kill Murong Fu. The reason why he wanted to use Song Qingshu to kill him was mainly because he wanted to use Song Qingshu to deal with the Murong family's storm-like vengeance, especially that person. All signs indicated that he was still alive. That person's martial arts were already at the top of the world. Ping Yizhi knew that he was no match for him. Therefore, he had no choice but to use a borrowed knife to kill him and let Song Qingshu deal with him. Based on the martial arts that Song Qingshu had displayed in the past 2 years, he might even be able to help him get rid of his mortal enemy. Just as he was about to push Murong Fu back with his palm, Ping Yizhi suddenly realized that Murong Fu, whose acupoints were sealed, had actually broken free from the ropes and was about to envelop him with a palm. Ping Yizhi hastily exchanged more than 10 moves with him before he was able to escape. He felt his blood churning and couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu. "You lied to me." Before Song Qingshu could answer, Murong Fu cupped his fists and asked, "I have heard of Mr. Ping's reputation as one of the 4 divine doctors in the world. I wonder if the Murong family of Gusu has ever offended you. Otherwise, why would you want to take my life, one in the north and the other in the south? We are thousands of miles apart and have never met before." His words were watertight. The people of Sun Moon sect nodded. They all felt that Murong Fu was indeed worthy of his reputation. He clearly knew that the other party wanted to kill him, but he still acted like a gentleman. They all thought that Ping Yizhi had gone crazy. Otherwise, why would he provoke a strong enemy like the Murong family? Ping Yizhi spat and said with hatred, "The Murong family of Gusu did not offend me, but you have greatly offended me." Murong Fu was stunned. He thought hard for a long time, but he really couldn't think of any grievances between him and this person. Of course, he didn't know Ping Yizhi's true identity, so he naturally didn't understand the saying that treasuring a jade ring won in trouble. As the current leader of the Murong family, practicing the shifting stars was the biggest original sin. Be careful. Seeing that Murong Fu was distracted and Ping Yizhi attacked again, Song Qingshu hurriedly reminded him. This was a grievance between the two of them, so it was not appropriate for Song Qingshu to intervene. Moreover, with Murong Fu's status in Jianghu, it would not look good for him if he helped him. This was a good opportunity to observe Ping Yizhi's martial arts, to see if he could find out which sect he was from, and use it to deduce his identity. The Murong family was famous for being well-versed in hundreds of sections. Murong Fu was proficient in the martial arts of various sects, and he displayed the martial arts of more than 10 sects in a single move. The people of Sun Moon sect were dazzled and full of admiration. Who knew that Ping Yizhi would not be outdone, and the types of martial arts he displayed were even more complicated. The two of them exchanged blows. One used the Skunda staff, the other used the blade of the 5 tigers breaking the gate, one used the eagle claw hand, and the other used the penetrating fist. Why are these two people's martial arts so similar? Zhao Min, who was at the side, asked in confusion. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He only felt a flash of lightning across his mind, but it seemed like he didn't think of anything. "Humph, why don't you use the shifting stars?" Ping Yizhi sneered as he attacked. "To deal with a clown like you, why do I need to use my family's divine skill?" Murong Fu snorted, and retaliated without mercy. Ping Yizhi laughed cruelly. "If this old man is correct, your shifting stars has only been trained to the realm of borrowing force to fight force. That's why you don't dare to use it. You're worried that outsiders will see it, and you'll lose the mystery of giving someone a taste of their own medicine." When Murong Fu heard him speak his mind, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Who are you? Why do you know so much about the Murong family's affairs?" It turned out that the Murong family of Gusu, giving someone a taste of their own medicine, was famous in Jianghu. It spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The shifting stars was inevitably spread by the people of Jianghu. There was no one who would not be terrified when they saw so many martial arts masters die under their famous ultimate skills. In order to maintain the mystery of the shifting stars, the disciples of the Murong family usually wouldn't reveal it in front of outsiders. Therefore, those who had seen the shifting stars were basically all dead. Although the revolving star passage technique was wondrous, the majority of the successors were still stuck at the realm of borrowing force to fight force. When the opponent attacked, they would use their ingenuity to deflect the opponent's attack back to their own body, causing the opponent to die from their own famous technique. Fu had practiced the shifting stars for many years, but he had only reached this realm. If the opponent's martial arts were too high, his shifting stars would not be able to divert the opponent's attack. He once heard that when the shifting stars was cultivated to a high realm, it would enter the realm of formless martial arts. At that time, there was no need to borrow force to fight force. All one had to do was watch the opponent use their martial arts once, and their heart would automatically deduce and perfect the opponent's martial arts. Then, they would use an even more perfect martial arts to defeat the opponent. This was the true meaning of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Of course, it was passed down from generation to generation, and when the shifting stars was cultivated to a high realm, it could even move the stars. However, Fu had always disregarded this. He subconsciously felt that it was just an exaggeration from his ancestors. I know a lot more. Ping Yiji snorted, and his move suddenly became fierce. I'll let you see what it means to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Next, Ping Yiji no longer made his own move. Instead, he followed Fu's move and immediately used the same move to meet it. The two clearly used the same moves, but Ping Yiji seemed to be slightly more powerful. Fu quickly fell into a disadvantage. Huh? Looking at the situation, Song Qingshu was also very surprised. The young master of the Murong family, who was known to give someone a taste of their own medicine, was instead being given a taste of their own medicine by the enemy. Ren Yingying's beautiful eyes were also full of doubt. Ping Yiji had always been famous for his medical skills in the Sun Moon sect, but she never knew that his martial arts were so profound. Fu was even more terrified. He thought to himself, could it be that this person has already entered the formless realm of the Big Dipper? Although he sensed that Ping Yiji's breathing and expiration technique was not the shifting stars, he thought that the formless martial arts realm was not something he could understand, so he didn't have any doubts. However, because of this, Fu's moves became even more obscure. Very soon, his chest was hit by a palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Song Qingshu couldn't just watch as Fu was killed. He hurriedly pulled him over and shouted, I want to see if you can give me a taste of my own medicine. Group 337294925 Dragon Capturing Hand? Fu was sucked over by Song Qingshu and looked at Song Qingshu in shock. When he saw him suck Xiaomin over, he wasn't too shocked. Now that he experienced it himself, it was unimaginable that he could suck a top-notch expert like him over. He didn't think that other than Xiao Feng, there would be someone else in the world who could practice a divine technique like Dragon Capturing Hand. This was a misunderstanding on Fu's part. Song Qingshu had only adapted it from the 18 dragons subduing Palm's green dragon absorbs water. In addition, he often practiced the Li sword technique for fun. With practice, he had learned a technique that was not inferior to Dragon Capturing Hand. Song Qingshu didn't know that Fu had already thought of so many things. When he saw Ping Yiji's display of power, it was really unexpected. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. 18 dragons subduing palms? Ping Yiji's eyes narrowed and his body trembled. He actually used the same move to meet it. How is this possible? Song Qingshu was also shocked. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. Ping Yiji used the same move every time and the power seemed to be slightly stronger. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's martial arts cultivation was higher than his opponent's. In his shock, he didn't let Ping Yiji gain any advantage. After the two separated, Song Qingshu looked at Ping Yiji with fear. What internal energy is this? After the initial shock, Song Qingshu slowly calmed down. He could already see that although the opponent's moves were similar, the method of circulating qi and exerting force was completely different from the original martial arts. After so many moves, Song Qingshu gradually discovered that although the moves Ping Yiji used were from different sects, there was a trace of a pattern in the unseen world. Between each move, the method of channeling qi and exerting force was of the same origin. Song Qingshu deduced that he used the same type of internal energy to activate all kinds of moves. That was how he achieved the so-called giving someone a taste of their own medicine effect. I underestimated you. I didn't think that you would be able to see through it in such a short time. Ping Yizhi was shocked. Hee, but so what if I can see through it? Could it be that you can recognize this divine technique? If it were someone else, it would have been fine, but in his previous life, Song Qingshu was very familiar with Jin Yong's novels. Even though he might not be as familiar with the origins of a normal sex martial arts as he was with Gusu's Murong family, he was very clear about those that could be called divine martial arts. Thinking of a martial art, Song Qingshu's heart suddenly brightened. But he soon fell into doubt and asked, "Are you from the Carefree sect?" Eh? You actually know about the Carefree sect? Ping Yizhi looked at him in bewilderment. He did not expect Song Qingshu to know such a secret of the martial arts world at such a young age. What's your relationship with Li Qiushui? Song Qingshu thought about it. Among the 3 elders of the Carefree sect, Wu Yazi was the best at the Northern Underworld divine technique, Heavenly Mountain Tong Lao was the best at the 8 Desolate Supremacy, or the Everlasting Youth technique, and Li Qiushui was the best at the Minor Phaseless technique. With Li Qiushui's love for handsome men, it was not surprising that the Minor Phaseless technique was spread. For example, the Great Will Wisdom King, Jiu Maji. Song Qingshu had actually wanted to ask him many times if he had gotten the Minor Phaseless technique from Li Qiushui. But he was worried that it would trigger the painful memories of the Imperial Preceptor when he was young and would make him fall out with him, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Of course, all of this was just Song Qingshu's malicious gossip. Jiu Maji's Minor Phaseless technique might have been obtained from Gusu's Wang family's Longhuan paradise. You even know about this? Ping Yizhi was shocked. He thought that Song Qingshu already knew about it, so he didn't hide it anymore. That old witch tasted good, but as a man, how could I be willing to be violated by a woman? When I escaped, I took her Minor Phaseless technique as payment for the prostitution. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Looking at the short and fat Ping Yizhi, with his disgusting mustache, Song Qingshu couldn't help but criticize in his heart. Rumor has it that Li Qiushui liked to find young and handsome boys for her to play with. Looking at Ping Yizhi's current appearance, he probably wasn't that handsome when he was young. Li Qiushui's aesthetic standards are indeed a little worrying. Speaking of which, Prince Murong still has to call me god-grandfather, ha ha ha. Ping Yizhi laughed loudly, obviously thinking of something very happy. Bastard. Murong Fu didn't know the relationship between Li Qiushui and Wang Yuyan, so he was confused. But when he heard Ping Yizhi's words, he was still furious. He was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by Song Qingshu. Right now, Ping Yizhi's strength was unknown, and Song Qingshu was worried that he would lose his life in vain. After all, Ping Yizhi had helped him out for his own sake. If something happened to him, Song Qingshu would feel bad. Minor Phaseless technique doesn't rely on form, and there are no traces to be found. As long as you know the moves of other martial arts, you can imitate other people's techniques, even better than the original version. It has a certain similarity to the Murong family's Big Dipper technique. Song Qingshu instantly pointed out the characteristics of Minor Phaseless technique. Ping Yizhi's expression was uncertain. Murong Fu looked pensive. Physician Ping, I want to see if you can imitate my palm technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm imprinted on his body in an unpredictable manner. Ping Yizhi saw that this move was clearly a move from the 18 dragons subduing palms, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into the Amasek's floating fragrance penetrating palm. There was also a hint of Wudong's soft palm. Looking at the subsequent changes, it seemed to be mixed with Kongtong's 7 injuring fists and Mount Song's great yang palm. Just looking at it was enough to make Ping Yizhi nauseous. How could Ping Yizhi still imitate his moves? He hastily raised his palm to meet the attack, but Song Qingshu's palm gently turned and pressed down on his shoulder. Huh? Song Qingshu had not yet released his palm strength when he suddenly felt a sharp wind coming from the air. He quickly dodged and retreated. Dolly's Duan family's solitary yang finger. Murong Fu cried out in surprise. Ping Yizhi took the opportunity to pull away from Song Qingshu, and looked at the other warily. His shoulder was only brushed by the wind from Song Qingshu's palm, but it was already numb. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's solitary yang finger forced him away, or else his shoulder bones would have been broken. Are you finally willing to use your special skill? Song Qingshu faintly smiled. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Ping Yiji's attainment in the solitary yang finger was much higher than his small non-phase method imitating other people's moves. It's just, how did you learn Dolly's secret technique? It's really strange. What's so strange about knowing the solitary yang finger? Ping Yiji, this old man's name is not just for show. Ping Yiji looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, but in his heart, he already had the intention to retreat. Since your distinguished self's finger technique is superb, and you call yourself Ping Yiji, then what was your distinguished self's previous name? Zhao Min was quick-witted and quickly realized the flaw in his words. Ping Yiji's breath was stifled. He didn't expect his words to reveal a flaw. He calmly said, "Little girl, instead of caring about my name, you might as well care about the poison in your body. You'd better persuade your lover to help this old man kill Morong Fu, then this old man will naturally detoxify you. If I catch you, I will naturally force you to hand over the antidote." Song Qingshu coldly snorted. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ping Yiji. Ping Yiji didn't expect his body technique to be so fast. In a great shock, he used everything he had learned in his life to dismantle it. The two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves in the arena. Smoke and dust rose in all directions as the two of them exchanged blows. Suddenly, there was a muffled shout. Ping Yiji screamed and flew back. Song Qingshu was about to catch up, but he was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of him. It turned out that Ping Yiji had been struck by Song Qingshu's palm and suffered serious internal injuries. He could no longer maintain his original body shape. With a series of crackling sounds, the short and fat killer doctor had actually transformed into a tall and thin middle-aged man. Morong Jingyue? Song Qingshu was startled when he saw the man's appearance. How could it be him? However, it was clear why Ping Yiji wanted to use him to kill Morong Fu. Suddenly, there was a delicate shout. Icy Snow in a white dress rushed out from the forest where she was lying in ambush. Her long whip coiled around Ping Yiji's body from afar. Ping Yiji was seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, he was in a difficult situation because of Icy Snow's fierce attack. However, he still had his martial arts cultivation. Icy Snow was afraid of the power of his solitary solar finger, so she couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Worried that something might happen to Icy Snow, Song Qingshu quickly pounced over to lend her a hand. Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound coming from his side while he was in midair. He quickly shrunk his waist and flipped his body in midair, dodging the incoming attack. As soon as he landed, the sharp weapon that flew over circled back. Song Qingshu didn't know what was real and what was fake. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He leaned to the side and narrowly dodged it. When he finally saw the person who launched the sneak attack, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Jinlu and Fuwang. Princess, please forgive us for being late to the rescue. The Xianming elders had just finished speaking when they pounced on Zhao Min while Song Qingshu was being held up by Jinlu and Fuwang. Morong Fu was shocked. Hastily he raised his sword to meet the attack. Who would have thought that the Xianming elders were experts in joint attack? One of them used his deer head staff to block his sword, while the other raised his palm to attack. Morong Fu hastily raised his palm to meet the attack, but he felt the biting cold air penetrating his arm. Before he could react, Lu Zhangke's other hand quietly reached out from his pocket and struck his abdomen. He Biwing's cranebeak pen also came out like a ghost and swept Morong Fu's ribs. Morong Fu was, after all, an expert who used to be as famous as Qiao Feng. Although the incident had happened suddenly and he had fallen into a dangerous situation, he had hurriedly used the star transposition technique to counteract the force of the two's attacks on his body. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were stunned, he hastily used the counterforce to retreat several feet away. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. The Xianming elders looked at their palms in confusion. They shouted in unison, paying someone back in their own coin? Shifting Star's heart technique? Morong Fu looked at the situation. He wasn't a match for these two strange old men. The monk with the wheel seemed to be no weaker than Song Qingshu. In addition, there were many experts of the Sun Moon sect. Morong Fu quickly thought of leaving. However, when he thought about how Song Qingshu had just given him a divine martial art manual, it would be too unkind of him to just leave. For a moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. Group 337294925. After hesitating for a long time, Morongfu decided to stand aside and observe the situation. He would help Song Qingshu restrain him from a distance, so there was no need for him to join the fight. If the situation was hopeless and he was far away, it would be easy for him to escape. He could return to Swallow Dock to practice the 18 dragons subduing palms and avenge Song Qingshu in the future. Seeing that Morongfu was standing far away, the Xianming elders did not move forward. It was more important to protect Zhao Min at the moment. Seeing Reninging by Zhao Min's side, Lu Zhangke's lust was aroused. He reached out his hand to caress her face. Hey, he thought, which family's miss is this? How come you are so beautiful? Bastard! Stop! Angry curses rose and fell from the crowd. It turned out that the Sun Moon sect members were worried about Song Qingshu. Now that he was entangled and Lu Zhangke wanted to be rude to the sage nun, they could no longer hold back and drew their weapons to attack. Fortunately, they were worried about Reninging's safety. Otherwise, if they had shot the two Xianming elders together with Zhao Min, they would have died on the spot. Although the Xianming elders were highly skilled, the Sun Moon sect members were all elites. They outnumbered them, and the Xianming elders had to take care of Zhao Min's safety. Both sides were evenly matched. Ping Yizhi paid attention to the changes in the battlefield. He knew that if he wanted to escape with his life, success or failure would depend on this move. Risking his internal energy, he circulated his solitary young finger and pointed at Icy Snow's body, temporarily forcing her away. Then, he waved his sleeve and scattered a handful of poisonous powder in the air, taking the opportunity to escape. Icy Snow knew that he was an expert in using poison, so she did not dare to take it head-on. She quickly dodged to the side, but it was too late to catch him. Song Qingshu knew that Morong Jingyue was Icy Snow's target, so he would not let him escape. Although the two were far apart, Song Qingshu knew that Morong Jingyue would not be able to escape if he used the traceless sand step. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, Jinlu Fuwang was already in front of him, angrily scolding, "Hey! You little thief, last time you took advantage of the situation to kidnap the princess. Today, this old monk will let you experience the power of the dragon elephant prajna technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinlu Fuwang's body shook. The 5 elements of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin all flew towards him, up, down, left, and right, all at different angles. Seeing Morong Jingyue disappear into the distance, Song Qingshu's anger surged, and he no longer held back. Seeing a wheel flying toward him, he clasped his hands together and smashed it into pieces. Jinlu Fuwang turned pale with fright. He directed the other 4 wheels to attack him. Morongfu saw the situation clearly and quickly said loudly, "Brother Song, Morong Jingyue is a traitor of the Morong family, let me go and clean up the house." He could see clearly that although Morong Jingyue's martial arts were higher than his, he was seriously injured and it would not be difficult for him to defeat him. Instead of staying here, it would be better to chase after him and use the excuse of cleaning up the house. Song Qingshu could not refuse. Sure enough, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and could only say, "Brother Morong, be careful of his poison." Before he finished speaking, Jinlu Fuwang's attacks had already arrived in front of him. He quickly dodged and punched and kicked at the same time, very quickly smashing the other wheels into pieces. Jinlu Fuwang did not dare to continue using his weapon to attack through the air. He quickly took the remaining golden wheel in his hand. With one hand holding the wheel and the other circulating the dragon elephant prajna technique, he pounced forward. Song Qingshu dodged the edge of the incomparably sharp golden wheel while exchanging blows with Jinlu Fuwang's right hand. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 blows had passed. Song Qingshu felt that his hands were extremely sore and numb. He was shocked at the power of his opponent's every move. The dragon elephant prajna technique was just as its name suggested. After mastering it, a single move would have the strength of a dragon and an elephant. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, Song Qingshu still felt a little strained by using the 18 dragon subduing palms to deal with it. Taking advantage of an opening, the wooden sword slipped from his sleeve into his hand. This was not to say that the 18 dragon subduing palms was inferior to the dragon elephant prajna technique, but rather that Song Qingshu's martial arts did not follow the path of firm and fierce, so he could not bring out the true power of the 18 dragon subduing palms. If Qiao Feng and Guo Jing were here, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious if they used the 18 dragon subduing palms to meet force with force. At this moment, Zhao Min's delicate shout was heard, "All of you, stop." Zhao Min had been in a high position for a long time, so her words and actions naturally carried a sense of dignity. Therefore, other than her subordinates, even the disciples of the Sun Moon Church stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at her. Zhao Min watched helplessly as Murong Jingyue ran away. She trembled with anger and glared at the Xianming elders and the others. "Who told you to cause trouble?" The Xianming elders looked at each other and smiled sheepishly. "Royal advisor, and we only did it to save you, princess." Seeing their weather-beaten faces, Zhao Min could not be too harsh on them. She could only say, "This Prince Song and I are old acquaintances. What happened at the inn last time was just a little joke he played on me. You don't have to take it to heart." A flash of anger flashed in Jinluan Fuwang's eyes. He snorted but did not say anything. The Xianming elders were experts raised by the Ruyang Palace, so they would not go against her wishes. "The man who escaped just now tried to plot against me several times. Prince Song had been protecting me all this time, but when you came, he took advantage of the chaos and escaped instead." Hearing Zhao Min's words, the three of them looked at each other and cursed in their hearts. The Xianming elders, in particular, were telepathic and full of gossip. "Weren't you fooling around with Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty? Why are you having an affair with this man? Hee, wonderful, wonderful. In any case, we don't like Zhang Wuji, so we'll let Song Qingshu make him a cuckold." Naturally, Zhao Min did not know what they were thinking. Otherwise, she would probably explode with anger. She turned around and looked at Ren Yingying with a pleasant expression. "There have been many misunderstandings between me and Saintus. I hope Saintus won't take offense at my servant's rudeness just now. In fact, if it weren't for the Sun Moon sect's poisonous water arrows, Zhao Min would love to take this great opportunity to kidnap Ren Yingying and bring her to the Ruyang Palace as a guest." Ren Yingying had already been taken back by her subordinates during the chaos. Although the Sun Moon sect had the advantage in numbers, Zhao Min's subordinates were too skilled in martial arts. Ren Yingying wasn't sure if she could keep them here. Seeing that Zhao Min was showing her goodwill, she naturally took advantage of the situation and nodded slightly. "Yingying really admires the princess's elegant demeanor today. We shall meet again someday." She was very upset. If she had known that this woman was the Mongolian Princess Xiao Min, she would have ordered her subordinates to bring her back to Blackwood Cliff even if it meant risking her own life. Besides, Ren Yingying didn't believe that Song Qingshu would really hurt her. She took a deep look at Song Qingshu and knew that they couldn't keep him here with just these few people. Ren Yingying bit her lower lip, waved her hand, and left in a hurry with her subordinates. Zhao Min glanced at them and nodded slightly. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. We shall meet again someday. Princess, please reconsider." Hearing her words, the expressions of Jinluan Fuwang and the Xianming elders changed. In their minds, this was a great opportunity for the three of them to gang up on one person. It would be a piece of cake for Song Qingshu. "I've made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more." Zhao Min naturally understood what the three of them were thinking. However, she was also clear that regardless of whether the three of them could defeat Song Qingshu if they joined forces, the three of them wouldn't be able to keep him here based on his unpredictable qinggong. Moreover, she didn't want to keep him here. Watching Zhao Min turn and leave, Song Qingshu said anxiously, "But, the poison in the princess's body." Zhao Min paused and snorted. "The Ruyang Palace is full of talents. They have their own ways to cure the poison. There's no need for you to worry." After she finished speaking, she didn't look back again under the protection of the three people. "The princess has already gone so far. Uncle, why are you still so reluctant to part with her?" Icy Snow came to Song Qingshu's side and said jealously when she saw him staring blankly in the direction where Zhao Min disappeared. "No, I'm just wondering if Prince Murong can deal with Murong Jingyue." Song Qingshu came back to his senses and laughed involuntarily. Icy Snow blushed at his laughter. She said snappily, "Uncle, why are you laughing so strangely?" "Nothing." Song Qingshu shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Icy Snow glared at him snappily. Her skin looked exceptionally sparkling under the sunlight. Uncle, I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave. Song Qingshu was shocked. Sister-in-law, why? Icy Snow's eyelashes drooped and trembled slightly. I've been tracking Morong Jingyue's whereabouts. Now that I've finally found his whereabouts, how can I let it go? Song Qingshu was speechless. Icy Snow had been tracking Black Spirit Ice to avenge her husband and had locked her target on Morong Jingyue. How could he stop her from tracking him down? However, the two of them had been separated for a long time. Now that they finally met, Song Qingshu was reluctant to part with her. He thought for a while and finally found a legitimate reason. Sister-in-law, you should understand that Morong Jingyue's martial arts are so high that it's probably beyond our expectations. Even if you find him, you won't be able to take revenge and will fall into the enemy's hands. Why bother? Icy Snow looked into the distance and sighed faintly. Uncle, have you heard of a saying? What? Song Qingshu was stunned. Do it even though you know it's impossible. Icy Snow opened her red lips and slowly spat out a few words. Although Icy Snow spoke softly, Song Qingshu knew that she had made up her mind. He had an urge to say that he would accompany her to track down Morong Jingyue's whereabouts. Song Qingshu knew that there was something unclear between them. If he made this choice, it wouldn't be difficult for him to win Icy Snow's heart. However, he understood that he had other things to do. Mongolia was getting stronger and stronger, and it was obvious that they were going to unify the world. If he didn't seize the time to digest the Qing dynasty's forces, he might not even be qualified to compete in the future. There were two reasons why Song Qingshu could accompany Zhao Min to Kaifeng for medical treatment from thousands of miles away. Firstly, it was more or less official business. More importantly, the time he spent with Zhao Min was controllable. Song Qingshu could finish everything in 1 to 2 days and immediately rush back to Shandong to meet up with Xia Qingqing to deal with the Golden Snake camp. But it was different from Icy Snow's search for Morong Jingyue. Morong Jingyue was highly skilled in martial arts and extremely cunning. It was expected that he wouldn't be captured in a short time. Then, Song Qingshu wouldn't be able to return to Shandong, and Dongfeng Muxue had already mobilized the imperial army to march south according to the original plan. Letting out a long sigh, Song Qingshu had already made up his mind. Since it's like this, I'll teach sister-in-law a martial art so that when sister-in-law meets Morong Jingyue in the future, she won't be controlled by him. A trace of sadness flashed in Icy Snow's eyes, but she quickly concealed it and inquired, what martial art? The Nining Sutra. Song Qingshu replied slowly. Although the Nining Sutra had always been the most valuable treasure in the pugilistic world, as a transmigrator, his way of thinking was different from the indigenous pugilistic world's people. As a transmigrator, Song Qingshu had never understood why Guojing didn't teach the Nining Sutra to the Song soldiers. If every soldier in the Song dynasty knew the Nining Sutra, how terrifying would their combat power be? After coming to this world, Song Qingshu understood the difficulties involved. First, a profound martial art like the Nining Sutra was obscure and difficult to understand. Ordinary soldiers might not be able to learn it. Second, leaks were also a problem. Third, the greater the ability, the greater the threat. When the soldiers learned such a profound martial art, they might not obey orders like before. When marching and fighting a war, an expert who disobeyed orders was far less useful than an obedient soldier. Although Song Qingshu understood all of this, he did not dispel the thought of equipping his subordinates with a peerless martial art. Moreover, Icy Snow had an extraordinary relationship with him, so the Nining Sutra was nothing to him. To his surprise, Icy Snow shook her head faintly, treating the most valuable treasure in the pugilistic world as nothing. Her tone was gentle but firm. I don't want to learn it. Why? This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be dumbfounded. Icy Snow was silent for a while. A strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes. If I remember correctly, when we traveled the pugilistic world together, my uncle once told me that the Nining Sutra was extracted from the Dragonslayer saber and heavenly sword after they fought. Yeah? Song Qingshu had a baffled expression on his face. But this Nining Sutra was given to you by my wife. Icy Snow sighed faintly. My uncle shouldn't use his wife's things to please other women. If it wasn't for the sake of saving fear, you wouldn't have learned the white python whip technique from him. When Song Qingshu heard her mention Zhou Jirua, he was shocked. He did not expect this. He was about to speak, but he did not know how to explain it. For a moment, he was stunned. Song Qingshu knew very well that Icy Snow was unwilling to learn his wife's skills. However, his other martial arts such as the Holy Reflection Sutra and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms were unyielding and unsuitable for women to cultivate. The delightful Zen was even worse as he did not want to be beaten to death by his angry sister-in-law. As for his sword technique, Song Qingshu's sword technique emphasized sword intent instead of sword moves. Icy Snow's realm was not high enough, so she would not be able to learn it even if he taught it to her. But you're no match for Morong Jingyue with your current martial arts. When he recovers from his internal injuries, you'll definitely lose to him, said Song Qingshu worriedly. Actually. Icy Snow suddenly stuttered and looked bashful. Actually what? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Actually, I also have a superior inner force technique. It's just that I haven't mastered it due to various reasons. If I master it, I should have no problem dealing with Morong Jingyue. A blush suddenly appeared on Icy Snow's snow-white face. Song Qingshu asked curiously, what kind of inner force technique is so powerful? It's just that there's a huge difficulty in cultivating this inner force technique. Icy Snow did not answer directly. Instead, she looked around and talked about other things. Her pretty face was so red that water could almost drip out. What's the difficulty? Although I dare not say that I'm invincible with my current martial arts, the difficulty of ordinary inner force technique shouldn't be a problem for me. I can help you study it. Song Qingshu was speaking the truth. Although he might not reach the realm of Wang Chongyang's mastery of the Nining Sutra in 10 days, it shouldn't be a problem for him to give Icy Snow some pointers on inner force. This inner force technique is the ancient tomb sect's highest mental cultivation technique. It's called the Nining Sutra. Icy Snow did not answer the difficulty and only mentioned the name of the inner force technique. Group ID, 337294925 Sutra? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He smiled strangely and said, there's indeed a huge difficulty in cultivating this. Icy Snow looked at him in astonishment and asked, you know about it? Of course I do. Song Qingshu smiled even more happily when he recalled how Yanghua and Xiaolong Nu had to take off their clothes and cultivate face-to-face in order to cultivate this martial art. Does he really know about it? Icy Snow felt goosebumps when she saw his smile, but she quickly shook her head and said, that's impossible. Sutra is the ancient tomb sect's secret art. How can an outsider like him know about it? You don't believe me? Song Qingshu asked with a chuckle after noticing Icy Snow's expression. Icy Snow straightened her pretty face and snorted, of course I don't believe you. It's impossible for you to know about it. Song Qingshu calmly looked at her and slowly said, yes, you must find a spacious place where there is no one around. You must practice with your clothes unbuttoned so that the heat will immediately disperse without any obstruction. Otherwise, it will accumulate in your body. If it's minor, you will fall seriously ill. Seeing the slight change in Icy Snow's expression, Song Qingshu smiled and continued, this internal energy technique is extremely dangerous. It must be practiced by two people and use their internal energy to guide and defend. Every step of this Nigong is very difficult, and you will enter the wrong path at any time. If there is no one to help you, you will definitely go mad. Only you can help me and I will help you. Only by combining our strength will we be able to overcome this dangerous obstacle together. How do you know about it so clearly? Icy Snow bit her lips and stared blankly at the side of his face. Have you forgotten what I told you before? A wandering Taoist named Jin Yong told me about it, answered Song Qingshu. That shameless Taoist. How does he know about this? It should be known that when the ancient tomb sect's disciples practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, it was always the two girls who took off their clothes and practiced together. Due to various reasons, it was not known to outsiders, so they all kept their mouths shut. Unless their master taught them, even the disciples of the ancient tomb sect did not know about it. In this case, Icy Snow couldn't help but suspect that Jin Yong had spied on the people in the ancient tomb while they were cultivating. That was why she knew so much about him. That was why she wasn't polite when she mentioned him. Song Qingshu smiled without saying a word. It was better for Lao Jin to be implicated than to be the punching bag. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Icy Snow to calm down. The anger on her face dissipated and was replaced by an inexplicable embarrassment and shyness. If sister-in-law doesn't mind, I can help sister-in-law. He couldn't wait for the woman to take the initiative to ask him to practice this skill. But Icy Snow pondered for a moment and sighed faintly. We are, after all, men and women. It's inappropriate to look at each other after taking off our clothes. Song Qingshu thought to himself, I've already touched your ribs when I helped you fix them. What's there to be afraid of? Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this even if he was beaten to death. He quickly said, well, actually, this problem isn't difficult to solve. How? Icy Snow asked softly. Can't you just cover my eyes? Song Qingshu really couldn't understand why Xiaolong Nu insisted on cultivating in the wild, which resulted in her being disturbed and seriously injured. Of course, I don't mind if you don't cover your eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Icy Snow pouted. Suddenly, she thought of something and blushed. Uncle, you're not a good person. Ah? Song Qingshu was at a loss. Everyone else received the good guy card, but he received the not good guy card. Life was really unpredictable. Icy Snow lowered her head and her expression couldn't be seen. With Uncle's current martial arts, you've already restrained your divine aura and your eyes are like torches. How can a mere cloth block you? This? I really didn't think of this. Song Qingshu cried out in injustice. He really didn't realize that there was such a benefit when one's martial arts reached a high level. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Icy Snow nodded slowly and acknowledged. It seems like I'm not fated to learn this skill. Icy Snow sighed. Back when her master imparted the Jade Girl Heart Sutra to her, she left in a hurry due to an important matter, causing her to have no one to practice with. Later on, after marrying Hu Yidao, she put all her thoughts on her husband and son and didn't think about practicing martial arts. Therefore, she missed the opportunity again. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I'll just close my eyes when I practice. But won't you see everything once you open your eyes? Icy Snow's snow-white complexion faintly revealed a hint of redness. I said I won't open my eyes, so I won't open them. Do you believe me, sister-in-law? Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. His eyes were incomparably clear without a trace of evil thoughts. Icy Snow subconsciously believed him, but she still shook her head bashfully. No. Why? Song Qingshu was speechless. Icy Snow hesitated for a moment and decided to speak the truth. Although your eyes are closed, I can see you, naked. When that happens, I'll inevitably feel restless and easily go berserk. Sister-in-law, can't you just cover your eyes? Song Qingshu said. Icy Snow bit her lips and rolled her eyes at him. How can I be sure that you're not opening your eyes that way? Song Qingshu's heart fluttered under her mesmerizing gaze. He could only spread his hands and said, then I really don't know what else to do. Why don't we learn from Xianxia and Xiaolong Nu and find a dense cluster of flowers in the wild to cultivate together? That's a good idea, but who's Xianxia and Xiaolong Nu? Icy Snow's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. They're your junior sister and brother-in-law. Song Qingshu didn't want to be entangled with this issue, so he quickly said, but no matter how quiet a place is, it's inevitable that people will pass by. Icy Snow smiled. Don't worry, uncle. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is in advance in odd numbers and Yang Retreat in even numbers. In advance must be done in one go, there must be no pause in the middle, so I will practice it. As for Yang Retreat, it can be stopped at any time, so uncle will practice it. If you encounter an enemy, uncle can stop practicing it at any time. With uncle's power, it should not be a problem for you to protect me. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, that's not what I'm worried about. Icy Snow was startled. Then what are you worried about? I'm just worried that your pure body will be seen by outsiders, Song Qingshu mumbled. Icy Snow was so angry that she laughed and said, then, are you an outsider or an insider? Of course I'm an insider, Song Qingshu said confidently. Are you still thinking about keep the goodies within the family? Icy Snow glared at him with a frosty face. How would you know? Ouch, don't hit me, it hurts. Song Qingshu dodged and begged for mercy. After a long while, Icy Snow let out a faint sigh. Uncle, you've always been surrounded by beauties. Even that princess and that saintess are far more beautiful than sister-in-law. Why do you have to have thoughts that you shouldn't have? Sister-in-law, are you jealous? Song Qingshu asked with an odd smile. Why would I be jealous? Icy Snow was interrupted and momentarily forgot to reprimand him. Sister-in-law, do you think that I have something to do with those two women? Song Qingshu smiled even more happily. Icy Snow blushed and said angrily, Sister-in-law, you should be happy that they have something to do with you. Why would you be jealous? Sister-in-law, you're overthinking it. There's nothing between me and them. It's not the kind of relationship you think. Song Qingshu complained, besides, you don't have to be so modest. In terms of appearance and temperament, which part of you is inferior to them? This isn't the point of our discussion. Icy Snow became anxious. I'm saying that you don't, Song Qingshu interrupted her and said, Sister-in-law, I understand what you mean. However, love is the most mysterious thing. As long as you and I have feelings and stop at etiquette, why do we have to force it? Icy Snow was speechless and couldn't help but snort. Yes, yes. I can't win you in reasoning, but I still hope that Uncle can understand that it's impossible between us. Why? Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice. It's impossible. What's the point of why? Icy Snow turned her face to the side and decided to ignore him. Sister-in-law, are you worried about secular etiquette? Or are you concerned about other people's opinions? Song Qingshu asked. Isn't the reason enough for us to address each other as uncle and sister-in-law? Icy Snow's face was frosty. I'm going to get angry if Uncle continues to harp on this issue. Alright, I won't ask any more. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Let's find a cluster of flowers to practice then. Icy Snow responded noncommittally with an N. Thankfully, Pingyi's residence was situated in a beautiful and tranquil valley. Soon, the duo found a lush flowering shrub. The shrub was dozens of feet long and was densely packed. Its fragrance assailed their nostrils. Sister-in-law, why don't we practice here? With the flowers between us, even if we take off our clothes, we won't be able to see each other. Looking at the flowers in front of him, Song Qingshu was full of praise. Icy Snow leaped up the tree and looked around. She saw that all directions were quiet and secluded. She could only hear the sound of the spring and the chirping of birds. There was no trace of people. It was indeed a good place to practice. Song Qingshu was impressed by the ancient Tumsek's lightness skill. At the same time, he was impressed by Icy Snow's lightness skill. Icy Snow nodded slightly and said softly, here then. Song Qingshu said, yes. Icy Snow fell silent for a moment and slowly said, not now. Let's talk about it at night. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what she was thinking. Although there were flowers in the way, it was still too difficult for her to undress in front of him in broad daylight, so he did not continue to force her. The two of them returned to Pingyi's wooden hut and told each other about what they had encountered after they separated. As they chatted along the way, their relationship unknowingly became closer. Is my cooking terrible? Icy Snow probed when she saw Song Qingshu's troubled expression. It turned out that the two of them planned to practice in the flowers after dinner. As a woman, Icy Snow naturally wouldn't let Song Qingshu cook. She busied herself in the kitchen for half a day and finally prepared a table full of dishes. There aren't many men in the world who have the fortune to eat sister-in-law's cooking. How can it be terrible? Song Qingshu looked indifferent on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart. Icy Snow's cooking skills were really unflattering. Icy Snow was aware of her own situation. She blushed and said, Uncle, you don't have to lie to me. I know it's terrible. I've been running around for the past few years, so I rarely have the chance to cook. Moreover, Fear doesn't like to eat my cooking, so we usually eat at taverns and eat dry rations when we're on the road. I like sister-in-law's cooking. Song Qingshu gobbled a few mouthfuls of rice to show that he was telling the truth. You only know how to make me happy. Icy Snow chuckled when she saw Song Qingshu gobbling down his food. Slow down, sigh. After midnight, the two of them came to the depths of the flower shade. In the quiet night, the fragrance of flowers was even stronger. Icy Snow told him about the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Song Qingshu pondered for a while and realized that this internal cultivation technique was indeed extremely dangerous. After asking about the puzzling parts, Song Qingshu had a clear understanding of this cultivation technique. The two of them went to different sides of the flowering shrubs. Song Qingshu was more relaxed and quickly untied his clothes. Icy Snow hesitated for a while. Seeing that she really couldn't see the situation on the opposite side, she felt relieved. "Uncle, can you promise me to keep my eyes closed when I practice?" Icy Snow asked awkwardly. "We're separated by such a thick shrub of flowers." "Sister-in-law, are you still worried?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. When he saw the pleading look in Icy Snow's eyes, his heart softened and he quickly nodded. Okay. I'll close my eyes." Icy Snow saw that he really kept his promise and closed his eyes. Then, she took off her dress with a rustling sound. She slowly passed her left arm through the flowering shrubs and placed it with Song Qingshu's right palm. As long as one of them encountered any difficulties during practice, the other party would sense it and immediately circulate his energy to help. The creamy sensation from his palm made Song Qingshu's heart skip a beat. He understood that this cultivation technique was extremely dangerous. He quickly calmed down and focused his mind. The two of them worked on their cultivation with the flowering shrubs between them. Steam rose from their bodies and the fragrance of the flowers became even more fragrant. Song Qingshu's martial arts were powerful, but it wasn't considered a top-notch internal cultivation technique in the entire Jin Yang's cultivation system. After a few circulatory cycles, under the guidance of Song Qingshu's true qi, Icy Snow's cultivation speed was also much faster than ordinary people. In just a few hours, she had cultivated to the 7th level. In another 4 hours, she would be able to complete it. However, Song Qingshu suddenly discovered that the true energy in her meridians was suddenly in disorder. The snow-white skin on her face also changed and turned red. What's going on? Song Qingshu was confused. He had been guiding Icy Snow's true energy, so there shouldn't be any problems. It turned out that when Morong Jingyue saw Zhao Min's unparalleled beauty, he had some unbearable thoughts. As there were too many people during the day, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. Thus, he secretly put an aphrodisiac in the water jar. According to his plan, he would find a reason such as detoxification to make Zhao Min stay there. As Ping Yizhi was an old man and had the identity of a divine doctor as a cover, it was difficult to arouse suspicion. Therefore, the success rate of making Zhao Min stay was very high. Worried that Zhao Min would be too unyielding, Morong Jingyue put an aphrodisiac in the water jar in advance. When the tea was made, it would be impossible to guard against it. Icy Snow didn't know any of this. She used the water in the water jar to cook, so she was poisoned. When the drug took effect, her true energy was on the verge of losing control. Although Song Qingshu had also eaten, he was naturally immune to such drugs. "Sister-in-law, calm down and focus. Don't practice for the time being," Song Qingshu shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Icy Snow was at a critical juncture in her cultivation and couldn't hear him at all. Although she subconsciously felt that it wasn't appropriate to continue practicing, she didn't realize the danger involved. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a man's laughter came from nearby. "Not good." Song Qingshu cried out in alarm. This person was full of energy and his internal energy was incomparably dense. His laughter was mixed with vital energy and even Song Qingshu felt that his ears were buzzing. Why would Icy Snow, who was practicing, bother? Pfft. Icy Snow spat out a mouthful of blood and finally came to her senses. She had suffered severe internal injuries. "Who are you, scoundrel?" Upon seeing Icy Snow spitting blood, Song Qingshu couldn't help but fly into a rage. He raised his left hand and the surrounding petals and leaves were wrapped in his internal energy. They were like sharp blades that shot toward the source of the voice. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to wrap Icy Snow with his clothes and asked worriedly, "How's sister-in-law?" Upon seeing him suddenly pouncing over, Icy Snow was a little angry. However, she understood that there was a reason for it. Besides, when she saw Song Qingshu's concerned gaze, the trace of anger in her vanished. She said weakly, "My body is so hot." I feel so uncomfortable." Upon seeing Icy Snow's watery eyes, Song Qingshu was taken aback. He thought, could sister-in-law have been drugged with some aphrodisiac? Picking leaves and flying flowers can injure people. How did you reach such a realm at such a young age? A black-clothed and masked man walked over in a sorry state. His clothes were torn in 2 places and he probably didn't manage to dodge the attack completely. When Song Qingshu saw that there were only 2 wounds on his clothes and that his body wasn't injured, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. "Your martial arts aren't bad either." "Uncle, this person is so annoying." Icy Snow seemed to have lost all her strength. She leaned into Song Qingshu's embrace softly. Her voice was different from the usual lightness and had turned sweet and cloying. "What kind of drug did you use on him?" Song Qingshu glared at the black-clothed man. There were only 3 of them here, and Icy Snow was poisoned all of a sudden. Who else could it be but him? Song Qingshu was even more fearful when he thought about how the other party could poison him right under his nose. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, the black-clothed man was so angry that he laughed. "What a shameless couple. You're having an affair in the wild, but you're accusing me instead." Upon hearing his words, Icy Snow's chest heaved up and down. Then, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Song Qingshu was confused due to his concern just now. When he spoke, he realized that he might have wronged the other party. But when he heard the other party's filthy words that worsened Icy Snow's injuries, his face turned cold. He gently placed Icy Snow against the tree and said, "Sister-in-law, wait for me to kill this person first, then I'll come back to treat your injuries." The black-cloaked man didn't expect Song Qingshu to come so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force attacked in front of him. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly circulated his power in his sleeves, wanting to dissipate the force of Song Qingshu's palm. Song Qingshu's furious palm strike was like a heavy blow. The black-clothed man was horrified to realize that he couldn't disperse it at all. In a hurry, he circulated his divine power to shift the force of Song Qingshu's palm strike to the side. With a bang, a bunch of withered flowers and leaves rose from the bushes. "Eh?" Song Qingshu looked at his palm. He didn't expect that his powerful strike would be diverted by the other party. The black-clothed man secretly wiped off his cold sweat and chuckled. "Are you trying to silence me? Who exactly are you?" The exchange just now made Song Qingshu understand that the other party wasn't someone easy to deal with. The other party's power was probably not inferior to Western poison Ouyang Feng. "I heard that someone used the rumored paying someone back in their own coin here, so I came to take a look. Who knew that I would bump into such a scandal? Hee hee." The black-clothed man's tone was full of sarcasm. Although he also found out that Song Qingshu's martial arts were unfathomable, he had never been afraid of anyone for decades. How could he show weakness in front of a junior? Nonsense. Icy Snow was anxious. Her aura reversed again, and the 2 auras collided with each other. Her chest was extremely depressed. A charming young woman who has been suffering from a long drought, and a young man who is full of vigor. Haha, what a pair of uncle and sister-in-law. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave now. The black-clothed man was also fearful of Song Qingshu's martial arts, so he turned around and left. Where are you going? How could Song Qingshu let the black-clothed man leave just like that? He didn't know the black-clothed man's background. If the black-clothed man spread the news, it wouldn't matter if Song Qingshu was thick-skinned, but Icy Snow's reputation would be ruined. Although the black-clothed man turned around, he was already prepared. When he saw Song Qingshu pouncing at him, he quickly raised his palm to meet it. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and their strength shot out in all directions, turning the lush flowers into a mess. Hee hee, brat, do you really want to take this old man's life? Only a dead man won't go around spouting nonsense. Want to kill this old man? Brat, you're overestimating yourself. Whether I'm overestimating myself or not, we'll know after we try. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and very soon, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The black-clothed man noticed that Song Qingshu's moves were similar to some of the sex moves that he was familiar with. Often, when a move was executed, it would change into another move in the blink of an eye, according to his own body shape. After fighting for so long, the black-clothed man had never seen Song Qingshu use a complete set of moves. Each move was the essence of each sect's moves, or according to the actual situation, Song Qingshu would change his attack angle and strength at any time. Could it be that this little thief is no longer restricted by his moves, and has reached the legendary state of returning to simplicity? The more the black-clothed man fought, the more frightened he became. He thought that after another 200 to 300 moves, wouldn't he be controlled by him? However, this little thief was so young. Even if he started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to reach such a state. This was because the black-clothed man was limited by Jianghu experience. How could he know that Song Qingshu was not a Jianghu person born and raised in this world? Song Qingshu, who came from the future, had read so many wuxia books, such as "No move is better than having a move, no sword is better than having a sword." Even the most ordinary person would be familiar with these phrases. Although they did not understand this state, everyone knew that there was such a state. After coming to this world, as his martial arts skills gradually increased, Song Qingshu verified the theories from his previous life, and deliberately pursued in that direction. Naturally, he took fewer detours than most people in this world. The biggest characteristic of this world's Jianghu was that they valued their own things. For example, secretly learning martial arts was a big taboo, and masters would never pass their martial arts to disciples of other sections. Therefore, masters who grew up in this world could only rely on themselves to explore, and it was inevitable that they would take many detours. Out of thousands of talented people, only a few would be able to vaguely realize that realm after they grew old. After these dozens of moves, Song Qingshu secretly admired this black-clothed man's high level of martial arts. It was really rare. His mind filtered through the top experts of the Golden Book world. Suddenly, he remembered that his moves were often led astray by this black-clothed man. He could not help but blurt out, "Big Dipper, are you Murong Bo?" After his identity was exposed by Song Qingshu, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness as he fiercely stared at Song Qingshu. His fake death was one of the biggest secrets of the Murong family. In order to hide it from the world, even his own son, Murong Fu, did not know about it. If he did not have misgivings about Song Qingshu's martial arts, he would have already rushed forward and killed the two of them. "Your Excellency is young, but your knowledge is not shallow." After his identity was exposed, Murong Bo no longer quibbled and took off his mask. As an expert of this level, he naturally had the so-called arrogance of an expert. Yang Kai looked at Murong Bo's white sideburns and his weathered face. Song Qingshu lamented endlessly. This was the most notorious villain in the demigods and semi-devils. His martial arts might be high, but his so-called crafty plots and schemes were truly unrefined. After running around for dozens of years, it was just a small skirmish and had no effect on the great undertaking of restoring the nation. How could he be compared to Qing Kuan from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? In his enemy, the Ming dynasty, there were plenty of martial artists who were on par with him. Furthermore, there were Yang Dingtian and the others whose martial arts were far superior to him. But even so, he still used his intelligence and forcefully caused the colossal Ming dynasty to nearly be annihilated. Ultimately, he only lost because of the main character's halo and not because of the battle. "I am indebted to your son in the past. I will not make things difficult for his father. As long as your Excellency promises not to speak nonsense, I will let today's matter go. What do you think?" Song Qingshu understood clearly that with Murong Bo's martial arts, it wouldn't be a matter of a short period of time if he wanted to take Murong Bo's life. Furthermore, he would have to pay the price of suffering serious injuries. He still had to save Icy Snow. How could he have the energy to waste on Murong Bo? "Your Excellency is so young, and your martial arts have actually reached such a level. This old man is truly an admiration." Murong Bo's expression turned gloomy. He thought that if Fu Er was as capable as Murong Bo, with the father and son working together, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. There was no need for him to conceal his identity. But could it be that your Excellency really thinks that this old man is afraid of you? Murong Bo was a senior of the martial world. How could his face be relied on when a junior gave him a path of survival because of his son? Furthermore, he still had his trump card that he hadn't used yet. He didn't think that he would lose to his opponent. Song Mao has long heard of the Murong family's Big Dipper and joined finger. However, this is not the right time and place. I will have to experience it another day. Seeing the hesitation on Morongbo's face, Song Qingshu continued, "Old mister, you have great ambitions. Do you really want to fight to the death with me so casually?" Morongbo was shocked. He had always used the deeds of Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, and Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan to motivate himself. In order to revive the Yan kingdom, he would probably endure the humiliation without hesitation, let alone such a small matter. "Kid, you are right. All right, this old man promises you. I will not tell anyone about today's matter. We will meet again." Morongbo cupped his fists and said. Then, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. He had always been secretly protecting Morongfu. Today, because he was delayed by something on the road, he only arrived now. From the information he received, Morong Jingyue's martial arts were far above Morongfu's. Worried that something might have happened to him, he quickly chased after him. Seeing that Morongbo had left, Song Qingshu quickly went to Icy Snow's side. Seeing that she was already in a semi-conscious state, he quickly transferred some true energy into her body and asked anxiously, "Sister-in-law, how are you?" Icy Snow slowly opened her eyes. "So it's uncle. I feel so sleepy. I want to sleep." Song Qingshu felt Icy Snow's pulse and couldn't help but turn gloomy. A slight carelessness would cause one to suffer from qi deviation. This would cause one's emotions to fluctuate and body temperature to rise sharply. This was because a large amount of heat would be produced, which was why cultivators had to open their clothes in an open space to let the heat dissipate in time. The heat produced by the body would increase exponentially. Right now, Icy Snow's skin was as hot as fire. Song Qingshu understood that her life would be in danger if she wasn't treated as soon as possible. Holding her in his arms, Song Qingshu circulated his true qi without any scruples and rushed back to the wooden hut. After returning to the wooden hut, Song Qingshu found a large bathtub. When he was about to add water into it, he was worried that the heat produced by the frozen jade bed would be forced back into her body, which could result in serious injuries or even death. Therefore, Song Qingshu didn't dare to add cold water into the bathtub to dissipate Icy Snow's heat. Instead, he planned to use warm water that was close to her body temperature and slowly lower the water's temperature to allow her body to adapt to it. When Song Qingshu was about to lift the bathtub to add water into the bathtub, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the time when he was practicing. With his current martial arts, it was impossible. Therefore, the only time when Icy Snow was poisoned was when he was eating. Song Qingshu hesitantly moved closer to the bathtub and sniffed it. As expected, he smelled a faint and strange smell. "Ping Yiji, that bastard." Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. He thought that it was Ping Yiji's bad taste and didn't expect that he was preparing to use it to deal with Zhao Min. He quickly ran to the mountain stream outside the hut and fetched another bathtub of water. Now that his martial arts were profound, he didn't find it strenuous to carry a large bathtub filled with water as if he was walking on flat ground. After pouring the water into the bathtub and adding firewood under the bathtub, Song Qingshu came to Icy Snow's side. He was anxious when he saw that she had completely fainted. He hated that the fire wasn't big enough and that it wasn't ready yet. This was also because he was too anxious. He had just added the firewood, how could it be done so quickly? Song Qingshu waited for a moment and could no longer sit still. He reached his hands into the bathtub, risking his true qi to generate heat to help the firewood. After sensing that the temperature of the water in the bathtub was about right, Song Qingshu quickly ran to Icy Snow's side and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." He hurriedly removed her clothes. Song Qingshu was burning with impatience. He gently placed her in the bathtub and placed his palm on her back. He sent his true qi into her body to help her clear the evil poison in her body. In the past 2 years, Song Qingshu had encountered several women who had been drugged by aphrodisiacs, especially Xianxia, who had left a deep impression on him. At that time, he carried Xianxia and ran all over the city. Only then was he lucky enough to find human milk to cure her of the poison. After the incident, Song Qingshu was terrified. What if he encountered such a thing again in the future and couldn't find it? He couldn't be like he ties Ho every single time, using his own body to detoxify the girl. This world wasn't like his previous world, where the concept of chastity was very important. If he were to take advantage of a woman's perilous state through that method, how would he be any different from Tian Buiguang and Yun Zhanghe? Therefore, when Song Qingshu had nothing to do, he had been secretly pondering how to detoxify a woman in a similar situation in the future. Aphrodisiacs weren't poisons, but they were something that would wantonly magnify a person's desire. Therefore, it wasn't something that could be alleviated by medicine. Song Qingshu cultivated the supreme secret technique of the Tantra sect, so he had a deep understanding of the principles between men and women. He understood the principle that it was better to let it go. When a man and a woman were together, the aphrodisiac would detoxify itself. Song Qingshu, who came from the future world, was very knowledgeable and understood how to let it go. Therefore, he blindly came up with a method that used internal energy to guide the aphrodisiac with water. Of course, Song Qingshu, who came from his previous life, deeply understood the principle of combining theory with practice. In order to verify this method, Queen Tong in the Forbidden City suffered. During that time, Queen Tong was often fed aphrodisiac by Song Qingshu, who had deteriorated from evil. In the beginning, all the methods were bound to fail, so Song Qingshu had to personally detoxify little Tong. During that period of time, he accumulated a lot of experience, and Song Qingshu finally succeeded. However, poor little Tong had been through the intertwining nightmare and happiness. She was completely ruined by him. Whenever her body came in contact with a man, she would go limp and her juices would flow. The evil Song Qingshu later recovered his sanity with the help of Dongfang Muxue, Zhou Zhirua, and Xia Qingqing. However, he still remembered the things in the harem. When he thought of little Tong, Song Qingshu secretly apologized. Before he left the capital, he even told Dongfang Muxue to treat her and her family well when he was pretending to be Kangxi to make up for what he owed her. Although Dongfang Muxue agreed readily, her smile was very weird at that time. I don't know if she will really do it. A thought suddenly flashed across Song Qingshu's mind. However, he quickly calmed down and concentrated on detoxifying icy snow. At this moment, in the inner palace of the Forbidden City thousands of miles away, little Tong was lying on the dragon couch with blurred eyes and messy clothes. Her body twitched from time to time. Dongfang Muxue stroked her smooth body contentedly. This girl is so soft as if she has no bones. Her whole body is softer than water. Song Qingshu is really lucky with women. But I don't know how that brat and Xia Qingqing are progressing now. The imperial court's troops are going to be dispatched. Song Qingshu guided icy snow to let the efficacy of the drug seep out of her pores with his essential qi and then gradually dissipate into the warm water around her. Icy snow's body temperature finally dropped. Song Qingshu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking that he had finally detoxified her. However, detoxification was only the first step. The internal injuries caused by qigong deviation hadn't been treated yet. Moreover, she was drugged by the aphrodisiac and was disturbed by Murong Bo's sound waves mixed with internal force. What kind of damned internal force did Lin Chaoying invent? She vomited blood and suffered qigong deviation at every turn. Song Qingshu was extremely annoyed and couldn't help cursing in his heart. It wasn't difficult to save icy snow. By using the blissful Zen and dual cultivation method, not only could icy snow recover, but it could also improve her internal force. Although Song Qingshu would lose a lot of essential qi, his essential qi could be cultivated again. Compared to icy snow, it didn't matter at all. However, Song Qingshu understood that icy snow would never agree to it. In the eyes of the ancient people, losing one's chastity was more important than one's life. Although Icy Snow was a child of the pugilistic world and wasn't like other girls in the boudoir, she still missed her late husband, Hui Dao. She was soft on the outside but tough on the inside, so she would never do anything that would let him down. Song Qingshu knew Icy Snow's character very well. He could imagine that if he used that method to save her, she wouldn't blame him after she woke up, but she would choose to leave him forever. Song Qingshu was caught in a dilemma. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall a famous joke from his previous life. A young girl angrily rebuked a villain, "Even if you get my body, don't even think about getting my heart." As a result, the villain burst into laughter. "Why would I want your heart?" Then, he pounced on her like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Song Qingshu deeply agreed with that back then. But now that his status had gradually risen and his martial arts had reached the pinnacle, his outlook and state of mind were naturally different from before. Compared to her body, he could now better understand how precious a woman's heart was. He obtained Icy Snow's body, but the price was to lose her heart forever. Song Qingshu sighed deeply. How could he take advantage of her perilous state? But was he going to watch her die before his eyes? He recalled the time when he healed Icy Snow with his god-illuminating vital qi in Jingzhou City. It felt like it was just yesterday. He didn't expect that after such a long time, they would be separated forever. It's a pity that my god-illuminating vital qi was dissolved by the blissful Diana inner force. Otherwise, I could still heal her with my god-illuminating vital qi. Song Qingshu was filled with hatred and anger. He slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. Eh? An idea flashed across Song Qingshu's mind. He suddenly recalled the concept of virtual machines and computers in his previous life. A virtual machine in an operating system could simulate a computer's hardware and run an entirely different operating system. For example, installing Linux in a Windows system and a virtual Windows operating system in a Mac system. Since several operating systems with different or even conflicting principles could run perfectly on the same computer, why couldn't the inner force work? The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as he used the principle of virtual machines to open up a small world in his Dantian and simulate a new Dantian and Meridian system, wouldn't he be able to circulate his god-illuminating vital qi in the virtual Meridian system? Although the process was extremely dangerous, Song Qingshu's current martial arts cultivation was extraordinary. He was also very familiar with Meridian system, so it wasn't impossible for him to succeed. Moreover, this little bit of risk was nothing to save Icy Snow. Without hesitation, Song Qingshu sat cross-legged on the bed and assumed the posture of 3 flowers above one's prominence. He closed his eyes and began to open up a new Dantian, simulating the Meridian system. His face alternated between red and purple. It was obvious that the process was extremely painful. Song Qingshu came from the future, and his thoughts were not shackled by the concepts of martial arts in this world. Over the course of thousands of years, forget about trying to simulate a new Meridian system in his Dantian region, no one in the world of martial artists had even thought about it. Even someone as powerful as Dugu Chobai, or a martial arts grandmaster like Zhang Sanfeng, had never entertained such thoughts. Song Qingshu's attempt this time, if successful, would completely open up a whole new domain in martial arts. Thousands of years later, the history books would judge fairly that Song Qingshu's contribution in the history of martial arts would not be inferior to Shaolin's Damo ancestor, Huashan's Chentuan ancestor, or Wudong's Zhang Sanfeng. When Song Qingshu first entered this chaotic world, he searched everywhere for martial arts treasures, but to his regret, he found that all kinds of martial arts manuals in his memory had been obtained by the main character of the original work. At that time, he even lamented that the main character of the original work had been blessed by fate. But how could Song Qingshu know that since he was chosen by fate to enter this chaotic world, he naturally had the protection of fate? Otherwise, he would have died 800 times over in all these perilous situations. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died 800 times already. Yet, he was able to come out of it safely every single time. Creating a space in his Dantian to simulate a new Dantian and Meridian system had already touched upon the taboo of life. A slight carelessness would cause one to be reduced to ashes. This was the so-called divine punishment. When Song Qingshu opened his eyes, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He had actually succeeded. Cultivating the godly radiating scripture in the virtual Meridian system, the familiar feeling of the godly radiating qi had returned. Hastily, he carried Icy Snow out of the bathtub and found that her body had changed from its previous scorching temperature to a bone-chilling cold. Presumably, the serious internal injuries had caused her true qi to be blocked, resulting in a lack of qi and blood. How could Song Qingshu dare to hesitate? He gently placed her on the bed and hurriedly used the godly radiating qi to clear up her blocked meridians and the chaotic true qi in her body. The godly radiating scripture and 9 yang manual were both the strongest and most yang internal energy in the world. As the warm and genial internal energy entered Icy Snow's body, her ice-cold skin slowly regained its rosy color, and her breathing also gradually stabilized. When Icy Snow's drooping eyelashes slightly trembled, Song Qingshu knew that she had woken up. He said softly, "I hope sister-in-law can forgive me. Just now, sister-in-law was drugged and seriously injured, so I acted in an emergency." In a few words, Song Qingshu roughly explained what happened just now. He told her how she was poisoned, how he let Morong Bo go, and so on. Flat finger. Morong Jingyue is really shameless. Icy Snow noticed that she was completely naked. For a moment, she didn't know how to face Song Qingshu, so she could only keep her eyes closed. This person's martial arts are high, and his schemes are deep. It's really rare. Thinking that sister-in-law still wants to seek revenge against him, I really can't feel at ease. Song Qingshu knitted his brows and suddenly noticed that Icy Snow's heart was beating faster. Being smart, he quickly realized that she must be feeling extremely awkward right now. He hastily pulled over the clothes beside him and said, "Sister-in-law, there's a reason for what happened just now. I'll help you put on your clothes." Icy Snow suddenly felt annoyed and blurted out, "Sister-in-law, every time you open your mouth, it's so annoying." Song Qingshu was stunned at first, but he soon became delighted. "Then I won't call you sister-in-law anymore. I'll call you Icy Snow." As soon as Icy Snow said that, she realized that it was inappropriate. She opened her beautiful eyes and glared at him. "No, we'll still call each other uncle and sister-in-law. It's just that after you take off my clothes, don't call me sister-in-law anymore. I'll be very embarrassed." Thinking that she was completely naked in front of him, yet he kept calling her sister-in-law, Icy Snow felt extremely annoyed. Is there really such an uncle and sister-in-law in this world? There's still a future? Hearing that she seemed to be referring to something else, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he fainted. It turned out that Song Qingshu had spent the entire night sparring with a top expert like Morong Bo. He had to use his internal energy to heat up the cold water, expend all his effort to open up his dantian, and finally, he had to use his true energy to heal Icy Snow. He was already close to his body's limit. Now that he saw that Icy Snow was fine and relaxed, he encountered something shocking and joyous, so he naturally fainted. "Sigh, it's not what you think," Icy Snow said anxiously. It turned out that what she meant was that if she was seriously injured again in the future, Song Qingshu would have to take off her clothes to heal, so he shouldn't call her sister-in-law anymore. It wasn't the kind of good thing that Song Qingshu understood. Before she could explain, Song Qingshu fainted in her arms. Icy Snow had a certain understanding of his unruly nature and thought that he wanted to take advantage of her. She angrily pulled him, but he didn't react at all, which made her panic. "So you're too tired?" Hearing his steady breathing, Icy Snow heaved a sigh of relief. After she hurriedly put on her clothes, she placed Song Qingshu on the bed. Looking at Song Qingshu's handsome face that was filled with exhaustion, Icy Snow was touched. Although she was almost unconscious just now, she was not completely unaware. At that time, when Song Qingshu was in a dilemma, he was irritated and unconsciously talking to himself. In a daze, she also heard 70 to 80% of what he said. Gently stroking Song Qingshu's eyebrows with her fingertips, Icy Snow faintly sighed, "Uncle, you really know me well." It turned out that when Icy Snow heard about Song Qingshu's dual cultivation method, she was also shocked. Although she had a good impression of Song Qingshu, she was more concerned about Hui Dao. She wasn't willing to commit herself to him just to survive in this world. It was a pity that Icy Snow was severely injured and couldn't speak at all. She could only make a decision secretly. If Song Qingshu really used that method to save her, she would accept it calmly and treat it as ending their ill-fated relationship. After that, she would leave and sever all ties with him once and for all. However, after listening to Song Qingshu's mutterings, Icy Snow finally understood how well he understood her. When she heard that Song Qingshu wanted to re-establish his dantian, how could she not know about the dangers involved? Although Song Qingshu didn't mention how dangerous it was, as a martial artist, how could she not know? He could have saved her easily, but he chose the most dangerous method. Icy Snow could feel his sincere friendship. Her fingertips caressed Song Qingshu's cheek and her heart gradually softened. When Song Qingshu woke up, he found Icy Snow lying on the bed. Under the candlelight, her pure and flawless face was glistening. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her face. Little did he know that his movement would awaken Icy Snow, who was sleeping lightly. "You're awake?" Icy Snow looked at him in surprise. For some reason, she subconsciously didn't call him uncle this time. "Yeah. How long have I been asleep?" Song Qingshu looked out of the window worriedly, fearing that he would fall into a coma for half a month. If that happened, it would ruin everything. It's not dawn yet. Uncle only slept for about 2 hours, Icy Snow said softly. Song Qingshu stretched his body and felt the vital energy in his body continue to circulate. Although it wasn't as abundant as when he was at his peak, it was growing and multiplying endlessly. It wouldn't take long for him to recover. Sister-in-law, before I fainted, did you? Recalling what he heard before he fainted, Song Qingshu asked tentatively. I don't want to hear it. Don't talk about it, uncle. Icy Snow quickly pressed her finger on his lips and blushed. Alright, I won't say anything if you want me to. Song Qingshu felt a cool sensation on his lips. Seeing her occasionally revealing a seductive look, his heart was filled with pity. Icy Snow retracted her finger awkwardly and the room fell into an inexplicable silence. Song Qingshu was the first to speak. Sister-in-law, you haven't mastered the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. I don't feel at ease letting you chase after Murong Jingyue alone. Icy Snow pursed her lips into a smile. Are you willing to chase after Murong Jingyue with me, uncle? Yes. Song Qingshu almost blurted it out, but when he thought of the situation in Shandong, his lips opened and closed slightly, but in the end he did not say it. Don't worry. I know uncle has important matters to attend to. Why would he ask you to accompany me? Icy Snow smiled gently. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. But I really don't want you to take the risk alone. Icy Snow's eyelashes trembled slightly. She seemed to hesitate for a long time before saying softly, then I won't go. What? Song Qingshu looked at her in disbelief. Uncle, you seem to have important matters to attend to, but you've suffered quite a serious internal injury from saving me. How can I bear to let you return to Shandong alone? If you don't mind my weak martial arts, I want to take care of you along the way. Icy Snow's face was so red that water was about to drip out. She didn't dare to look him in the eye at all. Why would I mind? Haha. I couldn't ask for more. Haha. Song Qingshu said incoherently. Icy Snow feigned anger and said, Uncle, you're really teasing me. No, absolutely not. Song Qingshu waved his hand with a serious expression, but he was inwardly overjoyed. Icy Snow's expression suddenly changed. But uncle, you have to promise me one thing. Agitated, Song Qingshu blurted out, don't talk about one thing. I'll promise you even if it's 1,000 or 10,000 things. Icy Snow rolled her eyes at him. Stop bragging. If I ask you to accompany me to chase after Murong Jingyue, will you agree? Look at how scared you are. Icy Snow chuckled when she saw the awkward expression on Song Qingshu's face. I just want uncle to promise to accompany me to track down Murong Jingyue's whereabouts in the future when you're free. Of course. Judging from Icy Snow's words, Song Qingshu was ecstatic that she wouldn't leave after sending him to Shandong. Also. Icy Snow suddenly put on a bashful expression. What else? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. Nothing else. Icy Snow shook her head. She originally wanted Song Qingshu to promise to treat her courteously along the way and not do anything inappropriate. But after hesitating for a moment, she swallowed her words back. Perhaps in her heart, after experiencing so many things, Song Qingshu had already proved that he was a gentleman and didn't need her to remind him. Or perhaps she was worried that her words were too cold to him and might hurt his feelings. When Song Qingshu saw her tired face, he quickly got off the bed and said, Sister-in-law, hurry up and rest on the bed. Your bones are weak and your internal injuries have just healed. As he spoke, he helped her up. It's fine. You've exhausted a lot of your internal energy, so you should rest. It turned out that Icy Snow had been lying on the bed for a long time, so her legs were numb when she got up. She couldn't stand steadily and fell into Song Qingshu's arms. You can't even stand steadily, but it's fine. Song Qingshu smiled, carried her horizontally, and gently put her on the bed. Sister-in-law, rest well. My internal energy is profound. Meditating for a while is equivalent to ordinary people sleeping. Icy Snow grunted softly and lay on the bed. She quietly looked at Song Qingshu, who was meditating not far away, and her eyelids gradually sank. It gradually began to rain outside the window. After an unknown period of time, Song Qingshu suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked at the door. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "May I ask if the owner of this place is here? We, husband and wife, rushed here overnight. We didn't want to encounter a sudden rainstorm, so we want to borrow your place to take shelter from the rain." The man's voice was full of vigor. He must have a certain level of attainment in internal energy. Icy Snow also woke up and looked at Song Qingshu in puzzlement. Song Qingshu gestured for her not to get up and walked to the door. He conveniently put down the bedroom curtain to block Icy Snow's figure. After opening the door, a couple in their early 30s stood outside. The man was wearing a black shirt and a black bonnet. A long sword was sheathed in a black scabbard around his waist. The woman in white beside him had a scarlet ribbon around her waist, and a long sword in a white scabbard was hung on the red ribbon. The man was handsome, while the woman was elegant and pretty. Song Qingshu secretly praised them. Seeing that they were obviously soaked in the rain, he quickly invited them in. The two people outside the door were also surprised to see Song Qingshu. They thought that the person who opened the door would be a villager, but who knew that it would be such a distinguished and elegant person? They immediately became vigilant. However, the husband and wife were skilled and bold. After a slight hesitation, they cupped their fists and walked in. Those who read books, please join the group. 337294925. Thank you for letting us enter the house to shelter from the rain. Although the man in black was a little suspicious of Song Qingshu's identity, he still said politely. As the rain had soaked her clothes, the woman in white hid behind her husband, intentionally or unintentionally, to block Song Qingshu's line of sight. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? He immediately understood what the other party was thinking. He could not help but criticize in his heart, "You're acting like I want to see you. My Icy Snow is much prettier than you." Song Qingshu's evaluation was most likely not very objective. The woman in white's appearance could indeed only be considered delicate and pretty, but the elegant and quiet temperament she had was very rare among ordinary women. Sensing the vigilance of the two, Song Qingshu could not be bothered to welcome them with a smile. He said indifferently, "There's firewood and a stove in the house next door. You can start a fire to drive away the cold. Please help yourselves as long as you don't enter this house. My wife doesn't like to be disturbed." With that said, he turned and walked into the house. The husband and wife looked at each other. The woman in white whispered, "Senior brother, this person is so cold." The man in black nodded slightly, "Junior sister, this person's hands are like jade. There's no trace of labor, so he might not be the owner of this house. It's best to be careful." The two of them took a brazier and started a fire in the house. The woman in white looked into the house and saw that Song Qingshu had entered the house and closed the door tightly. He probably would not come out. Her drenched coat stuck to her body was extremely uncomfortable, so she whispered a few words in her husband's ear before taking off her coat. She only wore her underwear and sat by the fire to warm herself. The man in black hastily set up a rack and hung his clothes on it. If the owner of this house suddenly came out, it could temporarily block him for a while. It was enough for his wife to put on her clothes. After Song Qingshu entered the house, Icy Snow said softly, "Uncle, you're taking advantage of me again." "Of course not." Song Qingshu knew what she was referring to and quickly explained, "Wouldn't it be more troublesome if I told them that we're uncle and sister-in-law?" Icy Snow thought about it and agreed. Now that the two of them were in the same room, if Song Qingshu were to speak about their relationship, it would only be more unclear. "I can't win you in an argument." Icy Snow sighed softly and no longer felt conflicted. "How's the recovery of your quintessential essence?" Song Qingshu replied, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about me. Sister-in-law's internal injury has just healed, so you should rest more. Go to sleep, I'll watch over you." Icy Snow gazed deeply at him and suddenly asked, "Did you close the door?" "It's done." Song Qingshu subconsciously glanced at the door. He was worried that Icy Snow's reputation would be tarnished if someone saw what was going on inside, so he specifically bolted the door. Icy Snow had a concerned look on her face. "We still have to hurry on with our journey tomorrow morning. We don't know how dangerous this trip to Shandong will be. How can Uncle recover his spirit just by meditating?" Uncle, why don't you sleep on the bed? I'm almost done sleeping anyway. Song Qingshu shook his head and refused with a smile. How can a man sleep on a bed and a woman sleep on a chair? Knowing that he wouldn't agree, Icy Snow hesitated for a moment and said in an inaudible voice, Uncle, you can actually sleep on the bed. Ah? Song Qingshu was taken aback at first, but he quickly revealed a pleasantly surprised look. Icy Snow blushed and quickly said, Don't let your imagination run wild, Uncle. It's just that this bed is big enough for 2 people. Besides, it's not like we haven't slept together before. I know you're a gentleman. He recalled the time when his meridians were broken and Icy Snow accompanied him to seek medical treatment. At night, he was attacked by the cold air on the ground and felt unbearable pain all over his body. Icy Snow disregarded her reputation and asked him to sleep on her bed. Although they were separated by a blanket, the abject Song Qingshu felt that they had a very close relationship. However, there was a reason for that. Although the 2 of them traveled together, they didn't have the chance to sleep on the same bed anymore. Song Qingshu understood that their relationship was ambiguous and full of unclear meaning. However, Icy Snow had always scrupulously abided by her reputation and didn't allow him to do anything inappropriate. Of course, he treated her several times because he had no choice and she was powerless to stop him. In the past, the 2 of them were as beautiful as the sun and moon. Icy Snow allowed him to sleep on her bed out of pity and chivalry, and it didn't cause any ripples in her heart. But now, their relationship was very different. This time, Icy Snow would have to muster 10 times the courage to let him sleep on her bed again. Forget it. I'm afraid of doing something blasphemous to you. Song Qingshu changed his attitude and didn't have the usual cynicism on his face. As soon as she said that, Icy Snow opened up her heart. When she heard Song Qingshu's words, she blushed and spat, It's fine if you don't want to come. She then turned her back to him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. After having 2 thoughts for a long time, he finally walked to the bed and laid down beside her. I won't take off my clothes. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I've always been confident in you, uncle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you sleep on my bed. Icy Snow chuckled. Song Qingshu was touched and enjoyed the rare tranquility. He didn't know when it started, but he silently counted the number of breaths Icy Snow took per minute. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door again. Master, are you home? I'm passing by with my daughter. Can you come in to take shelter from the rain? Song Qingshu was annoyed at the sudden noise, but Icy Snow shuddered when she heard the voice. She was obviously nervous. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. Icy Snow's lips tightened. It's him. Who is he? Song Qingshu's anger surged. Could it be that this person bullied sister-in-law? I'm going to take his life right now. What are you thinking about? Icy Snow grabbed his wrist and rolled her eyes at him. This person is a good friend of yours and big brother whose. It's just that. I don't want to see him in this situation. Song Qingshu suddenly came to his senses. Miao Renfeng? Icy Snow nodded and made an almost inaudible sound of acknowledgement. I heard that this person used to call himself I'm the only one in the world, I'm invincible throughout the ages. Song Qingshu sneered. I don't believe that he can defeat me. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be afraid of him. He only gave that nickname to provoke Big Brother Who into a duel with him. He didn't mean anything else, Icy Snow said with a smile. Everyone says that Golden Buddha Miao Renfeng is a dull person, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. If he only called himself invincible throughout the ages, I'm afraid that before he could provoke Big Brother Who, the 5 grades of the Central Plains, invincible east of Blackwood Cliff, and the top experts from major sects like Shaolin and Wudong would have already come knocking on his door. However, he added I'm the only one in the world, I'm afraid that the top experts with status would think that he's an arrogant person and wouldn't play along with him. Even if ordinary experts from the pugilistic world came knocking on his door, they would be far from being his match. I see. It seems that Miao Renfeng's thoughts aren't simple. Song Qingshu nodded, but a strange feeling rose in his heart. If he really had such thoughts, why would he allow his wife to be lured away by Tian Guinong's flowery words? Thinking of Nanlan's wonderful body, Song Qingshu's body heated up. Miao Renfeng was really unlucky that such a gift in bed had been enjoyed by two other men. Icy Snow looked strangely at Song Qingshu. Seeing the strange expression on his face, she could not help but ask, "What are you thinking about, uncle?" Song Qingshu blushed and quickly shook his head. "Nothing." "Oh, that's right. Sister-in-law, since you're not afraid of his martial arts, what are you afraid of?" This time it was Icy Snow's turn to blush. She lowered her head and said shyly, "That day in Songzhou City, Miao Renfeng and Big Brother who hit it off the moment they met and became close friends. I was also there. Although I dare not compare myself to the three heroes of Fengchen, the three of us did have the intention to become sworn brothers. It's just that I didn't expect what happened later." Song Qingshu knew that she was talking about the duel between Hu Yidao and Miao Renfeng when they exchanged weapons. Who knew that their weapons had been smeared with poison, causing Hu Yidao to be poisoned to death? He quickly patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Icy Snow discreetly withdrew her hand and said softly, "Speaking of which, although Miao Renfeng and Big Brother who didn't become sworn brothers, their relationship is much closer than that of a cheapskate brother like you. If he sees us like this, how do you want me to explain?" Song Qingshu anxiously said, "What cheapskate brother?" "It was Fear who took his father's place to become sworn brothers with me." Icy Snow snorted. "It's fine if you don't mention this. At that time, Fear and I really thought that you admired Big Brother who and wanted to become sworn brothers with him. We were even filled with gratitude towards you. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that you had ulterior motives." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Sister-in-law saw through me." Under the candlelight, Icy Snow's pretty face was even more beautiful than usual. Just as Song Qingshu was about to say something, Icy Snow hurriedly made a shushing gesture. It turned out that when the woman in white heard the knocking on the door, she hurriedly put on her clothes. The husband and wife went to open the door and saw a tall and thin middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and a sickly face standing at the door. He was carrying a fair little girl in his arms. The little girl's big black eyes were curiously sizing up the husband and wife in front of her. The first thing the man in black noticed was the man's hand that was carrying the little girl. His palm was as big as a cattail leaf fan and his bones could be seen. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a hand that excelled in using a sword. What the woman in white noticed was that the father and daughter were holding an umbrella. The little girl's body wasn't wet, but the father's back, arms, and other large areas were drenched. As a mother, she could empathize with them and quickly welcomed the father and daughter in. "Thank you, husband and wife. I'm sorry to disturb you." Upon entering the house, Miao Renfeng felt a gust of warm air and quickly thanked them. Only then did the woman in white realize that she wasn't the owner of the house. She quickly explained awkwardly, "We're also passing by to take shelter from the rain. Master and his wife are in the house." Miao Renfeng was surprised and quickly came to the door of the house. He said in a clear voice, "I'm just passing by. If it's inconvenient for Master to let me in to take shelter from the rain, just say the word and I won't make things difficult for you. However, this daughter of mine is still young and weak. She can't withstand the cold. I hope Master can allow her to stay in the house. I'll be very grateful. Lawner doesn't want Daddy to get wet in the rain. Lawner wants to stay with Daddy." The little girl pulled Miao Renfeng's sleeve and said coquettishly. Song Qingshu smiled at Icy Snow and said in a low voice, "This Miao Renfeng possesses peerless martial arts, yet he is so courteous to ordinary farmers. He is truly a righteous and benevolent person. Furthermore, his love for his daughter is truly touching. Big Brother Miao is indeed a rare gentleman in this world." Icy Snow nodded approvingly. "Quickly answer him so that the little girl outside won't worry about her daddy." Song Qingshu turned his head and deliberately said in a rough voice, "Please help yourself." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Miao Renfeng's gloomy face showed a rare hint of happiness as he cupped his fists. "Thank you, uncle." Little Rulin was also very sensible. She smiled and shouted through the door. Song Qingshu trembled and looked at Icy Snow with a strange expression. "Why does this little girl call me uncle just like you? Both of them are so soul-stirring?" Those who read books, please join the group. 337294925. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Icy Snow looked at him with disdain. Are you serious? She's such a young girl and you're thinking about that? Song Qingshu's face turned hot and he laughed awkwardly. No way, I'm just saying. He thought to himself, how many times have I slept with this little loli's mother? Why would I have any thoughts about her daughter? But Miao Rulan's voice was really cute when she was young. Uncle, I realized that my previous evaluation of you was wrong, Icy Snow said thoughtfully. What's wrong? Song Qingshu asked. Icy Snow chuckled. I feel that Uncle's hobbies aren't normal. You like little girls and... She blushed and suddenly couldn't continue. You like a gentle big sister like sister-in-law? Song Qingshu leaned over with a drooling face. Icy Snow spat. Don't talk nonsense. The people outside are all experts with sharp ears and eyes. Don't let them hear it. So what if they hear it? Song Qingshu smirked. In their hearts, they think that we're a couple from the countryside. Everyone in the pugilistic world cares about their reputation. Who would deliberately listen to the secrets of a couple's boudoir? However, Song Qingshu knew that Icy Snow was shy and was worried that he would annoy her. So, he obediently lowered his voice. Who's your husband? Icy Snow used one hand to block Song Qingshu's approaching body as she scolded him. In the living room, Miao Rulan thanked him and found a clean place to sit down. Little Rulan was still young and couldn't help but doze off. Soon, she leaned on her father and fell asleep. The black-clothed man saw Miao Renfeng sitting there quietly, but his body emitted wisps of white steam. He knew that Miao Renfeng was using his internal energy to dry his clothes and couldn't help but admire him. Recalling that Miao Renfeng said that his surname was Miao, he couldn't help but think of a famous person in the pugilistic world. He quickly cupped his hands and asked, Your Excellency, are you Miao Renfeng, the great hero Miao? Miao Renfeng opened his eyes and glanced at the two before replying in a deep voice, That's me. May I know who you are? I'm Xuanzu Zhuangshirqing and this is my wife, Minru. So you're the famous black and white dual swords. Nice to meet you. Both of you walk the pugilistic world with chivalry first. Miao Renfeng was slightly moved. The black and white dual swordsman came from one of the Wudong 5 temples, Shangqing Temple. The High Clarity Monastery had always produced many experts. The previous sect master, Taoist Full Ti, had a cultivation base that was not beneath that of Shaolin Temple's Abbot Miaodi. Now, in order to focus on cultivating martial arts, he had already passed the position of monastery master to his eldest apprentice brother, Taoist Heaven Void. Taoist Heaven Void's prime clear sword art was unparalleled in the martial world. In recent years, he rarely showed himself. Her second apprentice brother, Taoist priest Chong Su, was fortunate enough to receive the personal guidance of Zhang Sanfeng. His mastery of the Tai Chi sword had reached the point of perfection, and he was one of the few famous swordsmen in the present age. Although it was rumored that he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a junior on Mount Tai, Miao Renfeng did not believe it. In the past, when he was roaming the Jianghu, he met Taoist Chong Su by chance. The two of them had a sword duel, but it was a draw even after hundreds of moves. Miao Renfeng felt that with her opponent's attainments in swordsmanship, how could he be defeated by a young man in one move, his third junior brother Lingxiu? He was not as good as his two senior brothers, but he was a master. Even secular disciples like the black and white dual swords had made a name for themselves in Jianghu. Together with Feng Wanli of the Snow Mountain sect and Mei Fenggu of the Plum Blossom sect, they were known as the Wind Tiger and Cloud Dragon, the 4 wonders of the north. Of course, Shangqing Temple also had scum of the Wulin world, such as that Taoist Zhang Su in the past. His martial art skill was very high, and he wreaked havoc in the Jianghu for several years, but nobody was able to stop him. Until he ran into Murong Bo, and he died under the opponents giving him a taste of his own medicine. Miao Renfeng and the black and white dual swords exchanged pleasantries. Suddenly, she asked, You and your wife are in a hurry. What are you doing? The black and white swords glanced at each other. Shirqing cupped his fists and said, Hero Miao has always taken the fight against the Qing dynasty as his duty. We, husband and wife, admire you very much, so we don't need to hide it from you. This time, we were invited by the four strange southern sect to go to Shandong to help the Golden Snake camp. Miao Renfeng smiled. What a coincidence. I am also going to Shandong to help the Golden Snake camp. It turned out that after Dongfeng Mushiwei had disguised herself as Kangxi, she had started to build momentum according to the plan. She had spread the news that the army had annihilated the Golden Snake camp in advance. By now, everyone in Jianghu knew that the Manchurian Qing imperial court had sent out 100,000 troops to completely annihilate the Golden Snake camp in Shandong. Xia Qingqing had contacted her trusted subordinates in the Golden Snake camp. She pushed for the leaders of each mountain to choose a new leader. But the mountain leaders had been fighting for years. Their hatred for the Golden Snake King was deep. Although they had no choice but to agree to elect a new leader for the Golden Snake King, no one wanted the leader to be supported by their enemies. After endless debate, they finally reached a consensus. They would send out invitations to all the heroes in the world. They would choose a capable person to be the new Golden Snake King. The leaders of each mountain had a good plan. From their point of view, the new Golden Snake King came from outside. He had no foundation in the Golden Snake camp. They could use him to get through this crisis. Even if they let him stay, he would be a commander without an army. He would not be able to touch the interests of the mountain leaders. Although Xia Qingqing wholeheartedly wanted Song Qingshu to become the new Golden Snake King, her superior status came from Yuan Qingji. Now that Yuan Qingji was dead, she actually did not have much power. The mountain leaders had their own plans. She could only play a limited role. Although it was different from what he had expected, Song Qingshu did not mind. With his current martial arts skills and Xia Qingqing's help, he was confident that he could compete for the new Golden Snake King. The Golden Snake Camp had sent out invitations. It caused all the heroes to become restless and rush to Shandong. There was no lack of ambitious people in the world. Some people were like Song Qingshu. They saw the strength of the Golden Snake Camp and wanted to take advantage of it to achieve something great. However, there were others. Because the Golden Snake Camp had always been a rebel army against the Manchus, they extended a helping hand. The Black and White Swords were such people. They did not have any ambition. They were driven by their chivalrous feelings. As for Miao Renfeng, she was the descendant of the roaming king's 4 bodyguards. She naturally took the fight against the Manchus. The corrupt officials who had been assassinating the Manchus and harming the common people immediately left for Shandong when they heard that the Manchus wanted to exterminate the Golden Snake Camp. Miao Renfeng had learned her lesson when her brother's family was exterminated by Shang Jianming. She was worried that her enemies would come looking for her again. She did not dare to leave Miao Rulin at home. Seeing that they had the same goal, the Black and White Swords and Miao Renfeng were overjoyed. They chatted happily. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. 2 tall and sturdy black-bearded old men walked in. When they saw the situation in the room, they felt that both the Black and White Swords and Miao Renfeng were experts. Their eyes were immediately filled with vigilance. Who is the owner of this room? We brothers would like to take shelter from the rain, the black-bearded old man said. Min Ro saw the 2 men push open the door and enter without any trace of politeness. She subconsciously felt unhappy. However, she had always been weak and could not do anything to offend people. Even though she was annoyed, she did not show it. She hid behind Shi Qing and waited for her husband to deal with it. The owner of this room is resting in the room. I don't think he will mind. Please help yourself. Thinking of the impatience in Song Qingshu's tone when dealing with Miao Renfeng, Shi Qing did not want to disturb him. He simply agreed on his behalf. The 2 old men grunted. They did not thank him. They found a corner and sat down. With the sudden addition of the 2 men, the room fell into an awkward silence. The atmosphere of chatting was no longer there. Miao Renfeng was fine. She had always been a man of few words, so she did not feel anything. Shi Qing had traveled in Jianghu and was very good at making friends. He hurriedly said, I am Shi Qing of Xuanzu Zhuang. This is my wife, Min Ro. May I know your names? The 2 old men were much older than Shi Qing, so it was not inappropriate for Shi Qing to call them seniors. Oh, the Black and White Swords couple. It's an honor to meet you. We are Bo Tai and Haomi of the Qinghai sect. Seeing Shurqing's respectful attitude, the two were quite pleased. As for the words "an honor to meet you," they were not sincere at all. Shurqing was a gentleman. He was not offended by the two's attitude. It's the famous double killers of Hejian. He had traveled in Jianghu and had seen many things. He knew that these two were very good at martial arts. During the lion-slaying festival, they had joined hands to defeat the Shaolin divine monk Dunan. They had even defeated the King Kong demon subduing ring, which had once rendered the sect leader of the Ming dynasty, Zhang Wuji, helpless. The double killers of Hejian nodded with satisfaction. Their eyes suddenly moved to Miao Renfeng. "Who are you?" "Miao Renfeng," Miao Renfeng said coldly. The double killers of Hejian narrowed their eyes and smiled coldly. "Are you the self-proclaimed invincible Miao Renfeng?" Miao Renfeng's exaggerated nickname was just to force Hui Dao to enter the pass. She didn't expect that people in Jianghu would care so much about it. Miao Renfeng was too lazy to explain, so the rumors in Jianghu became more and more exaggerated. Miao Renfeng didn't want to explain to the double killers of Hejian's bad attitude. She closed her eyes and stopped talking. The two of them were instantly enraged. "I'd like to see for myself just how invincible you are." Luckily, the two respected themselves and didn't want to bully him with numbers. Haomi was the only one who attacked with his judge pen. Miao Renfeng's eyes narrowed. She unsheathed her sword and didn't get up. She just sat there and fought with him. Haomi sneered. He channeled his chi into his judge pen, intending to break his sword. Miao Renfeng noticed the strong wind coming from his weapon. She didn't take it head-on. Instead, she used a gentle force on her sword. Haomi felt like he was punching cotton. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Miao Renfeng saw that Haomi's weapon was a judge's pen, and knew that he was an expert in close combat. Now that she was carrying her daughter, she was afraid that she would be hurt, so she used her sword to keep Haomi at a distance of 3 feet. Haomi snorted. He used his judge pen to block Miao Renfeng's sword. He poked him with his left hand. Miao Renfeng felt a strong wind coming at her. She couldn't stay still anymore. She picked up her daughter and jumped a few feet away. She saw a finger-sized hole in the floor where she was sitting. Her expression turned serious. "One finger Zen? Join the group if you want to read. 337294925. You're quite knowledgeable." Haomi chuckled and attacked again. Miao Renfeng's face darkened as he gently pushed Miao Rulan into Minro's arms. "I hope Madame Sher can help me take care of my daughter." Miao Renfeng had traveled the Jianghu and knew that the black and white dual swords were full of righteousness, especially the divine ice sword Minro, who was known for her kindness. Haomi's attack was urgent and Miao Renfeng was worried that his one-finger Zen would hurt his daughter. "Don't worry, Hero Miao." Minro's motherly love overflowed as she looked at Miao Rulan. She tightened her grip on her sword and prepared herself. "Fighting again? Daddy, Lan'er doesn't like swords. Put them away." Miao Rulan had already woken up. She looked at the situation in a daze and said in a childish voice. "Lan'er, when Daddy is done with this person, put away your sword immediately." Miao Renfeng said in a low voice and thrust her sword forward, faster than before. Haomi was in a sorry state. He had many wounds on his body. If it wasn't for his cultivation, he would have died on the spot. Seeing that his junior brother was forced to parry Miao Renfeng's attacks and had no time to counterattack with one-finger Zen, Bo Tai knew that the two brothers were no match for Miao Renfeng. He looked at Miao Rulan and hesitated. He wanted to use his daughter to distract Miao Renfeng, but Miao Rulan was protected by the black and white dual swords. There was no need to provoke a strong enemy. Seeing Miao Renfeng's vicious moves, Bo Tai knew that in a short while, his junior brother would most likely fall in his hands. How could he care about his face? With a loud shout, he waved the acupoint stick and joined the battle. Although the twin killers of Hejian were not famous in the Jianghu, they were both experts in the Jianghu and specialized in joint attacks. One of them used the judge's pen and the other used the acupoint stick to block the opponent's attacks. With the one-finger Zen, their power multiplied. When the two joined forces, they were no weaker than the top experts in the Jianghu. Even the Shaolin divine monk Dunan was defeated by them. Although Miao Renfeng's swordsmanship was good, he was afraid of the one finger's end that his opponent would shoot out from time to time. However, Miao Renfeng was known to be invincible throughout the world. Even though it was largely an exaggeration, she was not an ordinary person. Although he was in a difficult position at the beginning, he was very experienced and quickly adjusted himself. The three of them fought back and forth, attacking and defending. Unexpectedly, they were in a stalemate. Bo Tai reckoned that after a few hundred more moves, the two brothers should be able to defeat their opponent. However, they would probably have to pay a heavy price. In this baffling competition, the two of them had disdained each other's reputation. Now that the two of them had combined their strength, they were only able to fight him to a draw. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them had already lost. Just as they were about to say some polite words to stop fighting, a sharp gust of wind suddenly came from behind them. The three of them hurriedly separated. A pair of giant golden scissors knocked against the wall and bounced back, falling into the hands of a red-haired fatty. Good fellow, they're all experts. If there's a place to fight, how can I, the evil god of the South Sea, miss out? Hearing his words, Min Ro was startled. Could he be the third of the four great villains, the one who was known as the fiendish demon? Suddenly, she heard her husband shout, "Watch out!" She quickly raised her sword to meet the attack. But before she could even unsheath her sword, she felt a blur in front of her eyes. Her chest felt as if someone was wantonly pinching it. Before she could react, Miao Rulin, who was beside her, had already been taken away by a man in grey. Miao Renfeng coldly snorted and thrust her sword at the man's back. The man in grey did not expect his sword to be so fast. He could not help but feel as if his soul had left his body, but he could not bear to let go of Miao Rulin in his arms. Just as he was about to die on the spot, there was a sudden whooshing sound from outside the door. A gust of hot wind from a finger flew towards Miao Renfeng's face. This finger wind was unusually fierce. Miao Renfeng knew that if she was hit, she would either die or be seriously injured. She had no choice but to dodge it. The man in grey had not yet recovered from his shock. He looked at the person who came in and said, "Thank you, boss." A man and a woman walked in. The man was dressed in a green robe. His long beard hung down to his chest. His face was dark, and his eyes were wide open. There were several hideous scars on his face. The woman was dressed in red. She was quite beautiful. Unfortunately, there were 3 bloody scratches on both her cheeks. Although there was a smile on her face, it seemed to hide an endless amount of sorrow. Miao Renfeng saw that the man in the green robe's legs were crippled. He held a pair of steel sticks. She could not help but feel moved. She asked in a low voice, "Are you the leader of the 4 great villains, the one who has committed countless crimes, Duan Yanqing?" The man in the green robe's lips were tightly shut. A hoarse laugh came from his belly. "I did not expect the invincible golden-faced Buddha to know of this old man's name. I am truly honored." Miao Renfeng coldly snorted. "I have never had any enmity with the 4 great villains. Why are you making things difficult for my daughter?" The man in grey who had taken Miao Rulin was Yun Zhonghe. He laughed cruelly. "Your daughter is so young, but she is already so beautiful. When she grows up, she will probably be a national beauty. I, Yun Zhonghe, love women the most. Unfortunately, I have never had a taste of such a young girl. Today, I will have a taste. Big baddie, let me go." Although Miao Rulin was still young and did not understand the meaning of Yun Zhonghe's words, she knew that this repulsive uncle in front of her was not a good person. In a panic, she quickly punched and kicked him. Miao Rulin's small arms and legs hit Yun Zhonghe's body like tickles. Yun Zhonghe looked like he was enjoying it. Uncle is not a baddie. Uncle likes little girls the most. In the inner room, Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. He whispered in Icy Snow's ear, "The word uncle coming from his mouth is really annoying. Why aren't you going to save little Rulin? Kill this shameless pervert while you're at it." Hu Yidao and Miao Renfeng were close friends. Miao Renfeng knew Icy Snow, so Icy Snow naturally knew his wife. A few years ago, Icy Snow had hugged Miao Rulin. She also liked this beautiful little girl. Seeing that she had fallen into the hands of the pervert Yun Zhonghe, she immediately became anxious. Song Qingshu quickly comforted her, "If I go out now, won't our relationship be exposed? Let's observe the situation first. Miao Renfeng's martial arts are excellent, and the black and white dual swords have always been upright. They should be able to help him. Icy Snow's face turned red. She couldn't help but mumble, what relationship between us can't be exposed? But in the end, she didn't urge Song Qingshu to go out. Hearing Yun Zhonghe's words, not only was Miao Renfeng furious, but the black and white dual swords were also filled with righteous indignation. Min Ro was angry that Yun Zhonghe had taken advantage of her, but at the same time, she felt guilty for betraying Miao Renfeng's trust and causing Miao Rulan to fall into the enemy's hands. She immediately unsheathed her sword and reprimanded in a clear voice, Yun Zhonghe, you shameless scum. Today, my wife and I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Yun Zhonghe glanced at Min Ro and revealed a trace of covetous expression, tisk, tsk, tsk. I, Yun Zhonghe, am really lucky today. Not only do I have such an outstanding little beauty, but I also have such a delicate and quiet young woman. Hearing this, Shi Qing was furious and cursed, Yun Zhonghe, I, Shi Qing, will tear your body into 1,000 pieces. Yun Zhonghe shook his head and laughed, I've heard this kind of words many times, but I'm still alive and well. I, Yun Zhonghe, have always been good at killing husbands and taking wives. Your wife's breasts are plump and soft, simply the best. Your wife looks so delicate and timid. She must be lacking in nourishment. It doesn't matter. From now on, I, Yun Zhonghe, will do it for you. Ha, ha, ha. Die, you pervert. Shi Qing was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't hold back anymore and attacked with his sword. Yun Zhonghe was already prepared. As soon as he saw the attack, he quickly raised his silver crane claw to block the sword. A spark flashed, and unexpectedly a small piece of the crane claw was shaved off. Yun Zhonghe was secretly shocked. I've heard that the black and white dual swords are rare treasured swords in the world, it really lives up to its reputation. Min Ro was worried that her husband would be hurt, so she quickly brandished her sword to attack. Yi Ernyang giggled, fourth brother, second sister will help you. Then she raised her sabers to block Min Ro. Just now, Min Ro was just careless. She didn't expect Yun Zhonghe's lightness skill to be so high. But she was still one of the 4 freaks of the north, so her martial arts were above Yun Zhonghe's. She and her husband Shi Qing's mind were connected. Their swordsmanship complemented each other. Coupled with the power of the sharp sword, Yun Zhonghe and Yi Ernyang were quickly forced into a panic. Hua, your martial arts are so good. I, Yu Laosan, am coming. The southern sea crocodile deity was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his crocodile's beak and joined the fight. With the help of Yu Laosan, Yi Ernyang and Yun Zhonghe finally calmed down. Seeing the swordplay of the black and white dual swords being upright and gentle, with the demeanor of a master, Miao Renfeng secretly nodded her head. The two of them had deep attainments in the prime clear swordplay. Even though it was 2 against 3, they still held the upper hand. However, it would take a long time to determine the victor. Miao Rulan, whose acupoints were sealed by Yun Zhonghe, stayed by Duan Yanqing's side. Her big eyes were filled with tears. She was obviously very afraid. But she kept her mouth shut and didn't cry or make a fuss. Great hero Miao, your daughter is so sensible at such a young age. I was afraid that my voice would distract you. This old man admires her very much, Duan Yanqing said as he looked at Miao Renfeng. Lan'er, don't be afraid. After comforting Miao Rulan, Miao Renfeng pointed the tip of her sword at Duan Yanqing. She said in a deep voice, I've long heard that Miao Renfeng is the #1 expert of Xixia's first-class hall. Today, I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. Duan Yanqing smiled. He raised an iron staff and hit it on Miao Rulan's back. Hero Miao, if you take one more step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless. Big brother, this girl is so beautiful at such a young age. It would be a pity to kill her. Yun Zhonghe hurriedly shouted. Duan Yanqing snorted. They had come under the order of the Xixia king to secretly help the Manchu Qing imperial court destroy the Golden Snake Battalion. In order to protect themselves, Xixia hoped that the Manchu Qing imperial court could restrain the Mongols. Naturally, they didn't want the Manchu Qing imperial court to waste their strength in vain. Of course, Xixia didn't dare to openly offend the Mongols. Everything had to be done in secret. Xianxia's Class 1 Hall had already found out that a large number of Jianghu heroes were heading to Shandong. They planned to secretly eliminate some of them for the Manchu Qing imperial court. Miao Renfeng and the black and white dual swords were famous people. If the 4 villains could capture and kill them, it would be a great merit when they returned to Xianxia. Song Qingshu, who was in the inner room, was puzzled. Why didn't the Class 1 Hall stay in the country to prepare for the marriage of the Princess of Yinchuan? Why did they come all the way to this muddy water? As expected, Miao Renfeng didn't dare to step forward. She asked in a deep voice, "What will it take for you to let my daughter go?" Duan Yanqing laughed. "That's easy. As long as Hero Miao breaks his right arm, I will let your daughter go." Everyone who reads should join this group. 337294925 Shi Qing and his wife were shocked when they heard Duan Yanqing's threat. Don't believe him, great Hero Miao. The 4 great villains are not trustworthy. If you cut off your right hand, you'll become a fish waiting to be slaughtered. Daddy, don't. Little Rulan cried out anxiously. Miao Renfeng's expression changed. It was obvious that she was struggling. Duan Yanqing smiled. Great Hero Miao, I know you don't believe me. But if you cut off your right hand, your daughter will still have a chance to live. Otherwise, my 4th brother wouldn't mind letting your daughter enjoy the taste of being a woman before she dies. Shameless. Miao Renfeng was furious. She wanted to rush over, but Duan Yanqing pushed his staff forward. Miao Rulan cried out in pain. Miao Renfeng had to stop, his eyes almost spitting fire. TSK, TSK, TSK. Since great Hero Miao isn't willing, this will be difficult. Duan Yanqing shook his head. How about this, I'll give you another choice. What choice? Miao Renfeng knew that it would be difficult to fulfill the other party's conditions, but it was better than cutting off her right hand and leaving the lives of her father and daughter in someone else's hands. These 2, Duan Yanqing pointed at the twin evils of Hejian, have been a disaster in the world of martial artists for years. If great Hero Miao can take their heads in exchange, I will return your daughter unharmed. The twin evils of Hejian cursed, Duan Yanqing, you cripple. When it comes to bringing disaster to the world of martial artists, no one can compare to you 4 villains. It's obvious that you hate us because we didn't want to join Western Xia's Class 1 Hall. Duan Yanqing smiled and said nothing, tacitly agreeing. The twin evils of Hejian were the most famous elites of Qinghai sect, which was located in Western Xia. Class 1 Hall had tried to recruit them several times, but they had always rejected them. Recently, Class 1 Hall received news that the twin evils of Hejian looked down on the forces of Western Xia and wanted to join Mongolia, which was like the sun in the sky. It was said that they were recently introduced to Ruyang Mansion. All of this was carried out in secret. Ruyang Mansion did not want their identities to be exposed, so they placed them as chess pieces in Western Xia, hoping that they would one day be of unexpected use. Class 1 Hall pretended that they did not know about it. They wanted to use the chance to get rid of the duo so that the Mongolians would have to suffer in silence. Alright, I've heard that Mr. Duan's attainment in the one-yang finger is the best among the Duan family in Dali. Today, we brothers would like to see whether your Duan family's one-yang finger or our one-finger Zen is more powerful. Bo Tai cursed in anger. Then, he and Haomi rushed over. They weren't as apprehensive as Miao Renfeng. They shot out a few wisps of finger wind from afar. They didn't care about Miao Rulan's life. Duan Yanqing pulled Miao Rulan along with him and retreated backwards. A few small holes appeared where they were standing. Duan Yanqing coldly snorted when he saw the 2 of them pouncing towards him. He lifted his iron staff and swept it horizontally in the air. A swift and fierce gust of wind forced the 2 of them back. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to charge at him again, Duan Yanqing knew that if the 2 of them were to attack him, he would not be a match for them while holding Miao Rulan hostage. He quickly said, Hero Miao, if you let the 2 of them attack you, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to protect your daughter's safety every time. Miao Renfeng saw that the twin evils of Hejian had attacked ruthlessly without regard for her daughter's life. She had been suppressing her anger for a long time. She grimaced and swung her sword to block the twin evils of Hejian. Mr. Duan, the twin evils of Hejian are very powerful. I don't have the ability to take their lives. The twin evils of Hejian looked pleased when they heard Miao Renfeng's flattery. They snorted and said, "At least you know your limits." Duan Yanqing said, "Fine. If Hero Miao can take one of their lives, I'll return your daughter to you." He knew very well that if he insisted that Miao Renfeng kill the two of them, they wouldn't be able to fight due to their many apprehensions. But if he only killed one of them, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Miao Renfeng must have some confidence. The twin evils of Hejian were very close to each other. If Miao Renfeng killed one of them, the remaining one would definitely fight to the death. According to Duan Yanqing's plan, Miao Renfeng wouldn't be able to escape death in a fight to the death. One of the twin evils of Hejian would be injured, and the other would be dead. Then, the remaining one would be no match for him. Although Miao Renfeng had roughly guessed Duan Yanqing's plan, the arrow on the bow had to be released. Moreover, he had always been very proud of his swordsmanship. The twin evils of Hejian were very powerful. If he was careful, he might be able to escape unscathed. "Excuse me." Before the twin evils of Hejian could react, Miao Renfeng thrust a sharp sword light at them. Seeing that Miao Renfeng had chosen to kill them, the twin evils of Hejian were so angry that they laughed. "Miao Renfeng, you're too arrogant." One waved the judge's pen while the other brandished the acupuncture point stick. They planned to combine their strength and kill Miao Renfeng first. Then, they would settle the score with Duan Yanqing. One side's swordsmanship was exquisite, while the other side's acupuncture point stick was superb. The three of them moved up and down, and the fight was very exciting. A strange smile appeared on Duan Yanqing's ferocious face. The iron staff in his hand trembled slightly. He planned to kill all of them in one fell swoop while the three of them were in a stalemate. "Uncle, hurry up and save little Rulin. Hero Miao has been a hero for a lifetime. You can't just die here." Icy Snow was a little anxious when she heard the situation outside. Although there were people who obstructed us in the past, Miao Renfeng was also partly responsible for Big Brother Who's death. "It's good to let him suffer a little," Song Qingshu said. Icy Snow shook her head. Big Brother Who really admired Miao Renfeng's character. "Although I've been deliberately avoiding him because of what happened in the past, he's in danger now. If Big Brother Whose spirit is in heaven, he'll agree to let me save him." Seeing that Icy Snow was about to get up, Song Qingshu quickly held her down. Hey. Why are you going out and causing trouble? Can you save Miao Rulin from Duan Yanqing?" A charming smile appeared on Icy Snow's face. "Indeed, I can't. But Uncle won't help me just because I'm in danger." Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. "You have a good plan." "Uncle, I'm begging you." Icy Snow suddenly looked at him and said coquettishly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He almost couldn't control himself from being called a sweet uncle. How could he have the heart to refuse? He quickly said, Okay. I'll go. Fortunately, Pingyi often received people from the martial world. Therefore, the living room was very spacious. The two groups of people were fighting, but it didn't feel crowded. Duan Yanqing was hesitating whether to sneak an attack on Bo Tai or Hami. Suddenly, he heard a light cough coming from inside the room. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Even with his skill, he didn't notice that there was someone inside. It turned out that Icy Snow was worried that Miao Renfeng would see the two of them in the same room. Therefore, she had been whispering in Song Qingshu's ear. In fact, Song Qingshu had already arranged a layer of vital energy at the head of the bed when he circulated his vital energy. Therefore, the people outside couldn't hear their conversation. However, he enjoyed the feeling of Icy Snow leaning on him. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just let her warm and fragrant body rest in his arms. Hey. You bastards are fighting here. Have you ever thought about how I, the owner, feel? Not only are you disturbing my sleep, but you also need to pay for breaking anything. Song Qingshu casually picked up a hat in the room and put it on to cover half of his face. Then, he walked out of the room while cursing. Group 337294925. The reason why Song Qingshu covered his face was largely due to Icy Snow's thin-skinned nature. If this group of people were to see him and spread the news, it wouldn't matter to him, but it would damage Icy Snow's reputation. At this time, Hami had just been forced back by Miao Renfeng's sword, and had fallen to Song Qingshu's side in a sorry state. She had a belly full of anger, and when she heard Song Qingshu's words, she couldn't help but be furious. Country bumpkin, you're looking for death. Min Ro had just seen the double killers of Hejian's one-finger Zen, which could poke a small hole in a flagstone. How could a farmer in the wild who did not know any kung fu withstand it with his body? Her face turned pale and she warned, be careful. Who would have thought that the man would calmly smile back, allowing Haomi to poke him with her finger. As a result, Haomi quickly retreated as if she had seen a ghost, looking at him with an indescribable horror. Min Ro's heart skipped a beat when she saw his warm smile, and her swordsmanship became a little messy. Fortunately, her husband Shi Qing covered for her, so the enemy didn't take advantage of her weakness. She quickly put on a serious expression and focused her mind to deal with the situation. Bo Tai was the first to notice Haomi's abnormality. After forcing Miao Renfeng to retreat, he came to Haomi's side and asked, Junior brother, what's wrong? Haomi put his left hand behind his back. His lips were slightly trembling and beads of sweat oozed from his face. Seeing his senior brother come to him, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, I'm afraid my finger is broken. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Haomi's voice was soft, but everyone present was a kung fu master and naturally heard it clearly. The power of Haomi's one-finger Zen was obvious to all. But now, Haomi didn't dodge, and his finger was broken. How powerful was this person's kung fu? Bo Tai raised his hand and looked at it. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Haomi's finger was deformed. It was obvious that the finger was crippled. Bo Tai glared at Song Qingshu, we have no grudge against you. Why did you hit us so hard? Is that so? Song Qingshu sneered. Didn't the two of you care about the little girl's safety when you attacked just now? Now that you see me, a person who has no enmity with you, walk out, you want to take my life just because of a disagreement. I didn't do anything. The counterattack he received was only determined by the strength of his attack. If your junior martial brother had a trace of mercy when he attacked just now, he wouldn't have been so heavily injured now. The two of them usually did things neither righteous nor evil, and never cared about human life. Hearing Song Qingshu's rhetorical question, Bo Tai was momentarily speechless. The black and white twin swords and the others also nodded inwardly. Haomi had brought this upon herself. Seeing the miserable state of his junior brother's finger, Bo Tai thought that his one-finger Zen, which he had been practicing for decades, might have been crippled. He was filled with hatred in his heart, but he suddenly remembered that there was a rumor in the Ruyang mansion that there was a black jade ointment that might be able to save Haomi's finger. Thus, he decided to flee. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. After his junior brother recovered, he would invite his friends to take revenge. Today, we brothers admit our defeat, but you have been hiding. Who are you? Do you dare to tell us your name? Bo Tai supported Haomi and slowly moved to the door as he spoke with hatred. The martial arts that Song Qingshu had demonstrated attracted everyone's attention in the room. Everyone was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Since the two of them wanted to flee, no one tried to stop them. Hearing Bo Tai's words, Song Qingshu laughed and said, that's good. I'll never change my name. I'm Xiao Min. Bo Tai silently remembered the name in his heart. He said while gnashing his teeth, all right, I'll repay you generously in the future. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. We'll meet again someday. Although the double evils of Hejian had joined the Ruyang Palace, they hadn't entered the core circle yet. Naturally, they didn't know that their future boss was Zhao Min. Watching the double evils of Hejian disappear into the rain, Duan Yanqing thought to himself, their one-finger tap is at the peak of perfection, and their finger strength is no weaker than mine, but they were defeated so easily. I don't know if this person is a friend or a foe. I'll have to be careful not to offend him. Song Qingshu glanced around and his eyes fell on Yunzhonghe. TSK. I've long heard that you're a pervert, but now you won't even let go of a little girl. You're really a scumbag. Yunzhonghe frowned, but he didn't dare to lose his temper due to his fear of Duan Yanqing's martial arts. He could only snort coldly. Song Qingshu smiled and shifted his gaze to Miao Rulan. Little girl, you were very polite just now. I like you very much. Do you want to come to me? In Miao Rulan's mind, the cripple next to her had caught her and threatened her father, so he must be a bad guy. The double evils of Hejian just fought with her father, so they must not be good people. Song Qingshu drove away the double evils of Hejian as soon as he came out, so he must be a very good person. Thinking of this, Miao Rulan smiled sweetly. Okay. Duan Yanqing's heart tightened, and the iron staff in his hand struck Miao Rulan's back. He was just about to threaten her with the same method he used on Miao Renfeng when Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and waved it in the air. A huge suction force appeared, and Miao Rulan flew towards him. Duan Yanqing turned pale with fright. If he lost this little hostage, even Miao Renfeng would not let him go, not to mention this unfathomable person in front of him. While these thoughts were still in his mind, he had already risen into the air. One of his iron staffs shot out a finger force, while the other stabbed towards Miao Rulan's back. If Song Qingshu chose to protect Miao Rulan behind him in a split second, it was very likely that the iron staff would pierce through his chest. If he let Miao Rulan block in front of her chest, his iron staff could also pierce through her small body and stab her. Miao Renfeng hastily brandished her sword in an attempt to block Duan Yanqing's advance. Who would have thought that Duan Yanqing had already anticipated this reaction? Just as the solitary young finger shot out, Duan Yanqing withdrew his iron staff and blocked Miao Renfeng's long sword. Using the recoil force, his entire body moved even faster than before as he stabbed towards Miao Rulan's back. With a flick of his sleeve, Song Qingshu neutralized the finger wind that had arrived in advance. Then, he seized the opportunity to grab Duan Yanqing's Damascus steel staff that was thrusting at him, preventing him from advancing any further. Duan Yanqing did not expect that his full-strength attack would be so easily countered. He was about to wave his other iron staff to attack Duan Yanqing when a huge force came from Duan Yanqing's hand. He could not help but be thrown backwards. Duan Yanqing's legs were already crippled. It was difficult for him to balance himself when he was thrown back from the air. He sat on the ground awkwardly. His two iron crutches also fell to the ground with a clang. He struggled to get up, but found that his whole body was sore and weak. It turned out that his opponent had only just used his strength. He could not help but fall down again. Yi Ernyang and the other two hurriedly ran to his side and helped him up. They all looked at Song Qingshu vigilantly to prevent him from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Who knew that Song Qingshu did not have the slightest intention to make a move? Instead, he looked at little Rulan who was sitting on his arm and smiled. "How is it? Uncle is awesome, right?" "Wow, Uncle, you are awesome." Miao Rulan clapped her hands, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Group 337294925 when he heard Miao Rulan's crisp voice shouting, "You're the best." Song Qingshu suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. In his previous life, he had read a novel called The Romantic Past of the Polytechnic University. In it, when Cao Cao and Sun Quan were playing basketball, the cheerleader Xiao Qiao praised Cao Cao and immediately raised his gun to salute him. While doing a dunk, Cao Cao shot Sun Quan in the face, leading to the tragic burning red. Buttocks incident. Sigh, I miss that world from my previous life. Song Qingshu sighed. Uncle, did Lan Er say something wrong? Seeing Song Qingshu's high-spirited face suddenly become desolate, Miao Rulan reached out to touch his cheek, trying to cheer him up again. Of course not, I was just thinking about the past. Song Qingshu pushed her little hand away and forced a smile. He carried her to Miao Renfeng and said, "Hero Miao, I have returned your precious daughter to you in one piece." Miao Renfeng's face was filled with excitement. She reached out and carried Miao Rulan back. "Young master, I am unable to repay your kindness. If there is anything I can do for you in the future, I am at your service." Although most of Song Qingshu's face was covered by a hat, Miao Renfeng could still tell that he was young. Song Qingshu smiled nonchalantly. It was just a good karma. Would he really be able to order the golden-faced Buddha around in the future? However, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the matter between him and Icy Snow. He thought that with this layer of relationship, Miao Renfeng would be able to turn a blind eye to it. "Who are you?" Yunzhong he was both angry and afraid as he watched the juicy meat fly away from him. Perhaps the unobtainable was the best. Previously, he thought that Min Ro was just a pretty girl. Now that he looked at her, he realized that she was a rare beauty. He glanced at the beautiful Miao Rulan and felt even more vexed. If it wasn't for this unknown man who suddenly appeared, he might have been enjoying the pleasures of the world. Seeing Yun Zhonghe looking around, Min Ro and Miao Rulan felt uneasy. One hid behind her husband while the other buried her head in her father's arms. Yun Zhonghe, I heard that you swore an oath that if you continue to bully women in the future, then you'll be struck by lightning. Song Qingshu sneered. Yun Zhonghe was startled. He wondered if only he and Song Qingshu knew about this. As he thought about it, he realized that the man in front of him was becoming more and more familiar. He couldn't help but exclaim, Song Qingshu, so it's you. Song Qingshu was stunned. He had not expected Duan Yanqing to see through him. He simply took off his hat and looked at Duan Yanqing with a smile. Mr. Duan, after parting from the Five Poisons sect, you are still as elegant as ever. Duan Yanqing couldn't bring himself to lose face when he thought about his miserable defeat. He could only snort coldly and say, your martial arts are getting better and better. Everyone heard Duan Yanqing's words and agreed. Miao Renfeng sighed, I heard that Taoist master Chong Su lost to him in one move. I didn't believe it, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, there is always someone better. Min Ro's eyes lit up. She didn't expect this handsome young man to be so skilled. If Yu could have even a tenth of his skills, she would be satisfied. Shi Qin was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, so you are the Prince Song who entered the Qin court alone to assassinate Kangxi. I have admired you for a long time. Now that I've met you, you are indeed a young hero. Song Qingshu quickly replied, the rumors were exaggerated. Besides, I failed in the end. I don't deserve Hero Shi's praise. On the other hand, you and your wife have been chivalrous in Jianghu for many years. Song Mao admires you very much. Young master, you are wrong. Shi Qin waved his hand. My wife and I are chivalrous, but we are just little heroes. As the saying goes, chivalrous people serve their country and their people. Young master, you have aroused the passion of the Han people. You are much more useful than us. Hey, are you done? Don't you feel sick flattering each other? The South Sea crocodile deity put on a disgusted expression. Although he knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were much better than his, he had always been careless and said whatever came to his mind. Looking at this adorable creature from the demigods and semi-devils, Song Qingshu smiled slightly and didn't seem to be angry. I want to flatter you too, but from top to bottom, whether it's martial arts or style, I really can't find anything for me to flatter you about. It's not like I can flatter you until the back of your head protrudes. The South Sea crocodile deity was startled. He chuckled and said, pretty boy, you actually know that the back of our heads protrude. I really admire you. Seeing that he didn't admire Song Qingshu's martial arts but this kind of inexplicable thing, the people in the room couldn't help but secretly laugh. Duan Yanqing coughed and asked in a deep voice, speaking of this, I would like to ask you. When I was in the Five Poisons sect, it was you who recruited me into the Manchurian Qing stick. Now you have done this kind of thing. How can I live with myself? Don't worry, Mr. Duan. It's up to you to decide whether to stay or leave the stick. Now Kangxi is short of martial arts masters. I think he won't embarrass you because of me. As for today's matter, I won't embarrass you today for the sake of our past relationship. Song Qingshu thought in his heart, now that Kangxi in the Forbidden City is one of us, it's good for Duan Yanqing to continue to stay in the stick. He is indirectly working for me. But I can't persuade them to stay in the stick openly. After all, I still have to consider the psychological feelings of Miao Renfeng and the black and white swords. Forget it. Duan Yanqing's expression was uncertain. Finally, he let out a long sigh. At first, he agreed to join the stick because Song Qingshu promised to help him restore his country. Now that Song Qingshu had left, who knew what Kangxi was thinking? With your current martial arts, you still failed to assassinate Kangxi. I don't know how many mysterious masters are hidden in the Qin court. Song Qingshu was shocked, but he said calmly, Mr. Duan, you don't have to belittle yourself. The reason why Song Mao failed was that he didn't expect that there was a eunuch with superb martial arts hidden in the palace. That's why he failed on the verge of success. With Mr. Duan's martial arts, I'm afraid there are few people in the Qin court who can be your opponent, except for that eunuch. By the way, Song Qingshu didn't want to get entangled in this issue. Why didn't you guys organize the Yinchuan princess's betrothal contest in Xianxia? Why did you come all the way to Kaifeng? Duan Yanqing asked in surprise, don't you think Prince Song knows about it? Know about what? Song Qingshu looked puzzled. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Duan Yanqing explained, not long ago, the king of my country announced that the betrothal contest would be postponed for a year. How could such a big thing be postponed? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. It should be known that the Xianxia country had already announced this matter to the world. Now that it was postponed, how could the country keep its face? The king of my country also had no choice. Duan Yanqing sighed. His expression was full of helplessness and resentment. 337294925 Seeing his expression, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen in the Mongols? Young Master Song's eyes are indeed like a torch, Duan Yanqing nodded. Originally, in order to allow Prince Su Liaowu of the Mongolian Western expedition to have enough time to rush back from the far west, my country had already arranged for the marriage to be held very late. Who knew that not long ago, Zolwu was seriously injured by an assassin on his way to the betrothal? He is now carefully recovering and will not be able to participate in the betrothal. So the betrothal of Western Xia is fake. The real plan is to marry the princess to Zolwu. Miao Renfeng sneered. A hint of anger flashed between Duan Yanqing's brows, but he didn't show it. In the end. Hero Miao, you're wrong. Western Xia is only a small country at the border. It's sandwiched between a few major powers, and it only seeks to protect itself. Now that the Mongolians are the most powerful, my country's monarch won't take the risk of offending them and inviting a military disaster. Although Western Xia and the Mongols had always been at war, they were only small skirmishes on the border. They had not yet shed all pretense of cordiality. The competition between the Mongol princes for the throne was becoming more and more intense. Whoever could marry the princess of Western Xia would gain an external ally, which would greatly benefit the future struggle for the throne. Therefore, the princes were determined to win the betrothal. Western Xia understood this as well, and it was not as if they did not want to form an alliance with the Mongols through marriage. After all, if the emperor's son-in-law became the Mongol Khan, then Princess Yinchuan would become the Mongol empress and the Western Xia would be protected. As for which prince to choose as the son-in-law, Western Xia had not yet decided. After all, each prince was very powerful and had their own advantages. No one knew who Temujin had his eyes on. In the end, the Western Xia leaders decided to let nature take its course and not offend anyone. The princes would have to rely on their own abilities to marry the princess. Who knew that Zolwu would be assassinated on the way? If Western Xia held the betrothal according to their previous plan, then they would be offending Zolwu. If Zolwu became the Mongol Khan, then Western Xia would be destroyed. Although Kublai and Ali Buj were dissatisfied with the delay, their brother was seriously injured and it was not convenient for them to talk about marriage. Therefore, they did not want to offend the two. As for offending the rest of the young talents in the world, it was not within the Western Xia's consideration. Song Qingshu had been in the upper echelons of the Manchurian Qing dynasty for a long time. His grasp of the country's decision-making was far beyond that of Miao Renfeng and the rest of the Jianghu. Right now, he was puzzled about something else. He looked at Duan Yanqing and asked, Su Liaowu dominates the West and has many experts under his command. I wonder who it was that managed to successfully assassinate him? Song Qingshu had been away from the Forbidden City for some time, so he was unable to share a lot of information about the Qing court. Does Prince Song know about the Persian Ming dynasty? Duan Yanqing asked. Song Qingshu was shocked. If it was the Persian Ming dynasty, then there was nothing to be surprised about. They definitely had the ability to do so. Legend has it that the Ming dynasty came from Persia. The Ming revered Mani and the Great Elder, the Old Man of the Mountain, Huashan all have unfathomable abilities. Especially the assassin sect under Huashan. They are a professional assassin alliance. They receive payment and specialize in assassinating important officials in the Middle East, Egypt, and even Europe. Because their base is in the mountains, the endless fortresses are like the horns of the mountains. The imperial courts have always been unable to do anything to them. Duan Yanqing had never heard of Europe, Egypt, and other places that Song Qingshu mentioned. He did not care too much and said directly, that's right. The Ming dynasty of the Central Plains is growing stronger day by day under the leadership of Zhang Wuji. Even the Mongols are having a headache. Rumor has it that the Ming dynasty of the Persia is 10 times stronger than the Ming dynasty of the Central Plains. Now the Mongols are in trouble. He could not hide the gloating in his tone. However, Song Qingshu was recalling the history of his previous life. In that world, Su Liao led 100,000 troops into the mountains and forcibly destroyed the fortresses of the assassin sect. In the process, the assassin sect organized nearly 1,000 assassinations to assassinate Menk and Su Liao. Unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, the masters of the sect led the remaining members to surrender. However, they were all executed by Su Liao. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. He did not know if the assassination of Su Liao by the Ming dynasty of Persia had triggered this historical event. Then why did you come to Kaifeng? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. Duan Yanqing explained, this time, the imperial court of the Qing dynasty sent 100,000 troops to completely destroy the Golden Snake camp of Shandong. The Golden Snake camp sent out invitations to heroes from all over the world. They also promised that whoever could help them get through this crisis would be elected as the new Golden Snake King. I'm afraid that the 4 of you can't be considered heroes. Shi Qing laughed disdainfully. The 4 great evildoers were infamous. Moreover, he had just personally witnessed their despicable methods. Naturally, it was hard for Shi Qing, who hated evil as if it were his mortal enemy, to have a good impression of them. Duan Yanqing laughed coldly. Although we can't be considered heroes, we are the best at so-called heroes. Everyone, for the sake of Song Mao, let's all take a step back. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's face darkened. On one side there was a latent member, who was also his power. On the other side, there were chivalrous people. He did not feel that it would be good to hurt either of them. Yun Zhonghe propped up his chin and looked at Min Ro lecherously. If not for Prince Song's protection, your wife would have already gone to hell with me. You wouldn't have the energy to talk big here. Min Ro was so angry that her delicate body trembled slightly. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Shi Qing was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Song Qingshu's face darkened. He struck his palm at Yun Zhonghe from a distance. Yun Zhonghe felt as if his chest had been hit by a hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You swore on Mount Hua. Otherwise, you would be struck by lightning and die. The reason why I let you go today is because I feel that retribution is just. Don't force me. Yun Zhonghe snorted coldly, but did not dare to refute. A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. Prince Song bullied my 4th brother like this. What should we do? Yi Ernyang laughed delicately. For so many years, you have stolen a baby every day. When you are tired of it, you kill it and steal another baby. Your sins are even greater than Yun Zhonghe's. I didn't cause you any trouble, but you insisted on standing up for me. Song Qingshu sneered. Yi Ernyang did not mind. She had a fearless look on her face. Our nickname is the 4 great evildoers. If we don't do things that you righteous people find shameful, how can we live up to our nickname? Song Qingshu felt very strange when he saw that Yi Ernyang was completely unafraid of him turning hostile. Suddenly, 2 clangs rang out. Shi Qing and Min Ro, who were not far away, could not hold their swords. The black and white swords fell to the ground. Their bodies were also on the verge of collapsing. On the other side, Miao Renfeng's face also changed. Her whole body trembled. She quickly retreated to a corner of the wall. Only then did she not fall to the ground. However, she could no longer hold her daughter firmly in her arms. Father, Lanner's whole body is weak. I can't even lift my hands. Miao Rulan said weakly. Her small body leaned against her father's side. Song Qingshu's body swayed. He suddenly felt his whole body's strength disappear. He could not help but turn pale with fright. Grieving wind softening. Group 3372949925 Song Qingshu was full of regret. Now that his martial arts were high, it was inevitable for him to be arrogant. When he met the 4 evildoers in the 5 poisoned sect, Dongfang Muxue was seriously injured. Although she looked strong, she was actually weak. He had also lost his martial arts, so he was very vigilant and could guard against the sorrowful wind paralysis in advance. Now that his martial arts could crush his opponent, Song Qingshu was not as careful as before. He actually forgot that the four evildoers still had the unique skill of sorrowful wind paralysis. The sorrowful wind paralysis was a colorless and odorless poisonous gas. It was made from poisonous substances collected from the Great Snow Mountain and the Valley of Happiness in Xianxia. Usually, it was kept in a bottle. When it was used, the person's nose would be stuffed with the antidote. When the bottle was opened, the poisonous water would come out like a breeze. No matter how clever one was, he would not be able to detect it. When the eyes stung, the poisonous gas had already rushed to the brain. After being poisoned, tears would fall like rain, which was called sorrow. When the whole body could not move, it was called softness. Without the characteristic of tears, it was even more difficult to guard against. Although the joyful genuine qi that Song Qingshu practiced could make him immune to any aphrodisiac in the world, it could not do anything to other poisons. Although he could use his internal energy to protect his body and force out ordinary poisons, the sorrowful wind paralysis was originally targeted at internal energy masters. Naturally, he could not force it out with his internal energy. I wonder if Zhao Min's fragrant tendon weakening powder has any effect on me. Song Qingshu was still in the mood to think. In the original work, Duan Yu was immune to all poisons because he ate a giant red toad. Zhang Wuji was immune to all poisons because he practiced the 9-yang scripture. But I am in a bad situation because I have no toad to eat and my internal energy immunity is too narrow. Maybe I can even trick the heroine into helping me. Actually, I am not that bad. Duan Yu ate a giant red toad and his whole body is poisonous. I wonder if he will poison his wife to death when they consummate their marriage. In order to be immune to all poisons, I have to stay away from women for the rest of my life. It is really boring. Although the 9-yang divine art that Zhang Wuji practices can make him immune to poisons, it doesn't have a pleasant cultivation process like the delightful Zen art. One should not be too greedy. Duan Yanqing couldn't help but be surprised and bewildered when he saw Song Qingshu had a silly smile on his face. Could it be that he wasn't poisoned? If he were to rush forward recklessly, the outcome would be disastrous. Prince Song is really elegant. He is poisoned, but he can still smile and be so open-minded. The four fiends all had the same thought. When they saw Song Qingshu standing there without falling, none of them dared to step forward. The grieving wind softener isn't a poison that kills upon contact with blood. It just makes people feel weak all over. The antidote is with you, so why should I put on a look of despair? Song Qingshu said in a clear voice. On one hand, it was to appease Miao Renfeng and Shi Qing. On the other hand, it was to remind Icy Snow, who was in the inner room, to be careful of the colorless and odorless sorrowful paralyzing wind, and to seize the antidote from the four evildoers. There was no sound coming from the inner room. Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Icy Snow understood his intention. When the four evildoers heard Song Qingshu's words, they thought that he was going to seize the antidote. They couldn't help but take a step back and looked at him warily. After a long time, when Duan Yanqing saw that Song Qingshu didn't move an inch, he laughed and said, "So, Prince Song is poisoned. Otherwise, with your martial arts, it wouldn't be difficult for you to seize the antidote. Mr. Duan is worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless person. You see the problem so clearly. Song Mao admires you, very much." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. When he heard Duan Yanqing admit it, Duan Yanqing became suspicious and didn't dare to step forward. On the other hand, Yunzhong he smiled lecherously and said, "Boss, it's actually very easy to test whether this kid is poisoned or not." Following his gaze, Duan Yanqing saw Min Ro lying on the ground with a terrified expression. Duan Yanqing thought to himself, with Song Qingshu's character, if he isn't poisoned, there's no reason for him to let fourth brother take advantage of this woman and not make a move. It's good to let him try. Anyway, with fourth brother's lightness skill, it's not difficult for him to escape. Even if he dies in Song Qingshu's hands, I won't have to take the risk myself. In fact, Duan Yanqing knew very well that Song Qingshu was most likely poisoned. Otherwise, with his martial arts, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. However, he was afraid of Song Qingshu's powerful martial arts. He was worried that Song Qingshu hadn't completely lost his ability to fight and was waiting for him to approach to deal a fatal blow. Therefore, he didn't dare to step forward. Yunzhong he was willing to test Duan Yanqing, which was exactly what Duan Yanqing wanted. Seeing Duan Yanqing nod slightly, Yunzhong he held the silver crane claw in his arms and rubbed his chin as he leaned toward Minro. Little girl, it seems that you still can't escape from me today. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you later. Shameless man, how dare you? Shi Qing glared at him. He had always been a righteous man. Now that he was poisoned, he had some power. Yunzhong he was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks. But he quickly reacted and couldn't help but fly into a rage. Why wouldn't I dare? I played with many women in my life, but it's the first time I played with her in front of her husband. TSK, I can't take it anymore. I'm excited just thinking about it. Hiroshi, look at how serious you are. You must be extremely boring in bed. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons. Take a look at how I, the old crane, can make your wife so happy. Seeing him approaching, Minro's body trembled. She looked at her husband in despair. Senior brother. Shi Qing's teeth were about to shatter. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly jumped up and slapped Yunzhong's head. However, he had used up all his strength to stand up. His palm was weak and didn't pose any threat. Yunzhong he kicked him back. Seeing Shi Qing lying on the ground and vomiting blood, he said with hatred, that kick just now has already sent you to hell. He was also very curious. He didn't know how Minro's body would react with her husband watching. Father, that goatee is a big bad guy. Hurry up and save that beautiful auntie. Miao Rulin didn't know that her father was also poisoned. Seeing Yunzhong's actions, she couldn't help but feel indignant. Miao Renfeng's face was full of anger. Yunzhonghe, the black and white dual swords are from the Shangqing temple, she snorted. They have many highly skilled fighters, and they are closely related to the Wu Dang Pai. If you offend Madame Shi today, I'm afraid the Wu Dang Pai and Shangqing temple will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. We, the four great evildoers of Shangqing temple are not afraid. As for the Wu-Tang clan, that old bastard Zhang Sanfeng is indeed amazing, but your father is far away in the western Xia. I don't think he can do anything about it, ha ha ha. Yunzhong he laughed arrogantly. Master Miao should be more worried. The black and white dual swords have the backing of the Wudong sect. You're all alone. Who would avenge you? I, Old Crane, will definitely not let go of such a beauty like your daughter. Hey, Old Four, you won't even let go of such a young girl. Are you even human? The South Sea crocodile god was suddenly upset. Duan Yanqing raised his walking stick and blocked in front of him, but his eyes were fixed on how Song Qingshu would deal with it. Group 33729492 Yunzhonghe, you're a pervert. You're quite the character. Song Qingshu sneered. Seeing that Song Qingshu had no intention of moving, Yunzhonghe's courage grew. Thank you for your compliment, Your Excellency. After saying that, he kept an eye on Song Qingshu's movements while reaching out to touch Minro's face. Wow, it's so soft and smooth. Hiroshi, your wife has lived with you for so many years. I didn't expect her skin to be as smooth as a young girl's. I'll gladly accept it. Yunzhonghe's heart skipped a beat when he felt Minro's skin. He looked anxious. Yunzhonghe, if you don't let go, I'm afraid you're going to suffer, Song Qingshu said calmly. Yunzhonghe spat in disdain. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If you could move, would you let me get close to Madame Shi? I'm not letting go. I want to play with her breasts. Come hit me if you can. Yunzhonghe turned around and reached out to touch Minro's chest. Little girl, let big brother dote on you. Seeing his disgusting expression, Minro gritted her teeth and turned her face to the side. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Don't cry. Big brother knows how to be gentle with women. Yunzhonghe held Minro's chin and turned her head around. Her delicate face, which was covered in tears, made him dumbfounded for a moment. Fourth brother, stop dilly-dallying. Duan Yanqing only wanted to use this opportunity to see if Song Qingshu was poisoned. Seeing that Yunzhonghe didn't get to the point, he grew impatient. Yes, boss. Noticing the sharp glint in Duan Yanqing's eyes, Yunzhong was startled. He quickly moved closer to Min Ro and kissed her wet lips. Duan Yanqing had always been cautious. Seeing Song Qingshu's calm expression, he was worried that Song Qingshu was using this opportunity to numb him and kill everyone while they were close. I don't believe you can stand by and watch this chivalrous woman be humiliated. Duan Yanqing sneered. If Song Qingshu allowed the famous divine eye sword to be humiliated in front of him while he still had the strength to spare, Shi Qing would definitely hate him to death, and Miao Renfeng would also despise him in her heart. At that time, the four villains would go out and exaggerate the story, and the reputation he had worked so hard to rebuild would be destroyed in a day. Therefore, Duan Yanqing needed Yunzhong to test Min Ro's abilities to determine if Song Qingshu was really poisoned. If Song Qingshu still did not make his move and bluffed, Duan Yanqing would seize the opportunity to take his life. With Song Qingshu's head, presumably he would be able to become Kangxi's honored guest, which would be of great benefit to him in seizing back the throne. Just as Yin Zhonghe's ugly face was about to touch Min Ro's smooth face, a sharp and clear sound pierced through the air. Yun Zhonghe thought it was Song Qingshu and was scared out of his wits. He used his lightness skill to run back. But he was too late. Yun Zhonghe felt a burning pain on his face as soon as he stood beside Duan Yanqing. He touched his face and found it was covered with blood. Good whip skill. Duan Yanqing's eyes lit up when he saw the woman in white walking out of the room. She held a long black whip in her hand. It was the weapon she used to attack Yun Zhonghe. I told you, if you don't stop, you will suffer. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. You already have a wretched appearance, and now that you've been disfigured, you're simply as ugly as you can be. Song Qingshu shook his head and ridiculed Yun Zhonghe. You are still talking nonsense. Icy Snow came to Song Qingshu's side and scolded. Song Qingshu's spirit relaxed and he could no longer stand steadily. His body went limp and he fell into her bosom. With a bitter smile he said, a moment of carelessness, unexpectedly the boat capsized in the gutter. Miao Renfeng was curious when she saw Icy Snow's appearance. Lady who? Miao Renfeng's expression turned ugly when she noticed their intimate actions and recalled that they were hiding in the room with the door closed. Beautiful aunt, beautiful aunt. Miao Rulan didn't think too much. She giggled happily when she saw Icy Snow. She struggled to run into her arms, but she was too weak and almost fell to the ground. Lanner, be good. I will come and hug you after I beat these bad guys away, okay? Icy Snow couldn't help but smile when she thought about how she liked her so much after hugging her for a few days. Seeing Icy Snow's beautiful face, Yun Zhonghe's eyes flashed with greed. He said sternly, since Song Qingshu has been poisoned, we don't have to worry anymore. Hee, I didn't expect a beautiful girl to come out from a tender and delicious little sister. I'm really lucky today. Icy Snow knitted her brows. She raised her wrist and lashed the whip at Yun Zhonghe's mouth. The whip was so fast that Yun Zhonghe couldn't react in time. Seeing that Yun Zhonghe's mouth was about to be smashed, Duan Yanqing snorted and blocked the whip with his Damascus steel staff. You're courting death. Duan Yanqing smiled slyly when he saw the whip wrapped around his staff. He pulled Icy Snow to his side. Icy Snow's internal injuries had just healed and her body was weak. If it wasn't for saving Min Ro, she wouldn't have chosen the most unwise way to fight head-on. When she was pulled by Duan Yanqing, she let out a cry and flew over. Yun Zhonghe finally reacted. Seeing that Icy Snow was pulled over, he stretched out his silver crane claw to seal her acupoints. Unexpectedly, Icy Snow didn't panic in the face of danger. She tapped the front end of the crane claw with the tip of her toes and circled behind them as light as a swallow. What a beautiful qinggong. Duan Yanqing bent his body backward and dodged Icy Snow's whip, which was about to wrap around his neck. He revealed an envious look. It turned out that after Duan Yanqing's legs were crippled, the thing he longed for the most, apart from regaining the throne that belonged to him, was to recover his legs so that he could practice qinggong like other experts. Yi Ernyang and Southern Sea Crocodile Deity quickly attacked. Icy Snow's martial arts weren't inferior to Duan Yanqing's in her normal state, but it was a pity that she had just recovered from her serious injuries. Whether it was the strength or the angle of her attacks, she was slightly inferior. Thanks to the ancient tomb sect's exquisite qigong, she could hold on for so long by using guerrilla tactics. Although Song Qingshu was poisoned and felt weak, he still had his eyesight. When he saw that Icy Snow was at a disadvantage, he quickly gave her pointers. Moreover, the white python whip technique was passed down to Icy Snow by Song Qingshu, so it was easy for him to give pointers. Sometimes, he would ask Icy Snow to perform two unrelated moves that couldn't be connected. Icy Snow trusted Song Qingshu very much. Although it was hard for her to understand, she still followed his instructions unconditionally. As a result, the effect was surprisingly good. The four villains roared in anger and were gradually suppressed by Icy Snow's whip. Yi Ernyang knew that it couldn't go on like this. While the others were blocking Icy Snow, she waved her hand at the place where Song Qingshu was sitting and a hidden weapon shot out from her sleeve. Group 337294925 Icy Snow had been on guard against anyone trying to harm Song Qingshu. Seeing this, she hurriedly flicked her whip and knocked down Yi Ernyang's hidden weapon. It turned out to be a silver baby bracelet. But with this distraction, Icy Snow's defense was wide open and she was immediately forced into a difficult situation by the four villains. Duan Yanqing seized a gap and tapped Icy Snow's shoulder with the solitary young finger. Icy Snow screamed and hurriedly retreated to Song Qingshu's side. She felt that half of her body was numb. She could no longer stand and fell into Song Qingshu's arms. Icy Snow's whip technique was exquisite and her lightness skill was outstanding. Yi Ernyang was worried that there would be an accident. She hurriedly followed up and sealed all the major acupoints in Icy Snow's body. Yi Ernyang, do you want to know where your son who was taken away from you is now? Song Qingshu quickly whispered as she approached. A strange look flashed in Yi Ernyang's eyes, but she didn't show it. She gave him a deep look and retreated to one side. Hey Yunzhong. He looked at the two people who fell together and said, little lady, I, Yunzhong, am really lucky with women today. Seeing Icy Snow naturally fall into Song Qingshu's arms, Yunzhong's eyes flashed sharply and said, let's get rid of you first. He almost died in Song Qingshu's hands several times and was forced to swear a poison oath. Yunzhong hated him to the core. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Bang! The weapons collided and sparks flew. Yunzhong looked at Yi Ernyang in surprise and said, second sister, why did you stop me from killing him? Did you fall in love with this gigolo? I never heard that you like men. Yi Ernyang blushed and scolded, *ck off. I was just thinking about how to deal with him. Boss hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious? Yu Laosan added fuel to the fire, that's right, fourth brother. You don't even put boss in your eyes. Don't tell me you want to be boss yourself. Yun Zhonghe and Duan Yanqing had never been on good terms. Yun Zhonghe glared at him and hastily explained to Duan Yanqing, boss, I definitely didn't mean that. I hope boss can tell me how to deal with this person. Duan Yanqing nodded slightly and walked up to Song Qingshu with the help of his walking stick. Prince Song, I'm afraid you didn't expect to end up like this. Song Qingshu sighed softly. I had originally thought that I would die at the hands of Temujin or Zhang Wuji. Who would have thought that I would die at the hands of a thief? Duan Yanqing's face turned green. He turned around and said in a cold voice, considering that you and I are old acquaintances, do you have any unfulfilled wishes before your death? Tell me. If this old man is happy, perhaps I'll agree to it. After saying that, he glanced at Icy Snow. Duan Yanqing's meaning was clear. If Song Qingshu asked him to let Icy Snow go, he would respect Song Qingshu as a hero and wouldn't allow Yanzhong to defile his woman. Boss, this woman. Yanzhong was startled and hurriedly shouted. Shut up. A sharp light flashed in Duan Yanqing's eyes. Yanzhong immediately kept quiet out of fear. Song Qingshu smiled. There was no fear on his face. Why don't Mr. Duan listen to what I have to say first? Maybe you won't want to kill me. Duan Yanqing didn't mind. Why don't you say it? But no matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today. That's not necessarily true. Song Qingshu smiled and recited a sentence. It sounded like a poem, but it wasn't. Duan Yanqing's expression changed drastically. Outside Tianlong Temple, under the Bodhi tree, a sloppy beggar, Guanyin has long hair. Everyone in the room was confused. Only Duan Yanqing could understand what he was saying. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, followed by a trace of nostalgia. Suddenly, his expression turned fierce. He stared at Song Qingshu and asked, "You know where she is?" "Not only do I know where Goddess Guanyin is, but I also know that she gave birth to a son," Song Qingshu said lightly. Everyone in the room was surprised. They didn't understand what the two were talking about. How could Goddess Guanyin have a son? They even thought that Song Qingshu was blaspheming against the gods. Son? Duan Yanqing almost lost his footing. His throne was taken away. He lived in the dark mud and lived a life worse than a dog's. Goddess Guanyin, who gave alms outside Tianlong Temple, was the only light in his life. Now that he heard that he might have a son, his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. He was happy and at a loss. Boss? The other three villains saw Duan Yanqing suddenly stunned and hurriedly called out. Duan Yanqing finally came to his senses. He looked into Song Qingshu's eyes. "Where are they?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "If I tell you now, won't I be seeking my own death?" Duan Yanqing understood that Song Qingshu was planning to use the secret to make a deal with him. His complexion suddenly changed. It was obvious that he was struggling in his heart. On one hand, he wanted to know the whereabouts of the celestial concubine. On the other hand, he was worried about Song Qingshu's martial arts. If he offended him this time, how could they survive after he recovered? Yi Ernyang hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she stepped forward and said, "Boss, we have never had any enmity with this Prince Song. After he assassinated Kangxi, his reputation in the martial arts world is extremely high. Why should we make this unprofitable deal?" It turned out that Yi Ernyang thought of what Song Qingshu said just now. She understood that he probably knew the whereabouts of her missing child. She was worried that Duan Yanqing would kill him directly. She might not be able to find her son for the rest of her life. As for whether Song Qingshu would find trouble with them after he recovered, it was not worth mentioning in front of the power of a mother's love. Of course, all of this couldn't be known by the other three evildoers. Therefore, Yi Ernyang found another plausible reason. "I say, Ernyang, this is not like your character. Could it be that his fourth brother said, 'You have taken a fancy to this gigolo'?" The southern sea crocodile deity had no shrewdness. He said whatever he thought of carelessly. "That's right, boss. If we let this guy go, I'm afraid we will die miserably in the future. His martial arts are so high." Yunzhong, he was scared out of his wits. Among the four evildoers, he was the one who had offended Song Qingshu the most. How could he let Song Qingshu escape? Song Qingshu snorted and said, "Even if Song Mao wants to take revenge in the future, he will only look for you." Duan Yanqing hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made a decision. He laughed coldly and said, "Prince Song, your martial arts are too high. I don't dare to let the tiger return to the mountain and leave behind future troubles. As for that goddess of mercy, since I know that what happened that year was not a dream, I naturally have a way to find out who she is. You don't have to worry about it. Since you told me this news before you died, I will kill your female companion and bury her with you. I guarantee that she will not be defiled." "Then I really have to thank you." Since things had come to this, Song Qingshu didn't want to say anything more. He turned his head to look at icy snow. He saw that she was also looking at him tenderly and sweetly. The two looked at each other and smiled. Duan Yanqing raised his walking stick and propped it on Song Qingshu's chest. "Do you have any last words? Can I trouble Mr. Duan to pass a message to the Amei faction? Tell their faction leader not to die for me," Song Qingshu said with a smile. "Bah! Who will die for you?" A tender reprimand immediately came from outside the door. 337294925. A group of female disciples entered one after another, drawing their swords and surrounding the four great evildoers. Then, a graceful and elegant young girl slowly walked in. Duan Yanqing saw that these women were dressed in the Amei faction's uniform and frowned. "Are you the leader of the Amei faction?" "Miss Zhou?" "Yes, I am." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Duan." Zhou Jiruo's voice was cold and emotionless. No one could tell what she was feeling. Wow, so many women came at once. Yun Zhonghe, can't take it. Looking at Zhou Jiruo's face, Yun Zhonghe laughed presumptuously. Zhou Jiruo's face darkened. Yi Ernyang reminded her, be careful, fourth sister. But it was too late. Zhou Jiruo moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Yun Zhonghe. She stretched out her hand and grabbed him. Her 5 fingers were as white as jade with a layer of strange crystal color. It was the famous 9 white bone claw. Yun Zhonghe hurriedly used his lightness skill to dodge to the side. Although his throat was avoided, his shoulder was still grabbed by Zhou Jiruo. His skin was torn and blood gushed out. Zhou Jiruo was about to destroy his arm, but Duan Yanqing had already reacted. He raised his steel staff and stabbed at her back. She kicked Yun Zhonghe's body, and using the recoil, she swung her waist and moved 3 feet away in the air. Duan Yanqing complained in his heart. In order to save Yun Zhonghe, he used the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. Because he was afraid of Zhou Jiruo's swift movement, he didn't hold back his strength. He didn't expect that Zhou Jiruo would move to the side, so he stabbed at Yun Zhonghe. Yun Zhonghe had just escaped death from Zhou Jiruo. Before he could take a breath, he found the steel staff in front of his chest. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Duan Yanqing thought that he needed help to seize the throne. Although Yun Zhonghe's death was not a pity, he was a rare confidant. It would be a pity to kill him. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yanqing moved his iron staff a few inches away and stabbed it into the floor beside him, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Zhou Jiruo had already taken the opportunity to attack. Now, the offensive and defensive situation had changed. Duan Yanqing was already unable to move, so he could only focus on the crutch that was stuck in the floor, using only one hand to deal with it. Yi Ernyang and the Southern Sea Crocodile deity saw that their big brother was in danger, so they rushed up with their weapons. Zhou Jiruo untied the long whip and swung it in front of the two. The Southern Sea Crocodile deity used its crocodile scissors to block the whip, but it felt numb between the thumb and the index finger. Its whole body was shaken and rolled on the ground. One of Yi Ernyang's knives was knocked away, so she couldn't help but retreat. Her situation was slightly better than the Southern Sea Crocodile deity. The two of them were quickly surrounded by the disciples of the Amei faction who had reacted to the situation. They fell into a chaotic battle and were no longer able to help. Duan Yanqing got a chance to breathe and was about to take back the other iron crutch. He didn't expect that Zhou Jiruo's long whip would not stop, and it took the opportunity to wrap around the iron crutch on the ground. Duan Yanqing felt a strange force coming, and his whole body swayed. He could no longer maintain his balance and rolled on the ground in embarrassment. Just as he was about to get up, his throat was grabbed by Zhou Jiruo. Seeing the power of her 9 white bone claw, Duan Yanqing secretly shouted, "My life is over." But Yuncong's voice came from not far away, "Stop." Zhou Jiruo restrained Duan Yanqing. As long as she exerted strength in her hand, she could kill this peerless villain. Hearing Yuncong's voice, she was not in a hurry. She calmly turned her head to see what he had to say. As soon as their eyes met, Yuncong felt a chill in his heart. He put his silver crane claw on Song Qingshu's neck and hurriedly said, "If you dare to hurt our big brother, I will kill this little boy named Song. If you want to kill him, then do it." "What does it have to do with me?" Zhou Jiruo asked curiously. Yun Zhonghe was startled by her attitude, but he quickly reacted and said angrily, "Sect leader Zhou, you're looking down on our intelligence. Who in Jianghu doesn't know that Song Qingshu is your husband?" "Really?" Zhou Jiruo stared at icy snow in Song Qingshu's arms, and her eyes turned cold. "Don't you see that he has another woman in his arms? How can such a heartless man be my husband?" Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. "I haven't seen you for several months, but I didn't expect your martial arts to improve so much." Icy Snow's pretty face was flushed. She felt wronged and embarrassed. There was clearly nothing between the two of them, but now, it was like the mistress had caught the mistress. She wished there was a hole on the floor for her to crawl into. Yuncong was also startled and subconsciously retorted, "Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Song Qingshu smiled with relief. "Yuncong, you finally said something reasonable after such a long time." "Shut up," Zhou Jiruo and Yuncong said in unison. Yuncong chuckled. "It seems that Sect Master Zhou still cares about your husband." In that case, how about we make a deal? I'll let your husband go, and you let our big brother go. We'll go our separate ways, and we'll forget about today's matter. I've always wanted to kill Song Qingshu, but unfortunately, his martial arts are too high. I've always failed on the verge of success. It's rare to see him fail miserably this time. If you want to kill him, then just do it. However, you've made it so that I can't kill my enemy with my own hands. After this, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. The cold wind blew in from outside. Zhou Jiruo's dress fluttered slightly, and her delicate body seemed to be swaying. But at this time, the life and death of everyone in the room were in her hands. She felt a chill in her heart. No one dared to treat her as a delicate little girl. Yanzhong's face suddenly collapsed. He felt that he couldn't let go of Song Qingshu or not. He couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu with a sad face. Brother, what kind of wife is she? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Before he could speak, Icy Snow spoke first. Miss Zhou, you're in the wrong. Song Qingshu is your husband no matter what. What kind of unresolvable hatred can there be between husband and wife that makes you want to kill him? Sect leader Zhou, is there a misunderstanding? Min Ro had a good impression of Song Qingshu. She felt that he was as gentle as the clouds. She really couldn't figure out why Zhou Jirua was so heartless. Yes, beautiful sister. Uncle Song is a good person, Miao Rulan said in a sweet voice. Zhou Jirua's face was gloomy. She couldn't say that it was because of that matter. In the eyes of outsiders, they were husband and wife. It was normal for them to do things between husband and wife. I didn't expect you to be so charming. So many women are speaking up for you. Zhou Jirua looked at Song Qingshu and sneered. Song Qingshu replied with a smile, I've always been a man that women like. It's a pity that you seem to be the only one who can't feel my charm. Hearing his shameless words, Min Ro's face suddenly turned red. Icy Snow was also secretly shocked. Miao Rulan chuckled and said, shameful. Uncle is really shameless. Yanzhong, as long as you killed a woman in Song Qingshu's arms, I can consider letting you live. Zhou Jirua pondered for a moment and suddenly said. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room was shocked. Yunzhong he smiled strangely and said, Song, I was quite jealous of you. Every time I met you, you were accompanied by an outstanding beauty. All the flowers I picked in my life can't even compare to one of them. Now I know that it's not that easy to enjoy the bliss of having multiple partners. You're talking a lot of nonsense. Can you kill Yunzhong he or not? Zhou Jirua snorted coldly. Jirua, are you serious? Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Do I look like someone who jokes casually? Zhou Jirua's voice was cold. It's fine if you don't kill her, but you have to die in her place. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly at first, but he calmed down and nodded calmly. All right. You're willing to die for this woman? Zhou Jirua was inexplicably angry. When my meridians were broken, you must know what happened between us. The world is so big, but there's no place for me. Fortunately, I met Icy Snow who saved me and accompanied me to find a way to heal my meridians. I can't repay this kindness even if I die 10,000 times. I've already earned it by dying once. Song Qingshu looked at Icy Snow with tenderness in his eyes. Uncle. Icy Snow's heart trembled when she saw Song Qingshu's sincerity. She actually didn't call him uncle. You want to die for her, but I won't let you have your way. Zhou Jirua was irritated. She angrily rebuked Yunzhong he, why aren't you making a move? Do you want to kill your boss? No, no, no. Yunzhong he hurriedly shouted, but he was cursing in his heart. The situation before him was obviously a fight between two women, but he had no choice but to get involved. Judging from Zhou Jirua's appearance, she would definitely be reluctant to kill Song Qingshu later. If he killed that woman, Song Qingshu might not do anything to his woman after he recovered, but he would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. King Song Qingshu, why don't you just play with a woman's body like me? Why do you have to talk about feelings with a woman? You've caused me to suffer. Jirua, if you really do this, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Song Qingshu faintly sighed. Zhou Jirua's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Hesitation appeared on her face, but when she recalled that she had traveled thousands of miles to find him, only to find that he was deeply in love with another woman, her hesitation was quickly replaced by anger. She coldly said, "I remember saying this to you before." It turned out that the Golden Snake Camp had sent out invitations to the heroes. The Ma sect was a famous Orthodox sect in Jianghu. Naturally, they received the invitations as well. Since Zhou Jirua left the Forbidden City last time, she had been practicing Nine Sutra in closed-door training in order to avenge Song Qingshu one day. Zhou Jirua couldn't sit still anymore when the disciples of her sect brought the news of the Golden Snake Camp. Because she knew Song Qingshu's plan in the Forbidden City last time, she knew that Song Qingshu was likely to be in Shandong during this period of time. With a surge of passion, she brought her disciples all the way here, saying that she wanted to help the Golden Snake Camp. However, she had other expectations in her mind. Unexpectedly, when she saw Song Qingshu, he was holding another woman in his arms. Song Qingshu was silent. Seeing Yanzhong approaching icy snow slowly, he suddenly said, "Yanzhong, come closer. I have something to say to you." Seeing that Zhou Jirua didn't respond, Yanzhong bent down hesitantly. Song Qingshu whispered, "Now that we have a common enemy, why don't we make a deal? You give me the antidote of the sorrowful wind-softening poison, and I'll help you save Duan Yanqing. Then, I'll let bygones be bygones. What do you think?" Yanzhong was moved. He had dealt with Song Qingshu several times before. He knew that Song Qingshu was a man of his word. Since he said that he would let them go, he wouldn't go back on his words. Besides, it was better to do a favor to Song Qingshu than to be used by Zhou Jirua and be hunted down by Song Qingshu in the future. "What are you guys talking about?" Zhou Jirua returned from her daydream. She couldn't help but frown when she saw the two of them whispering to each other. "Jirua, if you want to kill her, then do it yourself. Otherwise, I'm worried that I won't be able to hate you for the rest of my life because of my soft-hearted heart." Song Qingshu was well aware of Zhou Jirua's temperament, so he deliberately provoked her. As expected, Zhou Jirua snorted. She casually sealed Duan Yanqing's major acupoints and walked toward icy snow. She used her 9 white bone claw to grab the top of her head. Just now, Yun Zhonghe took advantage of the fact that his figure was blocking Zhou Jirua's line of sight to secretly take out the antidote and swirl it around Song Qingshu's nose. Although Song Qingshu's internal energy had not completely recovered, it was not difficult for him to subdue Zhou Jirua. However, Song Qingshu didn't make a move. He was just accumulating his strength and waiting. When Zhou Jirua's fingers touched icy snow's hair, Song Qingshu was about to make a move. However, Zhou Jirua suddenly stopped. She looked at Song Qingshu with a complicated expression. Seeing his solemn expression, Zhou Jirua sighed softly, "Even you think that I'll really kill her?" Immediately, he became dispirited and waved his hand at Yun Zhonghe. "Take your boss and get lost." Yanzhong was stunned. He didn't expect such an ending. An inexplicable anger rose in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only take a deep look at Song Qingshu. When he saw that Song Qingshu didn't say anything, he nodded knowingly and didn't expose him. When he was about to leave, the sound of weapons falling to the ground was suddenly heard in the room. As far as the eye could see, the female disciples of the Ma faction were paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Jirua also felt that her strength was disappearing. She turned pale with fright, sorrowful wind softener. It turned out that second Mother Yi had secretly opened the bottle of grieving wind softener. Originally, after Zhou Jirua came in, the situation of the whole room was under her control. Second Mother Yi didn't have the opportunity to poison Zhou Jirua. It was a pity that Zhou Jirua's mind was distracted just now, and Second Mother Yi found an opportunity when she was distracted. Seeing the situation reversed, Yanzhong was delighted. Before he could cry out, he suddenly felt numbness in his waist. He couldn't stand and fell. When he fell, he saw Song Qingshu's meaningful smile. Then he remembered that he had just sniffed the antidote. Naturally, he wouldn't be poisoned again. Yanzhong wanted to remind his companions, but his acupoints were sealed by Song Qingshu's fingers. He couldn't open his mouth at all. "You young people only know how to talk about love every day. Now you regret it." The Southern Sea Crocodile deity grinned. He came to Duan Yanqing's side and released his acupoints. "Hey, fourth brother, how did you get poisoned? Second Mother Yi walked forward and pretended to give the antidote to Yunzhong. In fact, she wanted to take the opportunity to interrogate Song Qingshu about her son's whereabouts. When she walked to Yunzhong's side, Second Mother Yi suddenly felt dizzy. She hurriedly sat down with her legs crossed. But she was shocked to find that she couldn't use any internal strength. What are you doing? The southern sea crocodile deity Yu Laosan shook his head speechlessly. When he was about to go over to see what was going on, he suddenly cried out and couldn't hold the crocodile beak scissors in his hand anymore. His whole body fell to the ground. Duan Yanqing was shocked and hurriedly jumped back. But when he jumped into the air, he suddenly found that his internal strength couldn't continue and fell down with a plop. Which scoundrel dares to stab me in the back? Duan Yanqing found that his internal strength had disappeared. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The people in the room were also anxious. If someone came in at this time, wouldn't it be easy to kill them? But after a long time, no one came out. Looking at the surrounding walls and windows, Duan Yanqing was confused. The southern sea crocodile deity couldn't help cursing. Damn fatty, shut up. Hearing his curses, Zhou Jiruo's pretty face turned red and then white. Duan Yanqing looked at her in surprise. Did you poison them? You have the grieving wind softener, and I have the tendon softening powder. Let's see who recovers first. It turned out that when Zhou Jiruo found out that they were poisoned, she quietly spread the tendon softening powder in the air with her sleeves. The 4 evildoers were caught off guard and were poisoned. Isn't the tendon softening powder the unique poison of the Ruyang Palace of Mongolia? How did you get it? Duan Yanqing was shocked and angry. He had fallen from heaven to hell twice in such a short time. Even though he had a strong will, he still lost his composure. You don't have to worry about that. It turned out that when Zhou Jiruo stole the tendon softening powder from Zhao Min, she found that the poison was colorless and tasteless. It was very useful, so she couldn't help but secretly research it. She managed to get most of its medicinal properties and made a batch of imitations. No matter how good a person's martial arts was, once he was poisoned by the tendon softening powder, he would lose all his qi and be at the mercy of others. Zhou Jiruo suddenly thought of how she was at the mercy of others that day. She couldn't help but look back at Song Qingshu. When she saw that he was also looking at her with a faint smile, they must have thought of the same thing. Zhou Jiruo's face burned, and she quickly looked away. After the initial shock, Duan Yanqing gradually calmed down. He found that although he couldn't use his qi, he could still move his limbs, but he was much weaker than ordinary people. Ha ha ha, the tendon softening powder is just SOSO. How can it compare with the grieving wind softening powder of our Xixia's first-class hall? Duan Yanqing struggled several times and finally stood up slowly, trembling. Zhou Jiruo's face darkened. How can you still move? She tried many times, but she couldn't even move her fingers. The tendon softening powder and the grieving wind softening powder seem to have similar effects, but they are fundamentally different. The tendon softening powder makes people temporarily lose their internal qi, while the grieving wind softening powder doesn't target internal qi. It just makes people temporarily lose all their strength. After being poisoned by the grieving wind softening powder, no matter how deep your internal qi is, you can't use it without strength. Although you lose your internal qi after being poisoned by the tendon softening powder, the poisoned person can still move, albeit barely. Duan Yanqing smiled and slowly moved his iron crutch, approaching Zhou Jiruo step by step. Song Qingshu was really depressed. He had just detoxified the poison of the grieving wind softening poison and was about to unleash the tiger from its cage. When it was his turn to play the pig to eat the tiger, he was hit by Zhou Jiruo's 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder. This stupid woman. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. If she hadn't been smart, he would have controlled the whole scene, and he wouldn't have been in danger again. Of course, Song Qingshu also understood that it was the right choice of Zhou Jiruo at that time. It was unreasonable for him to blame her. Seeing Song Qingshu's eyes darting around, Duan Yanqing knew that these people were highly skilled in martial arts. Although he knew it was impossible, he was still afraid that they would force the poison out of their bodies. He hurriedly said, hoping to distract them, I'm very interested in the game that sect leader Zhou played just now. Unfortunately, sect leader Zhou's heart softened in the end, so let me continue playing. Sect leader Zhou, let me try for you to see which one of you is more important in Song Qingshu's heart. Zhou Zhirua said lightly, there's no need to try. Of course, I can't beat her. Group 3372949225 Duan Yanqing said curiously, Sect Master Zhou is incomparably beautiful, upright, and young. You're also Prince Song's legitimate wife. Aren't you belittling yourself by saying that? Zhou Zhirua felt bitter in her heart. How could outsiders understand the love-hate relationship between her and Song Qingshu? In the past, Song Qingshu was certainly devoted to her. Unfortunately, too many things happened later. She understood in her heart that Song Qingshu probably cared more about that woman now. Prince Song, this old man said before that in order to repay you for revealing the news about Goddess Guanyin, I'll repay you a favor. How about this old man will spare one of the two women beside you. As for who lives, it's up to you to choose. The distance that could be crossed in a single leap on normal days actually took such a long time now. Duan Yanqing was anxious in his heart, but his words were unhurriedly breaking down the mental defenses of the man and two women in front of him. I can't bear to see either of them die. If I really have to choose, I'll selfishly hope that you kill them all. That way, I can hug them left and right on the road to the netherworld and won't be lonely. Song Qingshu laughed. I just don't know if they're willing to die with me. Now that icy snow fell into Song Qingshu's arms, and Zhou Zhirua fell on icy snow after falling, the three of them leaned on each other, forming the embryonic form of hugging one on each side. Icy Snow smiled faintly and didn't speak. Zhou Zhirua wanted to rebuke him, but she opened her mouth and didn't say anything in the end. She said it. Mr. Duan, I have a request before I die, Song Qingshu suddenly said. Speak. Duan Yanqing slowly approached. Although my love life with this sect Master Zhou isn't very harmonious, she's still my wife. You'll definitely find the antidote on her body later. I don't want her to be humiliated after death. Can I find the antidote for you now? After you kill us, cremate us together so that we won't be humiliated by villains. After saying that, Song Qingshu glanced at Yanzhong. Yanzhong was anxious, but his acupoints were sealed and he couldn't speak, so he couldn't remind Duan Yanqing. Seeing Yanzhong's anxious eyes, Duan Yanqing only thought that he still had the idea of plucking a flower. He had never been fond of women. Moreover, he had the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. So, he felt some sympathy for Song Qingshu, a grand top expert, who had fallen into such a situation. He said in a deep voice, all right, I promise you. He thought that since Song Qingshu had been poisoned by the sorrowful wind softening powder, it would be useless to only get the antidote for the 10 fragrant tendons softening powder. Thank you, Mr. Duan. Song Qingshu turned to look at Zhou Zhirua and asked, Zhirua, where did you put the antidote? Zhou Zhirua didn't want to answer him at first, but she felt a chill when she thought that other men would come to search her body. Comparing the two, she felt that it was better for Song Qingshu to take it. Thinking that the antidote was placed in such a place, her face flushed and she said softly, it's in my arms. I'm sorry. Song Qingshu said respectfully, which made everyone in the room puzzled. They were husband and wife, so why did they still treat each other like outsiders? Song Qingshu struggled to raise his hand and stretched it into her arms. His movement was very slow. Zhou Zhirua felt that it was a very long time, so she turned her head away and didn't look at him anymore. When Song Qingshu finally put his hand into her lapel, Zhou Zhirua's whole body trembled. She pursed her lips and said, not there, on the right. Oh. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Under Icy Snow's teasing eyes, he finally took out the antidote. Give me the antidote. Duan Yanqing was delighted, but he suddenly worried that it might be a trap set by Song Qingshu. He took out the poison and disguised it as the antidote to trick them into taking it. When he was hesitating whether to let Lao San or Lao Si try it first, he suddenly heard Yi Ernyang's surprised voice, you've been afflicted by the grieving wind softening powder. How can you still move? Duan Yanqing cursed inwardly. Only now did he realize that he had overlooked such a big flaw in his complacency. At this moment, Song Qingshu had already taken the antidote. He laughed and said, because I also smelled the antidote of the grieving wind softening powder. Then he glanced at Yun Zhonghe. Duan Yanqing was shocked and angry. He looked at Yun Zhonghe and scolded, "You betrayed me?" Yun Zhonghe felt bitter but couldn't say it. He thought with a wronged expression, "I didn't know that the situation would turn around so quickly." Song Qingshu gently flicked his finger, and Duan Yanqing felt as if his iron staff had been struck by a heavy blow. Since he was poisoned, it was already very difficult for him to maintain his balance. How could he still stand? He fell to the ground in a sorry state once again. "Don't worry too much, Mr. Duan. I promised Yun Zhonghe that I would spare your lives. I never go back on my words. I'll give you the antidote after I save them." Song Qingshu didn't mean to release the tiger back to the mountain. It was mainly because, at his level of martial arts cultivation, it was much more important to cultivate the state of mind than the internal force. If he went back on his words and left a flaw in his heart, his cultivation would probably regress a lot. Seeing that Duan Yanqing was still willing to keep his promise and let them go under such circumstances, Duan Yanqing had a complicated expression on his face. "I've never been convinced by anyone in my life. Prince Song is the first. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Duan. However, our paths are different. When we meet again in the future, we will probably draw our swords against each other. Mr. Duan doesn't need to take today's feelings to heart." Song Qingshu first helped the two women up. He wanted to help them sit on a stool. Suddenly, he had an idea. He had the two women back to back, leaning against the corner of the wall. He had found the antidote for the grieving paralyzing wind from the four villains. Thinking that he had suffered enough this time, he also took the grieving paralyzing wind from them. He thought to himself, "I should find a chance to let little Ling Su help me research it. If she can replicate it, it will be very useful. As for whether little Ling Su will listen to me, hee. With icy snow, my future mother-in-law, saying so, I don't think she will dare to be disobedient." However, when Song Qingshu fumbled in Yi Ernyang's arms, Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but snort coldly. "Men and women shouldn't touch each other. You were talking about others just now. How can you act like a gentleman? Can I take it that you're jealous?" Song Qingshu laughed. "Yi Ernyang is old enough to be my mother. I don't know why you're jealous. What's more, sex is emptiness, and emptiness is sex. I don't have sex in my heart, so my actions are naturally not lewd. Who's jealous of you?" Zhou Zhirua spat. "It's just that our Amei sect is a dignified and upright sect. As the leader of Amei sect, it's only natural for me to speak out against your filthy behavior." "Is that so?" Song Qingshu's face was full of smiles. "Can't you see icy snow next to you is trying hard to hold back her laughter?" "No way." Icy Snow was startled. She hurriedly tried to clear her name. Holding the antidote and walking to the two women, Song Qingshu suddenly froze. Both women were poisoned. Who should he detoxify first? Although it was actually a trivial matter in the eyes of modern people, etiquette was the most important thing in ancient society, and the order could not be messed up. With Zhou Zhirua's black-bellied temperament, she was already dissatisfied with icy snow. If he detoxified icy snow first, it was hard to guarantee that she would not retaliate in the future. After all, Zhou Zhirua's image in the original work was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Zhu often claimed to be Zhang Wuji's legal wife, but in the end, Zhou Zhirua ignored her biggest rival in love, Zhao Min, and chose to kill Zhu on Spirit Snake Island. If she held a grudge for today's matter, Icy Snow would be in danger. Icy Snow had always been aloof from worldly affairs. If he detoxified Zhou Zhirua first, she would certainly not mind. However, she had always been worried about her identity as a widow, so it was quite awkward for her to be with him. If she thought that he valued Zhou Zhirua as his legal wife more, it was hard to guarantee that she would not feel sorry for herself and make up her mind to distance herself from him. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. "Prince Song, why don't you detoxify us first?" Duan Yanqing seemed to see his awkwardness and said, "We have offended your friends just now. If they recover later, it's hard to guarantee that they won't attack us. Prince Song, if you stop them, it will hurt your friendship with your companions. If you don't stop them, you will go back on your promise. Why don't you let us go first, young master?" Song Qingshu thought it made sense, and he did not have to worry about which woman to detoxify first for the time being. When he came to Yunzhang's side, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "Originally, I wanted to tie your excellency to a tree trunk with a thunderstorm today so that you can fulfill the vow you made that day. However, the world is ever-changing. Since I promised to let you go, I naturally won't go back on my word. However, if your excellency continues to do evil, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the calamity of being struck by lightning in the future." "I won't dare. I won't dare." Yun Zhonghe's face was deathly pale. The last time he swore, it was just a trick. He thought that no one in this world would be so unlucky as to be struck by lightning, so he continued his profession of picking flowers without any psychological pressure. Now that he heard Song Qingshu say it, he knew that Song Qingshu had this idea for a long time. If he was tied to a tall tree, he might really be struck to death by lightning. Song Qingshu smiled and came to the side of the southern sea crocodile god. "You Laosan, I admire your honesty and straightforwardness. I'll detoxify you first." "Thank you, Prince Song." The southern sea crocodile god cupped his fists. "Yi Ernyang, your child's matter is of great importance. It's not convenient for me to tell you. However, you only need to know that he has grown up and is healthy. Don't harm other people's children in the future." Song Qingshu said in a low voice as he came to Yi Ernyang's side, blocking everyone's line of sight. Hearing that her ill-fated child had grown up healthy, Yi Ernyang's lifelong resentment dissipated by more than half. She said happily, "Thank you, benefactor. I will never harm innocent children in the future." Song Qingshu sighed. Yi Ernyang had killed children for so many years. Even if she died 100 times, it would not be a pity. What was the use of repenting now? If everyone were to learn from the Buddhists, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, wouldn't evil go unpunished? However, he was clear about Yi Ernyang's future fate. He knew that she was doomed to die, so he did not want to interfere in advance. "Mr. Duan, what I discussed with you in the Five Poisons sect is still effective. Maybe we will have a chance to unite in the future." Song Qingshu detoxified Duan Yanqing while using secret voice sending. Nowadays, people in Jianghu cared too much about the difference between good and evil. They paid attention to the fact that good and evil were irreconcilable. However, Song Qingshu understood that what he wanted to do needed the help of all people in order to have a chance of success. Didn't Grandpa Deng say that whether a cat was black or white, as long as it could catch mice was a good cat? Of course, this theory was too shocking nowadays. Song Qingshu had no intention of changing people's opinions, so he had to be careful. Duan Yanqing's eyes brightened. Dali was now prosperous and the people were at peace. Duan Jingming and Duan Jingchun had won the hearts of the people. His hope of regaining the throne was getting slimmer. However, if he had the help of a master like Song Qingshu, everything was still uncertain. "Young Master Song, you don't hold grudges and are open-minded. I admire you." Duan Yanqing laughed and quickly lowered his voice to remind Song Qingshu, those two women were poisoned by 2 kinds of poison at the same time. "Mister, if you give one the grief-softening wind potion and the other the 10 fragrant tendon-softening powder, I don't think you will offend anyone." It turned out that Duan Yanqing had roamed Jianghu for decades. He had seen through Song Qingshu's dilemma and gave him some advice. The older, the wiser. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and secretly gave him a thumbs up. After the 4 villains left, Song Qingshu detoxified the 2 women according to Duan Yanqing's method. Then, he handed a bottle of grief-softening wind potion to Zhou Zhirua. "Zhirua, quickly go and save your disciples." Zhou Zhirua snorted and snatched it. Without thanking him, she got up and detoxified the disciples one by one. Song Qingshu and Icy Snow also detoxified Miao Renfeng and her daughter, as well as Shiqing and his wife. Shiqing had always abhorred evil as if it was his personal enemy, so he was displeased that Song Qingshu had released the 4 evildoers, especially the perverted Yun Zhonghe. However, he knew that his life had been saved by Song Qingshu, so he didn't know what to say, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Min Ro and Shiqing had been husband and wife for many years. She knew what he was thinking when she saw his expression. Worried that her husband would offend Song Qingshu, who was highly skilled in martial arts, she quickly said, "Thank you, Prince Song, for saving us. Otherwise, we would have called it quits today." The process was full of twists and turns. Song Mao is really ashamed for making Madame Sure worried. Seeing Min Ro's pale face, Song Qingshu knew that she had been badly frightened by Yun Zhonghe. A chivalrous woman like her was not afraid of death when she roamed the Jianghu, but she was afraid that her innocence would be sullied by a perverted thief. In addition, Yun Zhonghe was a pervert who threatened to ravage her in front of her husband. Bah, this young lady would probably have nightmares every day. How can you blame Prince Song for this? It's just that the sorrowful wind softening poison is really hard to guard against. Min Ro had never seen such a powerful poison before. Her face was filled with lingering fear. It just so happens that I have obtained a few bottles from the 4 villains. I will give 1 bottle to Madam. You can use it to protect yourself when you roam the Jianghu in the future. Song Qingshu casually handed a bottle of sorrowful wind softening poison to Min Ro. Min Ro's face turned red. She didn't expect that he would give her such a precious gift. It should be known that even an expert like Song Qingshu had been defeated by the sorrowful wind softening poison. With this to protect herself, it was foreseeable that she would not have to face any life or death situations in the future. Min Ro was delighted, but she never had her own opinions. She always asked for her husband's opinion. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shi Qing. Shi Qing's face revealed a strange expression. He said in a deep voice, "We, the black and white swords, roam the Jianghu and always put chivalry first. If we meet with misfortune, we can only blame ourselves for being inferior to others. If we win with poison, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our chivalrous reputation?" Although Min Ro was reluctant, she still obeyed her husband's opinion. She smiled apologetically at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu silently cursed. If it weren't for him, Min Ro would have been taken by Yun Zhonghe right in front of you. However, he understood that these Jianghu people cherished their reputation. They valued their reputation more than anything else. Moreover, Min Ro was so obedient that Song Qingshu didn't want to offend anyone. He withdrew the sorrowful wind softening poison and smiled faintly. Song Mao was rude. Prince Song had good intentions. Min Ro hurriedly waved her hand. She was worried that she would hurt his face. Song Qingshu smiled carelessly. He turned around and walked in front of Miao Renfeng. "Greetings, Hero Miao. Uncle, you're so powerful. You even beat the bad guys away." Miao Rulin clapped her hands excitedly. Miao Renfeng's face was gloomy. Although he was saved by Song Qingshu, he clearly saw him and Lady Hu walk out of a room. Earlier, Shi Qing and Min Ro claimed that there was a couple in the room. When he visited the owner of the room, Lady Hu didn't say anything. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why would she not greet her old friend even though they were outside? I'm afraid these two were doing some shady business in there. A thought flashed through Miao Renfeng's mind. His face became even more unsightly. Hui Dao was a friend he deeply respected. When he saw that Song Qingshu and his widow were together, if not for the fact that Lady Hu didn't seem to be forced, he would have pulled out his sword and killed Song Qingshu even if he knew that he was no match for them. When his wife Nan Lan was cheated away by Tian Guinong's flowery words, Miao Renfeng hated the dissolute and lecherous men in the world, as well as fickle women. Now, Song Qingshu was the former in his eyes, and Icy Snow was the latter. Miao Renfeng cupped his hands expressionlessly. "Many thanks for Prince Song's help. I'll take my leave now." Then, he pulled little Rulin out of the room. Seeing her father's gloomy face, Miao Rulin didn't dare to act coquettishly. She could only reluctantly look back at the two. Miao Renfeng stood at the door and suddenly stopped. Without turning his head, he said, "Big brother whose spirit in heaven. Lady Hu, you're on your own now." Song Qingshu was furious when he heard this. He wanted to reason with him, but Icy Snow grabbed his hand. Tears were swirling in her beautiful eyes. Her face was pale, and her lips were bloodless, but she firmly shook her head. Song Qingshu's heart softened. He knew that if he really started a debate with Miao Renfeng in front of so many people, Icy Snow would be in a difficult position, regardless of whether she won or lost. So, he couldn't help but pat the back of her hand to comfort her. Zhou Jirua happened to see this scene. She sneered, "Let's go." Then, without turning her head, she beckoned her disciples to leave. Sigh. Song Qingshu wanted to urge her to stay, but Zhou Jirua was determined to leave. She had no intention of staying, and her slender figure quickly disappeared into the night. the black and white swords looked at each other. Sensing the strange atmosphere in the room, they quickly took their leave. The room that was bustling just a moment ago was suddenly empty. "Uncle, quickly go after Miss Zhou." "I'm fine here." Icy Snow wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her slender fingers and forced a smile. "It's hard to explain what happened between us. In her heart, I may not be her husband." Song Qingshu shook his head, looked at Icy Snow, and said, "Besides, why would I leave you at such a time?" Icy Snow couldn't hold back anymore. She buried her head in his arms and sobbed. "Icy Snow, if you didn't stop me just now, I would have scolded that Miao Renfeng. After Big Brother who passed away, only you, the orphan, and the widow tracked down the murderer for him. When your life was at stake, where was he, the so-called invincible man?" Song Qingshu said indignantly. "I can't blame him. Although Big Brother who was poisoned to death, he was the one who injured him. So I've been holding a grudge against him. At that time, he offered to take care of us and teach fear martial arts. I rejected him without any hesitation and have been deliberately avoiding him all these years." Icy Snow wiped her tears with the back of her hand and said faintly. "Humph, our relationship is as clear as the sun and the moon, but he actually doubted your noble character. I can't take it anymore." Song Qingshu was filled with hatred. "As the saying goes, not only did you not catch the fox, but you also brought trouble upon yourself." Being despised by Miao Renfeng, he was naturally unhappy. He thought to himself that he would vent his anger on Nanlan when he returned to Yanjing City. In the past, Madame Miao abandoned her husband and son, which inevitably made him a little extreme. "Uncle, please don't take it to heart," Icy Snow advised softly. "It's fine if others doubt you, but Miao Renfeng actually doesn't believe you even though you're as close as a brother and sister." Song Qingshu thought to himself. If Miao Renfeng knew that he played with Nanlan's body like that, would he thank me for avenging him or would he want to kill me? Miss Zhou and uncle are husband and wife. Didn't they also misunderstand? Icy Snow couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She finally calmed down. "We're only husband and wife in name," Song Qingshu sighed and told her about the grudge between Zhou Zhirua and Song Qingshu and Zhang Wuji. Icy Snow pondered and suddenly asked doubtfully, "According to what you said, she chose to marry you out of spite. But why did she seem to care about you a lot? Is that so?" Song Qingshu was stunned and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid she wants to kill me." "Why?" Icy Snow looked at him with sparkling eyes. Her womanly nature ignited the flame of gossip in her heart. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then told him what he had done to Zhou Zhirua in the past. "Sigh, because of this, I have always felt guilty towards her." Icy Snow's mouth was so wide that an egg could be stuffed inside. "Heavens, I used to think that uncle was a rare gentleman. I'm afraid even you despise me now." For some unknown reason, Song Qingshu felt that his chest was unusually stuffy tonight, and he had to get some words out. "What do you mean by you? Don't you know how to call me sister-in-law?" Icy Snow smiled. "Sister-in-law." Song Qingshu's voice was hoarse. Sigh. Icy Snow responded sweetly, "I'm afraid uncle doesn't only feel guilty towards Miss Zhou now." "I don't know either." Song Qingshu shook his head. He realized that he actually fell in love with this woman who had an innocent appearance like a white lotus in the original work, but was actually sinister and black-bellied. He couldn't tell if this was the effect of the real Song Qingshu's remnant soul or his true feelings, so he didn't dare to face this problem all along. Icy Snow nodded thoughtfully and said, "Although I don't know why uncle is so hesitant, I believe that one day, you will recognize your true heart." Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Icy Snow's snow-white cheeks. "Sister-in-law, now that you know my dark side, will you hate me?" Icy Snow reached out and stroked his eyebrows. She said softly, "At least uncle has never shown me his dark side." "What if I do?" Song Qingshu stared at her with a burning gaze. Upon meeting his gaze, Icy Snow's heart trembled and she turned her head away unnaturally. "That depends on what kind of darkness it is." "What kind of darkness can't you tolerate, sister-in-law?" Song Qingshu asked incessantly. "Unless you hurt Fei I don't think I'll mind anything else." Icy Snow felt her cheeks burning. "For example, what I did to Zhou Zhirua." A strange glint flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Icy Snow panicked and quickly stood up. Uncle, it's getting late. Let's pack our luggage and hurry on with our journey. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu grabbed her wrist tightly. There are still 2 hours before daybreak. Why are you in such a hurry? Song Qingshu glanced outside the window with a smile on his face. Uncle, why are you asking such a boring question? Helpless, Icy Snow could only sit down again with a reproachful expression. What's your answer? Song Qingshu's eyes were filled with longing. Icy Snow sighed faintly. I'm not Zhou Jirua. Huh? Song Qingshu was baffled as he didn't know what she meant. To his surprise, Icy Snow kept her lips tightly shut and refused to say another word. Song Qingshu suddenly reacted and was overjoyed. Sister-in-law, are you saying that you won't blame me or hunt me down like she did even if I did that to you? Icy Snow's delicate body trembled. She pursed her lips and said, I didn't say that. Song Qingshu stood up and pulled her into the house. It's getting late. Let's seize the time to rest for a while. Sigh, Icy Snow said hurriedly, I've already slept. You should rest well. No. Song Qingshu's tone was indisputable. Your internal injuries have just healed and you need more rest. Then you sleep on the bed. I'll just meditate on the couch. Icy Snow waved her hand in a panic. Sister-in-law, you sleep on the bed, Song Qingshu said. Then where will you sleep, uncle? Icy Snow asked hesitantly. Of course I'll sleep on the bed too. The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth curled into a smug smile. Icy Snow hurriedly shook her head. No. Absolutely not. Sister-in-law, you took pity on me and let me sleep on the bed with you. Nothing happened, right? Sister-in-law, you must believe me, Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Icy Snow lowered her head and her eyelashes trembled. Not today. I don't believe you today. Sister-in-law, I'm a little sad when you say that, Song Qingshu said gloomily. Icy Snow secretly spat, you're the one who has bad intentions. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu admitted frankly, Sister-in-law, although I don't know what kind of feelings I have for Zhou Jirua, I'm very clear about my feelings for you. I really don't want to be a gentleman today. The other party's gaze was as though solid. Icy Snow revealed a struggling expression and finally sighed softly. Just this once. Don't pester me in the future. Song Qingshu felt as though the sound of nature entered his ears. He hurriedly nodded and carried her horizontally to the bed. Icy Snow's ears turned red. She buried her head in his arms and was unwilling to lift it up. Although she felt that Song Qingshu's promise was insincere, she needed a reason to convince herself, even if it was a reason that couldn't withstand scrutiny. Icy Snow held down Song Qingshu's hand that was unbuckling his belt and looked at him blankly. How should we get along after today? What do you think, sister-in-law? Song Qingshu asked. How dare you call me that? Icy Snow was embarrassed and angry. She sighed when she saw the other party smirk. Let's forget what happened tonight when we wake up tomorrow and restore our previous pure relationship. Isn't that unfair to you? Aren't you doing it for me? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. It's good that you know that. Icy Snow bit her lower lip. Her eyes wandered and looked at him charmingly. Song Qingshu's heart fluttered. He leaned down and murmured in her ear, how about this? When there are outsiders around, we will continue to address each other as uncle and sister-in-law. When we are alone, we will be like this. If I don't do it, won't I always be at a disadvantage? At this moment, Icy Snow couldn't help but feel lustful. Her cheeks blushed, and her voice lost its former coldness and was replaced with a hint of sweetness. Two people are in love with each other. How can it be measured by who is taking advantage and who is at a disadvantage? Song Qingshu smelled a sweet fragrance. His hands felt soft and warm, so he didn't have the mood to talk. He held Icy Snow's shoulder with his left hand and wrapped his right hand around her soft and slender waist. His voice trembled a little. Sister-in-law Uncle Icy Snow's eyes were watery and sparkling. She reached out and hooked his neck. How could Song Qingshu hold back? He leaned forward and kissed her. At first, Icy Snow clenched her teeth and didn't allow him to penetrate her. Unfortunately, she only persisted for a while before she completely let go of her heart. She opened her teeth slightly. The two of them kissed passionately for a while. Song Qingshu reached out his hand and suddenly looked at Icy Snow with a strange expression. Sister-in-law obviously wants it too. Why do you want me to beg you? Icy Snow blushed and said embarrassedly, Uncle, don't tease me anymore. Sister-in-law said before that I must never call you sister-in-law again when we are facing each other like this. But now, I still want to call you that. Song Qingshu's throat was dry as he said with difficulty. Icy Snow rolled her eyes at him. She could naturally understand some of his evil thoughts. However, she wasn't any better now. A layer of misty mist appeared in her eyes as she said in a sweet voice, I also like to hear you call me that, Uncle. Having been with her for so long, Song Qingshu had never heard Icy Snow call out to him in such a tender and charming voice. He hugged her even tighter, loving her tenderly. For a moment, his mind wandered and he didn't know where he was. After Icy Snow let go of everything, she became even more passionate. She treated Song Qingshu as her lover and served him wholeheartedly to satisfy his needs. The two of them were entangled together. After an hour, Icy Snow suddenly sighed softly. I'm going to die because of you. Song Qingshu hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, Are you angry? Icy Snow snorted and couldn't help but grumble, I told you in advance not to do it inside, but you still brought so many in. What if I get pregnant? How am I going to face others? That's a good thing. By then, I'll marry you openly. You won't be able to refuse me, right? Song Qingshu chuckled. Your husband almost killed me today. Wouldn't it be more dangerous for me to be a concubine in your residence? I'm not doing it. Icy Snow giggled. Why would I let you suffer? If I can marry you, of course, it won't be as a concubine, but. Song Qingshu suddenly recalled Zhou Jiruo's mournful eyes as she lay on the bed and suddenly realized that he couldn't say the rest of his words. Icy Snow seemed to know what he wanted to say. She pressed her slender fingers on his lips and said softly, Don't say anything unfaithful. Sister Zhou is also a pitiful person. Besides, my identity is awkward, and I've never thought of staying with you forever. I'll be satisfied as long as you can accompany me when I miss you. You know I don't care about your identity. Song Qingshu grabbed her hand and felt that it was soft and smooth. His heart skipped a beat and he looked at her sincerely. Icy Snow smiled faintly. But others will care, especially after Feier learns about it. How will he view you, his sworn brother back then? Song Qingshu looked depressed and hurriedly corrected, that time, it was Feier who took his father's place to become sworn brothers with me, not him. Icy Snow's face was full of smiles. Since I'm not ready yet, it's better to keep our relationship a secret. Seeing the embarrassed expression on Song Qingshu's face, Icy Snow snapped, I'm obviously the one who suffered a loss, alright? I let you take advantage of me and you don't need to take responsibility. Why are you so unhappy? That's because you love me. Song Qingshu wrapped his arms around Icy Snow's waist and moved his lips closer to her snow-white face. Icy Snow dodged and pursed her lips, pretending to be angry. Don't call me that. But you clearly liked it a lot just now. Song Qingshu didn't mind and kissed her wantonly. Just now was just now. Now is, now. Icy Snow pursed her lips tightly and her voice seemed to be trembling. It's almost time. Song Qingshu pinched Icy Snow's smooth shoulders and gently pulled her into his arms. It's almost dawn. Although Icy Snow had just been intimate with him, she still wasn't used to their relationship. Women's natural shyness made her subconsciously bashful. Song Qingshu looked out of the window and shook his head. It's not bright yet. You're lying through your teeth. Icy Snow also took a glance, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she spat inwardly. Sensing that Song Qingshu was on top of her, Icy Snow's heart skipped a beat. She felt weak all over. She stretched out her snow-white arms and hugged the man on top of her. Previously, Icy Snow allowed Song Qingshu to do whatever he wanted out of shyness. However, she wasn't a little girl who didn't know the ways of the world after all. Under the dark desire, she gently swayed her soft waist, trying her best to match the man's movements. Feeling Icy Snow's response, Song Qingshu enjoyed endless tenderness, but he still wasn't satisfied. He leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. Icy Snow's starry eyes were half closed as she laid there lazily. When she heard his words, she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "What do you take me for?" Song Qingshu knew that she wasn't really angry, so he quickly whispered a few more words in her ear. Icy Snow was dubious. "Really?" "Of course. You'll know once you try," Song Qingshu assured her. Icy Snow's skin was dyed with a layer of enchanting rose red. She was in a daze. After being repeatedly seduced by Song Qingshu, she couldn't help but show a hint of desire on her face. However, she quickly frowned and said, "But I don't know. I've never done that before." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. If he wasn't familiar with Icy Snow's character, he would have suspected that she was deliberately seducing him. Seeing that even though Icy Snow's hair was disheveled, her brows were still as pure as usual, he was already convinced. He said complacently, "Big brother who was born with integrity, so he probably doesn't know how to play tricks. Now, it's my turn." Fortunately, he was still rational and didn't voice out his thoughts. Otherwise, Icy Snow would have kicked him off the bed out of embarrassment. Under Song Qingshu's encouraging gaze, Icy Snow hesitated for a moment. Eventually, she couldn't resist his ardent gaze and turned her back shyly. "This is so embarrassing." Icy Snow quickly regretted it. Just as she was about to lie back down, Song Qingshu held her waist and moved closer. Icy Snow let out a muffled groan. After tasting the sweetness for the first time, she was actually looking forward to it. She laid there quietly with a blushing face. "Sister-in-law, your waist is so soft. Few women can bend their waist to such an angle." Song Qingshu couldn't stop praising. This little bastard is comparing himself with other women. The resentment that rose in Icy Snow's heart was dispersed by the gentleness of the man behind her. "This feeling is indeed. He didn't lie to me just now." Icy Snow's expression soon became cheerful and sweet. She didn't want to say another word. The next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, the two of them walked side by side on the official road. Icy Snow suddenly staggered and almost fell. As soon as she steadied herself, she pushed away Song Qingshu, who came to support her, and said angrily, "It's all your fault. My legs are still a little wobbly and I feel like I'm floating when I walk." Recalling the charming scene yesterday, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and said, "Why don't I carry you?" Icy Snow was startled. She looked around guiltily and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that no one noticed. Then, her face sank and she glared at Song Qingshu. "I told you not to be too intimate in public." Okay. Song Qingshu knew that she had always been thin-skinned, so he nodded with a smile. Icy Snow blushed and sighed faintly. "Sigh, I lost my mind last night and actually did something that betrayed Big Brother who. If Big Brother who can see me from heaven, I really won't have the face to see him." Song Qingshu understood her feelings, but he didn't try to comfort her. Suddenly, he had an idea. He took out a mask from his bosom and handed it to her. He said with a smile, "Will you feel better if you cover your face with this?" Looking at the silvery white mask in front of her, Icy Snow didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she suddenly remembered that she might meet a lot of acquaintances in the next few days and it would be more convenient to cover her face. Thus, she took the mask and put it on. "Sister-in-law, even if you cover your beautiful face, it's still hard to hide your graceful bearing. You're really captivating." Song Qingshu sized her up and praised sincerely. Icy Snow was a little happy to be praised by her lover. "No, you have to wear it too. Otherwise, it will feel weird for me to wear this ghost mask alone. I've meticulously crafted this mask, and it's entirely made to look cool and awkward. It can't be this ugly, right?" Song Qingshu was depressed. He was used to seeing Zorro, Batman, and the like wearing masks to look cool in movies and TV shows in his previous life. He couldn't forget about it after he came to this world. He thought that his current appearance was pretty good. Even if it couldn't reach the effect of Yang removing his lower body in front of Guxiang 16 years later in The Return of the Condor Heroes, it shouldn't be a problem to deceive ordinary young ladies. "I wonder what the fate of that pair of ill-fated lovebirds is like in this world." Song Qingshu was suddenly stunned. Too many things had happened to him in the past 2 years. He actually didn't have the time to investigate the progress of the plot of The Return of the Condor Heroes. I wonder if Yanghua has lost his arm? Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. Whether Yanghua lost his arm or not had nothing to do with Song Qingshu. He was only concerned about whether the Dragon Knight's plot took place. If Yanghua had lost his arm, then the two of them must have come down from Mount Shounan, which proved that the scene that left a shadow in the hearts of countless young men had already happened. If Yanghua didn't lose his arm, then Xiaolong Nu might still have a chance to keep her chastity. The first thing people do when they transmigrate is to go to Mount Shounan to look for Xiaolong Nu, who is said to be extraordinarily beautiful. If they meet an upright person, they will save her from Yin Jiping. If they meet a despicable person, they will choose to knock Yin Jiping out and do it themselves. Why did I forget to go to Mount Shounan? Song Qingshu criticized in his mind. Uncle, what's wrong? Seeing his strange expression, Icy Snow asked curiously. Nothing, Song Qingshu smiled and returned from his daydream. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "What did you call me?" Icy Snow knew what he was thinking and said angrily, "You promised me that we would still address each other as uncle and sister-in-law." "I didn't say anything," Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "I was just worried that you would feel uncomfortable if you called me that." Icy Snow blushed and said, "It's a little weird." Song Qingshu laughed smugly, and Icy Snow quickly chased after him. Song Qingshu's lightness skill was outstanding, so he wouldn't let her catch him. However, to tease Icy Snow, he deliberately slowed down his pace. The ancient Tomb sect had always been known for their lightness skill. Icy Snow knew that Song Qingshu was teasing her, but she was indignant and chased after him with her lightness skill. Every time she was about to catch Song Qingshu, he would escape. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. Icy Snow wasn't really angry, but it was as if she had returned to the days when she was a young girl, so she enjoyed the relaxing chase. The two joked and joked along the way. Soon, they left the Jin Kingdom's sphere of influence and entered Shandong. "Sister-in-law, let's find a restaurant to eat something," said Song Qingshu worriedly when he saw Icy Snow's temples dripping with sweat. "Okay." Icy Snow also felt a little tired and nodded. When the two walked into a restaurant, Song Qingshu gasped. This place had always been a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Wuxia novels were not deceiving. Most of the people in the restaurant were martial artists, probably because the Golden Snake Camp had recently sent out hero invitations. However, the most eye-catching people were two groups of people. One group sat in a private room on the east side, surrounded by a circle of strong warriors and a circle of 8 archers. They scanned the people entering and leaving the restaurant with keen eyes. At the table in the middle sat a beautiful and charming young girl. Opposite her was a graceful woman. They were his old acquaintances, Zhao Min and Princess Huajing. Song Qingshu curiously sized up the people around her. He found that apart from Jinluan Fuwang and the Xianming elders, Da, Er, and San were missing. However, there was an itinerant monk and a green-robed old man. Could it be that Fan Yao, the right emissary of light, disguised as Ku Tuchuo? Could it be that Zhao Min and Zhang Wuji have reconciled? Song Qingshu's heart sank, but he quickly shook his head, knowing that he was overthinking. Although Fan Yao was the right emissary of light of the Ming dynasty and was also a first-class expert in Jianghu, he was still a long way from being a real top-notch expert. However, this itinerant monk had the demeanor of a grandmaster. His imposing manner was not inferior to Jinluan Fuwang. As for the green-robed old man, he was expressionless, making people feel that he was unfathomable. Even the Xianming elders stood respectfully behind him. Hey, the Xianming elders are already among the top experts in Jianghu when they join forces. Even Jinluan Fuwang may not be taken seriously by them. Who is this green-robed man? How can he make them so obedient? Song Qingshu was shocked. Aside from these two grandmasters, there were 3 more people in Zhao Min's group. One of them looked like a zombie and held a mourning stick in his hand. One of them had a high nose and deep eyes. He had curly hair and a yellow beard. He was obviously a barbarian, but he was dressed in Han Chinese clothing. There were pearls around his neck and jade bracelets on his wrists. The last person was even more unique. Both of his legs were broken and he relied on 2 crutches to support his body. With Song Qingshu's knowledge, he could tell at a glance that he was an Indian. He could almost smell the smell of curry from afar. "I'm sorry, I'm not discriminating." It's just that Indian curry is too famous. Speaking of which, I kind of miss the taste of flying biscuits. Song Qingshu thought to himself, trying to figure out who these people were. Based on the way they were dressed, they should be the three heroes of Mongolia, Xianxia, Kishi, and Nimiksing from the Return of the Condor Heroes. However, these three people were obviously Kublai's subordinates, so why were they in the Ruyang Palace? This was something that Song Qingshu didn't know. It turned out that Zhao Min's kidnapping was a very serious matter. With Princess Huajing there, Jinlu and Fawang and the others couldn't cover it up even if they wanted to. The news quickly spread back to Mongolia. Kublai and the Ruyang prince were shocked. They all sent their masters to rescue her. So now, it could be said that there were many masters around Zhao Min. The old man in the green robe was the master of the Xianming elders. He was the famous Taoist priest of Baisu decades ago. Back then, Taoist priest Baisu fought with Zhang Sanfeng for hundreds of rounds. In the end, he lost one move. From then on, he lived in seclusion and studied martial arts. This time, he returned to the Central Plains to avenge the humiliation of losing to Zhang Sanfeng. The Buddha was the master of the Shaolin Temple in the western region. He was the master of Ah-Er and Ah-San. Ah-Er and Ah-San surrendered to the Ruyang Palace and were defeated several times by the masters of the Central Plains. As their master, he was also ashamed. So, he called them back and went out to meet with Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty and other masters of the Central Plains. When Song Qingshu and Icy Snow walked in from the door, Zhao Min looked up thoughtfully. She noticed Song Qingshu's figure and a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Fortunately, Huajing happened to come over and chat with her. She was distracted and did not ask her men to trouble him. There was another group of people sitting in the private room on the west side, surrounded by a circle of well-dressed warriors. In Song Qingshu's opinion, their skills were not inferior to the Manchurian imperial bodyguards. At the table in the middle sat a man in embroidered clothes in his 30s. He looked thin and elegant. However, Song Qingshu's cultivation was so profound that he could capture the gloominess in his eyes that he deliberately hid. Beside him sat two Grandmaster Realm Masters. One of them was tall, dressed in white, with a high nose and deep eyes. His face was yellowish-brown and full of heroic spirit. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. He was Ouyang Feng, an old acquaintance of Song Qingshu. The other man had a pair of sharp eyebrows, a goatee, and an unruly look on his face. Song Qingshu could not guess his identity. He thought that since he could sit at the same table as Ouyang Feng, his kung fu must not be inferior to Western poison. Who on earth was this man in embroidered clothes who had two Grandmaster Realm Masters as his bodyguards? There were too many masters here, and Song Qingshu was on his guard. But if he retreated now, wouldn't it be obvious that these people would find trouble with him? With a relieved smile, Song Qingshu took Icy Snow's hand and found a corner to sit down. Originally, Icy Snow didn't dare to show anything to Song Qingshu in front of so many people. But now that she was wearing a mask, she was much bolder than usual. Although her pretty face under the mask was flushed, she calmed down when she felt the heat from Song Qingshu's palm. Sensing the tense atmosphere between the two groups, Song Qingshu drank his wine calmly and flirted with Icy Snow, who was beside him, causing her to pout coquettishly. Although Icy Snow's face was covered by a mask, her figure was graceful. The skin under the mask was as fair as snow, and her lips were rosy and alluring. Many men in the restaurant swallowed their saliva at the sight of her, wishing they could go up and take off her mask to see what kind of face was under it. The man in embroidered clothes picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. His eyes never left Icy Snow's soft and slender waist. He thought to himself, it's a pity that the current situation is treacherous, and it's not advisable to make enemies everywhere. Otherwise, I could get my subordinates to secretly capture this lady and bring her back to the residence. Wouldn't that be wonderful? On the other side, Lu Zhangke, one of the Xianming elders, had always been lustful. Every day, he stayed by the side of the incomparably beautiful Zhao Min and the valiant Huajing. His heart was filled with fantasies all the time. Unfortunately, he knew his identity. These two incomparably noble women were not to be touched. Last time, because he flirted with Ren Yingying and caused Murong Jingyue to escape, Lu Zhangke was scolded by Zhao Min after that incident. It had not been long since that incident, so naturally, Lu Zhangke did not dare to openly flirt with icy snow. Glancing at Zhao Min's beautiful figure out of the corner of his eyes, Lu Zhangke thought to himself, back in Wan'an Temple, when I received the help of the Ming dynasty, didn't I also play with the young prince's most beloved concubine Han? Concubine Han's body is fair and tender. That taste is really unforgettable. That little girl, Zhao Min, better not give me a chance, or I'll definitely play with her. Not only will I make Zhang Wuji a cuckold, I'll also be able to vent the hatred in my heart after working like a slave for so many years. Suddenly, two Taoist priests ran in a panic. One of the older Taoist priests said to the other, younger brother Yin, that witch's lightness skills are very good. Although we stole 2 horses and took the opportunity to shake her off for a while, I think it won't be long before she catches up with us. Let's quickly eat something and hurry on with our journey. The other Taoist priest had a blank expression on his face, as if his soul had left his body. He casually nodded his head and let his older brother pull him to sit down. Song Qingshu frowned. Seeing that these 2 Taoist priests were wearing Chuanjian clothing and connecting the dots between their conversation, it was not difficult to guess that these 2 were Yin Jiping and Zhao Zijing. Who is this which they are talking about? Song Qingshu's expression did not change, but he was already carefully searching in his mind. When it came to witches, there were 2 most famous ones. One was Huang Rong, but now that Guijing and the Chuanjian sect were on good terms, Huang Rong would not make things difficult for them. The other was Zhao Min, who was sitting not far away. Who else could be called a witch? Could it be Li Macho? Waiter, what good food do you have? Quickly bring it to me. Zhao Zijing shouted loudly. Only then did he realize that the atmosphere in the restaurant was strange. He immediately lowered his voice and said, younger brother Yin, this is obviously not a good place to stay. Let's finish eating and leave. Yin Jiping grunted in agreement, not caring at all. He just kept looking behind him. A Mongolian Qianhu suddenly ran over to Zhao Min and Hua Jing and whispered to them. Years ago, Genghis Khan invited Xiao Chuji to the western regions to meet him and teach him the art of longevity. Xiao Chuji traveled tens of thousands of miles to the west with 19 disciples. Yin Jiping was the eldest disciple and was among them. Genghis Khan sent 200 soldiers to protect Xiao Chuji and the others. At that time, this Qianhu was just a small soldier and was also among the 200 people, so he recognized Yin Jiping. Zhao Min's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. In the near future, the Ruyang Palace would replace Ali Buj in dealing with the Manchu Qing and the Jin Kingdom. The Chuanjian sect was located in the hinterland of the Jin Kingdom and was the largest sect in the Central Plains. Zhao Min had also heard about Genghis Khan inviting Xiao Chuji to the western regions. In her opinion, the Chuanjian sect and Mongolia had a long history. If she could pull the Chuanjian sect to her side, it would be much easier to deal with the Jin Kingdom in the future. Are these 2 Taoists from the Chuanjian sect? Zhao Min smiled sweetly as she looked at the 2 Taoist priests. Zhao Zijing was surprised. He didn't expect such a graceful and beautiful woman to greet him with a smile. He didn't like women, but his Taoist heart was almost shaken by Zhao Min's bright smile. He subconsciously said, yes, I am Zhao Zijing, and this is my junior brother Yin Jiping. Yin Jiping seemed to have lost his soul. All his attention was on the woman chasing them. Facing Zhao Min, he didn't look as bad as Zhao Zijing. As soon as she heard that these 2 were the Chuanjian sect's 3rd-generation chief disciple and their martial arts expert, Zhao Min laughed even more happily. She stretched out her white hand in invitation and said, would the 2 Taoist elders do me the honor of drinking a cup of wine? This? Zhao Zijing was obviously tempted. However, he thought that it wasn't easy to get rid of that haunting woman. If he delayed here for a while, she would probably catch up again. Zhao Min was quick-witted. When she saw the hesitation on Zhao Zijing's face, she roughly guessed what was going on. She continued, are you hiding from your enemies, Taoist priest Zhao? Although the guards by this little girl's side can't be said to be invincible, they are more than enough to protect the 2 of you. What a big tone, little girl. On the other side, Ouyang Feng snorted coldly. Zhao Min's expression turned cold. The Vajra sect master seemed to have received her signal. He picked up a chopstick with 2 fingers and channeled the power of his mighty diamond finger, flicking it toward Ouyang Feng's face at lightning speed. The chopstick was like a sharp arrow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Ouyang Feng's expression was solemn. Just as he was about to strike it down, the person next to him reached out and calmly grabbed the chopstick in the air. With a twist of both hands, the chopstick turned into powder. The Vajra sect master was secretly shocked. The chopstick was imbued with the power of his mighty diamond finger. If an ordinary expert overestimated their own strength and tried to take it head-on, their palms would be cut so deep that their bones could be seen. Who would have thought that the other party would casually grab it? Brother Qiu's iron palm truly lives up to its reputation. Ouyang Feng revealed a strange expression and cupped his hands at the person. It turned out that the other party was the famous iron palm drifter, Qiu Qianren. Brother Ouyang, you must be joking. Qiu Qianren smiled nonchalantly, but his heart was a bit solemn. His iron palm could crack a stone like it was tofu, but his palms actually felt a faint pain when he caught the chopstick shot by the Tuchuo from such a distance. The other party's martial arts might not be inferior to his. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Daoist Baixing said in a sinister tone, "Your Excellency is Western Poison of the Central Plains 5 Uniques. What advice do you have for me?" Ouyang Feng asked indifferently. "If it weren't for that old fart Zhang Sanfeng accidentally injuring me in the past, would it have been your turn to win the sword meet of Mount Hua?" Daoist Baixing showed a contemptuous expression. "You can try if you're not convinced." Ouyang Feng's mind had been in a mess for the past few years. After waking up, he had regained his former arrogance as Western Poison. Although the Daoist in front of him was not to be trifled with, Ouyang Feng was not afraid of him. Song Qingshu looked at the two of them with a smile that was not a smile, looking as if he was watching a show. Who knew that the restaurant would suddenly become quiet, and he couldn't help following everyone's gaze to the door, only to see a beautiful woman slowly walking in. Jinlu and Fuwang had witnessed Zhou Buotong's martial arts and knew that Zhou Buotong's martial arts were slightly better than his. Moreover, he had fought with Guo Jing, the successor of Hong Qigong, one of the 5 greats. Their abilities were about the same, so Jinlu and Fuwang did not underestimate the 5 greats like Priest Baisu. After all, Ouyang Feng won the title of the world's #1 in the second sword duel of Mount Hua. His martial arts were probably not inferior to Zhou Buotong's. Jinlu and Fuwang was wary, but he could not wait for Priest Baisu to suffer due to his underestimation of the Mongolian experts. Naturally, he would not warn him. Just as he was gloating over the fight between Priest Baisu and Western Poison, he suddenly saw the woman who walked in. His expression immediately turned ugly. The woman wore a veil-like white dress, as if she was shrouded in smoke. Other than her black hair, her entire body was snow-white. However, her skin lacked a layer of blood, making her look abnormally pale. The men in the inn were stunned. Even the women like Zhao Min and Icy Snow were stunned. "This girl is so beautiful," Icy Snow muttered to herself. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, "She might be your junior sister." "Junior sister?" Icy Snow was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "If I'm not mistaken, she should be the current leader of the ancient Tomb sect." Xiaolong knew naturally, "She's your junior sister." Song Qingshu was already 100% sure in his heart. With such a beautiful and otherworldly appearance, aside from Xiaolong Nu, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Moreover, the temperament that she exuded was similar to Icy Snow, which strengthened his confidence. It should be caused by the ancient Tomb sect's heart technique, Song Qingshu thought to himself. Xiaolong Nu is chasing after Yin Jiping and Zhao Zijing. According to the original plot, wouldn't she have been? Looking at the fairy-like girl before him, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. He looked at Yin Jiping with an additional murderous intent. Song Qingshu had misunderstood. The reason why Xiaolong Nu chased after the 2 Taoists was not because she knew her chastity had been sullied, but for another reason. It turned out that with the butterfly effect brought about by Song Qingshu's time travel, Ouyang Feng did not wander around the world crazily like in the original work. Instead, he was kept by Hong Antong on the Divine Dragon Island for a long time and served well as his last trump card. Without Ouyang Feng on Mount Zhongnan, Xiaolong Nu's pressure points would not be sealed by him, and Yin Jiping would not be able to take advantage of her. Yin Jiping didn't get what he wanted, and the yearning in his heart became more and more obsessed. Zhao Zijing was often with him, so he naturally knew most of it. Yin Jiping was the next sect leader of the Chuanjin 7 Masters. Zhao Zijing thought that in terms of martial arts and knowledge, he was above Yin Jiping, so he had a belly full of dissatisfaction. When he found out that Yin Jiping was infatuated with Xiaolong Nu, he came up with a plan. Not long ago, the two of them coincidentally met Xiaolong Nu at the same inn. Zhao Zijing secretly put an aphrodisiac in Xiaolong Nu's tea, and then encouraged Yin Jiping to take advantage of her. With this information in hand, Yin Jiping's position as sect leader would naturally be lost, and Zhao Zijing would get what he wanted. Unfortunately, the two of them never expected that Xiaolong Nu had a pure heart and few desires since she was a child. Moreover, she had cultivated her internal energy on the chilled jade bed, so the effects of the aphrodisiac were not that obvious. In addition, Zhao Zijing was an orthodox disciple of the Xianmen sect, so he had never come into contact with any powerful aphrodisiac. Therefore, although Xiaolong Nu felt uncomfortable all over, she didn't care. Yin Jiping saw that she didn't show any signs of being poisoned, and thought that Zhao Zijing was deliberately teasing him. The two of them immediately started arguing, and Xiaolong Nu happened to hear them. No matter how naive Xiaolong Nu was, she understood that the two of them were dirty, and in anger and embarrassment, she drew her sword. How could the two of them be a match for Xiaolong Nu? Fortunately, she had never killed anyone before, and in addition, she had no experience in society. She couldn't think of how to deal with the two of them, so they escaped for so long. Seeing that Xiaolong Nu was chasing after them, the two of them were scared out of their wits. Yin Jiping was alright, in his heart, if he could die under the sword of the woman of his dreams, then his life wouldn't be in vain. But to Zhao Zijing, Xiaolong Nu didn't attract him, so naturally, it would be best if he could live. Fawang, save me. Xiaolong Nu's swordplay was too exquisite, and Zhao Zijing was in a panic, so he just happened to see Jinlu and Fawang. He had seen Jinlu and Fawang's kung fu at the Great Scattered Pass Hero Assembly, it was not below Wu Jing's. Zhao Zijing felt that the only person who could save his life from Xiaolong Nu's hands right now was Jinlu and Fawang. In front of so many experts, Jinlu and Fawang's reaction made Jinlu and Fawang feel a little smug, but he had seen Xiaolong Nu and Yang Wa's combined swords, and he had almost lost his life under their swords. He looked outside the door with some lingering fear, but he didn't see Yang Wa's figure, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Compared to Yin Jiping, Xiaolong Nu hated Zhao Zijing, the person who drugged her. She couldn't help but frown. Big monk, I'm only looking for trouble with this Taoist today, move aside. Though Jinlu and Fawang felt a little guilty, but in front of so many experts, he couldn't bring himself to be scared by a little girl's words. He could only laugh coldly. This Taoist priest Zhao is our Mrs. Friend, I hope Miss Long will be magnanimous. Even with Jinlu and Fawang's arrogance, he was shocked by the number of experts that had appeared recently. Now that he was not in Mongolia, he had to be careful, and naturally didn't dare to reveal Zhao Min's identity. Zhao Min recovered from her initial shock, and smiled sweetly. Taoist priest Zhao and Taoist priest Yin are the most outstanding disciples of the third generation of the Qiuanjin sect. The Qiuanjin sect has always been fair and just. Miss, do you have any misunderstandings with the two Taoists? Why don't you say it? I might be able to help both sides resolve it a little. Xiaolong Nu's face reddened, and she didn't have the nerve to say it out loud, so she shook her head. I will resolve our grievances myself. Yin Kishi was the best at observing people, and quickly guessed Zhao Min's meaning. He laughed and stood out, protecting Zhao Zijing behind him. Miss Long, this Taoist priest Zhao is a very good person, I'm afraid you have some misunderstandings, I'll ask him to apologize to you. Xiaolong Nu frowned, and her left hand unsheathed her sword, as fast as lightning, and thrusted it towards Yin Kishi. Yin Kishi quickly raised his whip to meet the attack, and only heard an ah sound. Zhao Zijing, who was standing behind him, had already been stabbed in the shoulder. Huh? As soon as the sword came out, the inn was filled with astonishment. Even a master like Xiao Xiangzi couldn't see how the sword came out. Only Song Qingshu, Ouyang Feng, Taoist priest Bai Shen, and a few others could see that Xiaolong Nu's sword came out from her right hand, bypassing Yin Kishi's body, and thrust it towards the person hiding behind him. Yin Kishi was shocked, and thought that even though the sword didn't stab him, he was powerless to protect Zhao Zijing. Wouldn't he also lose face in front of Zhao Min? But he was very clear that Xiaolong Nu's sword was too fast, and he couldn't see the trajectory of her two swords. Facing the enemy like this, he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, he became even more terrified. He swung his golden dragon whip and called out, "Miss Long Nu, please be lenient." Who would have thought that Xiao Long Nu would ignore him? Her feet moved slightly, and she took 2 steps to the left. Xianxia hurriedly followed, wanting to protect Zhao Zijing. Who would have thought that a muffled groan could be heard from behind? He turned his head in shock, and saw that Zhao Zijing's left shoulder had already been slashed by the sword, and blood was overflowing. Most of the people at the scene were still baffled as to how the sword was stabbed. They only felt that Xiao Long Nu's swordsmanship was so exquisite and swift that not only could it come and go without a trace, but it also seemed to be able to attack the enemy from a distance. Little junior sister swordsmanship. After hearing Song Qingshu's explanation, Icy Snow finally understood that Xiao Long Nu was her junior sister. While she was shocked by the exquisiteness of Xiao Long Nu's swordsmanship, she was also puzzled. She felt that Xiao Long Nu seemed to be using 2 different swordsmanship. One seemed to be the ancient Tomb Sect's Jade Maiden swordsmanship, and the other seemed to be the Chuanjin Sect's style. Is this the Jade Maiden swordsmanship? Song Qingshu opened his mouth slightly. After Feng Qingyang's demise, he could be considered as the world's #1 swordsman. With his current insight, he couldn't help but admit that this swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, and had very few flaws. In the hands of Zhou Badong and Guo Jing, the effect of left and right interfighting is limited. I'm afraid only in the hands of Xiao Long Nu can it double the user's strength. With a thought, Song Qingshu picked up 2 chopsticks and dipped them in wine. He tried drawing a square with his left hand and a circle with his right hand. What are you doing? Icy Snow asked curiously as she looked at the 2 crooked patterns on the table. Just doing an experiment. Song Qingshu laughed at himself. This proved that he was still a smart person and wouldn't learn such a stupid method. However, his sword and fist interfighting seemed to have a lot in common with it. Of course, with Song Qingshu's current realm, he already felt that sword and fist interfighting was too complicated and not worth mentioning. There are so many experts in Mongolia. Little junior sister's situation is really dangerous. Icy Snow said worriedly. Suddenly, she changed the topic. Which side are you going to help later? Song Qingshu was stunned. Is there any doubt? Xiao Long Nu is your little junior sister. It's reasonable for me to help her. That's not necessarily true. Icy Snow snorted. Previously in Kaifeng, didn't you flirt with that Mongolian princess? Hee. Song Qingshu could only reply with a silly smile. Icy Snow suddenly laughed. But I believe that uncle will help my junior sister. Although that Mongolian princess is incomparably beautiful, my little junior sister has skin of ice and bones of jade. Her appearance is even slightly better than hers. Uncle has always been a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Of course, he won't let my little junior sister be bullied. What kind of messy reason is that? Song Qingshu said gloomily. At this moment, there was already a change in the scene. Zhao Zijing was hit by 2 swords. In his heart, he despised Xianxia's mediocre martial arts and couldn't be relied on as a protective talisman. In the midst of the crisis, he rushed to Jinlu and Fuwang's side. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Just as he passed by Xianxia, Xiao Long Nu acted as if she didn't see him. She turned around and attacked Xianxia with her left hand, while the sword in her right hand stabbed towards Nimiqing on the other side. Nimiqing's legs were crippled and it was difficult for him to move. His left hand supported his crutch and his right hand used the iron snake to block. Zhao Zijing shouted loudly and his sword fell to the ground. It turned out that his wrist was stabbed. Good swordsmanship. This move was even more peculiar. It was obvious that Xiao Long Nu and Zhao Zijing were far apart, but when she was attacking the 2 experts, she managed to find time to injure him. Even an expert like Ouyang Feng sighed in admiration. Xianxia snorted coldly and said, Miss Long's swordplay is not bad, I'll have to experience it myself. His left hand pushed out to the side and Zhao Zijing felt a huge force hitting his shoulder. He lost his footing and fell a few feet away. Luckily his internal energy has a good foundation, so even though he suffered a few injuries, he was still able to stand. Song Qingshu saw this and laughed coldly. Shameless, really shameless. 3 Wuling grandmasters ganging up on a little girl, where's the propriety? Xianxia and the rest heard this and their faces turned slightly hot. All their lives, they had never cared about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but all of them were arrogant and conceited, and they attached great importance to their status. Not to mention the 3 of them joining hands, even if it was one-on-one, they would disdain to fight a young lady like this. But at this moment, if they were to rely on themselves, they would definitely not be able to withstand her unpredictable sword move. Xiao Longnu looked at Song Qingshu in surprise. Her values are very simple, whoever is good to her, she will be good to them. Hearing Song Qingshu speaking up for her, she had a good impression of this stranger. Being glanced at by her pure eyes, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her peerless beauty and sighed, no wonder Yin Jiping's 10 years of cultivation was destroyed that night in the original novel. Is there any man in the world who can resist such temptation? Xiaoxiangzi saw Xiao Longnu turn her head and was delighted. He quietly waved his staff and pounced over. Song Qingshu saw his sneak attack and pressed his right hand on the table. A chopstick jumped out from the bamboo tube and his left hand brushed past it. With a clang sound, the chopstick hit Xiaoxiangzi's staff. Xiaoxiangzi felt his thumb and forefinger go numb and looked over in shock. Song Qingshu leisurely picked up a cup of wine and took a sip. He had already shown mercy, otherwise, with his current level of martial arts, a chopstick would be enough to take the life of an expert like Xiaoxiangzi. Xiao Longnu finally regained her senses. Her sword flashed and she has already made her move. Xiaoxiangzi and the others still could not see her sword clearly, they all leapt back more than 10 feet away and brandished their weapons to protect their vital parts. Xiaoxiangzi, Nimixing and Yin Kishi were all hoping that she would attack the others first. As long as they could see some clues from her moves, they would have a chance to win. The 3 of them had the same idea. Therefore, they each used their life's consummate skill, protecting their entire body so that there was not the slightest gap. First, they hoped that they could not win, then they hoped that the enemy could win. These 3 experts took a defensive stance as soon as they made their move, which was a rare occurrence in their lives. But seeing that the enemy was so strong, if they rushed forward to attack, they would most likely be humiliated. In the main hall, Xiao Longnu stood in the middle with her 2 swords hanging on the ground. Xiaoxiangzi and the other 2 stood in 3 different directions. In front of each of them, a cold light flashed back and forth. Yin Kishi's golden whip turned into a ball of yellow light, Nimixing's iron snake was a black shadow, advancing and retreating, Xiaoxiangzi's morning stick turned into a gray screen, covering the front of his body. Seeing that Zhao Zhijing was about to retreat behind Jinlu and Fuwang, Xiao Longnu waved her sleeve and stepped forward. Nimixing and Xiaoxiangzi rushed forward from the left and right, the iron snake and morning stick were in front of her. Even if the 2 of them combined couldn't attack, they should be able to defend themselves. Xiao Longnu saw that there was no gap to take advantage of and did not use her 2 swords. She saw that Zhao Zhijing was running to the back of the hall and chased after him with her sword in hand. But Nimixing and Xiaoxiangzi's weapons made whistling sounds and she was unable to catch up. Xiao Longnu said, "Are you going to let me or not?" Nimixing's broken legs were caused by Yanghua and Li Macho. He knew that Yanghua was Xiao Longnu's lover and wanted to vent his anger on her. He laughed coldly and said, "We won't let you, you little witch. What skills do you have that you can muddle through?" Xiaoxiangzi and Yin Kishi looked at each other. They understood that in front of Zhao Min and Hua Jing, fighting 3 against 1 was already a great loss of face. It was difficult to get off the tiger now. If they won, it would be fine. But if they retreated because of Xiao Longnu's words, they would not have the face to continue living in Mongolia. Xiao Longnu was not angry. She only knew that if she wanted to kill Yin and Zhao, she had to get rid of these 3 skilled fighters. She coldly said, "Since you won't let me go, then I'll have to offend you." Just as she finished speaking, the sword flashed and suddenly there was a sound, it was continuous. Before the sound subsided, Xiao Longnu had already leaped back more than 10 feet and returned to the center of the hall. Good swordsmanship. Song Qingshu was full of praise. Then he changed the topic, "What a pity, what's wrong?" With Icy Snow's martial arts, she could not completely see Xiao Longnu's lightning-fast swordsmanship. Hearing Song Qingshu praise her little apprentice sister, she did not have the time to be happy. Then she heard the next sentence and could not help but worry. In that instant, your junior sister's twin swords had already stabbed, sliced, pointed, and chopped. In total, she had made more than 40 moves. Unfortunately, the other three's defense was watertight. Every move collided with the weapons. In the ears of an ordinary person, more than 40 extremely short continuous strikes were only the long sound of weapons clashing. Song Qingshu explained in a low voice, although your apprentice sister's swordsmanship was exquisite and fast, her internal energy was insufficient. She could not use her sword to block their swordsmanship and it would be difficult to break through their defense. Xianxia and the others were even more alarmed. The reason why they were able to block her attack was because they were able to wield their weapons so tightly that not even a drop of water could get through. If they had waited for her to attack and then raise their weapons to block, they would have been hit by the sword. Xiao Longnu's rapid attacks were unable to break through and she admired the opponent's tight defense. She paused for a moment and lightly retreated backwards. Her face was still facing Xianxia. Her two swords suddenly turned around and stabbed backwards. Ding, 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 12 rapid clanging sounds could be heard. Even a master of the pipa would not be able to play with such urgency. Inkishi's golden whip was never idle and finally managed to block these 12 attacks. Xiao Longnu thought, such rapid brandishing of the swordsmanship consumes a lot of internal energy. It will not last long. I just need to wait and see. After a long time I will find an opening. Even if Zhao Zhijing and the others escape, I will slowly find them. Her two swords trembled slightly. It seemed like an attack but not an attack. She was accumulating power and waiting to strike. But she did not attack. Her opponents did not dare to relax. But Xiaoxiangzi and the others had profound internal energy. Brandishing their swords like this, their strength did not diminish in a short period of time. Xiao Longnu saw that there was no opening to exploit. She quietly stood there, her expression elegant and dignified. She was never impatient. She had been following Yin Jiping and Zhao Zhijing for more than a month. She did not make a move. What harm was there in waiting for another day or half a day? 20 years of silent defense in Gumu had trained her patience to the point that no one could match. Not to mention the 3 experts surrounding a young girl, they were all on the defensive. Even if their faces were as thick as the city walls, they would be too embarrassed to let Princess Zhao Min and Princess Huaxing see their shameful state. Nimixing saw Xiao Longnu holding her sword and standing there as if there was no one else around. He was the first to lose his cool. He suddenly roared like a tiger and brandished his iron snake, rushing towards her. As soon as he attacked, there was an opening on his left. Xiao Longnu's sword trembled. Nimixing hurriedly used his crutch to jump back. He felt a slight pain in his shoulder. Looking down, he saw a small hole in his clothes. Blood was seeping out. If not for Xiao Longnu guarding against his iron snake's attack, his left arm would not be attached to his body. Nimixing's attack was futile and he was injured. Although he was angry, he did not dare to rashly attack again. The 3 people stood in 3 different directions, each brandishing their weapons. Xiao Longnu stood in the middle, completely ignoring them. Inkishi had used the yellow sand 10,000 li whip technique 4 times. Suddenly he had an idea. He called out, "Brother Nimixing, Brother Xiaoxiang, let's take half a step forward." Nimixing and Xiaoxiangzi didn't understand his intention. But thinking that he was a great merchant of the western regions, knowledgeable and intelligent, they obeyed and took half a step forward. Inkishi took half a step forward at the same time. He called out, "Our defense must be strict, our steps must be slow. Let's take half a step forward." Nimixing and Xiaoxiangzi followed. The 3 people did not relax. After a while, they took half a step forward. At this time, everyone could see that the circle surrounding Xiao Longnu was gradually shrinking. In the end, she would be squeezed in the center. Although the 3 people did not dare to attack, they each brandished their weapons. They formed 3 impenetrable walls, gradually squeezing towards the center. The 3 defensive forces combined into a powerful attack. It was really fierce and unstoppable. When the crowd saw this scene, other than Zhao Zhijing and a few others, they were secretly delighted. Even Zhao Min and the others were worried for Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu saw the three people getting closer and closer. Their weapons and moves were still unable to find an opening. She knew that before long, she would be squeezed to death by them. She thrusted her two swords repeatedly. Clanking sounds were heard, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Every move collided with the opponent's weapon. She consecutively attacked more than 10 times, but all were blocked. The three people each took half a step forward. Xiao Longnu gradually panicked. When she retreated to the left, her foot tripped and she staggered. Her swordplay revealed a big flaw. If it wasn't for Xianxia and the others defending and not attacking, not daring to take advantage of the opportunity to attack, she would have been in great danger. "Uncle, I'm afraid little Marshall's sister won't be able to hold on much longer." Icy Snow was restless. She wanted to rescue her several times, but because of the Mongolian people's numbers, she was worried that more experts from the opponent would join the battle and harm Xiao Longnu. Song Qingshu suddenly said, "Miss Long, although the left and right mutual sword combination is exquisite, have you forgotten that most of the swordplay in this world only needs one sword? The opponent wants to take your sword, why are you so stubborn?" Xiao Longnu was originally an exceptionally intelligent person. After listening to Xianxia's pointers, she suddenly realized that when Xianxia used the 10,000 miles yellow sand whip, there was a natural suction force. Xiao Longnu was worried that the sword force in her hand would be drawn, so she deliberately avoided that direction. Xiao Longnu's thoughts were simple. Just now, when Song Qingshu helped her, she felt that he wouldn't harm her. Without the slightest hesitation, her left sword stabbed towards the center of Xianxia's whip. As soon as the two weapons came into contact, Xiao Longnu felt a strong force coming from her sword, almost causing her to lose her grip. Her face was calm. Not only did she not pull her sword back, but she borrowed the force to send her sword forward, allowing Xianxia to snatch her sword away. Xianxia's long whip entangled her sword. He could no longer move freely. At that moment, there was finally a gap in his defense. Xianxia hurriedly wanted to shake off the sword, but just as he was about to raise his whip, Xiao Longnu's long sword stabbed out. Xianxia's wrist was in severe pain, and he could no longer hold the whip. Xianxia's wrist was injured, and his weapon fell to the ground. This encirclement was immediately broken. Xiao Longnu took the opportunity to pick up the sword from the ground. The two swords flashed like two rays of lightning. The three people surrounding her hastily retreated. Xiao Longnu did not pursue and attack. Instead, she raised her qi and nimbly raised her sword to stab Zhao Zijing's body. Jinlu and Fuang had suffered under the pure heart of the Jade Maiden swordplay. His complexion couldn't help but change. On the contrary, the master of the Jin gang had already noticed that although Xiao Longnu's swordplay was high, her internal energy was insufficient. He extended two fingers and clamped onto Xiao Longnu's sword. With a jolt of internal energy, the long sword was snapped in half. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Longnu was stunned and absent-minded, his other finger silently stabbed towards her slender waist. Xiao Longnu did not expect his seemingly fragile fingers to be harder than a sharp sword. When she saw the Guardian Metal Sect master clamp her sword with his fingers, she thought that she could cut off his fingertips with her sword. Xiao Longnu was kind-hearted. She thought that she had no enmity with him and was hesitating whether she should be merciful. She did not expect her sword to be snapped in half in the blink of an eye, and the Guardian Metal Sect master's other hand was already stabbing toward her waist. The entire inn was filled with gasps. Most of the men could not bear to see this fairy-like lady perish just like that. Although Xiao Longnu was shocked, she still maintained a frosty expression. Her entire upper body suddenly fell backward. Her sword had been very fast just now, but in the blink of an eye, she seemed to have forgotten about inertia and turned in the opposite direction. Everyone in the room broke into a cold sweat for her, fearing that her slender waist would be snapped. However, Xiao Longnu's entire body displayed exaggerated flexibility. She was like a willow branch as she completed this difficult maneuver very gently. She kicked the Guardian Metal Sect master's wrist with the tip of her foot and took the opportunity to flip backward 10 feet. She glanced at the broken sword in her hand and stared at the other party vigilantly. The Guardian Metal Sect master respected his status and did not pursue a young lady after failing to land a blow. However, he admired Xiao Longnu's martial arts very much. This soft waist, tsk tisk, Song Qingshu secretly lowered his hands that were about to execute the dragon capturing technique and sighed with emotion. "Uncle, are you up to no good again?" Icy snow covered her mouth and giggled. "No way." Song Qingshu blushed and smiled embarrassedly. "Miss, your sword is broken. If you don't mind, you can use my sword." Suddenly, a clear male voice was heard. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was the young man in luxurious clothes who was sitting next to Ouyang Feng. Xiao Longnu raised her hand and caught the sword that the other party had tossed over. She examined it for a moment, and her expression was rather satisfied. "Although my Mount Wu sword cannot compare to the famous heavenly sword and dragon saber of Jianghu, it is more than enough to split metal and break rocks." The embroidered-clothed young master wanted to brag without restraint, but Xiao Longnu nodded her head and turned around to look at Zhao Zijing, who was behind Jinlu and Fawang, leaving him with only the image of her delicate back. The young master in luxurious clothes felt suffocated. He had no choice but to sit back down with a gloomy expression on his face. Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. This young master was handsome and generous, so it was easy for him to have a good impression of an ordinary girl. Who would have thought that he would meet Xiao Longnu, who was ignorant of worldly affairs? She was a silent, heartless, and expressionless girl. Uncle seems to be very happy to see that young man suffer a setback. After being intimate with Song Qingshu, Icy Snow's thoughts were unknowingly tied to him. The smile that appeared on Song Qingshu's lips couldn't escape her attention. If I'm not wrong, this young man should be a noble of the Jin kingdom. He is destined to be our enemy. It's natural for me to be happy to see him suffer a setback. Song Qingshu suddenly laughed and reached out to hold Icy Snow's soft hand. "Sister-in-law, are you jealous?" Icy Snow's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and saw that no one noticed their little movements under the table. She quickly and quietly broke free. Her pretty face under the mask was already flushed. She pouted coquettishly. "No way, why is your finger strength so powerful?" Although Xiao Longnu could not wait to rush over and kill Zhao Zijing, she was not a reckless person. Jinlu and Fawang was already very powerful, and the Duda's martial arts were not inferior to his. Moreover, there was a large group of unknown experts over there. "Young lady, it's not surprising that you don't know about the power of King Kong Finger." The Vajra faction master looked proud. The Shaolin Temple's King Kong Finger? Xiao Longnu was ignorant of worldly affairs. She had some understanding of the martial arts in Jianghu, but she was not sure. The Vajra faction master's expression changed. "Bullshit. The fake King Kong Finger of those bald donkeys from Shaolin Temple is nothing compared to the authentic one from our Vajra faction. The so-called knowledge and wisdom 4 divine monks of Shaolin Temple had the highest attainments in King Kong Finger. One died under Xiasun's chaotic fists, another was easily captured by Qingkuan, and the last one couldn't even defeat my disciple." What a joke. So King Kong Finger is a martial art from the Vajra faction. Did the Shaolin Temple steal it? Xiao Longnu did not take offense. She had an expression of sudden realization, but a trace of doubt still flashed across her face. Seeing that Xiao Longnu did not seem to have any ulterior motives, the Vajra faction master could not lose his temper. His face flushed red while Jinlu and Fawang and Taoist priest Baisheng snickered on the side. "I'm going to cause trouble for this Taoist, are you really going to protect him?" Xiao Longnu was not interested in the origins of the sect and quickly put aside the King Kong Finger. "Young lady, it's best if you leave as soon as possible. There are so many of them here, and any one of them is a martial arts senior whose name shakes Jianghu. You won't be able to defeat any one of them. It'll be bad if you get yourself into trouble." On the other side, Ouyang Feng laughed coldly. It seemed like a compliment, but in reality, it was full of sarcasm. Although Ouyang Feng had never seen this daughter-in-law of his before due to the change in the plot, he could tell that Zhao Min and her party were Mongolians. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of them. Ouyang Feng's words caused Taoist priest Baisheng, the Vajra faction master, Jinlu and Fawang and the others to lose face. They were all martial arts masters, especially Taoist priest Baisheng, who was a self-proclaimed elder of the martial arts world who could compete with Zhang Sanfeng. How could they be willing to make a move against a delicate young girl? What is the meaning of this? Seeing that the others were not answering and were standing in front of Zhao Zijing, Xiao Longnu said angrily. Zhao Min smiled, this sister's martial arts are so high, can you tell me your name? Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly and replied indifferently, my surname is Long. She then closed her mouth tightly and did not say another word. Zhao Min was startled. After thinking for a while, she more or less understood Xiaolong Nu's personality. I've always liked martial arts. I wonder if Miss Long Nu would be willing to teach me that amazing swordplay just now. Xiaolong Nu shook her head, you can't learn my martial arts. Zhao Min smiled sweetly, although I don't dare to call myself a genius in martial arts, up until now, there is no martial arts that I can't learn. Zhao Min thought that Xiaolong Nu was not willing to easily teach martial arts to others. She did not know that what Xiaolong Nu said was actually the truth. The pure heart of Jade Maiden swordplay required two people to work together. One person would use the pure heart of Jade Maiden swordplay while the other would use the Qiuanzhen swordplay. If one person wanted to use it, they would have to learn Zhou Buotong's left and right mutual combat technique. But the left and right mutual combat technique could not be learned by those who were not simple-minded. This was especially true for people like Zhao Min and Huang Rong, who had the 7 exquisite hearts. They could not even learn it. Xiaolong Nu did not think too much and said whatever came to her mind. Seeing Zhao Min's confident expression, she pointed her sword at Zhao Zhijing and Yin Jiping. Fine, kill these two Taoists and I will teach you. Zhao Min had an as-expected expression on her face. Compared to martial arts, she was more interested in the Qiuanzhen sect behind Zhao Zhijing and Yin Jiping. Naturally, she would not abandon them. She smiled, Miss Long Nu, just now you have seen the martial arts of my subordinates. Do you think you can kill these two Taoists under their eyes? Xiaolong Nu was speechless. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I can't. But you can protect them for a while, but not forever. Zhao Min saw that she had the intention to leave. She thought that having such a skilled martial artist lurking around day and night would be a great danger. She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan, since Miss Long Nu thinks you can't, then I can give you another chance. If you can defeat any one of these three, you can do whatever you want with these two Taoists. If you can't, then please stay behind and teach me that swordplay. What do you think? Zhao Min did not really care about the swordplay. She only wanted to take this opportunity to settle the scores between the two sides. Now that the situation was like this, Taoist Bai Shen and the others respected their status and refused to make a move. With the swordplay and lightness kung fu that Xiaolong Nu had just displayed, the others would not be able to stop her. Once Xiaolong Nu left, Zhao Zhijing and Yin Jiping's lives would be in constant danger. This was something that Zhao Min, who was prepared to invest heavily in the two, could not accept. Although Taoist Bai Shen and the other two respected their status and were unwilling to make a move on Xiaolong Nu, Zhao Min believed that they would not mind showing off their skills in front of her and huajing in the name of the bet. Based on the martial arts that Xiaolong Nu had just displayed, although her swordplay was exquisite, her internal energy was too weak. She was definitely not a match for the three of them. As long as she kept Xiaolong Nu by her side, Zhao Min could pretend that she did not know the swordplay and keep her there. She was confident that with her intelligence, it would not be difficult for her to slowly dissolve the hatred between Xiaolong Nu and Zhao Zhijing over time. Are you serious? Xiaolong Nu's eyes brightened. Zhao Min was stunned. She could not understand why she was so excited. She only thought that she was eager for revenge and was ready to go all out. She smiled and nodded, of course. She then turned to look at Taoist Bai Shen and the others and said respectfully, I really like this sister's swordplay. Can the three of you help me give Miss Long some pointers and help me win this bet? Taoist Bai Shen and the other two looked at each other. Although they did not want to bully the weak, they had to give face to Zhao Min. She spoke politely in front of outsiders, but the three of them knew how powerful she was in Mongolia. Since they had pledged their allegiance to Mongolia, they could not afford to offend her. Moreover, Zhao Min had given them a way out of this embarrassing situation. In the name of giving pointers, they could reluctantly accept it. So they all nodded in agreement. Jinlu and Fu Wang had suffered under the swordplay of pure heart of Jade Maiden and couldn't help but secretly complain. However, the arrow on the bowstring had to be released. The other two had already agreed, he did not dare to lose face in front of everyone. Miss Long Nu, you can choose any opponent. As long as you can withstand 100 moves from them, you win. Zhao Min felt that if she said that Xiao Longnu would win, it would damage the dignity of the grandmasters. So she changed her words at the last minute. From what she could see, these three's martial arts were far higher than Xiao Longnu's. It would not be difficult for them to defeat her within 100 moves. Okay, Xiao Longnu was also very straightforward. She raised her sword and pointed at Jinluan Fuwang, then I choose him. Jinluan Fuwang's face turned green when he heard this, but he couldn't back down now. He had to get up and fight, as if to encourage himself, he said angrily, this time Yanghua isn't here, I don't believe that you can use the full power of your swordplay. Ouyang Feng's expression changed when he heard the name Yanghua, but he didn't say anything and continued to watch the fight. Gua-er? When she thought of Yanghua, Xiao Longnu felt a tinge of sweetness in her heart, she hated Zhao Zijing's shamelessness even more. Plus, she wasn't good with words to begin with, so she ignored Jinluan Fuwang's words and raised her sword to attack. Jinluan Fuwang roared angrily, the gold, silver, copper, iron, and lead wheels danced in the air, forcing Xiao Longnu to be unable to get close to him. The sound of the 5 wheels made everyone's ears ring. This monk's internal energy is very deep. Icy Snow said worriedly. His internal energy is indeed enough to be ranked among the top fighters in the world. Song Qingshu nodded his head in agreement. He thought that Jinluan Fuwang's dragon elephant prajna hasn't reached a high level yet, otherwise he wouldn't be relying on these pieces of scrap metal. In the end, the wheels danced, the swordplay crisscrossed, Jinluan Fuwang's roar was like thunder, Xiao Longnu's clothes were whiter than snow, the two of them were fighting from a distance. Xiaoxiangzi and the others watched the fight between Fuwang and Xiao Longnu. They saw that though Fuwang defended more than he attacked, every 2 or 3 moves he would return another. The power of the 5 wheels was extremely fierce, forcing Xiao Longnu to be unable to get close to him. Compared to the 3 of them who only defended and didn't attack, he was indeed much stronger. The 3 of them were filled with admiration and jealousy. They all thought, this monk has been conferred the title of Mongolia's first imperial preceptor, it's not in vain. What they didn't know was that though Jinluan Fuwang's attacks were fierce, he was complaining incessantly in his heart. Xiao Longnu's sword stances were different, but their coordination was exquisite. The sword in her left hand attacked in front, while the sword in her right hand attacked behind at the same time, forcing him to retreat but also unable to advance. Every sword stance of her 2 swords attacked several places, causing him to be unable to attend to one and lose sight of the other, making it difficult for him to save himself. If not for the fact that his internal and external energy cultivation had reached the pinnacle of perfection, his eyes were sharp, his hands were fast, and his martial art skill was just a little bit inferior, his body would have been hit 17, 18 times in an instant. Although Zhao Min's martial arts could not be considered a master, her eyesight was very good. The scene of the 2 fighting was far from the guidance she had imagined. She had always admired Jinluan Fuwang's kung fu, but now that he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, Zhao Min couldn't help but be shocked. This girl's kung fu has reached such a high level. Song Qingshu smiled and whispered to Icy Snow, your junior sister will definitely win this round. Icy Snow asked in astonishment, how is that possible? That monk's kung fu is clearly much higher than little junior sister's, she only relied on her exquisite swordplay to catch him off guard. When he recovers, it shouldn't be difficult for her to win. I just hope that little junior sister can last more than 100 moves and thank the heavens. Song Qingshu's eyesight was now very sharp, he could see that Jinluan Fuwang's defeat was already set in stone, so naturally he wasn't lying. Seeing that Jinluan Fuwang's actual combat ability was indeed worrisome, Song Qingshu laughed, your junior sister is using 2 swordplays by herself, although her moves are fast, the power is still not as good as the 2 of them working together. Her actual kung fu is indeed far from Jinluan Fuwang's, but it's a pity that Jinluan Fuwang has suffered under this pure-hearted Jade Maiden swordplay before, so when he saw the swordplay, he was afraid. In addition, Xiao Longnu's moves are as fast as lightning, giving rise to the effect of gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. If Jinluan Fuwang had used the ferocious power of his wheel to attack Xiao Longnu, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. But Jinluan Fuwang was afraid, he actually gave up his strong points and competed with Xiao Longnu in terms of speed, there was no way he could win. As if to confirm Song Qingshu's judgment, after 50 or 60 moves, Fuwang was already in a perilous situation. He called back his golden wheel to protect himself, not daring to throw it out to attack. After a few more moves, he also called back his silver wheel, and then all 5 wheels came back together, turning into a state of only defending and not attacking, just like Xianxia and the others. The 5 wheels were all different in weight, size, color, and shape. Some had sharp spikes, some had sharp corners. They formed 5 rings of light, rolling around his body. Suddenly they heard Xiaolongnu's delicate shout, "Get him!" Followed by Fawang's low roar, ding-ding sounds were heard. The two leapt around, their attacks getting faster and faster. Even a skilled fighter like Xianxia couldn't see clearly what had happened with their shouts. What happened just now? Icy Snow also didn't see clearly, she asked in surprise. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Jinlu and Fawang is injured. Not long after, Xiaolongnu's white gown was splattered with more than 10 spots of blood. It was as if a few peach blossoms were drawn on a white silk cloth, bright and eye-catching. Mimixing happily said, "The little witch is injured." Then the sword flashed twice. Fawang let out a low roar. Xianxia coldly said, "No. It's the big monk who's injured." Zhao Min's face was gloomy. She didn't expect this kind of result. She saw Taoist Baixing and the master of Jin Kong's gloating expressions. She thought for a moment and understood what they were thinking. This group of highly skilled fighters all had their own unique skills. They had always been arrogant and unruly. After they joined the Mongolians, none of them were willing to submit to anyone else. They all wanted to be the person that the leader admired the most. The title of the #1 fighter in Mongolia was quite attractive. Jinlu and Fawang was previously given the title of the Mongolian imperial tutor. He had the air of being the #1 fighter in Mongolia. Taoist Baixing, the master of Jin Kong, and the other highly skilled fighters who joined the Mongolians later on were naturally unhappy. But they were all officials of the same court. It wasn't good for them to have a life-and-death battle. Now that an outsider was going to step in and take down Jinlu and Fawang's prestige, they were more than happy to do so. Zhao Min knew that in this situation, it was impossible to ask the two to help. Even if they agreed, Jinlu and Fawang probably couldn't afford to lose face like this. Suddenly she had an idea. She casually chatted with Princess Huajing. "Gugu, if I had an embroidery needle in my hand and you had a heavy hammer in your hand, if we hit each other at the same time, who would be injured more?" Princess Huajing was confused. She instinctively replied, "Of course she would be injured more." Zhao Min smiled. "Yes, even if Gugu was pricked by the embroidery needle a few times, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if I was hit by a heavy hammer, even if I didn't die, I would be seriously injured." Jinlu and Fawang knew that it wouldn't be long before he was defeated by Xiaolongnu, not to mention the empty title of the #1 fighter in Mongolia. Even in the Mongolian camp, he would no longer have a place to stand. His heart was like dead ashes. Suddenly hearing Zhao Min's clear voice, his heart skipped a beat. He realized that the princess was reminding him. After thinking about it for a while, Jinlu and Fawang's eyes lit up. He suddenly understood. "Yes, I've always been cautious, afraid of being stabbed to death by Xiaolongnu, but how could I not know her level of internal energy? Even if I was stabbed once or twice, it would at most be a light injury, but the wheels that contain internal energy, Xiaolongnu's delicate body wouldn't be able to withstand it, so why should I blindly defend?" Making up his mind, Jinlu and Fawang changed his attitude. He no longer fought with speed. Other than protecting his own vital points, he no longer defended most of Xiaolongnu's sword stances. He waved the 5 wheels to attack, seeking to exchange injury for injury. As a result, it was Xiaolongnu's turn to be restrained. In order to avoid Jinlu and Fawang's attacks, she had to retract her sword at the last moment. Song Qingshu let out a small sigh. Zhao Min was indeed smart. Her kung fu was obviously not that good, but she was able to see the problem with one glance. She even used the opportunity of the conversation to indirectly remind Jinlu and Fawang, giving him some face. Other than the real experts, most of the people present thought the same as Icy Snow. They thought that Jinlu and Fawang was caught off guard at the beginning, and now that he had regained his footing, he started to counterattack. Who would have known that if it wasn't for Zhao Min's reminder, Jinlu and Fawang might have died under Xiaolongnu's sword? After dodging many times, Xiaolongnu still couldn't avoid the collision between her sword and the 5 wheels. After a crisp sound, the sword in her left hand broke into pieces. Her delicate body felt as if it was struck by lightning. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She quickly retreated. After suffering under the pure heart of Jade Maiden swordplay several times, Jinlu and Fawang's murderous intent rose. He gathered his chi to attack. he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Xiaolongnu with his palms. Who knew that a loud croak of a frog would suddenly resound in the hall, a gray shadow would fly over like a cannonball, one could feel the destructive force from far away. Jinlu and Fawang was shocked. He knew that if he didn't stop his attack, even if he could take Xiaolongnu's life, she would definitely die under the hands of the person who came. Jinlu and Fawang's chi sank to his dantian. He quickly activated the dragon elephant prajna technique. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged more than 10 palms with the person. A violent wind spread out with the two of them as the center. Not to mention most of the ordinary Wulin people in the inn, even experts like Xianxia were blown around by the wind. Mimixing was in the worst condition. Both his legs were broken, his lower body was unstable, he directly sat on the floor. There were only a few people in the hall who were able to sit steadily. Jinlu and Fawang retreated a few steps. He felt his chi and blood churning. His face was so red that it looked like it was about to burst into blood. He was at a disadvantage because he had just exchanged tens of moves with Xiaolongnu. He had already used up a lot of internal energy. In addition to the fact that he had to deal with the enemy in a hurry, he had just exchanged blows with the enemy, so he had already suffered serious internal injuries. Ouyang Feng laughed loudly. You are a dignified grandmaster. You still need to rely on other people to help you deal with a young girl. It's really laughable, laughable. When Ouyang Feng heard Jinlu and Fawang's words, he knew that Xiaolongnu and Yangguo were lovers. He naturally wouldn't let his future daughter-in-law suffer. He saw that Jinlu and Fawang wanted to secretly kill her. He immediately went to help. Jinlu and Fawang's face twitched. It's a pity that his chi was congested. He couldn't say anything for a while. Ouyang Feng didn't pay attention to him. Instead he turned his head around and thought with interest, could it be North Chiao Feng? His dragon catcher hand is very good. Just now when Xiaolongnu's life was hanging by a thread, Song Qingshu also made his move. His palms grabbed at Xiaolongnu's body through the air and pulled her over. Xiaolongnu was just preparing to deal with Jinlu and Fawang, when she suddenly felt a huge force coming from beside her. Her body was involuntarily pulled over. When she came to her senses, she found herself sitting in the arms of the man who had just spoken up to help her. Xiaolongnu was furious, but when she thought about how he was trying to save her, she didn't know how to react. End of chapter 370. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.